Chapter 170. Fusion. The refinement of the myriad beast's spiritual fire proved to be relatively effortless, for despite its formidable nature, it only held the 22nd position on the list of extraordinary flames. As the multicolored little serpent entered Xiao Yan's body, two small dragons, one black and one white, materialized before it, representing the two forms of the yin-yang sacred flame. Upon witnessing the yin-yang sacred flame, the myriad beast's spiritual fire initially quaked with expansion, causing Xiao Yan's meridians to throb painfully before it. Instinctively sought to flee. Regrettably, it was merely a less powerful, unusual fire, its consciousness already somewhat subdued by the original Medusa. Now confronted by the two domineering figures and besieged by Xiao Yan's formidable soul power, it found itself ensnared. In the brief span of 3 minutes, the multicolored little serpent was ensnared and lifted by the black and white dragons, resembling a fledgling artist apprehended by two fierce brothers. With a mere thought, Xiao Yan commanded the two black and white fire dragons to transform into chains, binding the myriad beast's spiritual fire tightly. Subsequently, he aimed to obliterate the consciousness of the multicolored little serpent entirely. While the myriad beast's spiritual fire may not rank high in power, it had grown under the nurturing aura of myriad beasts, endowing it with a spirit that surpassed even that of the blue lotus earth fire and the sea heart flame. Yet, regardless of its spirit, the outcome depended on its adversary. With a mere flicker of his mind, the fire dragons that had entwined the serpent began to rub and twist around it anew. The little serpent emitted waves of pleading, yet continued to endure the relentless onslaught from both sides. Alas, whether it begged for mercy or struggled, the black and white dragons were relentless, persistently battering its form. Thus, the assault persisted for a full 3 days and nights, until the consciousness of the myriad beast's spiritual fire was finally shattered. In the end, a limp multicolored serpent lay powerless within Xiao Yan's body, yielding to his will. A mere myriad beast's spiritual fire dares to resist. With a thought, Xiao Yan's immense soul power began to envelop the little serpent, guiding it into his meridians. He then commenced the subtle operation along the path of the burning decision technique. The refinement of the unconscious myriad beast's spiritual fire proved even smoother than Xiao Yan had anticipated. Thoroughly exhausted from its encounters with the yin-yang sacred flame, it relinquished all desire to resist, allowing Xiao Yan to manipulate it at will point 3 more days passed, and at the moment the myriad beast's spiritual fire was successfully refined, a satisfied expression finally graced Xiao Yan's face. He gradually opened his eyes, and with a gentle lift of his finger, a vibrant multicolored flame erupted from his fingertip. Setting aside the potency of the myriad beast's spiritual fire, its captivating hues were undeniably alluring, perfectly suited for Xiao Yan's flamboyant demeanor and romantic pursuits. As his gaze swept across the distant multicolored cocoon, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Xiao Yan's eyes. Have you truly refined the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts so swiftly? A voice of astonishment echoed in the air, revealing the first generation gazing at Xiao Yan with palpable curiosity. A rare treasure of the heavens and earth, surely could not be tamed with such ease. How did this young man manage to succeed in merely 6 days? I am a prodigious talent. Is it not entirely normal for me? Xiao Yan replied, a smile gracing his features. The first generation forced a laugh, her amusement lacking sincerity as she chose to disregard the young man's bravado. Yet, deep within her heart, she could not deny that the speed at which he refined the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts was astonishingly rapid. Even in her own youth, it took her a full 10 days to refine the same fire, and that was with a profound connection to it, alongside her prowess as a dozun. Seeing this, Xiao Yan turned his attention away from the first generation. After a brief moment of restful contemplation, he closed his eyes once more, delving into his inner self to attempt the final and most crucial step of his endeavor. This step involved the fusion of two Iowa. At this juncture, Xiao Yan had begun to grasp the various miraculous effects of the burning technique, yet he had yet to experience the fusion of two Iowa within his body. With the volatile power of Iowa, even a dozun would be gravely injured by the staggering force of impact. Should he succeed in merging the two flames, his strength would be significantly augmented, elevating the quality of the burning technique to a new echelon. However, failure would likely lead to the loss of his corporeal form. Without his original body, even with the means of the Xiao clan to resurrect him, his foundation would never be as solid as before. The burning technique could grant one extraordinary abilities, yet every advancement was akin to walking a tightrope. A single misstep could plunge one into an abyss. Has this lad not already refined the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts? Why has he closed his eyes again? In the distance, the first generation wore a look of confusion, but her expression shifted dramatically when a blazing fire of black and white emerged around Xiao Yan. Another Yihua. What kind of sorcery is this? It is known that Yihua is an extraordinary phenomenon, both exceedingly rare and exceedingly difficult to refine. For an ordinary person to acquire even one Yihua is a monumental stroke of fortune. Yet, this young man possessed two Yihua simultaneously. Ignoring the first generation's astonished gaze, Xiao Yan's inner self initiated the gradual convergence of the two Yihua. Faced with the fearsome forces of both flames, even Xiao Yan felt a heightened sense of vigilance. A thin membrane of Dou Qi faintly separated the two, yet they writhed with ferocity. The yin-yang sacred flame transformed into a small dragon of black and white, menacingly, glaring at the colorful little serpent before it. The spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, having been ruthlessly dominated mere days prior, now defiantly issued its own challenge. "Do not create a ruckus. You too," Xiao Yan admonished, his heart racing as he observed the two fierce flames poised for confrontation. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and withdrew the barrier of Dou Qi that separated them. As the Dou Qi membrane dissipated, the spirit flames of 10,000 beasts attempted to escape, only to be ensnared by the yin-yang sacred flame in a fierce struggle. A terrifying surge of energy erupted within him, akin to a volcanic explosion, nearly forcing Xiao Yan to expel blood. Fortunately, he quickly infused the blazing Dou Qi from the burning formula into the tumultuous flames. With the infusion of this potent energy, the once wildly raging flames began to calm, albeit not yet merging. At least they no longer posed a lethal threat to the esteemed young master. Observing the scene before him, Xiao Yan exhaled in relief, allowing his abundant Dou Qi to blend with the two flames. The time consumed for this fusion far exceeded that of his previous attempts at refining other flames, yet the results were finally promising. After 7 days, what had once been two irreconcilable flames now resembled two malleable masses of clay, swirling around each other. While they had not yet fused, the initial signs of integration were unmistakably present. Gazing at this development, Xiao Yan refrained from impatience, instead focusing on his cultivation and channeling his spiritual energy to facilitate the union of the flames. Thus, time flowed slowly, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Upon examining the Dou Qi cyclone within him, he noticed two intertwining streams of black and white, now accompanied by vibrant, multicolored scales resembling small fish swimming within the cyclone. Chapter 171, The Guiding Ancestor. With the emergence of two small fish, a flicker of excitement ignited within Xiao Yan's heart. In that moment when this new exotic flame manifested, it signified the authenticity and reliability of the burning formula. In other words, Xiao Yan truly had the potential to become the strongest being amidst this realm through the burning formula. Just as boundless joy blossomed within him, the yin-yang fish within his body suddenly quivered gently. In the next instant, a peculiar flame surged forth from Xiao Yan's lower abdomen, a malevolent fire even more potent than the imperial flame. Upon sensing the arrival of this flame, Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically, and he opened his eyes. Regrettably, as he cast his gaze afar, he beheld a radiant, colorful cocoon that shimmered with an enchanting luster, even hinting at signs of respiration. However, the splendid scene he had longed for did not materialize. "This is disastrous." Xiao Yan panted heavily as he glanced at the colorful cocoon, then surveyed his surroundings, only to discover the absence of any female creatures, save for an elderly woman who was fixated upon him. Slap! Xiao Yan delivered a firm strike to his own face. "One should not, at the very least, do this. What troubles you? You appear quite distressed," the ancient figure remarked, her aged visage scrutinizing Xiao Yan. "It's nothing. Merely an excess of vigor," Xiao Yan replied, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. Suddenly recalling the existence of two enchanting women outside, he unfurled his Dou Qi wings, ready to soar forth. At that moment, a cascade of colorful light ensnared his path. "Old lady, what do you intend to do?" At this juncture, Xiao Yan felt his face flush crimson. "Oh, it's nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to remind you that the 7-colored devouring python may hatch at any moment. If you are not present when it emerges, I cannot predict the ensuing complications." The ancient one waved her hand nonchalantly. "If you have pressing matters, you may leave." She added, "I am indeed anxious, but I must refrain from haste," Xiao Yan replied, a flicker of conflict evident on his face. Yet, upon glimpsing the colorful cocoon once more, he could not resist turning back. No one could fathom how long this venture might take. Contemplating this, he returned to his original position. However, soon, the dreadful malevolent fire surged uncontrollably, amplifying his discomfort. "I cannot endure this any longer." Xiao Yan glanced at a massive boulder in the distance and darted behind it in haste. Hey, kid, what exactly are you planning to do? The Ancient One's curious voice echoed from not far behind him. Can't the old fellow respect a young man's privacy? Xiao Yan's voice roared from behind the boulder. Heh. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile graced the Ancient One's face as she distanced herself from the boulder. Rascal, look at you now. A smirk danced upon her lips. As one who had lived for millennia, she was well aware of what the young man was up to. Approximately an hour had passed when the heir of the Xiao clan, a visage of guilt upon his face, emerged after adjusting his trousers. The flush that once adorned his countenance had completely subsided, replaced by a refreshing demeanor. Yet, in this moment of enlightenment, he found himself ensnared by profound remorse. Ultimately, it was desire that had pierced through my resolve. Xiao Yan stepped out from behind the colossal stone, his heart devoid of attachment. However, at the very instant he emerged, an almost imperceptible rift surged within him as the Emperor-level Dou Chi cyclone reached its zenith. Am I on the cusp of a breakthrough? A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Yan's face. His cultivation had already ascended to the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Huang during his time in the Beast Mountain range. And after a vigorous blood-soaked battle, he had further progressed. Over the past month, he had diligently refined his abilities through the fusion of exotic flames daily. Now, within this fleeting moment of enlightenment, he had unexpectedly arrived at the threshold of a breakthrough. Sensing the imminent opportunity for advancement, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer. He quickly wiped his hands and settled into a cross-legged position. As he closed his eyes and began to regulate the cyclone of Dou Qi within, a resounding shatter echoed from his previously maxed-out Dou Qi Si. With this sound, a towering beam of light erupted from the crown of Xiao Yan's head. As this luminous pillar ascended, a torrent of energy surged towards him like a relentless tide. The young man is breaking through to Dou Zong just like that? Observing this spectacle, even the first generation could only gape in astonishment. Who has ever witnessed such a breakthrough into Dou Zong? In this moment, Xiao Yan remained oblivious to the intricate thoughts of the first generation. Had he been aware, he would undoubtedly have scolded the elder for being outdated. After all, the pressures upon the youth are considerable. What harm is there in occasionally seeking guidance? Nevertheless, his focus was entirely consumed by the Dou Qi Si within him. Once the Dou Qi Si shattered, it swiftly reformed into a more majestic expanse. With the emergence of this new Si, the previously abundant Dou Qi suddenly thinned. This was due to Xiao Yan's internal capacity for Dou Qi expanding once more, while the purity of the energy intensified. For an ordinary Dou Zong, merely replenishing this Si would require at least half a month. However, for Xiao Yan, this posed no challenge. 2 yin-yang fish darted forth from his nostrils, swiftly transforming into 2 fire dragons, each stretching dozens of feet in length. These fire dragons, now even more vibrant and striking than before, shimmered with a prismatic aura across their scales, and within the flames danced the fleeting shadows of high-tier magical beasts. The 2 fire dragons gracefully swirled, rapidly refining the energy within this confined space, ultimately transmuting it into pure Dou Qi that coursed into Xiao Yan's being. In the brief span of half a day, Xiao Yan managed to replenish the thin cyclone within his body, transforming it into a robust force once again. At this moment, his strength was sufficient to slay a 3-star Dou Zong with a single punch. Sensing the abundant power coursing through him, Xiao Yan opened his eyes and gradually retracted the 2 fire dragons into his being. Should he encounter a fierce battle akin to the one before, he was confident that he could emerge victorious with ease, even without employing quasi-celestial tier Dou techniques. You truly are a monster, my boy. Now I understand why your clan has crowned you as the prince, the first generation remarked, gazing at Xiao Yan, who had so effortlessly broken through to Dou Zong. An expression of disbelief etched upon his face. I never intended to break through so easily, but when opportunity knocks, one cannot simply refuse. Xiao Yan responded with a resigned shake of his head, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. At that moment, the once colorful and ethereal sky suddenly darkened with ominous black clouds, within which silver lightning serpents danced ominously. Observing this scene, both Xiao Yan and the first generation's expressions grew grave. Is this the thunder tribulation? Xiao Yan pondered, fixated on the dark clouds above, his gaze intent on the flickering silver serpents of electricity. A surge of formidable Dou Qi began to coalesce in his palms, as if ready to spring into action at any moment. Do not intervene, a somber voice cautioned, the first generation shaking his head gravely at Xiao Yan. This is a trial that every 7-colored sky-devouring python must endure in their lifetime. Only by overcoming this can one truly transform into the pure blood of the sky-devouring python. Despite his words, the gravity in his eyes betrayed his concern. Xiao Yan chose silence, his expression solemn as he gazed at the thunderclouds. If any real danger were to arise, he would not care about the success of this evolution. After all, he sought a beauty, not merely a pet beast. Should Medusa perish, all his efforts would be in vain. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a thunderous roar erupted, and in an instant, blinding silver light engulfed the colorful expanse. A tremendous bolt of lightning descended from the clouds with explosive force. With a deafening crash, the silver lightning struck the magnificent seven-colored cocoon before them. The lightning appeared swiftly and vanished even more rapidly, leaving Xiao Yan momentarily stunned. As the reverberations of the thunder faded, the ominous clouds above dissipated without a trace. What on earth is happening? Xiao Yan's face reflected his concern as he gazed at the distant seven-colored cocoon, while the first generation displayed a hint of relief. It has succeeded. The first generation spoke softly. As if to affirm her words, a crack suddenly appeared in the previously motionless seven-colored cocoon. With the emergence of this fissure, more and more cracks formed upon the cocoon, culminating in a resounding roar as the cocoon shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Peering into the depths of these fragments reveals layer upon layer of serpentine sheddings. Where's my wife? My substantial wife? Xiao Yan hurriedly approached for a closer inspection, only to find nothing but an expanse of shattered pieces. Hey, old fellow, are you not deceiving me? Xiao Yan glanced back at the original Medusa. This is my territory. Do you not fear retribution for addressing me thus? The original Medusa cast a disinterested glance in his direction. I care not whose domain this is. Where has my beloved gone? Just as Xiao Yan was about to respond, a sudden, delicate sound emanated from among the fragments before him. In the next moment, a streak of vibrant, multicolored light, moving at a terrifying speed, surged toward Xiao Yan. Observing this dazzling array of colors, a playful smile crept onto Xiao Yan's face as he swiftly grasped the radiant light in his hand. A subtle sensation of gliding brushed against his palm, prompting him to gently open his hand. Before Xiao Yan stood a creature, a slender little snake, merely 2 centimeters in length, adorned with tiny, iridescent scales and possessing faintly violet eyes that exuded an enchanting aura. A unique, refreshing fragrance enveloped its form. Although it was merely a serpent, it radiated elegance and nobility. Has it transformed directly into a tiny snake? Xiao Yan mused with a tinge of regret as he regarded the diminutive creature. However, upon noticing the curiosity in its violet eyes akin to that of a newborn, a smile graced his face. Such a charming little thing. He extended a finger to gently pat its small head. At that moment, the little snake, with its captivating violet gaze, suddenly directed its attention toward Xiao Yan's spatial ring, delicately rubbing against the finger that bore it, almost as if seeking affection. Hee, I see what you desire. Xiao Yan immediately comprehended the little snake's intent. With a gentle tap of his finger, a purple orb the size of a human had materialized in his grasp. He lightly tapped the orb, and the incredibly hard surface yielded easily, revealing a small opening. The milk from the purple crystal-winged Lion King had now become the nourishment for the little seven-colored devouring python. As the purple orb broke open, a gleaming stream of purple liquid flowed forth, which Xiao Yan eagerly absorbed into a large jade vial. He then dripped a few drops to the mouth of the seven-colored devouring python, watching the droplets of crystal-infused purple essence. The little snake's eyes sparkled with excitement as it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the essence, subsequently smacking its lips in a desire to succumb to slumber. You cannot sleep just yet. The original Medusa observed the scene with a smile gracing her lips. Moments later, a vibrant ray of light surged into the little snake's body. As the vibrant rays of light surged forth, a brilliant spectrum erupted from the little serpent's body, and in the next moment, Xiao Yan felt a sudden weight in his hand, revealing an enchanting figure. Cascading down to her waist, her silken hair adorned her flawless form. And who else could it be but Medusa? At this moment, this alluring beauty was cradled in Xiao Yan's grasp, an astonishing sensation coursing through his palm, compelling him to gently squeeze. Such resilience. Xiao Yan blinked as he gazed at the queen he held. Medusa, initially bewildered, sensed the stirring beneath her and her expression shifted. Lowering her gaze, she caught Xiao Yan's unwavering stare upon her. In an instant, a flush of crimson blossomed on her delicate visage, quickly followed by an icy murderous intent emanating from her elongated, exquisite eyes. As the queen of the serpentine race, she had never been so brazenly treated by a man. In that moment, her finely sculpted hand swung out fiercely, striking Xiao Yan's face. However, having been abruptly awakened from slumber, her strength was severely limited. The impact produced no sound, akin to a lover's caress. Yet this action caused her balance to falter, and she tumbled directly into Xiao Yan's embrace. Being enveloped by such an almost perfect figure stirred even Xiao Yan's steadfast heart, prompting his right hand to instinctively grasp her twice. You scoundrel! I shall kill you. Medusa's blush deepened, yet her eyes burned with intensified fury. Do you intend to murder your own husband? Xiao Yan observed her wrathful demeanor without fear. Rather, He squeezed her once more. Just as Medusa's murderous intent coalesced into something palpable, a brilliant ray of light suddenly struck her, transforming into a resplendent, multicolored gown that enveloped her form, subsequently pulling her from Xiao Yan's arms. "You rascal!" The first generation glared at Xiao Yan, then continued, "You should leave now. I have words to share with my descendant." Are you casting me aside after using me?" Xiao Yan questioned, bemused. "Fear not, I will assist you with your affairs. Young ones should not be overly hasty." The first generation winked at Xiao Yan, then waved him away dismissively. In the next moment, Xiao Yan found himself expelled from that space. Chapter 173, The Emergence of the Fighting Saint. As Xiao Yan's figure vanished from that realm, the first generation's gaze returned to Medusa's face. "How do you feel?" "Quite splendid, as if I have been reborn," Medusa replied, her crimson lips curving slightly. Although she remained exceedingly weak, she could distinctly sense the immense power lying dormant within her. Once she fully harnessed this strength, she would truly unleash the might of a Dou expert. Gazing upon Medusa's visage, the progenitor sighed softly. "Child, you have merely taken your first step. In the days to come, you may encounter even greater challenges and perils." "What does the forebear mean?" At his words, Medusa's fair countenance shifted slightly, her elongated, exquisite eyes narrowing. "I have previously conveyed to you that the rainbow-devouring Python clan has long been adversaries of those fallen races since ancient times. The decline of our clan is attributed not only to the depletion of the ancient demon emperor's bloodline, but also to the continuous battles with these fallen races, which led to the demise of many formidable warriors. Had you progressed normally to become a rainbow-devouring python, perhaps you would have evaded the attention of these races until you reached the level of Dou. After all, these races have also diminished significantly after the ancient wars. However, with the emergence of the Demon Sage's legacy, news of the revival of the rainbow-devouring Python clan will inevitably reach their ears, and you shall face enemies of unimaginable strength." Upon hearing this, Medusa's face paled once more. "What are your thoughts on that, young man?" Ignoring the worry etched on Medusa's face, the progenitor smiled at her with a twinkle in his eye. "He is no different from the ordinary males, merely a lecherous fellow. Were it not for the two formidable beings behind him, whose involvement could impact the serpent people, I would have surely slain this scoundrel." Recalling Xiao Yan's recent indiscretion, Medusa's countenance turned icy again. As a dignified queen, she had never been so disrespected. Hearing her words, the progenitor's expression broke into a faint smile. "To slay him? With your current strength, that may not be feasible. Forebear, I now possess the bloodline of the rainbow-devouring python and have inherited the secret arts of the demon sage. Even if that boy has ascended to Dou zone, once I restore my strength, I can easily dispatch him." Upon hearing the progenitor's words, a flicker of disbelief crossed Medusa's eyes. With the inheritance of the demon sage, she possessed advanced earth-level techniques and combat skills, and even heavenly-level abilities would soon be within her grasp. Once she fully mastered her current powers, she was confident that she could contend with a 4-star Dou zone. Hearing her declaration, the progenitor's face wore a wry smile. "My child, are you not aware of the formidable power that lies behind that young man?" Medusa's expression turned perplexed. Through the two elders accompanying Xiao Yan, she sensed a terrifying force lurking behind him, yet her understanding was insufficient to gauge the true strength of his backing. The clan behind that boy might be the only one in this realm that still harbors a Dou. The progenitor's mere words left Medusa's eyes widened in shock, her expression frozen. Dou, the pinnacle of existence in this realm, and according to the progenitor, only one remains. What could this signify? It signifies that the Dou Emperor is the sovereign of this continent, and his lineage is the most formidable family within this realm. Observing Medusa's expression, the progenitor had anticipated this reaction. Her true astonishment arose not from the shock of her descendant, but rather from the realization that a Dou Emperor could once again emerge in this world. Her unfortunate descendant remained oblivious to the fact that no Dou Emperor could be born in this land any longer. The Xiao clan, to which Xiao Yan belongs, could not claim parity with such a powerful lineage, even in ancient times when the 7-colored sky-devouring serpent clan was at its peak. In the present Dou continent, no faction dares to challenge this clan. Whether they belong to the fallen races or others, they are but mere ants in the presence of a Dou Emperor. At this juncture, the progenitor turned her gaze towards Medusa and finally articulated her purpose. "That young man is the most esteemed prince of the Xiao clan. If you were to pledge yourself to him, he could indeed safeguard you." Upon hearing this, Medusa's countenance changed dramatically, appearing even more distressed than when she learned of her newfound adversaries. "Do not be hasty," the progenitor remarked with a gentle smile. "To swiftly refine the bloodline of the sky-devouring serpent within you, that young man's assistance is indispensable. He possesses a rare fire, known as particularly the 10,000 beast spiritual fire, which is most suited for refining your bloodline. Furthermore, his immense soul power suggests he is a proficient alchemist, potentially capable of concocting elixirs to aid you. Medusa's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Once the news of your inheritance from the sky-devouring serpent clan reaches the ears of the fallen races, they will undoubtedly come to hunt you down. In such a case, not only you, but the entire serpent race may suffer dire consequences, the progenitor cautioned once more. Upon hearing this, concern replaced Medusa's previous furrowed brow with a look of apprehension. It seemed the ancestor was quite eager for her to engage with that individual. She slowly lifted her head. Logically, I do indeed share this thought. The Dou-Chi continent is an unadulterated world of the strong. Discussing principles at such a juncture is futile. Nevertheless, I respect your opinion. Whatever decision you ultimately make, I shall unconditionally support you. At this, the progenitor's face softened into a relieved smile. Child, the final outcome holds little significance for one as near to death as I. You must choose with your heart. Upon hearing this, a bittersweet smile suddenly graced Medusa's face. Choose with my heart. Since the moment I accepted the inheritance of the demon saint, I have been unable to do so. In the vibrant space, the two women fell into silence, each burdened by their own weighty thoughts. Meanwhile, in the ancient city outside, Xiao Yan was coldly scrutinizing the elder before him. Having just been ejected from the demon saint's space, he sensed that the atmosphere outside felt somewhat amiss. 3 formidable warriors of the Serpent clan have each experienced a breakthrough. Although the elder Dou Huang has not ascended to Dou Zone, his vitality has markedly increased. Meanwhile, the 2 young and enchanting snake women have seen their auras surge, nearing the threshold of Dou Huang. However, outside the city, the ancient serpent has sustained severe injuries, and the usually composed Wenwu saints now wear expressions of grave concern. All of this is due to the young man in purple who smiles from above. From the glances exchanged between the Wenwu saints, Xiao Yan discerns the strength of this individual before him. The young man is, in fact, a Dou Sheng. Chapter 174, The Demonic Disciple of the Monster Saint. Gazing at Xiao Yan, who has unexpectedly emerged from the demon saint space, the purple-clad young man displays a hint of astonishment. Dou Zong. His voice carries a subtle note of confusion, yet is predominantly filled with surprise. This youth before him is exceedingly young. With his Dou Sheng cultivation, he can easily perceive the true age of the boy. Indeed, the boy is merely 16 years old. Such a youthful Dou Zong is rare, even causing a momentary shock to the seasoned Dou Sheng. Nevertheless, no matter how youthful Xiao Yan may be, he remains merely a Dou Zong, insignificant in the presence of a Dou Sheng. Ignoring Xiao Yan's gaze, the purple-robed youth directs a threatening look towards the Wenwu saints. You two should depart immediately. I can overlook today's events. This inheritance is something only my serpent clan can obtain. You humans have no chance of acquiring it. Why provoke me? Observing the demeanor of the purple-robed man, Xiao Yan dismissively shakes his head, redirecting his gaze to Xiao Yan. Whether we leave or not is not for me to decide. It is up to our young master. Upon hearing this, the expression on the purple-robed youth shifts from surprise to shock. He is well aware of the formidable strength of these 2 elders, both of whom are semi-holy level warriors, a rarity even in the northwestern continent. Yet now they stand as protectors of this young boy, indicating he is likely a core descendant of an ancient lineage. Considering that such ancient families may boast numerous Dou Sheng, some of whom undoubtedly surpass him in strength, he promptly abandons his intention to kill the youth. Young friend, what is your stance? He now regards Xiao Yan with a newfound politeness. Xiao Yan glances back at the inheritance space before turning to the purple-robed youth and gently shaking his head. Witnessing this gesture, the young man's expression darkens. A mere Dou Zong dares to refuse him? Judging by the young friend's status, he must hail from a prominent ancient family. Yet the youth remains unaware of the young man's origins. Suppressing his rising anger, the youth resolves to clarify the situation first. In response to the inquiry from the youth clad in purple robes, Xiao Yan gently uttered, the Xiao clan of the Central State. The mention of the Central State Xiao clan caused the expression of the purple-robed man to stiffen abruptly. At the level of a Dou Saint, it was inconceivable that one could be unaware of such a colossal entity as the Central State Xiao clan. A millennium ago, this clan had produced a formidable Dou Emperor. As a mere mid-stage 1-star Dou Saint, he felt insignificant in the presence of such a behemoth. Yet, despite the profound background of his adversary, it could not quell his yearning for the inheritance of the Monster Saint. At this level, every advancement was fraught with immense difficulty, and he could not afford to relinquish this opportunity. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to provoke the mighty Xiao clan. Young friend, if you are willing to forego this Monster Saint inheritance, I can bestow upon you a set of heavenly-grade combat techniques, as well as 3 8th-tier magical beast cores. What do you say? The purple-robed youth spoke slowly. Upon hearing his words, even Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, but ultimately shook his head gently. I apologize. Although this inheritance holds little significance for me, I cannot relinquish it to you." The moment Xiao Yan uttered these words, the expression of the purple-robed youth darkened considerably. "I, Ran, have traversed the northwestern continent for thousands of years, and have never spoken so courteously to anyone. Yet, you dare to disregard my kindness. In that case, do not blame me for my lack of civility." As he spoke, he prepared to take action. At that moment, a radiant seven-colored light burst forth from the inheritance space, eventually transforming into the figure of a stooped old woman atop a serpent's head. "Xiao Yan," she said, "from now on, this child shall be entrusted to your care." The first-generation Medusa handed a glowing seven-colored object to Xiao Yan, revealing a slumbering seven-colored snake within. However, as soon as the serpent landed in Xiao Yan's hands, the first generation felt a surge of formidable energy. Upon raising her gaze to behold the purple-robed youth, the smile that had adorned her face instantly morphed into a visage of somberness and malice. "Ran, I never anticipated that even after thousands of years, you still draw breath." The moment the first generation laid eyes on her, a flicker of astonishment crossed the face of the purple-robed youth, followed by a mocking smile. "Caillou, thousands of years have passed, and yet you remain alive as well. It is unexpected that the once vibrant you has now succumbed to such frailty. Huh. Your indifference towards me back in the day renders you devoid of any worth in my eyes now. Huh. A traitor's apprentice daring to bark here. You were the first to flee back then. Do you not feel a shred of remorse towards my father? The first-generation Medusa, or Caillou?" Coldly fixed her gaze upon Ran. In that moment, Xiao Yan and the others realized that the purple-robed youth was, in fact, a disciple of the seven-colored monster saint. Yet, he may well be akin to the ghostly infernal serpent of yore, fleeing from battle. "Huh." Ran's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile as he responded. "It is evident that your seven-colored clan is excessively obstinate. Your esteemed master, a dignified five-star Dou saint, possesses the power to traverse the world with ease. Yet he chooses to engage in a bloodbath with those dreadful fallen clans for the sake of some so-called ancestral glory. You, members of the seven-colored clan, may pride yourselves on your lofty ideals, but why must we, your subordinates, also face death? Just look at this terrifying ocean of bones. Those who once clung to their so-called faith have now met their demise. Even a formidable being such as he has been reduced to mere bones. Only I have survived until the end and successfully transcended to the saint level. I am the true victor." A hint of madness flickered across Ran's face. Observing this scene, even Caillou could not help but reveal a trace of sorrow. "I wish to speak of nothing else today. I am determined to claim this inheritance." A sinister smile appeared on Ran's face as her gaze swept over Xiao Yan and Caillou, whose intentions were painfully clear. They sought to prevent her from obtaining that so-called inheritance. "If you dare to seize this inheritance, I, the young master, will not spare you." Upon hearing his tone, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, "Ha, young man, what does it matter that you are the young master of a great clan? What significance does having a semi-saint guardian hold? Before absolute power, everything else is but nonsense. To obstruct a powerful being from acquiring strength is akin to taking a life. If you dare to stand in my way, I shall eliminate you as well." He sneered. With that, he transformed into a colossal purple serpent, stretching over 1,000 feet long. It was none other than the ancient exotic creature, the purple sky demon python. As he beheld the imposing and fearsome serpent, Xiao Yan's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. In this lifetime, he had not felt such a threat for a long time. However, the serpent's words rang with an unsettling truth, awakening within him a long-forgotten sense of helplessness. In the presence of a Dou saint, all resistance is futile. Today, those who obstruct me shall perish. The purple serpent emitted a sound capable of shaking the very fabric of space, yet in the next moment, an equally formidable white-boned giant python leaped forth from the ocean of bones. "If you wish to die, then go ahead and try." Caillou's cold voice resonated through the sky. Chapter 175, Summon My People. In the boundless ocean of yellow sand, an ancient colossal city stood silently, and today, this city, which had remained dormant in the desert for millennia, was suddenly stirred by a horrifying commotion. A massive python, exuding a demonic purple glow, slithered outside the city, while within, the ancient skeletal structure of a white-boned giant python gazed intently at its counterpart. The two giant pythons loomed like ancient dragons, towering and majestic, as if they could penetrate the heavens. "Caillou, I never expected you to have fused with this corpse. No wonder you have survived until now. However, even so, do you truly believe you can impede me? My master has perished for thousands of years, and I refuse to believe that this broken skeletal frame can still pose a threat to me." Before the imposing figure of the skeletal giant python, Ran emitted a disdainful sound, his deep brown, colossal eyes coldly scrutinizing the crowd within the ancient city. In the pursuit of power, any obstacle would be ruthlessly eradicated. The youth could not be slain, yet he posed no hindrance to Xiao Yan himself. Even if my father is but a mere skeleton, eliminating you, the traitor, would be an effortless task. Standing atop the head of the skeletal serpent, the first generation's eyes glimmered with vigilance and murderous intent. Since you are so stubbornly obstinate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. It is regrettable that Master S remains shall now be destroyed by you. Upon hearing this, the purple giant python hesitated no longer, its massive tail transforming into a whip capable of cleaving the heavens, sweeping towards all within the ancient city. Wherever it passed, even the very fabric of space trembled under the weight of such terrifying force. Young master, be cautious. The two saints of literature and martial arts, witnessing this scene, hastily unleashed a combined technique, forming a protective water and fire shield around Xiao Yan. Though their combined strength could not surpass Xiao Yan, they could still manage to hold on for a brief moment, and the residual waves of their battle posed little threat. Xiao Yan stood silently within the protective barrier, accompanied by 3 women of the serpent race, but he had no time to attend to them, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Since departing from the Xiao clan, it was the first time that the esteemed young master encountered someone so dismissive of him. Do you truly believe yourself formidable? Xiao Yan cast a cold glance at the purple giant python overhead, a multitude of malicious thoughts brewing within him. He was not irredeemably wicked, but he was far from virtuous, especially when it came to dealing with his enemies. He would exhaust every means to eliminate them. As the formidable purple tail approached, a grave expression crossed Caillou's face. In the next moment, the colossal skeletal python lifted its massive body, akin to a mountain ridge, and countered with its own tail. Boom! The two gigantic tails, resembling mountains, collided with a thunderous roar. A visible shockwave emanated from their clash, instantly stirring up the sands that had been buried for millennia outside the ancient city. In the next heartbeat, a wave of energy surged from the ancient city, transforming into a mighty tide that rolled through the vast sea of sand, spreading outward in layers. In that moment, the sands within a 100-mile radius roiled like turbulent seas. Meanwhile, the space above the ancient city shattered into fragments, resembling a shattered mirror. After the impact, the purple giant python recoiled a distance, incredulously gazing at Caillou atop the skeletal python's head. How could this be? He had been dead for thousands of years. How could he possess such power? This is impossible. There are indeed many impossibilities in this world. After a single confrontation, the aura of Caillou subtly weakened. Yet she continued to regard her opponent with disdain. My father long anticipated your treacherous intentions. How could he possibly impart all his knowledge to you? At these words, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the eyes of the purple giant serpent. As expected. I knew that old man would never entrust everything to me. Upon hearing this, a frenzied gleam appeared in the serpent's pupils. Master, since this is the case, do not blame me for obliterating your remains today. With that, it erupted in a dazzling display of multicolored light. Today, I shall use the combat skills you taught me to bring about your destruction. Heavenly rank, low-level combat skill, radiant multicolor slash. Accompanied by his fierce shout, a terrifying beam of light transformed into a colossal multicolored crescent moon, surging toward the ancient city. The sheer force of it caused even the revered saints of literature and martial arts to change countenance. For a Dou saint to unleash a heavenly rank skill, even their combined efforts might lead to severe injury or demise. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Caillou narrowed her eyes slightly. Xiran, have you forgotten who taught you this heavenly rank combat skill? To use the techniques of our 7-colored clan against ourselves is truly foolish. As she spoke, the bones beneath her began to emanate an even more vibrant and resplendent multicolored glow. The next moment, a similarly massive yet brighter multicolored crescent moon, guided by the tail of the bone giant serpent, sliced through the air toward the purple giant python. To the 3 serpent people behind Xiao Yan, the spectacle before them was nothing short of magnificent. The 2 colossal multicolored crescents tore through the surrounding space, ultimately colliding with tremendous force, causing the world to momentarily fall silent. Boom. Following this, an incredibly fearsome tempest of multicolored energy erupted, shattering the very fabric of space as if it were mere parchment, torn into countless fragments in an instant. The ancient city they inhabited was rendered as fragile as tofu, succumbing to the onslaught of this dreadful energy storm, dissolving into countless grains of sand. In a heartbeat, an ancient and grand city lost a third of its expanse, reduced to mere dust, swept away by the raging winds, becoming part of the Tegel Desert. The surrounding 1,000-mile expanse of desert surged like a massive wave, as if a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil pool, raising towering sand waves nearly 100 feet high. Layer upon layer of waves left behind rippling patterns. As the collision subsided, A somewhat dim multicolored crescent moon suddenly pierced through the energy storm, striking the purple giant python in its astonished state. Although the multicolored crescent was breathtakingly beautiful, the terrifying edge it contained instilled deep apprehension even in Dou Saint experts. Though significantly weakened, it still inflicted a massive wound of 100 feet in length upon the serpent's body. Amidst the gaping wound of the purple giant python, blood surged forth wildly, cascading like a flood that had breached its banks, staining the vast expanse of yellow sand outside the ancient city a deep crimson. How could this be? You have fallen to such depths, yet you still managed to defeat me. The voice of the purple giant python quavered with fear. I have already proclaimed. Even in the wake of my father's demise, it remains effortless for me to vanquish you. After unleashing a formidable celestial-level combat technique, Kai Yu's aura waned further, yet her gaze remained resolute and bright. With a ferocious roar, the purple giant python morphed back into a youthful figure clad in purple robes. A gruesome gash extending from his shoulder to his abdomen, his eyes coldly fixated on Kai Yu. Your lifespan is dwindling. Each time you unleash such terrifying power, you gamble with your own life. I wonder how many more times you can muster this strength. Not many, but it shall suffice to eliminate you. Kai Yu retorted with a chilling laugh. At her words, Rant's expression shifted. Should Kai Yu strike a couple more times, she might indeed face peril. Very well. Your seven-color clan is indeed formidable. If that is the case, I shall endure alongside you and see how many more times you can wound me. A trace of a cold smile crept across Rant's face before he vanished from the spatial realm. Endure? A sly smile suddenly emerged on Xiao Yan's face, who had remained stationary all this while. I fear you may not have that opportunity. With that, he turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan and spoke deliberately. Old Man 1. Summon the reinforcements. Chapter 176. The Sacred Fire of Yin and Yang. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Yan instantly grasped his intent. Young master, I understand. He then retrieved a jade talisman from his spatial ring. This item was given to me by the clan leader upon my return. It allows you to contact him directly. Oh. At these words, a hint of surprise flickered across Xiao Yan's previously somber visage. It seemed that the little cup was indeed quite appreciative of his role in rescuing the Yin-Yang evil saint. With this thought, he became less reserved, accepting the jade talisman and infusing it with his fighting spirit. Soon, the talisman radiated with light, and a vision materialized before Xiao Yan. What do you need? Xiaobei inquired, adjusting his attire while observing Xiao Yan. What was that little cup doing just now? Countless thoughts raced through Xiao Yan's mind, including the incident involving the Soul Clan Saintess, yet those matters were not his immediate concern. A look of feigned grievance adorned his face. Clan leader, I have been bullied outside. Bullied? Xiaobei's brow furrowed slightly. Isn't Xiao Yan and Xiao Wu by your side? What sort of person could subdue two semi-saints? It was a Dou Saint, Xiao Yan replied obediently. A Dou Saint? Did you fail to mention our Xiao clan's name? A look of displeasure crossed Xiaobei's face. I reported it. Yet that fellow disregards my clan entirely, even going so far as to declare that the clan leader is nothing, Xiao Yan said, embellishing the tale. With his extensive experience, Xiaobei naturally recognized that Xiao Yan was merely stoking the flames, yet he paid little heed to such trivialities. Casting a calm glance at Xiao Yan, the opponent is a several-star Dou Saint. What is their background? A one-star Dou Saint, a wayward disciple of the seven-colored demon saint. Likely a wild one, Xiao Yan gradually articulated. Even a wild Dou Saint should have heard of the reputation of my Xiao clan. Yet he disregards our warnings and seeks to kill you? Xiaobei inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed, this person shows utter contempt for my clan. Xiao Yan nodded. I understand. Xiaobei replied with a slight nod, stating calmly, I shall dispatch several experts to assist you. Thank you, clan leader. Your might is unparalleled, and you shall surely ascend to the rank of Dou Emperor soon. Xiao Yan expressed, clasping his fists in reverence. Enough with the flattery. I've said we are equals. Xiaobei waved his hand dismissively, though a slight smile tugged at his lips. Even as equals, the clan leader is a venerable figure from whom I must humbly learn. Xiao Yan responded with a soft chuckle. Haha, Xiaobei smiled faintly. I will send you a few more experts, lest my Xiao clan remain hidden for too long, allowing any common riffraff to provoke us. Thank you, clan leader. Xiao Yan bowed deeply once more. Xiaobei nodded, preparing to sever the connection, but suddenly shifted the topic. You mentioned the seven-colored demon saint. Have you perhaps discovered their inheritance? Indeed, clan leader, do you know the seven-colored demon saint? A hint of surprise crossed Xiao Yan's face. Of course not. This esteemed elder had already fallen by the time I was born. However, the seven-colored clan is certainly deserving of respect. As he spoke, Xiaobei suddenly cast a suggestive glance at Xiao Yan. In that case, have you found the descendants of the seven-colored clan? I have found them, Xiao Yan replied, slightly puzzled, wondering why a dignified 9-star Dou Saint would care about such matters. Is it a male or a female? Xiao Xiaobei further inquired. A female. Hee, young man, you certainly have good fortune in that regard. A knowing smile graced Xiao Xiaobei's face. At that moment, Xiao Yan comprehended, and a shared knowing smile emerged between them. Hee, young man, relish your spirited life in the Northwest continent. Once you become a Dou Zun, the clan will arrange true trials for you. Xiao Xiaobei winked at Xiao Yan before ending the call, or rather, the Jade Talisman communication. What do you mean by spirited life? I am merely spreading love across the Northwest continent, Xiao Yan scoffed, then reflected on Xiao Xiaobei's earlier words. Once I become a Dou Zun, will there be new trials? Perhaps this is for the best. Being constantly sheltered could lead to a sense of complacency. As these thoughts lingered in his mind, he suddenly sensed a muffled groan emanating from behind him. Turning around, he beheld the aura of the original Medusa, Sayu, rapidly diminishing. Elder. Observing the swiftly deteriorating visage of the first generation, Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly. I am fine. The first generation gently shook her head, though her complexion was exceedingly pale. Her gaze remained remarkably bright. It is merely a depletion of a portion of my vitality. Is it truly just a mere depletion of vitality? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. There is also a fragment of my lifespan. At these words, a wry smile graced the first generation's face. My time is limited. I can only hope to witness the rise of the sky-devouring Python clan in my lifetime. As she spoke, she cast a gentle glance at Xiao Yan. Young man, I have done my part in assisting you with the old lady's deceptions. As for whether you can succeed, that lies in your own hands. Rest assured, senior. Xiao Yan replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then glanced at the three women beside him, giving them a slight nod before addressing the two venerable figures, elders. Please safeguard me. With that, he settled into a meditative posture on the ground. Although he had refined the spirit fire of all beasts in that realm, he had not yet consumed it. Furthermore, with the acquisition of the spirit fire of all beasts, his scarlet flame demon body could ascend to a new level. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Xiao Yan extended his palm, and a fireball, interwoven with black and white and tinged with strands of rainbow-hued brilliance, materialized in his hand. From now on, this new extraordinary flame shall be named the Yinyang Sacred Spirit Fire. In his heart, he bestowed this new name upon the flame, a formidable fusion of two distinct fires. Its current potency undoubtedly surpassed that of Yao Lao's Bone's spirit cold fire. And both the Yinyang Sacred Flame and the spirit fire of all beasts possessed remarkable auxiliary capabilities. When the effects of the two were combined, Xiao Yan's regenerative abilities would surge once more. As he activated the devouring of the extraordinary fire, the ancient city, which had been nearly destroyed, fell into silence once again, with only a few individuals quietly observing Xiao Yan. Unlike the two venerable figures who intently focused on him, the first generation regarded Xiao Yan with an expression reminiscent of investment. The elder of the Snake Clan, upon witnessing the formidable powers displayed by Xiao Yan and the two venerable figures beside him, had a glimmer of light in his aged eyes, lost in contemplation. Yu Mei and Hua Shiter gazed at Xiao Yan with admiration and awe. The Snake Clan had always revered strength, and the power exhibited by this young man elicited an involuntary sense of reverence within them. At that moment, they were reminded of the colorful sky-devouring python that had been entrusted to Xiao Yan by the ancestor, pondering what the queen's intentions for this young man might be. Thus, 7 days swiftly passed. On the 7th day, a peculiar wave emanated from the distant space surrounding the ancient city. In the next moment, over a dozen figures appeared in the sky, their presence overwhelming, each exuding an aura as vast as the ocean. As the figures emerged, Xiao Yan, who had been in seclusion for 7 days, finally opened his eyes. With the opening of his gaze, a formidable aura slowly emanated from within him, instilling a sense of reverence in the 3 members of the Serpent Clan. Observing this spectacle, the progenitor nearby also displayed a look of astonishment. This young man not only possesses the ability to fuse with, but has also managed to elevate his strength through it, a truly formidable capability. Should he continue to consume, he might genuinely aspire to become a pinnacle existence in this realm. A resounding boom echoed as a beam of light shot forth from the crown of Xiao Yan's head, revealing the true extent of his robust cultivation. 3-star Dou Zong. Feeling the surging power coursing within him, Xiao Yan smiled and stretched his limbs contentedly. His advancement was not limited to his cultivation, as his techniques had also undergone evolution. His burning art, after devouring the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, had ascended from the high level of the mysterious rank to the initial stage of the earth rank. During these days, he not only consumed the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, but also utilized it to further enhance his crimson refinement flame demon body, elevating it to a new level. Now he bore 4 flaming tattoos on his back, possessing a physical strength surpassing even that of a 5-star Dou Zong. This was due to the fact that his crimson refinement flame demon body had been tempered with 2. As he continued to refine his body with, it would inevitably surpass even the creator of the crimson refinement flame demon body in strength. After all, who else could afford to indulge in such luxury of refining their body with? Xiao Yan felt that with just 5, he could enhance his physical strength to the level of Dou Zun. Indeed, the young master's talents are extraordinary. He has swiftly attained the level of 3-star Dou Zong. Observing the increasing power radiating from Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan wore a smile. Meanwhile, the 3 onlookers from the Serpent clan were increasingly captivated by the unfolding scene. Achieving 3-star Dou Zong at such a young age, the future accomplishments of this young man were simply unimaginable. At this moment, Yu Mei and Hua Xi'er gazed at Xiao Yan with eyes sparkling with admiration, while the elder's expression reflected deep contemplation. You are truly a marvel. Reaching 3-star Dou Zong at this age, the progenitor's voice resonated from behind. After 7 days, the frailness that once enveloped her had diminished significantly. However, Xiao Yan, with his current cultivation, could sense a lingering aura of decay within her depths. He chuckled. Thank you for your kind words, senior. The progenitor gently shook her head in response. The more outstanding your talents are, the more confidence I have in you. It seems you are indeed capable of safeguarding the Serpent clan. With that, she beckoned to the 3 individuals in the distance. Children, come here. Upon hearing the voice of the progenitor, the 3 individuals hastily flew beneath him, gazing reverently at their ancestor. You are well aware of my current predicament. The progenitor sighed softly. I am no longer capable of safeguarding the Serpent people. However, I have found a new protector for you. From this day forth, Mr. Xiao Yan shall be the new guardian of the Serpent people, and the reigning Medusa will be under his protection as well. Do you understand? As her words resonated, the 3 initially appeared taken aback, but soon their faces illuminated with sheer joy. The fortune of having a genius Dou Zong to protect the Serpent people was immense. However, what was even more fortunate was the seemingly boundless background of this young man. Thank you, Mr. Xiao Yan, for your protection of our Serpent people. The elder matron, the leader among them, was the first to react, promptly paying homage to Xiao Yan with the highest honors of the Serpent people. The 2 enchanting Serpent women behind her quickly followed suit, expressing their gratitude to Xiao Yan. It is of no consequence, Xiao Yan replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. It is merely for the sake of beauty. You 2 are the personal attendants of the current queen? The progenitor suddenly directed her gaze towards Yu Mei and Hua Xi'er. Reporting to the progenitor, I am the queen's personal attendant, and she is the leader of a branch of our clan. Hua Xi'er gently gestured towards Yu Mei. That is also acceptable, the progenitor said with a slight smile. Should this queen one day marry Xiao Yan, you 2 might serve as his concubines. As her words fell, both Yu Mei and Hua Xi'er were momentarily stunned. Their faces subsequently suffused with a delicate blush. Xiao Yan, too, found himself momentarily taken aback. How could you, esteemed elder, conduct yourself in such a manner? At the very least, it should be contingent upon the consent of these 2 young ladies, he said with a serious tone. Lord Xiao Yan, you are our benefactor. To serve as the queen's concubines for Lord Xiao Yan would be our honor, Yu Mei softly interjected. Though her countenance was slightly flushed, her eyes held a bold and even fervent gaze directed at Xiao Yan, revealing the passionate disposition of the beautiful serpent leader through a mere glance. Meanwhile, Hua Xi'er, though silent, similarly gazed at Xiao Yan, her expression a complex tapestry, devoid of any unwillingness. The elder matron observed the 2 young women with a hint of envy flashing in her aged eyes. If only I could reclaim my youth for another 200 years, she lamented internally. The serpent women are indeed remarkable, spirited and vivacious, which I find quite appealing, Xiao Yan mused, adorned with a gentlemanly smile, while his heart brimmed with exhilaration. At that moment, a vast and overwhelming aura suddenly swept across the ancient city, followed by successive waves of immense energy that coursed through the air. Standing atop the serpent's head, the initial expression of surprise on the face of the first generation transformed into astonishment, which ultimately culminated in sheer shock. In that fleeting moment, she had sensed the presence of 12 formidable Dou Saints. What could this possibly signify? Surely, the collective might of all the Dou Saints on the northwestern continent could not amount to such a number. Yet, in contrast to her astonished demeanor, both Xiao Yan and the esteemed elders Wen and Wu wore faint smiles. Grandfather, look who's here. An aged voice resonated, as the figure of an elderly man materialized before Xiao Yan, the only one bold enough to address Xiao Yan, the descendant of the Xiao clan. As grandson could only be his grandfather, Xiao Lin. With Xiao Lin's appearance, a succession of figures emerged from the ether, ultimately revealing 12 uniquely distinct powerhouses before Xiao Yan. Among these individuals were elders, middle-aged men, and even a child with a towering braid, yet they all shared a singular characteristic, an aura of Dou Saint level power. This indicated that the 12 before him were unequivocally Dou Saints. The Golden 12 Saints, exclaimed the two elders, Wen and Wu, unable to contain their astonishment. A smile graced Xiao Yan's face. The clan leader truly was magnanimous in his actions. Chapter 178. The fear of being dominated by the Xiao clan. Gazing at the 12 figures standing resolutely in the sky, the first generation's initial shock gradually gave way to a glimmer of delight. The might of the Xiao clan surpassed her wildest imaginings. However, the greater their strength, the more advantageous it would be for this generation of Medusa. Simultaneously, she gained a clearer understanding of Xiao Yan's standing within the Xiao clan, merely to exact revenge on a one-star Dou Saint. He had summoned 12 Dou Saints with a single call. One could only wonder at the magnitude of his influence. 12 Dou Saints, indeed, would constitute nearly the entirety of elite combat power within any ordinary ancient clan. Yet, judging by the circumstances, these 12 seemed merely the tip of the iceberg for the Xiao clan. Meanwhile, the expressions of Yu Mei and her companions had shifted from shock to sheer bewilderment. In a place like the northwestern continent, even a Dou Zun was considered a top-tier powerhouse, while Dou Saints were figures of legend, far exceeding their imagination. Yet at this moment, 12 Dou Saints stood before them, a scene that seemed straight out of a dream, one they would never have dared to envision. It was only now that they comprehended the true extent of the power behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, gazing at the 12 Dou Saints before him, felt a profound sense of reflection. The so-called Golden 12 Saints were a squad comprised of the 12 relatively younger Dou Saints within the Xiao clan. Among them, the strongest boasted a level of 5-star Dou Saint, yet they all shared a common trait, their youth. Even the eldest of the 5-star Dou Saints does not exceed 500 years in age. Each of these 12 Dou Saints possesses the potential to ascend to the rank of 7-star Dou Saints. Xiao Yan's grandfather, Xiao Lin, is the youngest and weakest among the Golden 12 Saints. However, an 80-year-old Dou Saint would be regarded as a candidate for the position of clan leader within the Medicine and Stone clans. Grandson, tell me, who has dared to provoke you? Xiao Lin inquired slowly. Grandfather, esteemed seniors, it is this fellow here. Not only does he wish to usurp my inheritance, but he has even harbored intentions to kill me, Xiao Yan replied, pointing into the void. A mirror image materialized above, revealing the spectral form of the purple sky demon python, Ziran. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's display, a glimmer of delight appeared on Xiao Lin's face. You rascal! Have you truly reached the level of a 3-star Dou Zone? Merely a 3-star Dou Zone. I must remain humble and strive for further improvement, Xiao Yan responded modestly, though a hint of a smile played at the corners of his mouth. Enough of your pretense. Do you really think I don't know your true nature? Xiao Lin rolled his eyes and playfully kicked his grandson's rear. Despite their familiarity, the other 11 saints regarded Xiao Yan with a sense of admiration. At just 16 years of age, he has attained the rank of 3-star Dou Zone, a talent that ranks among the top 3 in the illustrious history of the Xiao clan. While they had all made significant progress after becoming Dou Saints, most of them had only achieved the Dou Zone realm in their early 20s. It is no wonder that their clan's ancestor named him the son of the Emperor. His training speed is indeed comparable, if not slightly superior, to that of the previous 2 sons of the Emperor. With such thoughts, the 11 saints held Xiao Yan in high regard, devoid of any contempt. Haha, son of the Emperor, please tell us, what shall we do? The leading 5-star Dou Saint asked, a smile gracing his face. The 10 Dou Saints behind him nodded in agreement. What shall we do? Xiao Yan replied with a cold smile. Naturally, we shall seek him out and make him aware of his own insignificance. At this, the faces of the Dou Saints lit up with amusement. This young son of the Emperor is indeed assertive. After all, should not the Xiao clan embody a certain degree of dominance? Now, I shall ask all esteemed seniors to assist in locating this individual, Xiao Yan said, offering a respectful gesture. The son of the Emperor is the highest-ranking figure of our clan. There is no need for such formality with us. One Dou Saint laughed heartily, appreciating Xiao Yan's courtesy. Despite his remarkable talent, he remains a Dou Zone for now, though he may soon surpass them. He has yet to reach a level that commands their awe. They had initially expected the young man to be arrogant due to his early successes, yet he has proven to possess a remarkable sense of propriety. Rest assured, noble one, the Xiao clan has indeed remained discreet for far too long, daring even to provoke a mere 1-star Dou Saint. Today, we shall instill a profound sense of dread among this rabble, proclaimed a formidable 3-star Dou Saint with an air of dominance. Those who dare to bully my grandson shall learn the true meaning of their demise. Xiao Lin, too, let out a cold snort, for he was inherently protective of his kin. In no time, these 12 Dou Saint powerhouses transformed into streaks of radiant light, dispersing in all directions. At that moment, The northwest continent was engulfed in terror under the dominion of the Xiao clan. The 12 formidable Dou saints had no intention of subtlety. They unleashed their overwhelming presence, channeling vast oceanic waves of spiritual power to conduct a thorough search across the northwest continent. The sheer magnitude of their terrifying auras sent tremors throughout the land. Heavens! What fearsome entities are these? Merely sensing their aura causes my entire being to tremble, akin to an ant facing a dragon. How could I know? The master of this aura is undoubtedly a peak powerhouse, a being of such might that one might not encounter in a lifetime. A day later, yet another aura swept through. Why has this powerhouse returned? No, this aura is not the same as yesterday's. My word, what in the world is transpiring? Why have so many powerful auras suddenly emerged? The various sects and empires of the northwest continent have been plunged into unfathomable panic these past few days. Particularly the Dou experts, who are in an even greater frenzy. Typically at the pinnacle of the northwest continent, they have found themselves subjected to the relentless scrutiny of several Dou saints, and the sudden appearance of so many Dou saints threatens to shatter their composure. When they inquired about the identities of these Dou saints, they received a unanimous response: Xiao clan. The overwhelming search conducted by the 12 Golden Saints not only instilled fear in countless factions, but also roused the dormant Dou saints hidden away in the northwest continent. Who are you? You continuously hover over my head, disrupting my rest. A low growl shattered the space, revealing a slumbering black god Xuanwu, who had been asleep for thousands of years, coldly regarding the Xiao clan's Dou saint. This Xuanwu had reached the terrifying level of a 7-star Dou saint, the most formidable hidden Dou saint in the northwest continent. Faced with this 7-star Dou saint, even the Xiao clan's Dou saint broke into a cold sweat. Esteemed elder, we are members of the Xiao clan, seeking someone here. We did not anticipate disturbing you. The Xiao clan? The immense pupils of the black god Xuanwu shifted. A Dou Emperor appeared on the continent a millennium ago, and that individual seemed to belong to your clan? Indeed, that person is our ancestor. I see. Continue your search. A little loss of sleep is of no consequence to me. Thank you, esteemed elder. Chapter 179. Are you skilled in combat? Thus, beneath the golden expanse of the 12 sacred lands, on the third day of an exhaustive search, the childlike Dou saint discovered Ran within a lush primordial forest. Upon finding her, he was astonished to see her leisurely enjoying her time in a palace nestled in the woods, attended by 2 enchanting female beast servants. However, upon encountering the youthful Dou saint, Ran's expression subtly shifted. What brings you here, my good sir? She asked, her gaze fixed warily upon him. With her injuries still unhealed, the emergence of a 2nd-star Dou saint posed a significant threat. What brings me here? The youthful Dou saint replied with a smile. You have offended the imperial scion of the Xiao clan. Instead of fleeing, you seem to revel in merriment here. The Xiao clan? A pallor washed over Ran's face. You were summoned by that boy. It dawned on her that she had underestimated Xiao Yan's influence. To her surprise, just a few days had passed, and he had already summoned a 2nd-star Dou saint. Naturally, I advise you against resistance. Surrender, and your end shall be swift, the youthful Dou saint remarked nonchalantly. Should you wish for my demise, one must see if you possess the capability to achieve it. Ran retorted defiantly, releasing the female beast and fleeing. Yet, her speed paled in comparison to that of the youthful Dou saint. With a thunderous roar, a battle ensued that sent tremors across the land for miles. Ran, harnessing a secret technique that consumed her lifeblood, transformed into a streak of light and escaped. The youthful Dou saint, however, remained unperturbed. Retrieving a jade talisman to transmit a message, target located, time to ensnare. 5th brother, he is heading your way. Understood, came the sinister chuckle through the talisman. After fleeing for thousands of miles, Ran finally halted in the void, her complexion pale. Cursed be this boy, how can he summon even Dou saints? She pondered, when suddenly, her pores tightened in alarm as a colossal blade beam appeared from nowhere, imbued with terrifying power that sent shivers down her spine. With all her might, she managed to evade the attack, only to see a burly man wielding a great sword emerge from the void. Ha ha ha. You dare provoke the imperial scion of the Xiao clan, and you still wish to escape? The man's fervent gaze fixated on Ran. The heart of a 9th-tier magical beast, if used for brewing wine, would surely possess exquisite flavor. 3rd-star Dou saint. A flicker of terror crossed Ran's face. How could that wretched boy summon 2 Dou saints? Once again, a cataclysmic battle erupted, leaving Ran bloodied as she transformed into another streak of light, fleeing into the distance. Observing her retreat, the burly Dou saint smirked. Boss, that foolish serpent is heading your way. Understood, came a calm voice from the jade talisman. Be sure to save the serpent heart for me, the burly man urged. At this moment, my word holds no weight. You must consult the scion, replied the elder's voice. A purple beam of light, streaked with blood, leapt through the layers of space in the northwest continent, covering thousands of miles with each bound. After escaping nearly 100,000 miles, Xiran finally came to a halt. Curse it! How could this brat summon so many Dou saints? Xiran was drenched in blood, his face as pale as parchment. The two fierce battles had pushed his already grievously wounded body to its limits. I refuse to believe that you can summon a third Dou saint. Xiran gritted his teeth in resentment. But scarcely had he spoken when a wave of energy rippled through the nearby space, and an old man, grinning, stepped forth from it. Surrender quietly, and I may spare you some suffering. You shall not succeed. Xiran let out a piercing scream, erupting once more in a burst of purple light, seemingly attempting to flee again. Oh, what a pity! The old man shook his head with a sigh. In the next instant, a colossal hand, spanning 1,000 feet, emerged from the sky as he raised his palm, instantly sealing the surrounding space. You are a 5-star Dou saint. Xiran's desperate cries resonated from the purple glow, but in a heartbeat, he was captured within that enormous hand. As the hand dissipated, only Xiran lay in despair upon the ground, his entire cultivation now sealed. Everyone, the net is complete. We may return to the ancient city to report, the old man cheerfully declared, producing a jade talisman. Then lifted Xiran with one hand and vanished from sight with a single step. Night fell upon the ancient city, where Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the ground, flames of black and white dancing in his left and right hands, respectively, alongside a vibrant, multicolored flame. His eyes narrowed slightly as he cautiously brought the two flames together. With a crackling sound, even though these exotic fires belonged solely to Xiao Yan, their wild natures caused them to repel each other upon contact, unleashing strands of energy with terrifying destructive potential. However, Xiao Yan's formidable physique only felt a tickling sensation, devoid of any significant pain. His fingers deftly maneuvered through the flames, gradually harmonizing the fierce power of the exotic fires. Moments later, a lotus of fire, distinct in black and white, yet radiating a spectrum of colors, blossomed in his palm. Although it was merely the size of his hand, it contained an extraordinarily terrifying compression of energy, enough to elicit surprise on the faces of the two saints. With a flick of his finger, Xiao Yan sent the exquisite fire lotus soaring into the distant sky like a brilliant shooting star. After traveling several dozen miles, the fire lotus suddenly trembled, followed by a cataclysmic eruption of energy. In an instant, a thunderous explosion resonated, and a colossal wave of fire surged into the night sky, rising to an unimaginable height. At this moment, the entire night sky was illuminated with an extraordinary brightness, and the rolling waves of heat could still be faintly felt even from several dozen miles away. The Buddha's Wrath Lotus had finally been researched and developed, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on Xiao Yan's face. Just then, Xiao Lin's figure suddenly emerged from the void. With his arrival, one after another, powerful Dou saints returned to the ancient city. Observing the return of these Dou saints, a trace of joy surfaced on Xiao Yan's countenance. It seemed that the formidable purple sky demon python had finally been captured. As he pondered this, he saw the most powerful elder among the 12 golden saints stepping forth from the void, holding in his grasp the unconscious purple ran, resembling a dead dog. Young master, the individual has been apprehended, the elder said with a beaming smile directed at Xiao Yan. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed seniors, Xiao Yan replied, smiling as he clasped his hands together in gratitude, before shifting his gaze to the bound purple ran lying on the ground. Noticing the vacant and despairing expression in his eyes, a cold smirk crept across Xiao Yan's lips as he crouched down and forcefully slapped his face. Are you skilled in combat? What good is that? Xiao Yan scoffed, placing his foot firmly on Purple Ran's head. In this world, one must have background and power to survive. You insolent fool, how dare you threaten me? Purple Ran let out a furious roar, glaring at Xiao Yan with malice. It was only after he had been captured here that he realized Xiao Yan had summoned not 3, but a full 12 Dou saints. Such a formidable force could likely overturn the entire northwestern continent. He, a mere 1-star Dou saint, was utterly unworthy to be pursued and besieged by 12 Dou saints. You, a mere wild scoundrel, dare to threaten this young master? Xiao Yan cast a disdainful glance at him. One-on-one. You, an ancient being who has lived for thousands of years, have the audacity to challenge me to a duel? Huh, spit. Xiao Yan contemptuously spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Purple Rant's face. You dare to insult me so? Just kill me already. Purple Rant's eyes turned blood red as he stared fiercely at Xiao Yan. However, his entire being was sealed, rendering him completely immobile. Kill you? Do you think I lack the courage? Xiao Yan retorted with a cold laugh, calmly instructing, execute him. Upon uttering these words, he took 2 steps back. Young master, allow me. The burly man wielding a large cleaver grinned sinisterly as he approached Purple Ran. Are you truly going to kill me? It was Purple Rant's turn to panic. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yan would genuinely intend to take his life. For a one-star Dou saint like you, is it truly difficult to kill you? The man laughed derisively, raising his heavy blade high. Do not kill me, I surrender. Purple Rant's complexion shifted rapidly, completely devoid of the previous bravado. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Yan, pleading, if you spare my life, I can become your steed. I can join the Xiao clan as a spirit beast. Upon witnessing the rapid transformation of the other party's demeanor, even Xiao Yan's face displayed a hint of astonishment, rendering him momentarily speechless. Xiao Yan, you must not let him escape, came the aged voice of Caillou. She fixed her gaze upon Ziran and stated coldly, this individual not only fears for his life, but is also capable of betraying his master. What does that mean? Xiao Yan asked, momentarily taken aback. Observing the confusion on Xiao Yan's face, a faint smirk appeared on Caillou's countenance. Before this scoundrel became my father's disciple, he was the mount of a certain Dou Zun powerhouse. After that Dou Zun sustained serious injuries, he was devoured by this traitor. Furthermore, our sect's encounter with the fallen clan was facilitated by him leaking my father's whereabouts. This man is not only cowardly, but also a sycophant. As she spoke, her eyes radiated a palpable aura of murderous intent and ice-cold resolve. Had it not been for this wretch, the Tianmeng clan might not have declined so swiftly. Oh, so he is a treacherous servant, Xiao Yan mused, casting a knowing glance at the prostrate Ziran, finally grasping the depth of Caillou's hatred for him. If this fellow had merely fled in fear of battle, Caillou might have held him accountable but not necessarily despised him. However, his betrayal of his own master was indeed contemptible. Fear not, senior, Xiao Yan replied with a smile gracing his lips. Even without your reminder, I shall slay him. You cannot kill me. I am a 9th-tier magical beast. I can join the Xiao clan as a mount or a spirit beast. With the strength of the Xiao clan, I would never betray them. Ziran's face was etched with terror. What of being a 9th-tier magical beast? After cultivating for millennia to reach this tier, you are unworthy to be a mere dog of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan retorted with a cold sneer, waving his hand dismissively. Slay him. No, please, don't. Ziran pleaded in desperation, yet in a swift motion, a gleaming blade flashed, and his head was severed from his body. Had it been Xiao Yan wielding the blade, it might have taken him days or even weeks to behead such a formidable 9th-tier beast, for its physical form was extraordinarily resilient. However, a 3-star Dou Sheng executed the deed with a single stroke. As blood gushed forth, a small purple serpent soul was grasped in the hands of the towering Dou Sheng. Your Highness, is this the soul of the magical beast? The giant man inquired, glancing at Xiao Yan. Take it back to the clan and deposit it in the soul cultivation grounds. I have no immediate use for it. Xiao Yan replied with a gentle smile. Haha. We are grateful, Your Highness, the Golden 12 Saints responded, their faces lighting up with smiles. A Dou Sheng is a treasure trove in himself. Killing him and taking his spoils would yield significant contributions for them. However, most Dou Shengs possess substantial backing, making wild Dou Shengs exceedingly rare. Moreover, even if encountered, one cannot just kill them indiscriminately, as the Xiao clan has always opposed excessive exploitation. Due to the overwhelming strength of the Xiao clan, others dared not provoke them, making it exceedingly challenging for the elder fighters to achieve any merit. After her soul was taken, Ziran's body uncontrollably reverted to its original form, transforming into a colossal purple python resembling a mountain, though her once vibrant eyes had dimmed to a lifeless sheen. Your Highness, may I take the gallbladder of this purple celestial demon python to brew wine? After slaying Ziran, the burly elder fighter had not forgotten to claim her gallbladder. I shall forego all the precious parts of this magical beast, including the core. Esteemed elders may take whatever they desire. I only require the snake's head, as it still holds some utility. Xiao Yan smiled broadly at the 12 elders, expressing gratitude for their assistance in overcoming this foe. Upon hearing his words, the Golden 12 elders were momentarily taken aback, pondering how this young prince, despite his age, possessed such social acumen, which greatly enhanced their fondness for him. Standing among them, Xiao Lin also wore a faint smile, pleased that his grandson, despite his frequent mischief, never faltered in crucial moments. Once the Golden 12 elders had finished dividing the spoils, they joyfully waved farewell to Xiao Yan. At that moment, Xiao Lin suddenly stepped away from the crowd and discreetly pulled Xiao Yan aside. How is the matter with the Nalan family progressing? It has been handled quite satisfactorily. Is that so? Then I can rest assured to meet Nalan Jia. Xiao Lin patted Xiao Yan's shoulder with satisfaction. By the way, what about his granddaughter? She's quite lovely. Nonsense. I meant have you arranged everything for her? Fear not. While I may not be able to make her the principal wife, she can still be a concubine. Xiao Yan replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin was initially taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. You broke off the engagement and took her as a concubine? Is there anything wrong with that? Did she consent to it? You didn't force her, did you? Xiao Lin scrutinized Xiao Yan's face, ready to break his legs if he had indeed coerced her. What are you insinuating? Are you not aware of my charm? Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. Relieved, Xiao Lin then sighed. That is good. I can visit Nalanjia now. Remember to prepare several gifts. Xiao Yan cautioned. What do you mean? Xiao Lin was puzzled. You might have quite a few granddaughters-in-law over there. You will understand when you meet my second brother. Xiao Yan said, hands clasped behind his back, appearing obedient. Chapter 181. Does Lord Xiao Yan require assistance? You rascal. Xiao Lin lamented, rubbing his forehead. In just a year since venturing out, this young man had already entangled himself with several women. I understand. You should continue your diligent training and strive to reach the esteemed Dozuan realm. Our ancestral elder mentioned in the council that once you attained the Dozuan level, you will truly enter a phase of rigorous refinement. With a resigned gesture, Xiao Lin waved his hand. I shall take my leave now. With that, he followed the footsteps of the 12 golden saints and vanished into the ether. Xiao Lin, you are blessed with a remarkable grandson. After the crowd had flown far away, the elder at the forefront turned to Xiao Lin with a beaming smile. Indeed, Xiao Lin, you are truly fortunate to have such a grandson. The other members of the 12 golden saints looked at Xiao Lin with expressions of envy. A 16-year-old with a 3-star Dozone rank and such formidable soul power, especially under the focused tutelage of the ancestral elder, how come they did not possess a grandson of such caliber? In other words, if given the same opportunities, they would have been delighted to be Xiao Lin's grandson. Ah, just a mischievous boy, Xiao Lin humbly waved his hand. Yet the corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears. Observing his delight, the group of Doshin could not help but tease him. To refer to the imperial prince as a mischievous boy, it seems you have no intention of being modest. After exchanging a few jests, Xiao Lin finally ceased his laughter. Dear elders, please return first. I intend to visit an old acquaintance in the nearby Gamma Empire. Very well, it is not often we venture out. So take the opportunity to enjoy yourself. We too shall find a place to unwind. The other 11 Dou nodded slightly and vanished from sight, leaving Xiao Lin to soar towards the Gamma Imperial City. Meanwhile, in an ancient city not far from them, Xiao Yan was meticulously extracting the blood from the head of the purple heaven demon python. Though he claimed that a 9th-tier magical beast was inferior to the Xiao clan's domestic animals, as an alchemist, Xiao Yan was well aware of the invaluable treasures contained within a 9th-tier magical beast. Even a single drop of its essence was a rare and precious commodity. The purple heaven demon python was immensely large, with a head diameter nearing 100 zhang. Xiao Yan spent an entire night meticulously organizing the serpent's head. Before him, a blood orb nearly 10 zhang in diameter coalesced in the air, its energy formidable enough to elicit fervent gazes from Yu Mei and the others. The essence of a Dou Sheng-grade serpent beast held tremendous allure for them. Staring at the massive blood orb, Xiao Yan first stored the majority of it into his spatial ring, leaving behind a blood sphere the size of a human head. At that moment, he opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of exotic fire. Under Xiao Yan's command, the yin-yang sacred spirit fire instantly transformed into a sea of flames, gradually roasting the blood orb. However, the blood of a 9th-tier magical beast was exceedingly formidable, even with Xiao Yan's yin-yang sacred spirit fire, which ranked among the top 10 in the list of the refining process proved somewhat arduous. Certainly, this is also related to Xiao Yan's own strength. Should he attain the rank of Dozun, the refinement of this blood orb would become significantly easier. The incessantly intertwined and scorched within the blood orb, causing its size to gradually diminish. However, this was far from sufficient. With a flick of his finger, Xiao Yan summoned several herbs intended for purging the furious attributes of magical beasts. One hand continued to refine the blood orb while the other began to incinerate the herbs. After a while, several glimmering droplets of medicinal liquid slowly merged into the blood orb under Xiao Yan's guidance. With a sizzling sound, as the crystalline liquid integrated, wisps of white smoke emerged from the orb, laden with terrifying violent elements, and even interspersed with a fierce malevolence. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's cultivation was sufficiently high, rendering him impervious to the residual malice. As night descended once more, the once head-sized blood orb had been refined to the size of a fist, its liquid now sparkling and translucent like precious gemstones. Upon witnessing this transformation, a satisfied expression crossed Xiao Yan's face. The essence of the blood was now approaching the caliber of the purple sky magic python's blood. Although it still fell short of being the purest essence, it was sufficient to drive countless serpent-like magical beasts into a frenzy. With another flick of his finger, 3 droplets of essence, each the size of a soybean, floated towards Yu Mei and her companions. Consuming this essence will greatly benefit you, Xiao Yan remarked with a smile. In truth, even before he spoke, the moment the essence appeared before them, Yu Mei and her companions sensed the profound advantages it promised, likely offering them an opportunity for breakthrough. Thank you, Lord Xiao Yan, Yu Mei said, her expression reflecting gratitude as she gazed at him, though an unusual fervor flickered within her eyes. No need for thanks, Xiao Yan replied, feeling the intensity of her gaze. Inwardly, he mused, this woman is indeed reminiscent of the clan leader's name. However, I find it intriguing. While he thought so, he refrained from making any overt advances. Being a man of ceremony, to conquer the Serpent Tribe, one must first win the heart of its queen. Sensing a depletion of his energy, Xiao Yan settled into a meditative posture. In the dead of night, the two venerable saints sat in tranquil contemplation a short distance away, while Xiao Yan quietly closed his eyes to recuperate. With the spirit fire of all beasts acquired and the queen encountered, his next objective should be to seek the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire. In addition, there was an old man selling maps and a girl with azure eyes and 3 floral pupils awaiting him. Lost in thought, Xiao Yan suddenly felt a presence approaching stealthily. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Yu Mei's unwavering gaze, her eyes still ablaze with intensity. Lord Xiao Yan, do you require my service? Yu Mei gently bit her crimson lips, her alluring figure, accentuated by a seductive serpentine tail, rendered her charm nearly comparable to that of Yafei. Her sun-kissed skin exuded a primal allure. Boldly, she dared to entice the young master. Xiao Yan internally scoffed, yet a smile graced his face. Not for now. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. After you refine that drop of essence blood, return to the Serpent Clan. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's rejection, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yu Mei's visage, and she respectfully bowed before departing. Upon returning to her camp, she found Heir glaring at her with a frosty demeanor. You shameless vixen, how dare you seduce Lord Xiao Yan? Heir remarked coldly. What do you mean by seduction? The ancestor has already betrothed us to Lord Xiao Yan as companions of the queen. I'm merely fulfilling my obligations ahead of time. Yu Mei retorted with a slight pout. Obligations? Since you are aware of your role as a companion, you should recognize the hierarchy and precedence. The queen has yet to share a bed with Lord Xiao Yan, and you wish to usurp her position? Heir sneered. I see you no longer regard the queen with due respect. You. A hint of fury flared on Yu Mei's face, but at that moment, the elder spoke up. Yu Mei, you have indeed acted inappropriately. As a leader of a branch lineage, you ought to comprehend the hierarchy within our Serpent Clan. Being designated as a companion by the ancestor implies a certain understanding of your role. The queen has yet to consummate her bond with Lord Xiao Yan, yet you seek to overshadow her? The elder cast a disapproving glance at Yu Mei. Yes, elder, I acknowledge my mistake. Confronted by the elder's reprimand, Yu Mei finally admitted her fault. Hearing this, the Serpent Clan elder nodded in satisfaction, though a flicker of an enigmatic expression passed through her eyes. Little vixen. Had I been 2 centuries younger, such a fortune might have been mine to claim. Reflecting on this, she could not help but let out a soft sigh. Time is merciless, and now, in her old age, she lacked the allure to entice Xiao Yan. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan remained oblivious to the intricate emotions swirling in the hearts of these 3 women. His thoughts primarily focused on his anticipation for the future's Green Lotus Earth Heart fire. A night of silence passed, and as the morning sun cast its golden rays upon the dark desert, transforming it into a shimmering sea of dryness, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. His next objective was to seek out the foremost risk investor of the Douqi continent. Of course, given the overwhelming prowess he possessed in this timeline, this investor might not have the opportunity to invest. Nevertheless, out of consideration for Yafei and the original narrative, Xiao Yan resolved to lend that individual a hand. Once you 3 have refined this essence blood, return to the Serpent Clan. After I conclude my current affairs, I shall come to visit. Yes, Lord Xiao Yan. 3 female serpent beings nodded obediently. Senior, I shall take my leave, Xiao Yan said with a smile as he clasped his hands in respect to the first generation. Go ahead, the first generation replied with a chuckle, waving his hand. I have entrusted the Serpent Clan to you. Rest assured, Senior. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, and then stored the massive head of the purple sky demon python into his spatial ring. Although the serpent's head was enormous, his ring was personally crafted by Shaolin, capable of housing a small mountain within. After securing the ring, as Xiao Yan soared into the sky, he noticed a yellow giant python lying docilely outside the ancient city, reminding him of the nearly forgotten sand ancient serpent. Why haven't you left yet? Xiao Yan inquired with a smile. I wouldn't dare to leave without the young master's command. The sand ancient serpent transformed into a burly man, grinning foolishly at Xiao Yan, albeit with a hint of flattery in his eyes. Upon seeing this demeanor, Xiao Yan quickly grasped the serpent's intent. Would you be willing to become my subordinate? He asked cheerfully. Absolutely, absolutely. The sand ancient serpent nodded vigorously like a loyal dog. What a joke. A Dou zone could summon 12 Dou saints. Such power was not to be missed. for an opportunity to align with such a formidable ally might never arise again in a lifetime. Noticing his eagerness, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He flicked his fingers, and half of the purple sky demon python's essence blood floated before the sand ancient serpent. For low-level cultivators like you may, absorbing too much would be detrimental. But for a beast like the sand ancient serpent, who had already reached the 8th rank, it posed no significant burden. As he gazed at the essence blood hovering before him, a smile spread across the sand ancient serpent's face. Thank you, young master. Although absorbing this will not lead to a breakthrough, it will provide considerable benefits. Your current task is to guard those 3 female serpent beings and escort them back to the serpent clan's holy city, ultimately serving as the guardian spirit beast of the serpent clan. Do you understand? Xiao Yan assigned him a mission. A look of surprise and confusion crossed the sand ancient serpent's face. Young master, do you not need a steed? What nonsense are you thinking? You wish to be my mount. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. You're not even a female, yet you dream of being my steed. Hearing this, the sand ancient serpent's expression turned slightly aggrieved, his big, burly figure conveying a sense of pathetic disappointment that sent a chill down Xiao Yan's spine. Do not look at me with such a disgusting gaze. Perform your duties well, and great rewards await you. With that, he disregarded the sand ancient serpent's pitiful expression and soared forward through the fabric of space. At the Dozong stage, he no longer needed to manifest his Doqi wings. From now on, when others saw him traversing through space, they would exclaim in awe at the prowess of a Dozong, rather than being startled by the strength of a mere Dohuang. Alas, youthful brilliance often leads to underestimation by others. The Tegel Desert stretches endlessly, its vast expanse nearly rivaling that of the Gamal Empire. Yet, this boundless sea of golden sand has not impeded the flourishing of life. On the contrary, cities belonging to both humans and serpent folk twinkle like stars across this yellow-hued firmament. Among them lies Mojing City, a grand metropolis situated at the confluence of humanity and serpent kind. Though nestled within the desert, this city boasts a prosperity that surpasses even that of Yuthan City. In an ancient street of Mojing City, there exists a map shop named Gutu. While the business may not be bustling, it attracts prominent figures from within Mojing. For these individuals seem to recognize that the proprietor of this modest establishment is a hidden powerhouse. However, today, an unexpected guest has arrived at the shop. The moment a young boy clad in black entered, the elderly shopkeeper, who had been diligently crafting maps, momentarily paused, particularly upon locking eyes with the boy, causing his pupils to involuntarily contract. Yet, upon sensing no hostility from the youth, he resumed his work, though his aged hands remained steady. Even as his body had begun to stiffen slightly, paying no heed to the elderly man's seemingly relaxed yet secretly tense demeanor, Xiao Yan nonchalantly perused the rows of ancient map shelves. Though it was merely a small shop, the maps on display were exorbitantly priced, with some fetching sums exceeding 10,000 gold coins. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan's gaze was not fixated on these prices. Instead, it wandered to the last ancient shelf, which contained several flawed maps riddled with wormholes. As if guided by an instinct, he reached out and seized a moldy map, giving it a gentle shake. In the next moment, a fragment of a map suddenly fell from the tattered parchment. The appearance of this fragment caused a flicker of agitation to cross the elderly man's otherwise composed visage. Before the tumult within him could fully settle, he saw the boy, now smiling, approach him with the map fragment in hand. Old man, how much for this map? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's inquiry, the elderly cartographer's hand, which had been diligently working on a map, trembled slightly before he finally raised his gaze to meet the boy's. His weathered face bore a chilling scar that extended from his left cheek to the corner of his eye. Despite the calmness in his eyes, the scar lent him an air of ferocity. Xiao Yan knew all too well how the scar had come to be, inflicted by his own wife from within his sleeve. Apologies, my friend, but this map fragment is not for sale, the old man replied, regarding Xiao Yan's bemused smile with confusion, yet he still shook his head gently. Though this incomplete map was a mystery to him, he was acutely aware of its invaluable nature. He would never part with it unless absolutely necessary. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a surge of battle energy surged within him, preparing for confrontation. The youth before him, despite his alarming youthfulness, was utterly inscrutable. He sensed an enigmatic depth to the boy, akin to an unfathomable abyss. While it was, by all accounts, an improbable notion, years of combat experience had taught him the wisdom of caution. Just as he readied himself to defend the map from this youth, he heard the black-clad boy speak with a calm demeanor. This map is indeed a priceless treasure. However, what if I were to offer a broken void pill in exchange? At the mention of the broken void pill, the aged features of the elder transformed, revealing a look of sheer astonishment. Who are you? How do you know of the broken void pill? Haha, there's no need to be so tense, old man. I am here to assist you. The youth, Xiao Yan, replied with a grin. Assist me? The elder narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Xiao Yan continued. I am Hai Buodong, once one of the 10 peak powerhouses of the Gamma Empire. The second elder of the middle clan, who led your clan to glory. I once battled that old Kut Yinshan and was defeated. Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong's expression transformed into one of profound shock, although he quickly regained his composure. Are you a disciple of Yinshan or some genius from the Cloud Sect? He inquired tentatively. Yinshan? What level is he at? Xiao Yan's expression darkened. I called him master. Do you think he would dare refuse? As this thought crossed his mind, a playful smile appeared on his face. Your strength has now fallen to the Dou Ling level, sealed by the Medusa Queen of the Serpent People, hasn't he it? How do you know so much? Who are you? Hai Buodong's bewilderment deepened. Haha, I am Medusa's man. She is right beside me, Xiao Yan replied, a wicked smile curling at his lips. The moment those words left his mouth, a flicker of dread crossed Hai Buodong's aged face, causing him to instinctively retreat 2 steps. His battle energy surging in preparation for combat. You are one of the Serpent People. Seeing the fear etched upon his face, Xiao Yan could no longer suppress his amusement. Look at you, so frightened. He chuckled, though to Hai Buodong, it appeared even more menacing. What do you intend to do? Hai Buodong glared fiercely at Xiao Yan, donning a suit of icy battle armor that enveloped him entirely. Listen, old man, you really needn't be so anxious, Xiao Yan said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. I am here to help you. To help me? Hai Buodong narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired tentatively, how do you intend to assist me? Assist you? Xiao Yan glanced at the elderly man, who was swathed in layers of clothing. With a gentle tap on his storage ring, a jade vial appeared in his hand. I do not currently possess the breaking seal pill, but this cleansing seal pill should yield even better results. Consume it, and the seal within your body will be automatically lifted. With that, he tossed the small vial before Hai Buodong. Cleansing seal pill? Hai Buodong was momentarily taken aback. This type of elixir was developed by the alchemists within the Alchemist Tower. Although its efficacy surpassed that of the breaking seal pill, it was exceedingly rare in the northwestern continent. A 6th grade elixir. It should indeed be superior. 6th grade elixir? Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Hai Buodong's face, quickly morphing into skepticism. We scarcely have any bond. Why would you extend such assistance to me? Why assist you? Xiao Yan initially hesitated, but then a smile graced his features. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards your counterpart in another realm. This statement rendered Hai Buodong even more perplexed. However, Xiao Yan chose not to elaborate further and instead said, now, please hand over the other segment of the map. He raised the half-complete map in his hand. At this, Hai Buodong's expression turned bewildered. How did this fellow know that he possessed another portion of the map? What else could he possibly know? Unable to restrain himself, he asked, what exactly is this map? You are too inexperienced to grasp its significance. Do not ask what you should not, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head. Feeling an urge to strike him, Hai Buodong reflected that it had been many years since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner, even though he was currently merely a Dou Ling. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, he ultimately retrieved a fragment of the map from his storage ring and handed it to Xiao Yan. Excellent. The one who possesses the West is indeed a remarkable individual. Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction, adding, once you regain your strength and return to the Gamma Empire, you will learn of my true identity. When you return to the middle family, ensure you attend to my affairs properly. Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion crossed Hai Buodong's face. This young man has connections with the middle family? However, before he could voice his questions, he observed Xiao Yan had already pushed open the door and stepped outside. Hey, friend, Hai Buodong called as he slowly pursued him, only to see the young man in black, striding through the fabric of space, each step propelling him 100 paces ahead. A Douzong expert? Hai Buodong's face registered shock, followed by a cold sweat breaking out across his brow. This youth was indeed a Douzong powerhouse. Fortunate for him that he had refrained from engaging in combat, or he would have surely found himself overwhelmed. This individual must merely appear youthful. As he watched Xiao Yan's departing figure, Hai Buodong quietly mused that if his true age were indeed that youthful, it would surpass his imagination. With this thought, he returned to the shop, gently opening the small jade vial he held in his hand. Upon its opening, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, and merely inhaling this scent made Hai Buodong sense a slight loosening of his seal. What a remarkable treasure! A glimmer of light sparkled in his aged eyes as he prepared to seek a place to truly break the seal. At this moment, Xiao Yan was hastening towards another city. Chapter 184, What is your name? Compared to the bustling and expansive Mo City, Mo Bay City was considerably lacking in both area and prosperity. Upon arriving in this place, Xiao Yan couldn't help but reminisce about Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Had Xiao Xin not unexpectedly broken through to the Dou Emperor level, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li would likely still be here as mere Dou masters, while he would have just begun his ascent on the path of vengeance. Yet, fate is capricious. Who could have foreseen that a precious tome would descend from the heavens at such a critical moment? Xiao Yan's sudden breakthrough altered the very destiny of the Xiao clan. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan found himself filled with more questions. Why did a book titled Dou Pacang Qiong suddenly fall from the sky? Why did the source energy, which had vanished from the Dou Qi continent for over 1,000 years, re-emerge from such a tome? It seemed there was a far greater secret lurking behind all of this, yet at this moment, Xiao Yan had no means to explore it. Such profound mysteries would likely remain beyond his reach until he attained the status of a 9-star Dou Saint. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his form had already descended upon the skies above Mo Bay City. The city was not vast. The distance from south to north was merely 20 miles. Standing in the air, Xiao Yan's soul power swept across the entirety of Mo Bay City, reflecting its information within his mind. Look, there's someone in the sky. Some idlers in Mo Bay City, with nothing better to do, noticed the figures standing aloft. Most of them were merely Dou fighters, unaware that a Dou zone could hover in the air. However, a handful of individuals with some knowledge caught sight of the figure and gasped, their pupils contracting in astonishment. A Dou zone expert? What? A Dou zone expert? That figure in the sky is a Dou zone expert? The exclamations echoed throughout the city. In such a small locale, a great Dou master was already considered a pinnacle powerhouse. Even a casual Dou Wang could annihilate this city. Now, the presence of a Dou zone expert gracing Mo Bay City was nothing short of astonishing. The cacophony of voices resonated through Xiao Yan's soul power. Yet his expression remained unperturbed as he continued to scan Mo Bay City. Ultimately, his soul power settled upon a particular residence, and his brow furrowed. You wretched maid. In a lavish courtyard situated within the northern desert city, a woman coldly gazed at the young girl before her. The girl appeared to be no more than 14 or 15, with a head of light green hair. Though petite in stature, she exhibited an oddly mature development, albeit with a hint of youthful naivety. Her delicate, heart-shaped face resembled that of a beautiful porcelain doll, yet at this moment, it was marred by a look of utter panic, akin to a frightened little rabbit. She crouched on the ground, frantically gathering a pile of shattered dishes, her bright, crystalline eyes filled with fear, evoking a sense of pity. Beside the woman stood a slightly pale-faced man, his gaze fixed intently on the girl's trembling form. Madam, the girl did not act out of malice. I suggest we let it go, he spoke softly. Let it go? The woman scoffed, casting a cold glance at the man. What? Are you reluctant? Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. You desire this girl's body, don't you? I shall not allow you to have your way. Oh, madam, how could you say such a thing? I have eyes only for you, the man replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he forced a smile. Is that so? Upon hearing his words, a strange smile crept across the woman's face. In that case, my dear, I propose we sell this wretched girl to the brothel once the year has passed. Although she may be of lowly birth, she possesses some beauty. I believe she could fetch a good price. The man's expression dulled at her cruel suggestion, yet recalling the girl's brother, a formidable fighter. He suppressed his dissatisfaction with the fierce woman, casting a glance at the maid before him. Upon hearing the woman's malicious words, the girl, who had been tidying up, trembled at first, then looked up at the woman with tear-filled eyes. Madam, I beg you, do not sell me to the brothel, she pleaded, though still a child. Hints of exquisite beauty were beginning to form on her face, her tear-streaked expression stirring the man's heart with compassion. Madam, I believe we should reconsider. The girl is quite diligent in her work, he insisted with a forced smile. Reconsider? The woman's countenance darkened further, jealousy flickering in her eyes as she glanced at the faint scales upon the girl's fair wrist. You must understand. She is merely the offspring of a human and a serpent. Are you truly willing to oppose me for her? I shall ensure she is sent to the brothel, destined to become a wanton woman, available to all. Her voice dripped with venom and hatred, causing the already terrified girl to tremble even more. You dare to call her a vile wretch again, and I shall cast you into the midst of the serpent clan, where a host of burly serpent men will attend to you in turns. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated through the air. A youth clad in dark garments descended from the sky, traversing the space with such ease that it appeared as though he were leisurely stepping down a staircase. Yet, the murderous intent emanating from his eyes was palpable, solidifying the atmosphere with a tangible weight. With merely a glance, the two individuals found their minds clouded, compelled to kneel before him, to walk upon the void. What level of mastery is this? Within their minds, it was unfathomable to comprehend the depth of this youth's power. Yet, be it through his extraordinary abilities or his imposing aura, they recognized unequivocally that he was a formidable being, one they could not provoke. My lord, I had no inkling of your connection to her. Had I known, I would never have dared utter such words. The woman's face was a canvas of terror as she beheld Xiao Yan's figure. Is it permissible to speak such words simply because you believe it has no bearing on me? Xiao Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. Aye. The woman fell silent, her voice trailing off into helplessness. My lord, please spare me. Chuckling, Xiao Yan replied, you have committed no grave offense. This girl is but a weakling, and it is only natural that one such as you would take advantage of her. Initially stunned, the woman's expression shifted to one of surprise. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. However, before she could finish her gratitude, Xiao Yan continued, yet now, you too are a weakling. Thus it would also be quite normal for me to extinguish your life. The woman's countenance shifted to a ghostly pallor. You cannot kill me, my brother is. But before she could complete her sentence, Xiao Yan's fingertip ignited a flicker of flame. The instant the fire touched her, she erupted in a flash of light, disintegrating into a cloud of ash. My lord, I assure you, I have not committed any egregious acts. The man, witnessing the woman's transformation into mere ashes, trembled uncontrollably, fear coursing through him. You claim you have not overstepped? Then does that imply you have done so previously? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. And no, my lord. Another flicker of flame raced forth, and the man too was reduced to a wisp of ash. From a pragmatic standpoint, his actions might not have warranted death. However, his malicious intentions towards the girl sought by the emperor were an invitation to demise. Having concluded these actions, Xiao Yan turned his gaze toward the girl, whose eyes were filled with dread, and bestowed upon her a gentle smile. Child, what is your name? I am Qing Lin. She stammered, gazing at Xiao Yan as if he were a demon. In that moment, two individuals had been effortlessly transformed into dust by this youth's mere gesture. Such power was utterly terrifying. In her eyes, the current Xiao Yan seemed far more formidable than the oppressive figures who had once tormented her. Upon observing the expression of fear in the young girl's eyes, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but soon a gentle smile graced his face as he reassured her. Do not be afraid, I am a good person. Yet, his words seemed insufficient to convince her. Qing Lin trembled slightly, and tears began to flow from her large, expressive eyes. Alas, this child has endured far too much suffering along her journey. Xiao Yan, feeling a sense of helplessness, stepped forward and gently patted the girl's head. From this day forth, you shall remain by my side and be my maid. How does that sound? Qing Lin paused her soft sobs and looked at Xiao Yan with a pitiful expression, asking, you won't kill me, will you? Why would I kill you? Xiao Yan chuckled, playfully ruffling her azure hair. I am here to save you. To this, Xiao Yan could only respond with a sigh of resignation. Save me? Qing Lin blinked her large eyes, her expression one of sorrowful inquiry. You won't sell me to a brothel, will you? Why would I sell you to a brothel? Wouldn't it be much better for me to keep you for myself? Xiao Yan grinned mischievously, lifting her chin with his hand. The lovely face of Qing Lin, which had just regained composure, was once again struck with fear. Seeing her resemble a frightened fawn, even Xiao Yan could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. This child is indeed pitiable. I was merely jesting, he continued softly, but now you are my maid. Come with me. Taking her small hand, he noted that her height barely reached his chin, rendering her appearance adorably petite. Where are we going? Qing Lin scrutinized Xiao Yan closely and, upon realizing he bore no ill intent, exhaled a sigh of relief, though her gaze remained timid. Where are we going? We shall seek the blue lotus earth heartfire. Xiao Yan contemplated internally, realizing that such a statement would likely be incomprehensible to her. You need not concern yourself with that, he added with a smile. From now on, you shall call me young master. Understood? Understood, young master. Qing Lin obediently nodded. Having been sold into servitude from a young age, she had long since adapted to a life devoid of choices. Yet, she still cast a worried glance at her new master, as if fearing he might harbor malicious intentions. Xiao Yan, noticing her apprehensive gaze, displayed a hint of displeasure. Do I appear to be a villain? No, not at all, Qing Lin quickly replied, first nodding her head and then shaking it vigorously. The moment she realized she had nodded, her face turned pale as she thought of how she might have been punished by her previous mistress for such a display. However, before her stood Xiao Yan, who, aside from his slightly dark complexion, exhibited no further reaction, instead letting out a resigned sigh. Why is it that this strikingly handsome and charming young man is so often perceived as a rogue? Never mind. Let us first pursue the blue lotus earth heartfire. He contemplated within himself, extending his hand to embrace the slender waist of Qing Lin, lifting her petite form effortlessly. Young master, please don't. In that fleeting moment when Xiao Yan held her, Qing Lin's entire being tensed, her face reflecting sheer panic as she gazed at him. What do you mean, Dot? You, a minor, would not receive anything from me, Xiao Yan remarked, a frown adorning his brow, as he stepped through the air, moving towards the distance. He had already acquired the approximate coordinates of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire from Haibuodong, and according to the progression of the original narrative, it seemed not far from this city of Mo Bay. Thus, with one arm around Qinglin, he continued forward at an unwavering pace. Initially fearful of being sullied by Xiao Yan, Qinglin sensed that her young master exhibited no intentions of errant behavior. Yet, as her body ascended higher from the ground, her large azure eyes filled with trepidation. Unconsciously, she clung tightly to Xiao Yan's waist, fearing a fall. There is no need for such fear. One day, you too shall soar through the skies. Xiao Yan's tone remained gentle towards the girl. Even for this unfortunate maiden, he could not bear to be overly cruel. Shortly after Xiao Yan's departure, within a certain estate in the city of Mo Bay, a middle-aged man was observing an elderly gentleman before him. Master. The young lady and the young lord were both slain by a mysterious, powerful figure. The elder trembled as he spoke. What? My sister has been killed? The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, before crushing the teacup in his grip, his face suffused with fury. Which scoundrel dares to murder my sister? It was a mysterious young man in black. He lacked any visible combat prowess, yet was able to fly through the air. He merely unleashed 2 strands of flame. And the young lady and young lord turned to ashes before they could even react. The elder recounted, recalling the horrifying scene, where more than just Qinglin had been present, though Xiao Yan had paid them no heed. What did you say? The middle-aged man's face, once filled with rage, shifted to one of dread. Clad in black, flying through the air? That must be the enigmatic, powerful figure who appeared above the city of Mo Bay today. He had witnessed this scene while drinking with an elder earlier that afternoon, having heard the latter refer to him as a Dou Zong expert. His expression fluctuated dramatically before settling into a somber resolve. I understand. You may leave now, he gestured weakly. Master. The elder's face betrayed a hint of astonishment. I said to leave, did you not understand? The middle-aged man shot him a cold glare. Yes, master. The elder, feeling a chill run down his spine under the man's gaze, complied and departed. Once the elder had retreated to a distance, the middle-aged man turned towards a shadowy corner. Third brother, eliminate him. This matter must remain concealed from others. A formidable combat master is not someone one can provoke lightly. Should one incite their wrath, it could spell doom for an entire lineage. Even the opposing factions would find themselves entangled in trouble if they were to become aware of such a situation. Brother, a voice of uncertainty echoed from a shadowy corner. I said to eliminate him, the middle-aged man reiterated emphatically. At that moment, Xiao Yan was oblivious to the events unfolding within Mo Bay City. He had arrived in a desolate expanse of desert, situated less than 100 miles from the city. With his remarkable speed, he soon reached his destination. The essence of the blue lotus earth heart fire permeated the air. Holding Qinglin in one arm, Xiao Yan employed his profound spiritual power to scan the vast desert. Behind him, the dual sages, Wen and Wu, were also engaged in a meticulous search with their spiritual energies. Even if the blue lotus earth heart fire lay buried deep underground, it would be nearly impossible to evade such extensive scrutiny. Before long, an unusual trace of fiery energy captured Xiao Yan's attention. He extended a hand and, to Qinglin's astonished gaze, conjured a colossal hand measuring several dozen feet in the air. With a gentle sweep, boundless sands were effortlessly stirred up. In a quarter of an hour, the desert had been cleared to a depth of 3 feet, revealing a pitch-black opening emanating a faint warmth, now laid bare before Xiao Yan. Chapter 186. The Theft of the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. With the emergence of this aperture, a glimmer of joy finally graced Xiao Yan's countenance. He slowly descended to the ground and ventured into the darkened entrance. Young master, I am afraid. Qinglin, having slipped from Xiao Yan's embrace, timidly tugged at his clothing with a small hand. Observing her fearful demeanor, Xiao Yan was reminded that she was merely a young girl devoid of cultivation. Fear not, he reassured her, gently patting her delicate shoulder, as a radiant, multicolored flame ignited in his palm. The 7-colored beast spirit fire radiated a captivating brilliance, illuminating the once ominous passageway. At that moment, Qinglin gazed at the extraordinary fire in Xiao Yan's hand with sparkling eyes. Is it beautiful? Xiao Yan inquired, admiring her youthful face. Qinglin nodded lightly. Women are easily captivated by such dazzling things, Xiao Yan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Men, on the other hand, are seldom so superficial. They are more often entranced by flamboyant women. Thus, the two continued through the corridor, encountering various obstacles along the way. With a mere flick of his hand, Xiao Yan effortlessly reduced them to mere flat ground. Witnessing his myriad of skills, Qinglin's curiosity and awe towards her new master deepened. Yet her inherent feelings of inferiority and trepidation prevented her from daring to inquire further. Upon reaching the tunnel's end, they were met with several branching paths. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan selected one and pressed onward. After all, he had ascended to the rank of a 3-star Dou Zone, endowed with a formidable soul power. Thus, seeking the essence of the blue lotus earth heart flame was not a daunting task. Soon enough, the pair entered a new tunnel, and with their entrance, waves of intense heat surged forward. As they ventured deeper, Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged. Not even a bead of sweat graced his brow, for he had truly become a powerful being. Beside him, although Qing Lin appeared fearful, surprisingly, she too showed no signs of perspiration. Indeed, her constitution was exceptional. A gentle smile crept onto Xiao Yan's face as he crouched down to meet Qing Lin's gaze directly. What are you doing, young master? Startled by his intense stare, Qing Lin crossed her arms defensively, her eyes wide with apprehension. Am I really that frightening? Xiao Yan mused internally, though his attention was drawn to the depths of Qing Lin's crystalline pupils. Within those depths, 3 tiny green luminescent points, resembling delicate petals, shimmered. The 3 flower eyes of the green snake were indeed extraordinary. A surge of speculation arose within Xiao Yan. Might there be traces of the 7-colored clan's bloodline within her? After all, the serpent people were descendants of that lineage. Yet, such conjectures could not be verified at this moment. His primary concern remained the blue lotus earth heart flame. Thus, the duo continued onward. As the temperature within the tunnel escalated, a faint crimson glow finally emerged before Xiao Yan's eyes. We are nearing it. Excitement flickered in his gaze as he pressed on. Soon, a blazing underground realm unfolded before them. However, upon witnessing this subterranean world, Xiao Yan's expression abruptly soured. Before them lay a dark red expanse, with an endless sea of lava stretching out. The fiery magma flowed ceaselessly, occasionally erupting with massive bubbles that thrust molten rock into the air. For Qing Lin, this was a breathtaking sight. However, for Xiao Yan, it was the sight of a corpse that weighed heavily on his heart. It was the lifeless body of a 2-headed serpent beast, now marred and battered, its magical cores and other valuable parts stripped away. Most likely, it was the dual-headed fire spirit snake, a creature on par with a Dou Ling. One that even a Dou Wang could not threaten within the lava, had perished here. This indicated that a formidable individual, at least at the peak of Dou Wang, had once traversed this place. Though Xiao Yan was not overly concerned about the demise of the dual-headed fire spirit snake, his true worry lay in whether the blue lotus earth heart flame beneath the sea of lava had been taken. At that moment, he turned to Qing Lin. I intend to venture beneath this sea of lava to investigate. Would you care to join me? Why, yes. Qing Lin first nodded. Then a trace of confusion appeared on her delicate face. Are we going beneath this sea of magma? She asked, her small face clouded with bewilderment. Indeed. Xiao Yan affirmed with a nod, feeling a surge of urgency within him. Paying no heed to her perplexity, he swiftly encircled her slender waist, and a layer of Dou Qi shield enveloped them, ignited by the ethereal yin-yang sacred flame. With a resounding splash, they plunged into the ocean of magma amidst Qing Lin's startled screams. Am I dead? Is this hell? When Qing Lin roused from her terror, she found herself surrounded by a dim, fiery crimson, devoid of any discernible form. Only the oppressive heat emanating from the vibrant red engulfed her senses. However, as she regained her composure, she realized she was still clinging to someone, whose arm remained firmly around her waist. Looking up, she beheld a strikingly handsome youth. His face etched with concern as he gazed ahead. He is so charming, a thought inexplicably blossomed in Qing Lin's heart. More astonishingly, the terrifying magma outside seemed utterly incapable of breaching her master's Dou Qi shield. At that moment, although she was unaware of her master's cultivation level, she instinctively recognized that she was in the presence of a formidable power, and this powerful being appeared to treat her with kindness, far surpassing any previous experience. Could it be that my fate is thus liberated? A hint of dazed wonder appeared on Qing Lin's face. As they descended deeper, the pressure and temperature surrounding Xiao Yan intensified, yet he maintained a stoic expression. With his 3-star Dou Zone cultivation, even without the protection of the yin-yang sacred flame, he would find this place relatively manageable. Moreover, with the aid of the Xiao Yan's figure carved a long trail through the fiery magma realm, delving further into its depths. It was not until the magma transformed into a deeper hue that Xiao Yan felt a faint, almost imperceptible pressure, yet it was still inconsequential to him. Throughout this journey, his spiritual power remained unwavering. Even in such an environment, his soul's reach could extend to a radius of 100 zhang. Young master, the destination is just 3,000 zhang ahead. Xiao Wen's voice resonated from behind. Though not an alchemist, the soul power of a half-saint was still formidable. Soon, a blue radiance emerged within Xiao Yan's field of vision. Upon seeing this azure glow, his speed not only did not diminish, but rather quickened significantly. As he collided with the azure shield, the previously unbearable temperature, one that even a Dou zone would find discomforting, suddenly lessened considerably. However, upon entering the blue shield, Xiao Yan's expression shifted from surprise to a deepening gloom. Within this azure barrier, a resplendent blue lotus quietly blossomed, its stem extending over 10 meters, gradually absorbing the fiery elemental energy from the surrounding sea of magma. However, everything appeared so complete, save for a desolate patch in the heart of the lotus, where a diminutive lotus platform should have resided. Yet, at this moment, it had vanished without a trace. Accompanying its disappearance was the ethereal blue heart fire that ought to have existed here. Chapter 187. The Blood Summoning Technique, head of the Zhang family. Had the blue heart fire been stolen? In that instant, Xiao Yan's countenance darkened considerably. This peculiar fire that was rightfully his had been unjustly intercepted by another. Infuriatingly, this was akin to courting death. Whoever was responsible would face severe repercussions, while the wicked would meet their end in utter devastation. Xiao Yan's molars ground audibly in his fury. Observing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Qing Lin shuddered, feeling that the once amiable young master had transformed into a figure of dread. After a moment, the stormy expression on Xiao Yan's face softened significantly. He embraced Qing Lin once more and soared toward the azure barrier outside. Upon emerging from the barrier, Xiao Yan glanced at the expansive azure dome, measuring several dozen yards in diameter, and directed his consciousness toward the two sages behind him, saying, "Elder One, please retrieve the blue lotus root and return it to the clan for further cultivation. Perhaps in a millennium, it may yield another blue heart fire." "As you wish, young master." Xiao Wan, positioned behind Xiao Yan, smiled lightly and waved his hand, drawing the entire azure barrier into his spatial realm. At their level of prowess, reliance on spatial rings was unnecessary. They could simply manipulate spatial forces to carry a small dimension with them. A single blue heart fire was indeed worth nurturing, and to squander such a resource would contradict Xiao Yan's virtues of diligence and frugality. Watching the blue heart fire's root being secured, a hint of helplessness crossed Xiao Yan's face as he retraced his steps. Meanwhile, Qing Lin, nestled in his arms, wore an expression of astonishment, utterly bewildered by her young master's extraordinary abilities that allowed him to collect even such an object. Upon returning to the shore, Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, dissipating the gloom within his heart, before casting his gaze upon the corpse of the two-headed fire spirit serpent. Yet, as he scanned the lifeless form with his soul force once more, he was suddenly jolted forward. Though the once mighty fire spirit serpent's body had been rendered nearly unrecognizable, two broken fangs bore traces of blood upon their gaping maw. This blood was unmistakably human. A flicker of delight crossed Xiao Yan's face, for he was well versed in various alchemical materials. The essence of magical beasts often served as a primary ingredient in potion making, enabling a seasoned alchemist to discern the energy constituents within the blood. Clearly, the blood upon the broken fangs did not belong to the two-headed fire spirit serpent itself. With a surge of formidable suction, Xiao Yan gathered the blood from the serpent's broken fangs into his palm. The quantity of blood was meager and had long since dried up. However, the essential components remained largely intact. Given the terrifying temperatures of this magma-laden realm, it would not be long before they lost their efficacy entirely, indicating that the death of the two-headed fire spirit snake was a recent event. Gazing at the minuscule cluster of desiccated blood powder on his fingertip, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a peculiar smile. "Old Man One, I recall that the Soul Clan had a technique known as the blood summoning method, did they not?" Xiao Yan remarked with a faint smile. "Indeed, young master. I shall impart the blood summoning method to you at once." Upon hearing this, Wenwen's figure abruptly materialized in the magma world. He gently pressed his finger against Xiao Yan's brow, transmitting a surge of information into Xiao Yan's mind. The sight of this elder appearing and vanishing into thin air left Qing Lin with a look of bewilderment. Ever since she met this young master, the unexpected had become increasingly commonplace, yet she had grown accustomed to the astonishing occurrences that surrounded him. In this enigmatic young man's presence, it seemed that anything extraordinary was taken for granted. After acquiring the blood summoning method from Wenwen, a smile graced Xiao Yan's face. "Heh! Anyone daring to seize my blue lotus earth heart fire shall learn their place." With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan retrieved a drop of soul-nourishing liquid and blended the blood powder into it. The blood summoning method required a treasure infused with soul attributes as a foundation, using the target's blood to trace their whereabouts. This technique had once been employed by the Soul Clan to hunt down their foes, but after their demise, it became a powerful tool for the Xiao Clan. However, in the present day, the Xiao Clan had no enemies to speak of, and those that existed rarely had the chance to escape, leading to a diminished number of individuals trained in the art. Fortunately, Wenwen was a learned semi-saint, possessing a wealth of valuable knowledge. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, did not share such wisdom. though such thoughts were best kept unspoken out of respect for the elderly. Naturally, the blood summoning method had its limitations. If the target was over 1,000 miles away, its efficacy would drastically decline, and at distances exceeding 10,000 miles, it would become ineffective. Fortunately, after employing the blood summoning method, the drop of soul-nourishing liquid, now stained a dark red with blood powder, emitted a faint tremor. Though this fluctuation was exceedingly subtle, it nonetheless provided Xiao Yan with a vague sense of direction. Consequently, he swiftly set forth in pursuit of this newfound path. A great sun hung high in the sky, scorching the entire Tegel Desert with its relentless heat, and amidst this arid expanse, a young man clad in black traversed the void, holding a girl in his embrace. Each step the youth took spanned hundreds of feet, and within the brief time it took to burn an incense stick, he had already crossed 1,000 miles. As he moved further, the drop of blood-red soul-nourishing liquid in his grasp seemed to resonate more clearly with the distant target. Thus, Xiao Yan continued onward, when suddenly, the soul-nourishing liquid in his hand trembled slightly, beginning to take on the shape of an arrowhead. He pressed on toward the distance, and as he drew nearer, the drop of liquid increasingly resembled an arrowhead. Moments later, a prosperous city within the Jiama Empire unexpectedly appeared before him. Gazing at the grand city adorned with the characters Salt City, a flicker of confusion crossed Xiao Yan's face. He felt as though he had encountered this name before. Countless memories from his time in the imperial capital flooded his mind, where Ye Fei and Yao Yi had shared information with him, until suddenly, a name emerged that seemingly had no connection to his existence in this world. The Mo clan. Could it be that the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire had been taken by them? Contemplating this, an odd expression surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. Truly, villains are destined to be villains, and failures are bound to fail. With this thought lingering in his mind, he found himself standing above Salt City. And as his soul power swept across the area, he sensed a hidden yet unmistakable aura gradually revealing itself. The Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire was indeed here. A cold smile graced Xiao Yan's lips, only to be swiftly replaced by surprise. Within Salt City, there was the presence of a Dou Huang. Through his spiritual perception, he discerned that this Dou Huang was conversing in a secret chamber with a middle-aged man, and their discussion centered around the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's calm gaze narrowed. The middle-aged man was none other than the head of the Zhang clan from Wutan City. Chapter 188. The Reappearance of the Soul Palace. Xiao Yan first placed Qing Lin in a safe location, then quietly positioned himself outside the secret chamber. Utilizing the stealth techniques he had learned from the Xiao clan, he remained undetected by the two individuals within. He observed as the head of the Zhang clan slowly spoke to the elegantly dressed elder across from him. And with his words, Xiao Yan was taken aback. Elder Mo Chang, is it true that the legendary Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire is within your grasp? How could the head of the Zhang clan, merely a great Dou master, dare to scheme for such a treasure? Moreover, his demeanor toward the Dou Huang hinted at a sense of superiority. What could possibly empower a great Dou master to exhibit such arrogance in the presence of a Dou Huang? Yet, the now Dou Huang, Mo Cheng, displayed no hint of anger, instead responding with utmost politeness. Rest assured, Clan Head Zhang. The Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire has long been concealed in a secure location. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto the face of the Zhang clan head. Excellent. If this matter proceeds smoothly, you may earn the respect of the esteemed one and become a newly appointed protector of our soul palace. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Who could have imagined that an inconspicuous great Dou master was, in fact, a remnant of the Soul clan, and seemingly held a considerable position? Even more unexpectedly, the once vanquished Soul clan had not perished entirely, as their affiliated group, the Soul Palace, still thrived in the Dou Qi continent. Given its current scale, there appeared to be no signs of decline. In fact, it seemed rather formidable, considering even a Dou Huang could only serve as a steward. Moreover, it appeared that the Soul Palace was still coveting the. It seemed that the remnants of the Soul clan were far more numerous than I had initially surmised. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly. However, he chose not to act hastily, instead trailing the two men until they arrived at a deep underground cavern. This cavern was exceedingly profound. After descending for nearly 100 meters, Xiao Yan observed the two men gradually touch down. Although the surroundings were dark, a faint azure glow permeated the obscurity. Before them lay the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Mo Cheng led the head of the Zhang family further until the azure light became increasingly pronounced, at which point a small azure flame materialized before them. The flame, no larger than a fist, was cradled upon a lotus platform measuring 2 to 3 feet in size. Despite its diminutive stature, it radiated an alarming level of heat. Anyone could sense that once this power fully erupted, the entirety of Salt City would likely transform into an inferno. Indeed, it was an. The head of the Zhang family nodded in satisfaction. seemingly possessing vast knowledge despite his lower cultivation. Acquiring this would undoubtedly bolster the strength of our Soul Palace. Mo Chung also smiled with satisfaction. I never imagined that your Soul Palace still exists in this world. Just as the two men displayed expressions of delight, a faint youthful voice resonated from behind them. In the next instant, their expressions shifted drastically. Who is it? The head of the Zhang family exclaimed, his entire being tensed. However, he soon discerned a young man's face through the azure light. Upon seeing that visage, the head of the Zhang family's countenance underwent a dramatic change. It's you. His voice was laced with terror, while Xiao Yan wore a gentle smile. Zhang family head, it has been a while. I trust you have been well. Xiao Yan. How did you come to be here? The head of the Zhang family managed to force a smile that was more ghastly than tears. Had I not arrived here, I would never have guessed that the Zhang family head is also a remnant of the Soul clan, Xiao Yan remarked, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he regarded the trembling head of the Zhang family. How dare you? Who are you to label my Soul Palace as remnants? Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the head of the Zhang family remained silent, while Mo Chung, standing beside him, was the first to erupt in anger. This was a prime opportunity to demonstrate loyalty. Regrettably, no sooner had he uttered those words than a hand of Xiao Yan pierced through the fabric of space, striking towards him. Since being elevated to the Dou Huang by the powers of the Soul Palace, Missouri Chung had remained invincible in the eastern part of the empire, dismissing all but the adept masters within the imperial capital. How formidable could this youth truly be? He surmised that the boy's talents lay merely in stealth. Behold as I strike you down. A sinister smile crept across Mo Cheng's face as he unleashed the immense power within him against Xiao Yan. Bang! A deep sound resonated, and the once confident expression on Mo Cheng's face twisted in shock, followed by a spurt of blood as he was sent hurtling backward. When he crashed against the wall and fell to the ground, he discovered that the majestic Dou Qi within him had been utterly obliterated by an even more formidable force. In an instant, his cultivation as a Dou Huang was completely eradicated. After effortlessly dispatching Mo Chung, Xiao Yan turned his gaze towards the head of the Zhang family. Now, enlighten me about your connection to the Soul Palace. Why should I reveal my ties to the Soul Palace to you? The head of the Zhang family sneered, a resolute look crossing his face as he contemplated biting down on the poison concealed within his teeth. This poison was no ordinary toxin. Once ingested, it would not only obliterate his physical form, but also annihilate his very soul. Even within the Soul Palace, only the most loyal individuals were deemed worthy of such a poison. However, before he could seal his lips, he felt his entire body grow immobile. For Xiao Yan, who had begun to grasp the essence of spatial power, a mere great Dou master was but a plaything. The head of the Zhang family widened his eyes, ultimately witnessing Xiao Yan flick his finger, sending a wisp of Dou Qi into his mouth. Crack! A sharp pain shot through his gums, and in the next moment, a poisoned tooth flew from his mouth. Xiao Yan produced a hollow sphere to seal his mouth, then reached out to collect the Azure Lotus Heartfire. With the assistance of the dual saints, gathering the Azure Lotus Heartfire was a trivial matter. At this juncture, he directed his attention back to Mo Chung. Disclose all that you know regarding the Soul Palace. I do not know. Mo Chung stammered, fear evident in his eyes as he gazed at Xiao Yan. Do not know? Xiao Yan chuckled ominously, and a strand of Yin-Yang's sacred spirit fire leapt onto Mo Cheng's form. In the next instant, a chilling scream escaped Mo Cheng's lips as the power of the Yin-Yang sacred spirit fire swiftly reduced his flesh to ashes, even after his corporeal form was consumed. Xiao Yan did not relent. Instead, he reached out to seize his soul. I shall grant you one more opportunity, should you remain silent. It will be your soul that I incinerate next. At the sound of Xiao Yan's words, a shiver coursed through Mo Cheng's body as he cast a weary glance at the distant head of the Zhang family. I will speak. Please, do not burn me. Chapter 189, Ancient Emperor of the Soul Clan, Jade. Upon witnessing Mo Chung being coerced into confession, a flicker of despair crossed the face of the Zhang family patriarch. He possessed a far clearer understanding of Xiao Yan's identity than Mo Chung did, being acutely aware of the latter's origins, which instilled in him an overwhelming sense of trepidation. The Soul Palace was a formidable force I encountered in my youth, though its true strength remains shrouded in mystery to me. I have, however, witnessed a revered elder presiding over it. Consequently, I pledged my allegiance to the Soul Palace early on, rendering my services with efficiency that garnered their generosity, allowing me to ascend to the rank of Dou Huang over the years. As for the Zhang family patriarch, he is affiliated with another branch of the Soul Palace, one from which all memories have been eradicated, save for those of the family heads throughout generations. Despite this, his status is remarkably elevated, rivaling that of the revered elders within the Soul Palace. I am aware that the Soul Palace has dispatched individuals to solicit my assistance in locating them, a task I have completed, and I have heard that they will soon aid in elevating my strength to Dou Zone. Beyond that, my knowledge is rather limited. Mo Chung divulged all this information, leaving the Zhang family patriarch in a state of utter hopelessness. Is that all? Xiao Yan inquired, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, Mo Chung nodded. Can you grant me a swift end? Xiao Yan regarded him with a tinge of surprise. How do you know I would still kill you? Having engaged in numerous instances of extracting information only to silence witnesses, I am well aware of your intentions, Mo Chung replied with a bitter smile. Indeed. You possess quite the discerning eye, Xiao Yan observed, sensing that Mo Chung had become overly astute to his own detriment. Initially, he had considered sparing him, but given his self-awareness, he felt compelled to grant him a merciful end. I shall pose one final question. Upon your answer, I will grant you a swift release. Xiao Yan stated somewhat apologetically. Where is the branch of the Soul Palace presided over by the revered elder that you are aware of? I cannot disclose that. Mo Chung shook his head, not willing to speak. Do you desire to endure punishment? Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened. It's not that. Upon joining the Soul Palace, I was placed under a curse. Should I reveal the location of the branch, the Soul Palace's curse would ensure my silencing beforehand. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the Zhang family patriarch and nonchalantly remarked, You may inquire with him. The Zhang family patriarch, his body immobilized by spatial restraints, emitted a low, resentful sound from his throat. At that moment, his eyes blazed with fury. He yearned to rend Mo Chung into 1,000 pieces. After years of painstakingly nurturing him, he had betrayed the organization out of fear of torture, the audacity to point the finger at him, as if to make him bear the brunt of the impending torment, filled the patriarch with dread. I had initially intended to grant you a chance at survival, but given your elevated awareness, I must provide you with a swift release. Xiao Yan declared. Xiao Yan cast a discerning glance at Mo Chung. This man was ruthless and decisive in betrayal, yet there was a certain refreshing quality to his decisiveness. In truth, I too had noticed a fleeting glimmer of hope for survival in Mo Cheng's eyes, only to witness Xiao Yan open his mouth and unleash a torrent of flames. Before he could utter another word, his soul was consumed by the otherworldly fire, rendered into nothingness. Xiao Yan had indeed honored his promise, granting him a swift end. Next, it was your turn, he said with a smile, directing his gaze towards the head of the Zhang family. Even in death, I shall not divulge the secret to you. The head of the Zhang family bellowed, his resolve unwavering. Indeed, he was a man of fortitude. Xiao Yan regarded him with approval, then, amidst the horror-stricken gaze of the family head, reached into his garments. What are you doing? The head of the Zhang family's expression shifted dramatically. What am I doing? Haha. Xiao Yan rummaged through his clothing, eventually retrieving a jade pendant. Hahaha. I never expected that the Soul clan would be on par with our Xiao clan. So much so that they would trust the Dou Ancient Emperor jade to a Dou master. A smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. With 8 pieces of ancient jade already gathered, he now possessed the 2 most crucial ones. As for the remaining pieces, he could simply summon Xiao Xian to seize them. Of course, if the clan ancestor deemed such an act too undignified, he would have to exert himself by marrying the saintesses of the other 6 clans. Would they not be compelled to offer dowries? In which case, he could demand the Dou Ancient Emperor jade, and who would dare refuse? Even if they did refuse, and Xiao Xian was reluctant to intervene, Xiao Yan could wait until he ascended to the rank of 9-star Dou Saint before claiming it. Yet by that time, he would not be so courteous, he mused with a chuckle. Lost in these thoughts, Xiao Yan suddenly struck the head of the Zhang family on the crown of his head. In the next instant, his immense spiritual power penetrated directly into the soul of the Zhang family head. This was the most core soul technique of the Soul clan from years past, the soul-searching technique. By employing this technique, one could directly search the opponent's soul and extract their memories. However, this technique was rather insidious, causing interference with one's own soul memories, and was best not used against foes of equal strength, let alone those of superior rank. Nevertheless, the head of the Zhang family was merely a Dou master, and Xiao Yan would certainly not be affected by him. As Xiao Yan's spirit delved deeper, the Zhang family head convulsed, rolling his eyes back in a fit. A wealth of information flooded into Xiao Yan's mind. He felt not an ounce of remorse for employing such a cruel method on the head of the Zhang family. Had the Soul clan triumphed back in the day, the Xiao clan would not have fared any better. This was a conflict between 2 powers. If mercy were to be exercised, he might have been the one subjected to soul searching today. Xiao Yan was a cautious individual. Unlike another Soul Emperor from a different realm who left seemingly insignificant branches in this world, to eradicate the roots was the wisest course of action. All villains ultimately perish due to their verbosity and carelessness. Alas, the soul-searching technique has indeed left its mark, compelling me to perceive myself as a villain. Xiao Yan gently massaged his temples. Despite being a formidable Dou master, The soul-searching technique invariably carries some adverse effects. However, endowed with the unique fire, he possesses a natural ability to purify souls. Recovery would soon be within reach. With such thoughts occupying his mind, he casually discarded the shattered soul of the Zhang family patriarch onto the ground, then conjured a flicker of flame, his figure mysteriously vanishing from sight. Within the dim confines of the secret chamber, the azure lotus platform had been removed, leaving behind 2 piles of ashes as the sole remnants of the 2 lives extinguished here. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already taken hold of the azure scale and was soaring towards the direction of Wutan City. Young master, is this Zhang family patriarch truly a remnant of the Soul Clan? The voices of the writ and martial saints resonated from the unseen realm. Indeed, not only is he a remnant of the Soul Clan, but this lineage also descends directly from the Soul Emperor. However, they exhibit a degree of cleverness, revealing their heritage only to the family leaders throughout the generations. Thus, despite their diminished power, they have managed to avoid detection by our clan for millennia. Xiao Yan smiled subtly. Haha, should we eradicate the Soul Palace, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement. The cackling laughter of the writ and martial saints echoed from the ethereal space. Chapter 190, Guardian of the Duck, it is you again. Since the cataclysmic clash between the 2 clans a millennium ago, the traces of the Soul Clan have vanished from the Duki continent. Although sporadic sightings of Soul Clan powerhouses have occurred over the centuries, and some remnants have been vanquished by the Xiao clan's formidable warriors, they remain mere trifles. The Soul Palace, however, is a different matter. It served as an external branch of the Soul Clan. While 2 saints participated in the conflict, many powerful beings chose to abstain from the war. These individuals not only possess formidable strength, but also keen intellect. Upon learning of the Soul Clan's obliteration, instead of recklessly seeking vengeance, they immediately concealed themselves, often in disparate locations, which proved quite troublesome for the Xiao clan. Moreover, the war prior to Xiao Xian's ascension to the throne had resulted in significant losses for the Xiao clan, prompting them to temporarily allow these remnants to recuperate. As a millennium has passed, the Xiao clan's current strength, even without Xiao Xian, could easily overpower the former Soul Clan. Yet, the clan's leadership has not actively pursued the Soul Palace across the continent. Instead, they have simply dispatched successive generations of youth on quests for training. Nevertheless, capturing these individuals would invariably yield considerable merit. With Xiao Yan's current swiftness, he effortlessly traversed from Yin City to Wutan City in less than an hour. Wutan City remained as it always was, with the Zhang family members diligently engaged in their training and disputes, utterly oblivious to the figure that was gradually materializing above their clan. At this moment, Xiao Yan gazed coldly at the individuals below, a hint of cruelty flickering in his eyes. To eliminate all potential threats, he harbored no intention of sparing either man or beast. In light of his former life's disposition, he was resolute in his approach, either abstaining entirely or executing his plans with absolute finality. Mercy held no value for him. Having resolved to kill, he intended to do so thoroughly, uprooting every trace of existence. Just as he prepared to strike, an inexplicable wave of energy surged unexpectedly from beneath the Zhang family grounds. With this emergence, an unusual expression crossed Xiao Yan's face, for the enigmatic figure cloaked in black before him was unmistakably a Dou Zong expert. Likely a guardian from the Soul Palace, shrouded in a mist of dark energy. It was astonishing to think that a guardian from the Soul Palace would present themselves so readily. Xiao Yan shook his head with a slight smile, then consciously projected his soul power, revealing his presence without reservation. Upon feeling the sweep of Xiao Yan's spiritual energy, the black-robed Dou Zong momentarily froze. Before stepping forward to stand before him, "May I inquire who you are, esteemed sir, to appear in such a humble place as Wutan City?" He addressed Xiao Yan with a mix of courtesy and vigilance, sensing that the other's soul power far surpassed his own. Although they had not engaged in combat, he could ascertain that this young man posed a significant threat. "Who am I, you ask?" Xiao Yan replied with a polite smile, cradling the azure-scaled creature in his arms. "I am here to repay a favor from a junior of the Zhang family. By the way, your appearance is rather peculiar. May I know your name?" Relieved to learn of Xiao Yan's intentions, the black-robed figure responded, "You may call me Guardian Wu." However, as soon as he spoke, he noticed the peculiar expression on Xiao Yan's face. An unsettling premonition suddenly stirred within him. How was it that this Guardian Wu still existed despite the Soul Clan's demise? Xiao Yan inquired, word by word, "Might you be affiliated with the Soul Palace?" The Guardian's expression shifted dramatically. "How do you know?" With a sinister chuckle, Xiao Yan's demeanor took on an unsettling air, causing even the azure creature in his grasp to tremble. "How dare you echo my catchphrase?" Guardian Wu felt an increasing sense of foreboding. Yet he heard the youth slowly declare, "I am Xiao Yan, hailing from the Xiao clan." The mention of the Xiao clan momentarily stunned Guardian Wu, but soon an icy dread surged from deep within him. To think he stood before a member of the Xiao clan. From the very day he joined the Soul Palace, the esteemed predecessors had warned him gravely that the Xiao clan was a formidable adversary. If encountered, it was best to eliminate them, if not possible. One should avoid drawing their attention, for doing so could spell disaster for the entire faction. So you are from the Xiao clan, Guardian Wu exclaimed, but his body suddenly fell eerily still, revealing that he had transformed into a translucent apparition. His true form suddenly appeared 1,000 feet away. Out of respect for his adversary, he immediately resorted to a secret technique that consumed his precious blood, exerting every ounce of strength to flee. However, just as he escaped the confines of Wutan City, a figure materialized behind him like a shadow. You, the Guardian of the Crow exclaimed, only to see a fist, the size of a sandbag, hurtling towards him. Down you go. Xiao Yan's fist crashed into the Guardian's chest. With his current physical prowess combined with Dou Qi, even a 5-star Dou Zone would feel the impact, let alone this Guardian who possessed merely 3-star strength. With a spurt of blood, the Guardian's eyes reflected a flicker of despair. It was over. He couldn't fight back, nor could he run away. His mind raced through countless strategies, and suddenly, with a resolute heart, he reignited the blood-burning technique and headed back in the original direction. In the next moment, his figure reappeared in the courtyard of the Zhang family. The elder had stated that in the event of an unexpected occurrence, the entire Zhang family and the spatial passage should be destroyed. The Guardian looked at the spatial passage in the underground chamber of the Zhang family, revealing a glimmer of desperate madness. If that individual were to capture him, he feared a plethora of tortures awaited him. Rather than face such a fate, he would rather make a final contribution to the Soul Palace. As this thought crossed his mind, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted, sweeping across the entire Zhang family. In the next instant, everyone in the Zhang family fell into a daze, blood oozing from their 7 orifices, lifeless. It was evident that the Guardian had employed a secret method to eliminate them all. To capture me alive? Impossible. The Guardian sneered. As the Dou Qi within him surged dramatically, the overwhelming energy causing the very space to tremble. It appeared he was preparing for self-destruction. Just then, the once loose space suddenly solidified, and the Guardian's previously expanding Dou Qi began to retract. Haha, little one, you think you can self-destruct before me? You're mistaken. An elder suddenly emerged from the space and gently patted the Guardian on the shoulder. At that moment, the Guardian froze, his entire body rendered powerless, as all his Dou Qi was sealed by the elder. I haven't even made a move, and you've already taken it upon yourself to handle these people. You must be a great benefactor, unable to bear the sight of blood on my hands. Xiao Yan chuckled as he stepped out from the space. At that moment, Qing Lin had already been taken into the space by the 2 venerable figures, and he grasped the Guardian's body, stepping into a mysterious underground chamber of the Zhang family alongside the 2 elders. Before them appeared a spatial tunnel with a diameter of about 10 feet. Beyond this tunnel lay the branch of the Soul Palace, right? Elder One, Elder Wu, your opportunity for merit has arrived. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wu cackled, a look of excitement on his face. At this moment, Xiao Wu no longer exuded his customary composure. Instead, a smile spread across his face. Chapter 191, The Elder's Demise. The Beastmaster sect is nestled between the Black Corner Domain and the Beast Mountain Range, occupying the highest peak within these rugged hills. This sect boasts a history of nearly a millennium within its empire, and it is rumored that its disciples possess considerable soul power, making them particularly suited for the unique Beastmaster techniques taught therein. Throughout its history, every sect master has attained the realm of Dou Zone, even commanding a 7th-tier magical beast as their sacred guardian, a strength that far surpasses that of the imperial family. However, this sect seems utterly disinterested in worldly authority. Apart from the disciples, the elders often vanish, rarely seen within the sect's confines. Nevertheless, each year, a throng of aspiring individuals fervently vies for acceptance into the Beastmaster sect. Yet alas, it only admits prodigies, and those wishing to become core disciples must undergo a special trial. Yet, all of this merely scratches the surface. The true, earth-shattering secret lies concealed within the very mountain beneath the sect. Should one dare to carve through the thick mountain wall of the Beastmaster sect, they would uncover a vast hidden space, within which stands a grand and mysterious palace, cold and imposing. This palace spans several dozen miles and reaches nearly 100 feet in height, nearly hollowing out half the mountain. Here lies the sub-palace of the Soul Hall. At the pinnacle of this sub-palace sits an elderly man clad in black, emanating a dignified aura that commands respect without a hint of anger. Elder Nyo. The Beastmaster sect has recently admitted a disciple of exceptional talent. With proper cultivation, I believe we could gain another protector for our Soul Hall. The sect master reported with reverence. Some individuals, while appearing to be esteemed leaders, secretly serve as guardians of the soul hall. Is that so? In that case, initiate the heart refinement assessment for him, the elder replied, raising an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent. The mere status of Dou Zone holds little significance for him. While useful, it does not carry substantial weight. Even if another Dou Zone powerhouse were added to their ranks, they would still remain hidden from the world. As long as the Xiao clan exists, they cannot roam freely across the Duki continent. If they continue to linger idly, it is likely that the Xiao clan will vanish before their own soul clan is swallowed by the annals of history. Understood, elder. Upon hearing the elder's nod, a flicker of joy illuminated the sect master's face. The prodigious talent that the elder dismissed brought him considerable delight. However, as the Soul Hall currently operates as an underground organization, true integration necessitates a preliminary ideological evaluation of newcomers to ensure they are not spies of the Xiao clan, followed by a process of indoctrination. Only after confirming the individual's absolute loyalty to the Soul Hall can they truly join the organization and receive its robust support for their development. One cannot deny that the underground operations of the Soul Hall are, at present, exceedingly well executed. Once the leader of the Beastmaster sect departed, the venerable Niuzun let out a resigned sigh. For millennia, these ancient figures had endeavored to instruct their juniors, instilling in them the belief that the Soul Palace would undoubtedly prevail and one day reclaim its supremacy over the continent. Yet, in their hearts, these old-timers were acutely aware that they could not step into the light. Should they do so, they would instantly be branded as remnants of the Soul Clan. During the last assembly, the deputy leader had fervently proclaimed that a peerless prodigy had emerged within their ranks, one capable of steering the Soul Clan towards a renewed glory. He claimed this prodigy bore the demeanor of a battle emperor. Had I not followed this old fool for centuries, I might have been swayed by such rhetoric. What purpose does it serve to weave fanciful tales? At my age, my greatest aspiration is merely to pass away peacefully. Niuzun sighed once more. After 1,000 years, he had succumbed to apathy. The notions of resurgence and revival were nothing but ruses to deceive the youth. In the past, the Soul Palace boasted 24 ordinary branch halls, each presided over by 2 or 3 battle sovereigns. Now, however, only 12 branch halls remained. One branch hall was left with merely a single elder in attendance, a testament to the decline that had beset the Soul Palace over the years. Lost in these thoughts, he suddenly furrowed his brow. It had been too long since HF had left to confirm news regarding the current branch leader. GH. Go check on the spatial passage and ascertain what has transpired with HF. What is that rascal up to? Though he had grown indifferent, the diligent habits formed over a millennium compelled this elder to feel perturbed at the lack of timely reports from his subordinates. Yes, esteemed elder. A shadow clad in black nodded slightly and soared towards the spatial passage. The Zhang family held a unique status within the Soul Clan. Although their influence was minimal, they were an integral part of the clan's continuity plan. Moreover, each successive family head possessed a treasured artifact. While its individual utility was negligible, its value was immeasurable. GH approached the spatial passage quietly, pondering, Old H, if this task goes awry, you shall surely face reprimand from the higher-ups. As he contemplated, he noticed a ripple in the spatial passage before him. A glimmer of joy illuminated the otherwise unsightly visage concealed beneath his black robe. It seemed his good brother would escape censure this time. However, at that very moment, Niuzun's expression transformed drastically. Brothers, flee. The farther, the better. Within the Soul Palace, over a dozen guardians heard the elder's command and were initially taken aback, soon followed by a chilling dread welling up from within. After years of service, it was the first time they witnessed him in such a state of alarm. Meanwhile, the Soul Palace elder had already braced himself, tearing open half of a spatial tunnel. Finally, I have found you. What a remarkable achievement. A sinister laughter echoed through the spatial passage, and in the next moment, the entire space within the grand hall seemed to solidify. As the atmosphere became rigid, a flicker of despair crossed the face of Niuzun Lao. The events unfolded in a flash. Jiehufa only felt a deafening roar in his mind. By the time he realized what was happening and attempted to flee, he found the surrounding space had already become impenetrable. With the echo of that malevolent laughter, 3 figures slowly emerged from the void, their smiles widening as they beheld the bewildered and helpless countenances of the more than 10 guardians within the hall. One Douzun and numerous Douzong, a splendid catch indeed. A glimmer of excitement appeared on Xiao Wu's face. Capturing the remnants of the Soul Clan was no small feat, however. Upon seeing the young man and the 2 elderly figures, a shadow of despair crossed the face of the Soul Hall's master. With his strength, he could sense that the 2 elders had likely ascended to the level of half-saint. Faced with such formidable opponents, he realized he probably wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Contemplating this, a sudden expression of relief washed over him. 1,000 years had passed. He was weary. Let whoever wished to take on this mess do so. He had grown tired of this perpetual game of hide and seek. As a human being, I am deeply sorry. He mused, quietly channeling a secret technique. Crack. A sound akin to a shattering soul resonated from the depths of his being. Chapter 192, The Minor Soul Realm. As this sharp sound rang out, the expressions of the One Wu saints shifted dramatically. Wanna die? It's not that simple. They bellowed in unison, extending a hand as if to prevent his suicide. A living elder from the Soul Hall, who had served for over 1,000 years, possessed knowledge far surpassing that of the old crone, Hun Chun. He might even know the location of the Soul Hall's headquarters. If so, they would achieve a great feat. Unfortunately, upon witnessing the saint's actions, a flicker of rage erupted on the elder's face. You scoundrels, do you not even allow me to die in peace? He shouted furiously as flames ignited fiercely around him. This was the fire of a burning soul, in the face of a Dou Zun's calculated and fully committed suicide. Even the One Wu saints were helpless, ultimately watching as the elder's spirit dissipated into the ether. In his final thoughts, he wished never to endure such suffering in the mortal realm again. After his soul was consumed, only a lifeless body fell to the ground with a thud. Damn it! Seeing the soulless corpse, Xiao Wu couldn't help but roar in frustration. The hard-earned credit had slipped away, with their prize having taken its own life. The three could only helplessly glance at the smaller fish in the vicinity. Most of those remaining here are merely Dou Zong and Dou Huang, the latter being unqualified to serve as guardians, relegated to the role of minor attendants. Many, like Mo Chung, are deprived of valuable intelligence. When it comes to adversaries, Xiao Yan has never shown mercy, obliterating their physical forms and subsequently imprisoning their souls within jade vials. He then employs the interrogation techniques of the Soul Clan from years past. Old Wu, eliminate the remnants of the Soul Palace from the outside, Xiao Yan commanded. After acquiring some information, he directed Xiao Wu to eradicate the threat completely. By dawn, the outer disciples of the Beastmaster sect were astonished to discover that the sect leader and 2 elders had mysteriously perished in their chambers. The other elusive elders ceased to manifest in the world from that day forth. An internal conflict soon erupted within the Beastmaster sect, culminating in a handful of disciples acquiring core legacies and swiftly departing the sect. Without the protection of formidable leaders, this sect had become a prime target, and remaining there was tantamount to awaiting death. Tell me, why is the Soul Palace in search of? Wasn't your original objective to seek souls? In the branch hall, Xiao Yan, wielding a soul whip, gazed intently at the 2 soul entities before him. We do not know, they stammered. The guardians, Jie and Wu, were bound to a pillar, ensnared by the soul-binding chains produced by the Soul Palace, and were being mercilessly whipped by Xiao Yan. Unaware? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and lashed out once more. This is a torment devised by your own Soul Palace. Surely you understand how excruciating it is. We truly do not know. The 2 guardians wept, their eyes pleading as they looked at the soul whip in Xiao Yan's grasp. When they joined the Soul Palace, it had already ceased its need for souls. The Soul Clan was extinct. What purpose would souls serve now? The name Soul Palace was retained solely because its high-ranking members bore the surname Soul. Presently, the palace's mission revolves around quietly amassing power by absorbing talents, all in preparation for the high-ranking members' grand scheme to restore the Soul Clan. The task of collecting was only assigned a decade ago. Thus, you are unaware of why the Soul Palace seeks? Xiao Yan's gaze darkened as he scrutinized the nearly terrified duo. We do not know, they replied feebly. Are you aware of the present within the Soul Palace? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed once more. We do not know, they continued to shake their heads. You do not know where the Soul Palace headquarters is located. You do not know why the Soul Palace collects. You still do not know what exists within. Xiao Yan struck them again with considerable force. What else do you know? We know nothing at all, they whimpered, casting pitiful glances at Xiao Yan. Useless fools, mere gluttons. Xiao Yan's frustration was palpable. No wonder you are merely guardians. At this level, you shall never savor more than 4 dishes in your lifetime. After delivering several fierce lashes, he reluctantly confined the 2 hapless brothers within a jade vial, even if they were to be discarded as mere fertilizer in the soul-nourishing land. Xiao Yan would caution the members of the Shaolin lineage against utilizing the soul essence derived from these 2 fools, for it would render them dull-witted. Once he had quelled his anger, Xiao Yan extracted the soul forms of several other guardians. After a round of whipping, he discovered that these individuals possessed even less knowledge than the 2 dimwits. Useless, all of them. Flames of unusual fire erupted from Xiao Yan's head in frustration. However, after thoroughly interrogating all the guardians, he finally obtained a morsel of useful information from the mouth of a particularly astute guardian. He learned of the emergence of a new saintess within the Soul Palace, who, despite her tender age, had already achieved the rank of Dou Zun. Additionally, he recalled having encountered this saintess over a decade ago. It was said that she wielded a dark red flame, Could it be the volcanic stone flame? Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly. A saintess, a unique flame? What conspiracy was the Soul Palace orchestrating? Was this saintess truly the fabled daughter of destiny? What did she look like? This was Xiao Yan's final inquiry. The guardian, donning a mask that obscured his features, was nonetheless well-proportioned. This guardian possessed a keen sense of observation, and indeed, he became the only one spared from punishment. Upon being confined within the jade vial, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed once more. He harbored a vague suspicion, but it was too nebulous to grasp. Ah well, Xiao Yan gently shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret as the lead on the Soul Palace abruptly cut off. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter at hand was to elevate his own strength. With this thought in mind, he departed from the now-destroyed Soul Palace, clutching yet another corpse within his spatial ring. Once he refined the Qinglian Earth Heartfire, he would possess 3 unique flames. At that moment, he could resurrect Yun Patian and conveniently establish the Flame Alliance family. However, the thought of the 3 unique flames suddenly changed Xiao Yan's expression. Oh no, little medicine fairy. He had initially told her he would return in 10 days or half a month. Who could have anticipated that he would vanish for 2 months? If he did not return soon, that girl might very well regard him as a scoundrel who had abandoned her after their dalliance. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Yan swiftly made his way through the monster beast mountain range. Meanwhile, in a certain hidden expanse of the southwest continent, a mysterious space quietly concealed itself amidst the undulating mountains. This place was dubbed the Little Soul Realm, a secret space left behind by the Soul Clan, meticulously crafted by the Soul Emperor. It was fortified and hidden, a contingency plan of the Soul Clan, unless a Dou Emperor personally sought it out. Even a 9-star Dou Saint would be unable to sense its presence without meticulous search. Within the Little Soul Realm, a pitch-black palace stood resolute, and within this palace, a middle-aged man clad in black suddenly crushed the wine cup in his hand. Chapter 193, The New Saintess of the Soul Clan. Curse it. They are from the Xiao clan. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. An ominous day? What has transpired? An ancient voice emerged from behind him, revealing a venerable elder with flowing white hair standing before him. The Lord of the Bone Abyss, Niuzi, is dead. The Dark Sun Sovereign gazed helplessly at the Bone Abyss. Memories of the past war with the Xiao clan flooded back. The Lord of the Soul Hall, Han Miesheng, had fallen first, and nearly half of the 9 sovereigns of the Soul Hall had perished, along with many esteemed warriors. The strength of the Soul Hall had dwindled to less than half of its former glory. Now, the Lord of the Soul Hall was Han Wuya, a former deputy lord who had diligently strived to break through to the level of a 4-star Dou Saint a century ago. Bone Abyss, too, had worked tirelessly, managing to penetrate the exceedingly challenging barrier of Dou Saint. Niuzi, which Niuzi? Bone Abyss momentarily appeared, taken aback, glancing at the Dark Sun Sovereign's attire. Deputy Lord, I meant Han Nio, he clarified. Observing Bone Abyss's perplexed expression, the Dark Sun Sovereign's countenance grew more sorrowful, uncertain of what emotions to harbor. So it was that little fellow, Han Nio, Bone Abyss finally comprehended, yet his expression shifted once more. I recall Han Nio was dispatched to secure the subhall. If he has fallen, then that subhall must have been annihilated. Bone Abyss's face turned ashen. In a bid to avoid drawing attention from the Xiao clan, the Soul Hall had long ceased its soul collection activities, focusing instead on nurturing disciples and amassing strength over the years. However, it was unforeseen that after all this time, not only had they failed to cultivate a Dozun powerhouse, but they had also lost one. At this moment, Bone Abyss felt a sharp headache. Children of the Soul Clan are born to shoulder great responsibilities, he reassured. Deputy Lord, do we truly stand a chance of victory in this war? The Dark Sun Sovereign lifted his gaze, a hint of confusion clouding his features. The guardians and stewards only understood that the Xiao clan was formidable, yet remained oblivious to the true extent of their strength. If they were to grasp the actual might of the Xiao clan, they might share the same despair as he did. Slap. Bone Abyss delivered a resounding blow across his face. What kind of talk is this? You are a dignified sovereign of the Soul Hall. If even you lack the conviction of victory, how can we hope to turn the tide? With that, he shot a fierce glare at the Dark Sun Sovereign. Reflect upon your thoughts. With that, he left the Dark Sun Sovereign sitting in bewilderment. In another part of this realm, the current Lord of the Soul Hall, Han Wuya, sat quietly atop a mountain peak, surveying the land below. Beside him was an ornate tea table, upon which a kettle bubbled vigorously, strangely without any visible flame beneath it. On the ground, a uniquely shaped cubic structure was being erected, with descendants of the Soul Clan wielding weapons crafted from a mysterious black metal. If Xiao Yan were present, he would surely exclaim in astonishment. As they wielded firearms, some even brandishing rocket launchers, the risk of downfall loomed even over the mightiest of warriors. The space behind them rippled, and the figure of Guyu emerged from the shadows of Hun Wuya. What has transpired? Hun Wuya cast a glance at Guyu. It is the fall of Hun Yeo. Guyu's expression remained relatively composed, yet his voice betrayed a hint of helplessness. Following the obliteration of the Hun clan, the resources and strength of the Soul Palace had significantly diminished, compounded by the inability to reveal themselves freely, leading to a drastic reduction in new forces. After a millennium, the number of Dou Zun masters born had dwindled to a mere few, with the only Dou Sheng being him, an aging half-saint. The sudden loss of a Dou Zun was a profound blow to Guyu. A Dou Zun has perished? Hun Wuya paused momentarily in his tea drinking before resuming. Master, can our Hun clan truly endure until the day of victory? In the face of Hun Wuya, Guyu expressed his innermost thoughts. It wasn't just the Anri Tianzuan who felt a lack of confidence. Even he, a Dou Sheng, harbored doubts. Yet, Hun Wuya did not respond with the fury that Guyu exhibited. Instead, he remained composed, sipping his tea and gazing quietly at the factory beneath them. With the presence of the Saintess, we still possess hope, he remarked with a gentle smile. The Saintess, you say? Guyu paused, then turned his gaze to the peculiar weapons clutched by the Han clan members at the foot of the mountain. Master, while these weapons are indeed remarkable, capable of slaying Dou Wang, they pose little threat to Dou Zong or even Dou Zun, do they not? Though the Saintess possesses exceptional talent and is our clan's sole divine bloodline, the Xiao clan has produced countless divine bloodlines over the years. Furthermore, they boast a Dou Di master. The mere thought of Xiao Xian ignited a wave of despair within Guyu. Regardless of how formidable a Dou Sheng may be, the continent continues to give rise to such elite warriors. While the 9-star Dou Sheng are exceedingly rare, they have never been extinguished. However, Dou Di masters have existed but one in 10,000 years. Moreover, this solitary Dou Di master is likely stronger than all the Dou Sheng combined. Do not fret. Just wait and see. Hun Wuya maintained his calm demeanor, gently sipping his hot tea and pouring a cup for Guyu as well. Come, have some tea. Guyu hesitated briefly, yet ultimately sat down, gazing at the grand table crafted by the Saintess. Its unique feature was that it required no flames to boil water, instead utilizing a magic core from a thunder-type magical beast as its energy source. Guyu could not articulate the intricacies of it, but he doubted that such an invention could rival a Dou Di master. Beside the factory at the foot of the mountain, a volcano brimmed with rolling magma, its dark red flames crackling in the air. It was indeed the volcanic stone flame painstakingly sought by the Holy Maiden in the Soul Hall. At this moment, beside the crater, a slender and alluring figure wielded a massive hammer, relentlessly striking a piece of mysterious metal. Surrounding her were numerous, variously shaped components, seemingly on the verge of assembling into a fearsome weapon. It was hard to fathom that such a delicate body could unleash a power that even the mightiest of warriors would dread. The resonant clangs of metal echoed through the crater, reminiscent of voices from another realm. Upon hearing the rhythmic sound, a smile appeared in the eyes of Hun Wuya atop the mountain. This generation's Holy Maiden could very well be the catalyst for the resurgence of the Soul Clan. At this moment, Xiao Yan remained oblivious to the brewing storm within the Soul Clan, as he had just made his appearance in the basin near the Beast Mountain Range. Perched upon a massive rock in this basin, a white silhouette sat idly, nestled against a blue eagle. Xiaolon, do you think he won't return? The little medical saint gazed forlornly at the flourishing flora around her. It was early autumn, the weather was cool, and the foliage was gradually turning yellow, mirroring her heart, full of anticipation. Ha ha, who says I won't be back? A clear voice resonated from behind, causing the little medical saint to shudder. Chapter 194. Xiao Yan, you beast. As she turned around, she was met with the sight of a black-clad youth smiling back at her. The little medical saint's eyes reddened momentarily before she averted her gaze once more. What's wrong? Are you angry with me? Xiao Yan's gentle voice reached her ears. The little medical saint paused, but stubbornly refused to turn back. Heh. Xiao Yan chuckled as he approached her, only to be halted by a sharp cry from the eagle. The blue eagle glared at Xiao Yan with hostility, seemingly resentful of the human who had caused its companion distress. You feathered nuisance, if you weren't my mount's pet, I'd roast you for dinner, Xiao Yan scoffed. Dismissing the blue eagle, he then produced a drop of accompanying purple crystal essence from his spatial ring. As the essence manifested, the blue eagle's eyes brightened instantly, its gaze shifting from animosity to eagerness. The milk of the purple crystal-winged lion king was not only effective for the sky-devouring python, but also held significant allure for most magical beasts. Go play elsewhere. With a flick of his finger, Xiao Yan sent the drop of essence soaring into the sky. The blue eagle, now unconcerned for the fragile little medical saint, took flight to pursue its delectable treat. Clearing away this obstruction, Xiao Yan finally approached the little medical saint. Observing her refusal to meet his gaze, he suddenly wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Startled by his unexpected embrace, The little medical saint felt his chin resting on her shoulder. I'm sorry for being late. Some matters delayed my return. Xiao Yan's warm voice reached the ears of the little medicine fairy, and at that moment, her once tense body relaxed. Do you know, during this time, I have been genuinely afraid that you would not return? She murmured softly, leaning against Xiao Yan. He remained silent, simply resting beside her. Inhaling the delicate fragrance of her essence mingled with the subtle aroma of medicinal herbs. Upon closer observation, it became evident that her aura had indeed ascended beyond the Dou Master realm. Come back with me to the capital of the Jiamai Empire, Xiao Yan suddenly proposed. The little medicine fairy was taken aback, her face betraying a hint of hesitation and discomfort. Going to the capital means I would have to interact with your numerous consorts, does it not? What consorts? They are all your good sisters, Xiao Yan replied earnestly. I refuse to go. I simply wish to cultivate herbs and study poisons in peace. I have no desire to engage in any palace intrigue, she declared, turning her head away defiantly. Palace intrigue is out of the question. I have arranged for you an elder sister. Such matters will never transpire, Xiao Yan said, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. That elder sister still slumbered within his sleeve. Elder sister? The little medicine fairy initially paused, then, biting her silver teeth, she pinched Xiao Yan fiercely. You rascal. I see you truly wish to establish a harem. Hee. Xiao Yan remained silent, turning to sweep her up in his arms. What are you doing? She exclaimed in surprise. What do you think I am doing? Xiao Yan chuckled. You scoundrel. It is daytime. A flush of embarrassment colored her cheeks. And what of daytime? There are no outsiders here, he replied, unfazed. No, I refuse. The little medicine fairy shook her head vigorously. Then will you accompany me back? He pressed. I will not go. Then do not blame me for being impolite, Xiao Yan warned, preparing for his next move. At this point, the little medicine fairy finally panicked. She clutched his hand tightly, her clear eyes revealing a trace of stubbornness. Xiao Yan, please do not force me. I truly despise that kind of life. That is not acceptable. If you do not come, how can I establish the Yin Alliance's harem? Xiao Yan's heart was resolute. But he knew he could not coerce the little medicine fairy to the capital. Such actions might bring her there, yet would ultimately leave an unfavorable mark on her heart. Thus, he quickly adopted a more tender demeanor, gazing lovingly at her. Fairy, he called. What is it? His address nearly sent shivers down her spine. Xiao Yan was unfazed by her reaction. It was common for women to initially respond with discomfort and wariness to sweet words. However, once they grew accustomed to such flattery, a lack of it for a time would leave them feeling desolate. I wish to journey to the capital, not for the allure of a lavish life, but rather to behold you the very moment I return to the majestic city of Jamadi. Do you not have other women? The little healer remained relentless. Yet Xiao Yan perceptibly noticed a softness gracing her visage. Indeed, I harbor feelings for them, but you are different. In my heart, you are like a pristine snow lotus. Having seen the splendor of 100 flowers, yet it is that singular snow lotus that captivates the soul. Xiao Yan did not deny his flirtatious nature. Instead, he subtly emphasized the esteemed place the little healer held in his heart. A faint blush adorned her alabaster cheeks, and her gaze towards Xiao Yan grew considerably gentler. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yan pressed on, saying, Come back to the capital with me, and I shall arrange for the vast expanse of the Beast Mountain Range to be cultivated. Together, we shall fill this basin with medicinal herbs, and when time permits, we shall return to frolic for a few days. The little healer's heart raced, and suddenly, she draped her delicate arms around Xiao Yan's neck, her beautiful eyes glistening with mist and tenderness. I could also acquire a plot of medicinal land near the Yunlan sect adjacent to the capital, and there I would construct a main building beside the fields, a haven for my cherished one. Xiao Yan's smile radiated warmth. In that moment, her tender lips brushed against his. Did you not say this was daytime? Xiao Yan teased as he embraced her and led her into the small cottage. You are insufferable. If you continue like this, I shall ignore you. The little healer shot him a glare, but became even more proactive. With a chuckle, Xiao Yan ceased his playful banter and attended to his own matters. An hour passed, and Xiao Yan, feeling invigorated, sat by the window, donning his attire, while the little healer gently covered her delicate form with a thin blanket. Her fragrant sweat dampened her tresses, lending her an alluring charm. How utterly mortifying. A blush graced the little healer's face as she recalled their earlier escapade, a desire to vanish into the earth swelling within her. How did I so foolishly surrender myself? All due to that rogue's honeyed words. With a smirk, Xiao Yan observed her bashful demeanor, his smile deepening. He playfully tapped her rear through the blanket, saying, Dress yourself. I have a new friend to introduce to you. A new friend? The little healer blinked in surprise. But upon donning her clothes and witnessing Xiao Yan summon Qing Lin from his space, her countenance darkened. Xiao Yan, you beast. Chapter 195, The Little Healer's Origins. How am I a beast? Xiao Yan, bewildered, scratched his head. Speak not so harshly of this young master, lest you learn what true beastliness entails. Why a beast? The little healer gazed at the frightened and bashful Qinglin before her, her expression one of indignation. Your lust I can comprehend, the strong with multiple wives I can tolerate. However, how dare you lay a hand on such a young girl? Are you even human? As she spoke, an unusual hue flickered in her clear eyes. Xiao Yan's expression darkened. What do you take me for? He slapped the little healer on her backside, this time without restraint, causing her to cry out in pain. This child, named Qinglin, has been without parents since her infancy. I discovered her in the desert, being bullied, and out of pity, I brought her back with me. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the little healer regained her senses, her small hands anxiously clasped behind her back, looking at Xiao Yan with a pitiful gaze. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Sorry. Do you think that simply saying sorry will suffice? Xiao Yan shot her a dissatisfied glance. You almost tarnished my reputation. Do you think it's that easy to turn the page? Then, what do you want me to do? The little healer pouted her rosy lips, looking at Xiao Yan with a charming demeanor. I must admit, it is rare for a man to resist when a pure and enchanting girl pouts before him. I will deal with you tonight. Xiao Yan glared at her fiercely, causing the little healer's face to flush a deeper crimson. Come, Qinglin, let me introduce you. This is my wife. You may call her Sister Little Healer. Sister Little Healer. Qinglin timidly glanced at the little healer, her large eyes filled with curiosity and caution. Upon seeing the absence of the jealousy and disdain that once adorned the face of the previous lady, she felt a slight sense of relief, observing her shy demeanor. The little healer was momentarily taken aback, then a gentle smile graced her face as she reached out her delicate hand to gently pat Qinglin's head. Do not be afraid. From now on, you will follow me. I am also an orphan now, and I will treat you kindly. You are also an orphan? Xiao Yan was initially shocked, then turned to look at the little healer. Indeed, the original narrative never delved into this girl's background. The first impression he had was of a sunny, gentle girl, never imagining that she too bore such a tragic past. Yes, the little healer nodded softly, a hint of melancholy glimmering in her beautiful eyes. My mother passed away when I was born, and my father raised me alone. However, he too passed away when I was 16. I am sorry, I did not realize your past was so sorrowful. A rare feeling of compassion welled up in Xiao Yan's heart. What sorrow? The little healer gently shook her head. My father was a physician at the Wanyao Zhai, a trusted assistant to Mr. Yao. He had some renown in the past in Qingshan town. My childhood cannot be deemed affluent, but it was not as miserable as you might think. With that, a tender smile returned to her face. Your father must have been a remarkable man. Xiao Yan suddenly spoke. Xiao Yixian was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded with determination. It is indeed a commendable feat for a single parent to raise their child alone. Even more remarkable is the warmth he bestowed upon Xiao Yixian, filling her childhood with affection and sunshine. It is within such a nurturing environment that a girl from a single-parent family can bloom into a gentle and cheerful soul. This is what has endeared her to the mercenaries of Qingshan town. Had it not been for the cursed poison body, her life would have undoubtedly been one of happiness, not a happiness defined by material wealth, but a profound love for life itself. Such vitality is far more precious than beauty or riches. Regrettably, in an alternate timeline, Xiao Yixian's cursed condition destined her for a life of solitude. Even after she eventually overcame it, the sunshine in her life would never quite return. The scars of suffering are etched deeply within one's existence. Even healed wounds leave behind faint reminders that never fade. However, Xiao Yan has fortuitously encountered Xiao Yixian early on and gained the, which assures him that he can avert this tragedy, allowing her to forever retain that brightness. From now on, let Qingshan accompany you, Xiao Yan said softly with a smile. Master, do you not want me anymore? Qingshan's face transformed upon hearing his words, her expression forlorn. Having just escaped a sea of suffering, she felt lost in this world, with Xiao Yan appearing to her as a lifeline. Who said that? Xiao Yan chuckled, ruffling her hair. It's just that I will often be away and won't have the time to protect you constantly. Do you not like Sister Xiao Yixian? I don't know, Qingshan replied, shaking her head in confusion. A girl like her, without parents or cultivation, felt like a drifting leaf in this world, subject to the whims of fate, vulnerable to any wave that could destroy her. Qingshan, you are now free. You will forge your own path in life. Though I will always have you call me master, I will forever regard you as my sister. From today onward, you must learn to seek your own way of living. Do you understand? Xiao Yan continued. Not really. Qingshan blinked her large eyes, looking utterly innocent. Oh, this poor child. Xiao Yan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Growing up in such an environment inevitably breeds a sense of inferiority and timidity. Recovering from such shadows is destined to be a gradual journey. Seeing Qingshan in this state, even Xiao Yixian's expression softened with pity. This girl was far more unfortunate than she. If you dare to bully Qing Shan, I will not spare you, Xiao Yan declared, raising her delicate fist. Huh. You should first consider how to beg for mercy tonight, Xiao Yan retorted with a playful grin. A mischievous smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. With just a single utterance, the little medicinal fairy was rendered speechless, her delicate, fair face blushing crimson as memories of the recent frenzied scene flooded back. Observing her flustered demeanor and recalling her past, Xiao Yan instinctively drew her into his embrace. Do you remember the secret method I mentioned for controlling the calamity poison body? Of course. But didn't you say it required 3 types of? The little medicinal fairy glanced at Xiao Yan, her mouth agape in astonishment. Have you really gathered all 3 types of? Chapter 196. Refining the heart of the blue lotus fire. Seeing her astonished expression, Xiao Yan smiled gently and slowly raised his hand. With a flourish, 2 flames ignited from his index and ring fingers. One flame danced in a mesmerizing black and white, while the other blazed in a brilliant array of colors. Wow! Such beautiful flames! Upon witnessing the myriad beast spirit fire, even the little medicinal fairy's face lit up with awe. Hell, women! Observing her reaction, a hint of bemusement crossed Xiao Yan's features. Indeed, regardless of the type of girl, they are invariably captivated by appearances. To them, the vibrant myriad beast spirit fire seemed far more formidable than the monochromatic yin-yang sacred flame. Xiao Yan, however, remained unperturbed by such colorful allure. It was the beauty of the little medicinal fairy that ensnared him. After a brief moment of surprise, the little medicinal fairy regained her composure and inquired. Didn't you say 3 types of were required? You only have 2 now. Noticing her curiosity, Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile. There is still 1 type that I have yet to refine. I am about to do so now. As he spoke, he leaned close to the little medicinal fairy's delicate ear and whispered a few words. Upon hearing them, her countenance instantly flushed a deep crimson. Qing Lin, you should stay with the little medicinal fairy for a while. I have matters to attend to. Xiao Yan affectionately ruffled Qing Lin's hair before vanishing from the hut. Once he departed, the crimson hue on the little medicinal fairy's face began to fade. You scoundrel, always bullying me, she huffed, shaking her fist in indignation. Though it quickly transformed into shyness. Little medicinal fairy sister, what did young Master Xiao Yan say to you? Qing Lin asked, her curiosity piqued. What did he say? The little medicinal fairy initially paused before playfully pinching her own tender face. This is not something a child of your age should be privy to. It's inappropriate. Do you understand? Oh, after being pinched, Qing Lin's face took on an expression of innocent dismay, her large azure eyes glistening with unshed tears. Seeing her pitiable demeanor, the little medicinal fairy's heart softened instantly. Come, let me take you outside for a stroll, she said, grasping Qing Lin's small hand as they stepped out of the hut to wander through the basin. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had arrived at the cave where he had previously secluded himself for meditation. Old Man Wen, please release the blue lotus earth heart fire, Xiao Yan said with a smile. Yes, young master, came the voice of Xiao Wen from within the space. In the next moment, a lotus platform less than 3 feet in height was ejected from the void. The instant this lotus appeared, the temperature within the cave began to rise swiftly. This was merely the blue lotus earth heart fire being constrained within the lotus platform. Even so, the terrifying heat rendered the entire cave exceedingly arid. Unlike the previous 2 types of, the yin-yang sacred flame and the beast spirit fire were both possessed before they became his. Under their owner's control, the power they released was not particularly formidable, and during the early stages of Xiao Yan's refinement, they were quite cooperative. However, the blue lotus earth heart fire was distinctly different. It was an entity without an owner. The horrific power it contained was unleashed freely. Thus, the moment Xiao Yan extracted the blue lotus earth heart fire from the lotus platform, signs of melting appeared at the cave ceiling. This dreadful heat instantly rendered the entire small mountain scalding, with the intense warmth causing a slight increase in temperature throughout the entire basin. My heavens, is this? Feeling the shift in temperature within the basin, the small physician, Xiao Yan, who was wandering with the blue-scaled beast, lightly covered her red lips with her hand, staring blankly at the distant Xiao Yan, who was in seclusion on the low mountain. Since knowing this fellow, though aware of his terrifying prowess, she had never witnessed Xiao Yan truly unleash his power. Unable to imagine the extent of fearsome strength wielded by a Dou Huang or even a Dou Zong. It was only today, feeling the terrifying energy of that she began to grasp the magnitude of Xiao Yan's strength. The thought of Xiao Yan consuming such a fearsome entity made her expression one of disbelief. What a monster, she muttered softly. At this moment, Qing Lin also wore a look of astonishment on her small face. Only now did she realize how formidable her young master truly was. Within the cave, having already ingested the green blood golden pill, Xiao Yan once again formed a blue blood armor around himself. calmly gazing at the blue lotus earth heart fire before him. Having devoured twice already, he was well versed in the art of refining. The blue lotus earth heart fire, rank 19th, was merely a trivial matter for him to refine. With such thoughts in mind, he reached out and plunged his hand into the blazing blue flame. Hiss, it's a bit hot, he noted. Ignoring the flame's struggles, Xiao Yan swiftly withdrew a mass of deep blue magma, which glistened like jade. Were it not for the terrifying heat emanating from it, one might easily mistake it for exquisite nectar. However, such matters were trivial for Xiao Yan. He brought the blue magma to his lips and, with a determined effort, took a deep breath. Slurp. With a single breath, the azure magma was drawn into his mouth, a wave of heat surging from Xiao Yan's tongue, ultimately transforming into a torrent of warmth that cascaded down his throat and settled in his abdomen. The entrance was gentle, yet a sharp, fiery sensation radiated from the point where the azure heart of the earth fire coursed through, simultaneously igniting a flow of warmth within his lower abdomen. After swallowing the azure magma, Xiao Yan promptly closed his eyes, beginning to mobilize the immense energy of the burning formula to refine the azure heart of the earth fire. Encased within the enveloping aura of the burning formula, the seed of the azure heart of the earth fire soon began to struggle violently. Yet, faced with Xiao Yan's seasoned experience, robust energy, and the enhancement from a 7th grade pill, it posed little resistance. Before long, the azure magma was sent coursing through his meridians. The cavern, shrouded in darkness, radiated an unsettling heat, with its very core being a young man clad in black, sitting cross-legged. After a mere 3 days, Xiao Yan opened his eyes once more, and at that moment, a flicker of azure flame danced within the depths of his obsidian pupils. Hee. How could such a diminutive azure heart of the earth fire evade my grasp? A smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as he closed his eyes again. What followed was the process of integrating the azure heart of the earth fire, which proved to be significantly more time-consuming than merely refining it. Swiftly, a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the basin gradually transitioned into late autumn, with foliage donning a golden hue. Within the tranquil confines of a small thatched cottage, the little healer, clad in a simple white gown, sat quietly on a chair, imparting her knowledge of herbs to Qinglin. After a month of companionship, Qinglin had set aside her initial fears, and her relationship with the little healer blossomed into that of sisters. Just then, the small door of the cottage creaked open, and a black-clad youth with a flushed complexion stepped into the room. Young Master Xiao Yan. Qinglin gasped at the sight of his reddened face. Qinglin, you should return to your room, Xiao Yan said, his gaze fixated on the blushing healer. Chapter 197, The Queen Slapped in the Face. As the voice from within his sleeve echoed, Xiao Yan's previously closed eyes fluttered open once more. From his sleeve, a cool, slick movement was felt as a strikingly beautiful, multicolored serpent emerged. Ah, so it is you, little one. A smile graced Xiao Yan's face upon seeing the rainbow serpent. Upon spotting Xiao Yan, the serpent's crystalline purple eyes sparkled with a hint of sentience, nuzzling its small head against the back of his hand, gazing at him with a playful demeanor. I wonder if Her Majesty the Queen will behave as adorably as you do. Observing the rainbow serpent's lack of pride, a mischievous smile appeared on Xiao Yan's lips. However, he soon retrieved 2 jade bottles from his spatial ring. Within the 2 jade vials, besides the accompanying amethyst source, there resided the refined blood of the purple sky demon python, meticulously processed once more by Xiao Yan. Although the lineage of the purple sky demon python may not possess the nobility of the 7-colored sky swallowing python, it is nevertheless a 9th-tier magical beast, and its blood holds considerable promise for the growth of the 7-colored sky swallowing python. Having been nurtured by Xiao Yan, the 7-colored sky swallowing python has matured significantly. Each time Xiao Yan refines, the python reaps substantial benefits. Now, Xiao Yan is poised to expedite its maturation using the blood of the demon saint. After all, the sooner it matures, the sooner he can reunite with Queen Medusa. Xiao Yan harbors no ulterior motives. He merely seeks to learn the craft of his previous life's comrades, namely, the art of serpent handling. With this thought, he retrieved 9 drops of the accompanying amethyst source and a drop of demon saint's blood, presenting them to the python's eager mouth. Despite its growth, the creature has not yet achieved full maturity. An overindulgence in the demon saint's blood would not bode well for it. Upon catching sight of the precious blood, the python's violet eyes sparkled with anticipation, almost transforming into a radiant spectrum as it attempted to dive into the vial containing the blood. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's quick reflexes allowed him to catch it in the palm of his hand. Little one, though the blood is exquisite, don't be greedy, Xiao Yan admonished, gently shaking its tail. The python emitted a low, plaintive whine, but its spirits lifted upon seeing the offerings in Xiao Yan's hand. It opened its mouth, and an intense suction drew the amethyst source and the demon saint's blood into its belly. Soon, Satiated with energy, the seven-colored sky-swallowing python burped contentedly, emanating a shimmering, multicolored glow. Clearly, this nourishing feast was highly beneficial. After gorging itself, the python's once vibrant violet eyes began to droop with sleepiness. Observing its gradually slackening form, Xiao Yan chuckled and playfully poked it with his finger. Full and sleepy, you seem more like a little pig than a little snake. The python paid no heed to him, its crystalline violet eyes completely at ease as it succumbed to slumber in his palm. With a slight smile and a shake of his head, Xiao Yan prepared to tuck the little serpent into his sleeve when suddenly, the multicolored radiance surrounding the python intensified. In an instant, his hand felt a weighty presence, and his fingers pressed against the soft form. As the brilliance dissipated, a figure of unparalleled perfection emerged into Xiao Yan's embrace, and the unfathomable depths of its form nearly caused his eyes to bulge in astonishment. In that moment, he grasped the profound truth of the adage, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. Have you seen enough? A cold voice echoed in Xiao Yan's ear. No, Xiao Yan replied earnestly, shaking his head. You wretched creature, I truly wish to end your life. The woman's voice carried an intensified chill as a delicate hand swung fiercely toward Xiao Yan's face. How dare you strike your husband? He continued to gaze into the abyss, unwavering, as he grasped her hand. You. Medusa struggled fiercely, yet found herself utterly unable to escape his grip. Only then did Xiao Yan reluctantly pull his gaze from the depths, lifting his eyes to behold a face that should have been enchanting yet radiated a cold nobility. Such a visage exuded an unparalleled and rare allure. Hey, I have at least rendered significant assistance to your serpent clan. Is this how you repay your benefactor? Xiao Yan chuckled, conjuring a wide robe of energy to obscure her maddeningly alluring form. It was not out of concern for Medusa's chill, but rather fear of losing control. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of softness returned to Medusa's previously frosty expression. Yet the awareness of their intimate position brought a stiffness back to her features. The ancestor has already discussed your affairs with me. Logically, marrying you is undoubtedly beneficial, with no drawbacks. Your serpent clan is indeed remarkable. Xiao Yan initially paused in surprise before a smile graced his face. The serpent clan, having thrived amidst perpetual conflict, was indeed forthright and decisive, much like their queen. As for their relationship not having reached that depth yet, he believed in the adage that love grows over time. However, before a smile could fully manifest, the queen's icy voice pierced the air once more. But I shall not follow a weakling. If you wish to possess me, you must first defeat me. Hearing her declaration, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Then a peculiar smile crept onto his lips. Are you speaking earnestly? I know you are a Dou Zone, but with the power of the seven-colored tribe, I too shall ascend to that level upon regaining my peak. At that time, possessing the inheritance of the seven-colored tribe, I may not be easily defeated by you. A cold smile curled upon Medusa's stunning face. If you cannot surpass me, I suggest you train for another 2 years. As her words fell, Xiao Yan began to emanate a formidable aura. Let me inquire once more, are you serious? A playful grin appeared at the corners of his mouth. When did you ascend to a 3-star Dou Zone? Medusa's elongated eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed she had merely slumbered for 2 months, and this fellow had already progressed from a 1-star to a 3-star. What a terrifying speed. Xiao Yan chuckled. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? I am a modern gentleman. After all, I have no desire to strike my wife. Even if you ascend to the rank of a 3-star Dou Zone, you may still not stand a chance against me. Medusa, biting her silver teeth, let out a cold snort, yet a hint of flush appeared on her jade-like visage. This was not a result of shyness, but rather humiliation. How embarrassing it was to be slapped in the face right after making a bold declaration. It had been ages since this queen had experienced such disgrace. Hee. The next time you see me, I shall have become a 5-star Dou Zone. Just as Xiao Yan was about to speak, he witnessed a sudden burst of resplendent colors enveloping Medusa, who then transformed once more into a colorful little snake, resting in the palm of his hand. This woman. The noble lord's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 198, 5-star Dou Zone. Ah, so the renowned Queen Medusa of the desert is but a mere windbag. Observing the colorful little snake nestled in his palm, Xiao Yan let out a cold chuckle, lacing his words with mockery. The little snake's violet eyes revealed a trace of human-like indignation, yet it quickly closed its eyes, succumbing to slumber, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Yan's taunts. Witnessing its nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Yan could only shake his head in resignation. No matter how you pretend, one day, I shall play with you. With this thought in mind, he tucked the colorful little snake back into his sleeve. Next time you dare to tease me, I shall stuff you in my trousers, Xiao Yan declared fiercely. Suddenly, he felt the little snake in his sleeve quiver, followed by a sharp sting emanating from his arm. Why is it still biting? After being nipped, Xiao Yan gently shook his head. One day, I shall discipline my wife, he mused, before closing his eyes once more. After a brief period of silence, as his mind regained complete tranquility, he resumed the process of devouring the energy of his exceedingly formidable, even the energy from the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, ranked only 19th, is beyond the capacity of an ordinary Dou Zong to comprehend. The reason the alternate realm Xiao Yan could only increase his cultivation by 2 or 3 stars at the Doshir level after consuming the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire was due to his limited capacity at that stage. However, now that Xiao Yan has become a Dou Zong, the immense energy of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire still possesses powerful residual force, which will accompany his cultivation until he reaches Dou Zun, at which point it will gradually become less pronounced. By then, his ambitions should be directed towards the top 10. Thus, the endeavor to devour commenced anew, and as the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire was consumed, Xiao Yan's aura surged with the rapidity of a rocket. In a distant thatched cottage, the little medicinal sage, having rested for a day and night, donned her clothing and languidly stretched, shaking off her fatigue. Her face now brimming with vitality. That scoundrel! Recalling the absurdity of the past 3 days and nights, a flush crept across the little medicinal sage's cheeks once more. Sister Little Medicinal Sage. Observing the rejuvenated little medicinal sage, Qinglin blinked her large eyes, gazing at her with curiosity. Qinglin, what troubles you? A gentle smile graced the face of the little medical fairy. Oh, nothing, Qinglin replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she curiously inquired, is young master truly formidable? The little medical fairy's face instantly blossomed with a rosy hue as she playfully pinched Qinglin's delicate cheek with a feigned annoyance. You little rascal, what thoughts are running through your mind? Though her cheek was stung with slight pain, Qinglin remained unperturbed after spending ample time together. She had come to understand the little medical fairy's temperament. Well, you were shouting until your voice went hoarse. You cheeky girl, the little medical fairy tightened her grip, causing Qinglin to let out a small yelp. This time, she recognized that she should refrain from teasing her companion. Seeing that Qinglin had ceased her playful antics, the little medical fairy nodded in satisfaction and said, the sun is setting. We ought to prepare dinner. Yes, Qinglin obediently responded, her heart longing for the taste of her sister's cooking, as her own culinary skills left much to be desired. Upon hearing Qinglin's words, a gentle smile returned to the little medical fairy's face. For a woman of her serene disposition, cooking was one of her cherished hobbies, aside from tending to herbs and studying pharmacology. Although Qinglin hailed from humble beginnings, she had little opportunity to hone her cooking skills, leaving much room for improvement. Having ascended to the realm of the great Dou Master, the little medical fairy not only possessed newfound strength, but also found great ease in culinary endeavors. In no time, she had prepared a sumptuous feast. Wow, what a lavish dinner! Qinglin exclaimed, her small face radiating pure joy at the sight of the delectable spread. For a girl who had endured hardship her entire life, each meal felt like a blessing. Ever since she had been rescued by Xiao Yan, her life had transformed into one of happiness. To her, having someone who cared for her and the certainty of hearty meals was a profound source of joy. Please enjoy, the little medical fairy said with a gentle smile, finding joy in the knowledge that others relished her cooking. Then I shall dig in. Qinglin beamed sweetly, diving into her meal. Xiao Yan practiced daily, often neglecting meals even when he occasionally emerged from his training, so there was no need for them to wait for him. Little medical fairy, what did you eat during those 3 days in the thatched cottage? Qinglin suddenly asked, lifting her head mid-bite. What did we eat? The little medical fairy's face displayed a hint of confusion. Did you not eat something after exhausting yourselves with that endeavor? Qinglin gestured with her slender hands. Upon hearing her words, the little medical fairy's composed demeanor turned beet red. I find that you seem to enjoy your meals quite a bit, Qinglin continued, her curiosity unabated. Are you asking out of genuine curiosity, or is it intentional mischief? The little medical fairy's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, under the deliberate gaze of the little medical fairy, Qinglin suddenly felt a flicker of fear and weakly said, then I want to eat it. Is that all right? You should focus on your own meal. The little medical fairy gently tapped her on the head, pushing the girl's face into her food. Sister Little Medical Fairy, I'm sorry, I don't want to eat, Qinglin said, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked up at her, unable to comprehend why she was so angry. No, when you grow a little older, I will have young Master Xiao Yan personally prepare a meal for you, the little medical fairy huffed, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of her mouth. 3 days later, a formidable and terrifying aura emanated from a distant hill, swiftly enveloping the entire basin and the surrounding forests. Countless magical beasts trembled, obediently prostrating themselves on the ground, including the little medical fairy's pet, Little Blue. Now a second-tier magical beast, it gazed fearfully into the distance, finally realizing the terrifying power of the human it had once dared to confront. Meanwhile, within the thatched cottage, Qinglin felt her pale face grow even whiter as she sensed the dreadful aura. Is this truly the young master's strength? Even though this oppressive force could bypass her, she still felt a sense of trepidation. Beside her, the little medical fairy also looked pale as she stared into the distance. Boom! Accompanied by a shockwave. The hill where Xiao Yan had been meditating suddenly shattered, sending massive stones cascading to the ground. As the dust settled, a tall figure clad in black stood quietly in the sky. Feeling the surging power within him, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. 5-star Dou Zone. Chapter 199. Return to the Imperial Capital. After absorbing the heart of Earth Fire, Xiao Yan's cultivation soared once more, directly advancing to the level of 5-star Dou Zone. One can only imagine the remarkable expression that the previously boastful Medusa Queen would display upon witnessing this scene. With this thought, a scheming smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. Now, not only did he possess the strength of a 5-star Dou Zone, but his burning art had also evolved to the intermediate level of the Earth tier, though he regretted not reaching the advanced level. Nevertheless, even at this stage, the terrifying characteristics of the burning art were sufficient to rival ordinary advanced Earth tier techniques. In addition, his Crimson Refinement Flame Demon body had reached the 5th transformation level, after being tempered by 3 different flames. If the Crimson Refinement Flame Demon body were to unleash its full power, it could likely contend with even a 7-star Dou Zone. Coupled with the 3 types by his side, Xiao Yan was confident that he could hold his own against an 8-star Dou Zone without employing any hidden cards. Should he unleash his various trump cards, even a 9-star Dou Zone would face a bitter demise. Of course, this presumes that these Dou Zone experts are merely ordinary Dou Zone. Should he encounter a saint-level figure from one of the ancient 8 clans, the outcome would be far from certain. After all, these formidable individuals of the Saint Sun level possess a powerful heritage and are the elite among the Dou Zone. Even when faced with Dou Zone experts, they have the means to protect themselves. However, Xiao Yan remains unhurried. Once he resolves matters concerning the Flame Alliance, he can proceed to the Jia Nan Academy to acquire the Fallen Heart Flame. At that point, with 4 types by his side, he will truly unleash the terrifying might of the. He wonders whether Han Feng has indeed gone to the Jia Nan Academy. With this thought, the cunning smile that had just faded from Xiao Yan's lips reappeared. If Han Feng has indeed gone to the academy, he would be fortunate enough to obtain 2 types. With 5 types at his disposal, even when confronting a Dou Zone expert, he could leave them utterly bewildered. Casting aside his musings, Xiao Yan advanced forward, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. His true self had already appeared before the little medical fairy in the thatched cottage. The sudden appearance startled both the little medical fairy and Qinglin, the former gently punching him on the shoulder and exclaiming, "You scared me to death." Chuckling, Xiao Yan grasped her slender, fair hand and asked, "How does it feel to have broken through to the great Dome Master?" "How can you say that? You nearly caused my demise." The little medical fairy's lovely face flushed with a hint of anger at Xiao Yan's teasing. Hee. Xiao Yan grinned wickedly. "Weren't you enjoying it back then? Go to hell." The little medical fairy lifted her fair leg to kick at him playfully. "Enough of that." Xiao Yan suddenly wrapped his arms around her delicate waist and said, "Tomorrow, I will make a brief trip back to the Jiamai Empire. Come back with me." Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy's playful demeanor stiffened, and she turned to Xiao Yan with a look of disappointment. "Are you leaving tomorrow?" "Yes." Xiao Yan gently embraced her and continued, "I can't just leave you here alone. It worries me." The little medical fairy remained silent. "Once I return to the Empire, everything I have promised will hold true. When your cultivation reaches Dou Huang or Dou Zone, and you gain the ability to move swiftly, you can come back whenever you wish." "What about Xiaolan?" The little medical fairy suddenly tilted her head, inquiring. "Of course, Xiaolan will accompany you back. I will assist this little creature in evolving its bloodline to that of a 5th-tier magical beast," Xiao Yan replied with a smile. In truth, any low-tier magical beast possesses, to some extent, the bloodline of a higher-tier beast. While awakening to the 7th or 8th tier would be challenging, reaching the 4th or 5th tier is not difficult, provided one invests the necessary resources. Before the little medical fairy could respond, a small bird's head poked through the window of the thatched cottage. Chirp, chirp. Xiaolan stretched its neck to gaze at the little medical fairy, seemingly urging her to agree swiftly, then gently rubbed its beak against the back of Xiao Yan's hand, resembling a devoted admirer. "You are an eagle, soaring majestically through the heavens, embodying the dignity befitting such a creature." Xiao Yan silently regarded the blue eagle, which was eagerly attempting to curry favor with him like an overly devoted admirer. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the little doctor could not help but smile sweetly. "You, my dear, truly lack the spirit that a noble eagle should possess." The blue eagle received an exasperated glance from its oblivious master, but continued its enthusiastic affection toward Xiao Yan. The little doctor was nearly amused to the point of frustration, ultimately resting her head gently on Xiao Yan's shoulder. You must keep your word. As night fell, Qing Lin heard a series of sounds, accompanied by the unmistakable noise of the little doctor sneaking a snack. The moonlight, pure as jade, cast a silver luminescence across the mountains and valleys, heralding the arrival of late autumn, where the earth's withered foliage was adorned with a delicate layer of frost. Under the silvery glow, everything appeared to shimmer with a translucent beauty. The next morning, golden sunlight gradually enveloped the land, finally illuminating the crystalline dew, transforming the droplets into gleaming gold. After a simple breakfast, the three companions, along with the eagle, stood atop a mountain peak, silently gazing at the golden basin below. I wonder how long it will be until we return, the little doctor lamented. It won't be long. With your innate talent as a poison body, you will likely reach the Dou Zone realm in just a few years. At that point, returning will be a trivial matter, Xiao Yan reassured her gently, patting her shoulder. Yes, the little doctor nodded slightly. Let us go. I shall take you to a new home. With a faint smile, Xiao Yan led the two girls and the eagle towards the direction of the capital of the Gamma Empire. Due to the blue eagle's slow pace, he decided to carry it along as they flew back. With Xiao Yan's current strength at the Dou Zone level, even while accompanied by the two girls and the eagle, they traveled at an astonishing speed, returning to the capital in just over an hour. Upon his return to the Gamma Empire, he found the city transformed anew. Ye Fei and Yao Ye's abilities were indeed formidable. In less than 3 months, they had laid the groundwork for a massive city. Surrounding the capital were many new structures and additional communication stations. This development hinted at the burgeoning form of the Flame Alliance. Yet Xiao Yan understood that there remained a considerable distance before they could establish a truly dominant alliance over the northwestern continent. Nevertheless, during his journey, he had gathered numerous followers. With a mere call, he could summon heroes from all corners. Observing the revitalized city beneath him, Xiao Yan took another step forward and found himself within the Xiao residence, where the clansmen dwelled. As he entered, he witnessed Xiao Li reprimanding Xiao Feng. Stop, Teacher Li. I was wrong. Xiao Feng's cries echoed through the courtyard. What error have you made? You think you're so important, sneaking off to steal someone else's child. In Xiao Li's hand, the energy of lightning coalesced into a crackling electric whip, striking fiercely against Xiao Feng's body, leaving dark marks in its wake. This whip, a creation of Xiao Li himself, was designed specifically to punish the errant disciples of the Shaolin lineage. It was named the Pinecone and Broadbeam Lightning Whip by Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Li was puzzled by the peculiar name bestowed by his younger brother, he accepted it nonetheless, for Xiao Yan had always held a special place in his heart. Second brother, why are you punishing Xiao Feng again? What transgression has he committed this time? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's voice, Xiao Li paused momentarily, his expression softening with a hint of joy. Little Yan, you have returned. With a smile, he retracted the lightning whip, gazing affectionately at Xiao Yan. When he noticed the little healer and Qing Lin accompanying Xiao Yan, he was momentarily taken aback, his face betraying an odd expression. You have brought back 2 more siblings? He whispered through a psychic link, as it was not appropriate to voice such matters aloud. Ahem. Xiao Yan cleared his throat gently, introducing the little healer. This is your sister, the little healer. And this is my newly adopted sister, Qing Lin. With regard to Qing Lin, Xiao Yan viewed her merely as a little sister for now, given her tragically pitiable background. However, should she develop any inappropriate feelings towards him as she matured, Xiao Yan was not one to easily refuse. Ah, I see. Xiao Li seemed to exhale with relief, fearing that Xiao Yan might not spare even such a young girl. While the Xiao clan was indifferent to whether the emperor's son was a philanderer, he worried he would not be able to keep track. He vividly recalled the astonished expression on Xiao Lin's face when he encountered a group of granddaughters-in-law during a visit to the Nalan family in the Jaimar Empire. At that moment, Ye Fei, Yun Yun, Nalan Yanran, and Yao Yi stood before him, leaving even the mighty Dou Saint Shaolin momentarily bewildered. How much time had passed? This young lad had already found so many romantic interests in a modest empire like Jaimar. Shaolin was also aware that this boy had seemingly attracted the attention of the talented beauties of the Dan Tower during his time in Zhongzhou. Seeing that there was only one additional sibling, Xiaoli nodded at the little healer, greeting her with, sister. He then turned to Qing Lin, smiling. You are Xiao Yan's sister, and from this day forth, you shall also be my sister, Xiaoli. The 2 girls, one large and one small, blushed slightly. Bowing respectfully to Xiaoli, greetings, second brother. As she spoke, the little healer appeared somewhat shy, while Qing Lin's azure eyes shimmered with a trace of emotion. She understood that Xiao Yan truly regarded her as a sister, and recalling her arduous and humble past, she suddenly felt a dreamlike sense of happiness. Second brother, what has Xiao Feng done this time to incur your wrath? Xiao Yan gazed at Xiao Li with a perplexed expression. The disciples of the Shaolin lineage, under Xiao Yan's leadership, had consistently been unproductive. However, Most of them maintained a semblance of normalcy and adhered to their principles. It was only a few of Xiao Feng's disciples who seemed to lack common sense, often engaging in outrageous antics. Consequently, Xiao Li frequently employed his pinecone lightning whip on these individuals. Speaking of this incited a wave of irritation within him. The smile that once adorned Xiao Li's face faded once more. Recently, the amethyst-winged Lion King from the Monster Beast Mountains purportedly sought to ally with them. Having long admired their reputation, after verifying this information with his junior sister Yunyun and conducting further scrutiny, they ascertained that the creature posed no threat, thus granting it a position as a guardian spirit beast within the Flame Alliance. Although a 6th-tier monster may not be of significant utility to them, its earnest desire to join their ranks was duly recognized and appreciated. Xiao Li spoke earnestly. After all, it is an early employee. We must ensure adequate welfare. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Yan's face. This amethyst-winged Lion King had previously been thoroughly defeated by him and had refused to submit. How was it now so eager to approach them? However, before his surprise could fully dissipate, he noticed the anger etched on Xiao Li's face as he directed his gaze toward the distant, aggrieved Xiao Feng. Who would have known that this fool had heard somewhere that braised lion's head was delectable, and in his folly, dragged a group to attempt stealing the amethyst-winged Lion King's braised delicacy. That little lion, merely stepping out for a moment, nearly fell prey to these rascals. Had I not intervened, it would have already been simmering in a pot. You cannot fathom the terror this act instilled in the poor creature. If this incident were to spread, what beast would ever dare ally with our Flame Alliance again? At Xiao Li's words, even Xiao Yan, who stood as Xiao Feng's protector, felt his expression darken. This was a matter deserving of punishment. If this little brat did not receive a thorough lesson, he would never learn. Xiao Yan showed no inclination to shield Xiao Feng this time. Regardless of the sinister tactics employed by Xiao Feng against his enemies, he would harbor no objections. However, now that the amethyst-winged Lion King had formally joined their ranks, it was incumbent upon the Xiao clan to provide both protection and rewards. Otherwise, who would be willing to serve them? Particularly in light of Xiao Feng's atrocious behavior, even daring to harm their own, had it not been for their long-standing relationship. Xiao Yan would have already dealt with him severely. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's pronouncement, the relief that had once graced Xiao Feng's countenance was swiftly replaced by a semblance of dread. Yen Gur, save me. I only attempted to capture that little lion for your disciple, Han Xin, he pleaded. Yen Gur, you cannot treat me this way. The cries of Xiao Feng echoed, causing Xiao Yan's expression to darken further. Rest assured, this time I shall impose severe consequences on that little girl as well. As soon as Xiao Yan's words fell, a hurried patter of footsteps echoed from behind. A small figure dashed towards him, and before his master, Han Xin, could collide with Xiao Yan, a large hand lifted him up. Before Han Xin could utter a word, he felt a sharp pain in his little behind. Xiao Yan showed no mercy this time, delivering a sound thrashing that made Han Xin cry out in distress. Do you realize your mistake? I don't know. If you don't know, then another round for you. I understand now. What was your mistake? I truly don't know. The courtyard resonated with the heart-wrenching cries of the child. What on earth are you doing? Just after punishing Han Xin, Xiao Yan heard an indignant voice. He turned to see Yafei approaching him with an alluring sway, her anger palpable, followed closely by Xiao Cheng and another young lady from the Xiao clan. Honestly, how could you return and immediately strike a child? Yafei angrily snatched Han Xin from Xiao Yan's grasp, and at that moment, she noticed a graceful figure in white appearing beside her. Upon seeing this enchanting woman, Yafei's eyes narrowed. Who is this sister? Chapter 201. I want to return to Qingshan Town. Under Yafei's scrutinizing gaze, the little medical fairy hesitated for a moment before comprehending what this woman was pondering. This woman must be one of Xiao Yan's partners. Gazing at the mature and peach-like beauty before her, the little medical fairy's clear eyes sparkled with an unusual depth. As their gazes met, a spark ignited between them. This is the little medical fairy, Xiao Yan interjected, his face rarely showing a hint of embarrassment at the palpable tension between the two women. Unlike the women from the capital of Jamadi, both of whom were familiar with each other, the little medical fairy was a stranger to his other partners. In this unfamiliar situation, even Xiao Yan, with his notorious experience, found himself somewhat flustered. Indeed, while he had dabbled in the art of juggling multiple relationships in his past life, it was often the case that when one stumbled, both cheeks would bear the consequences, leaving him unable to maintain either relationship. Now, having arrived in the Duki continent, the allowance for multiple wives was indeed a new frontier for him. Lost in thought, he then witnessed Yafei graciously extend her fair hand towards the little medical fairy. You must be the little medical fairy, correct? Greetings, I am Yafei, the current head of the Miter family. I am a few years your senior and entered this circle before you. If you don't mind, you may call me Sister Yafei. The little medical fairy was initially taken aback but soon wore a gentle smile. Sister Yafei, it is a pleasure to meet you, and I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. At this moment, two delicate hands gently clasped in the air, alleviating the slight awkwardness that had initially settled within Xiao Yan. Everyone possesses their own unique talents. Although Yafei may not excel in cultivation, her prowess in social interaction surpasses even that of Xiao Yan. With such a woman who adeptly navigates interpersonal relationships by his side, he finds himself spared from much mental strain. After their handshake, Yafei beamed at Xiao Yan and inquired, Master, should we notify Sister Yun Yun and the other two sisters about our new arrival? In that instant, she resembled a dignified matron facilitating her master's acquisition of a concubine, leaving no room for criticism. Observing her demeanor, even Xiao Yan felt a surge of satisfaction within him. How understanding she is, indeed. Beside them, the little healer's expression shifted upon hearing Yafei's words. Though she had long suspected Xiao Yan's involvement with several women, she had not anticipated the number before her. In contrast, Yafei appeared entirely at ease with this lifestyle, radiating calm and composure. At that moment, the little healer realized she had already lost the first skirmish without even engaging. Fortunately, Xiao Yan, aware of her inability to compete with Yafei, gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, rest assured, they are all quite easy to get along with. The little healer remained silent, her face clouded with sorrow, yet being an astute woman, she quickly emerged from this state. She shook her head softly and replied, It's all right. As long as I can be by your side, I am content. Upon hearing the little healer's words, Yafei's brows arched slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. This new sister was no ordinary rival. She possessed a surprising wit. Witnessing such understanding among you all makes me suddenly feel that life is truly beautiful. Xiao Yan mused, sensing the subtle rivalry between the two women. Yet, women often delight in such exchanges, as long as they do not fall into genuine conflict. He felt little inclination to intervene. Thus, he embraced both women, wearing a blissful expression, feigning that the two delicate hands gripping his waist did not exist. Soon, a tranquil and elegant courtyard was swiftly arranged by Yafei as the little healer's residence. Furthermore, she efficiently handled the promises Xiao Yan had made to the little healer. Before nightfall, Yafei had already organized for a fertile plot of land beneath the Cloud Sect to be designated as the little healer's future medicinal field, a task personally approved by Yun Yun, with the sect's members executing it with remarkable speed. Consequently, the little healer now possessed her own medicinal field within the Jiama Empire. As night fell, the charming courtyard was ablaze with light, with 6 women of varying ages gathered around a small table, exchanging glances. Aside from the youngest, Qing Lin, who remained a sister, the other 5 had already established their relationships with Xiao Yan. Greetings, fair sister Xiao Yixian. I am Yun Yun, the current leader of the Cloud Sect. With her resplendent phoenix crown adorning her head, Yun Yun exuded an air of elegance and nobility. Though she cast a fleeting glare at Xiao Yan, her demeanor towards Xiao Yixian was exceedingly cordial. The leader of the Cloud Sect? Xiao Yixian was momentarily taken aback. While she had been aware that Xiao Yan's companion held a distinguished status, she had not anticipated that she was the most esteemed woman in the Jiama Empire. Initially, she had thought that the head of the Mitre family was already a figure of considerable power, yet here stood one even more formidable, her grace and beauty seemingly surpassing her own. Greetings, Sister Yun Yun, Xiao Yixian said, extending her hand with a demeanor of deference. For as a citizen of the Jiama Empire, she held a profound respect for the sect leader. Hello, Sister Xiao Yixian. I am Jia Yi, the Imperial Princess, introduced the second enchanting beauty with a regal aura, extending her hand as well. The Imperial Princess? Once again, Xiao Yixian found herself bewildered. She is destined to be the future Empress of the Jiama Empire, Yafei chimed in with a smile. Such titles matter not. Upon entering this door, we are all sisters, Jia Yi replied with a gentle smile. An Empress? Xiao Yixian glanced at Xiao Yan, noticing his countenance remained serene, adorned with a calm smile. What sort of women have you gathered here? She mused inwardly. For reasons unknown, the usually vivacious Xiao Yixian suddenly felt a twinge of inferiority. In comparison to these women, she felt utterly insignificant. Hello, Sister Xiao Yixian. I am Nalan Yanran. The final maiden introduced herself, extending her hand. Nalan Yanran? The renowned beauty of the Jiama Empire? Xiao Yixian was once again taken aback. Each of Xiao Yan's companions was among the most exceptional women in the empire, capable of instigating upheaval in distant towns with but a word. As she surveyed the group, a sense of being a mere village girl washed over her. Yet, when she shook hands with Nalan Yanran, she discerned a hint of jealousy in the girl's gaze, which swiftly enlightened her to a realization. Among these women, Nalan Yanran appeared to be the most inexperienced. In the presence of these illustrious women, once figures she had only encountered in tales, Xiao Yan felt a certain restraint during the meal. After all, these were individuals whose names she had only heard whispered in reverence. And now they shared a connection with the same man. In stark contrast, Qing Lin remained blissfully unaware of their standings and did not regard herself as one of Xiao Yan's women, thus enjoying the meal without a trace of tension. Fortunately, aside from Nalan Yanran, the other women were adept in social graces, and the meal proceeded harmoniously. It was not until after the meal, when Xiao Yan had escorted the other women away, that Xiao Yan timidly turned to him and said, "I wish to return to Qingshan Town." Return to Qingshan Town? What for? Xiao Yan initially expressed surprise before seemingly grasping her sentiment. How was I to know that all your companions held such illustrious positions? The little healer shook her head in disappointment, expressing, "As a simple village girl from Qingshan Town, I feel immense pressure being among such distinguished figures." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile gently, taking her hand in his and reassuring, "Their perceived status is but a fleeting illusion. What truly sustains them is their own strength." He then affectionately ruffled the little healer's hair and added, "Once you gain control over your calamity poison body, you may very well ascend to the level of a Dou Saint in the future. At that point, in terms of cultivation and status, you might surpass them." Dou Saint. The little healer shook her head softly, replying, "That seems so distant from me." Distant? Nonsense. Xiao Yan chuckled. "The necessary items for the poison pill method will arrive shortly. Once I help you stabilize your calamity poison body, in just a few years, you could become a Dou Huang powerhouse like Yun Yun." The little healer still appeared somewhat uncertain, but after Xiao Yan's persistent encouragement, her spirits lifted significantly. "You won't abandon me, will you?" she asked. Her clear eyes fixated on him. "You always speak such words," Xiao Yan teased, playfully pinching her delicate cheek. For the next 3 days, instead of hastily seeking out other companions, Xiao Yan took the time to familiarize the little healer with the imperial city and introduce her to some of his friends. With Xiao Yan by her side, she gradually adapted to this new lifestyle. During these 3 days, while visiting Yunlanzong to find Yun Yun, they encountered an old acquaintance, or rather, an old beast. It was the purple crystal-winged Lion King, whom Xiao Yan had once thoroughly defeated. When Xiao Yan came upon it, the lion was diligently fanning the flames for the alchemists on the alchemy peak of Yunlanzong. The alchemists, thrilled to have the purple flame from the Lion King, praised its efficacy, exclaiming how remarkable the flame was. The purple crystal-winged Lion King humbly responded, "It's just average, as long as everyone is happy using it." However, upon seeing Xiao Yan, a flicker of fear crossed its face, quickly replaced by a polite greeting of Lord Xiao Yan. "Well done, quite dedicated," Xiao Yan remarked, patting its lion head in approval. "Keep up the good work. The organization will not treat you poorly." The purple crystal-winged Lion King had not been patted on the head by a human in quite some time. Yet recalling Xiao Yan's formidable background brought a smile to its lion face. This was not out of fear, but rather from remembering its elder brother's words regarding Xiao Yan's profound connections. Any favor from him could lead to a potential rise to the 7th rank. In truth, the high-level magical beasts from the Beast Mountain were also contemplating sending some of their less astute members to Xiao Yan to gauge the situation, lest they come to work here and reap no benefits, only to be devoured instead. The conscience of humanity had notably deteriorated. "By the way, where's your son?" Xiao Yan suddenly inquired, scanning the surroundings, but failing to spot the little purple crystal-winged Lion King. "Why do you seek my son?" The once amiable purple crystal-winged Lion King suddenly trembled, casting a wary glance at Xiao Yan. Ever since encountering this human, his son had endured considerable tribulations. His milk was snatched away, and he received a slap in return. When he sought refuge with enemies, he narrowly escaped being captured by the Xiao family and turned into a lion's head. Thus, he dared not let his son stray too far from his side. The memory of the young lion lying on the ground, with Xiao Cheng's heavy blade poised above him, remained vivid. Had it not been for Xiao Li's timely intervention, he would have faced utter devastation. Noticing the Lion King's vigilant demeanor, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. He felt a pang of guilt for frightening the creature. With that thought, he gently tapped his storage ring, and a sphere of pitch-black blood surged forth. This was the essence of the 8th-tier magical beast, the heavenly abyss demon lion, which should prove beneficial for your evolution. The mass of black blood was no larger than a ping-pong ball, yet the energy it contained was exceptionally pure and formidable. This precious blood was a trophy from Xiao Yan's conquest of Lion Tian, with the heavenly abyss demon lion serving as the cornerstone of the Lion Ming sect, from which the sect's cultivation techniques originated. It was likely that this 8th-tier beast surpassed Lion Tian in strength. Upon seeing the essence, the Lion King's eyes, the size of fists, lit up like light bulbs. "This portion is for you, and this one is for your son." Xiao Yan even reserved a small drop for the young purple crystal-winged lion. This child had indeed suffered unjustly. Furthermore, he no longer required such a surplus of the accompanying purple crystal source. Xiao Yan tossed another jade vial, revealing that it contained the Lion King's milk powder. Approximately half of the original supply of the accompanying purple crystal source. The remaining half was necessary for nurturing the 7-colored sky-devouring python, which required gentler energy during its juvenile phase. Upon receiving this magical beast essence, the Lion King's gaze toward Xiao Yan was imbued with unwavering loyalty and emphatic devotion. Work diligently, and once you reach the 7th tier, I shall reward you with a transformation pill. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile, further cementing the Lion King's loyalty. He had already resolved to share tales of his esteemed treatment in the Gamma Empire with his brethren, hoping to incite a hint of envy among them. Just as he contemplated this, a nearby alchemist suddenly called out, "They are coming." The purple crystal-winged Lion King opened its mouth and spat a plume of purple flame into the alchemist's cauldron. Meanwhile, during Xiao Yan's leisurely sojourn in the Gamma Imperial City, far away in the central continent, Xiao Ding was leading several formidable warriors toward the distant Scorpion Dragon clan. Nestled within a toxic swamp in central continent, the Scorpion Dragon clan thrived amidst a vast expanse of poisonous mist, spanning 100,000 miles, an ideal habitat for venomous magical beasts. The Scorpion Dragon clan stands as the sovereign of this region, a formidable beast infused with the ancient bloodlines of the celestial poison scorpion and the ancient dragon, formerly known as the celestial scorpion dragon beast. Within their ranks, several possess the prowess of 8th-tier magical beasts. The so-called ancient dragons refer to the most powerful lineage on the continent, the ethereal ancient dragons. With such a robust heritage and strength, the Scorpion Dragon clan holds considerable influence among the magical beast races in Central State. However, today, with the emergence of shouting, the previously tranquil yet perilous toxic marsh has erupted in turmoil. As shouting fully revealed his cultivation, the surrounding toxic sea trembled slightly, and soon, 2 magical beasts with scorpion lower bodies and human upper bodies surged forth from the marsh. These creatures displayed massive dragon wings behind them, exuding an impressive aura. Yet, in the face of them, shouting remained remarkably composed. "Excuse me, I am from the Xia clan and wish to meet your clan leader," he stated. From the Xia clan? The 2 Scorpion Dragon clan members were momentarily taken aback before their expressions shifted. "You are indeed from the Xia clan." Indeed, shouting nodded slightly. Realizing his identity, the 2 Scorpion Dragon clan warriors displayed a respectful demeanor, saying, "Please wait, we shall inform our clan leader." With that, their figures vanished before shouting. The Scorpion Dragon clan is a formidable force within Central State, having descended from ancestors who were once Doshing powerhouses. Thus they are somewhat acquainted with the reputation of the Xia clan. These 2 warriors, possessing Dou Zone cultivation, rank among the middle management of the Scorpion Dragon clan and are well aware of the Xia clan's formidable nature. In comparison, the Scorpion Dragon clan resembles a minor noble, while the Xia clan stands as an exalted royal lineage. Before long, the current clan leader of the Scorpion Dragon clan emerged from the mist-laden toxic sea. This individual, a middle-aged man of considerable strength, boasted a cultivation level of 6-star Dou Zone, placing him among the elite in all of Central State. "Honored guest of the Xia clan, may I inquire about your esteemed purpose for visiting our Scorpion Dragon clan?" Although shouting was merely at the pinnacle of Dou Zone, the elder accompanying him was beyond the comprehension of even the clan leader. Moreover, as a representative of the Xia clan, even a lowly Dou Huang should not be trifled with, as they might well have a Dou Sheng ancestor backing them. "Ah, esteemed leader of the Scorpion Dragon clan, your hospitality is greatly appreciated. We indeed have pressing matters to discuss," shouting replied. "Is that so?" The clan leader paused, a flicker of wariness and surprise crossing his features. What could it be that the Xia clan finds worthy in the Scorpion Dragon clan? If it is of interest to the Xia clan, it may very well be an extraordinary treasure for us. Adhering to the principle of maintaining face, he inquired first, "If I may ask, what is it that you seek from our Scorpion Dragon clan? As long as it is within the capabilities of my clan, I shall exert every effort to assist." He. I truly appreciate the straightforwardness of the Scorpion Dragon clan leader. To be frank, my Xiao clan is currently in need of an 8th-level Scorpion Poison Dragon Beast's magic core. Thus I hope to negotiate a trade with your esteemed clan. Upon hearing Xiao Ding's words, the countenance of the Scorpion Dragon clan leader instantly darkened. "It seems rather impolite for you to demand the magic core of my clan's members while encroaching upon our territory, does it not? Do not be hasty. Clan leader of the Scorpion Dragons, we are willing to offer a magic core of equal quality in exchange," Xiao Ding gently interjected. However, the Scorpion Dragon clan leader firmly rejected the proposition. "Enough said. Those cores are precious legacies left by our ancestors. The blood and bones of our forebears cannot be so casually exchanged. At these words, Xiao Ding's brow furrowed slightly, while the elder behind him grew increasingly impatient. Little Scorpion, I advise you not to be oblivious to the situation. We, the Xiao clan, approach you with goodwill for a trade. Should you refuse, I shall claim your magic core today and use your flesh to accompany my drink. As he spoke, an overwhelming and terrifying aura enveloped the entire toxic swamp, the oppressive pressure causing the very miasma to cease its tumultuous swirling. The Scorpion Dragon clan leader's face turned pale. He inwardly lamented. The wealth of the Xiao clan is indeed formidable, sending a Dou Saint powerhouse merely to exchange for a magic core, while our Scorpion Dragon clan has not a single Dou Saint remaining. The contrast between the two clans is starkly evident. Despite his pale visage, the elder Scorpion Dragon clan leader maintained his dignity. Those 8th-level magic cores are the legacies of our clan's outstanding individuals, our invaluable treasures. How could we casually hand them over to others? So, are you suggesting that you are willing to part with your own magic core? The Xiao clan's Dou Saint narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing. No, you misunderstand, esteemed elder. The Scorpion Dragon clan leader quickly waved his hands and, after a moment of contemplation, stated earnestly, what I mean is, it requires additional compensation. Upon hearing this, both the elder and Xiao Ding fell into a brief silence, exchanging glances before the elder slowly articulated. 1 8th-level magic beast magic core, along with 3 drops of 9th-level ancient poison dragon's blood. The ancient poison dragon is another powerful lineage within the dragon clan. Albeit not as formidable as the void ancient dragon, it once boasted several 9th-level magical beasts at its pinnacle. However, it has since declined, leaving only 1 9th-level beast, which has become the steed of a certain royal bloodline master. If you do not agree, I shall take action. That is enough. The Scorpion Dragon clan leader's face bore a hint of a fawning smile, a stark contrast to his previous sternness and integrity. Esteemed elder, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, his figure vanished before the two. Moments later, he reappeared before Xiao Ding and the elder. But now he held a blood-colored crystal the size of a walnut in his hand. Esteemed elder, please take a look at this magic core. A legacy left behind by a clan member who passed away 20 years ago. Though the individual possessed merely a 3-star Dou Zun level of strength, this magic core is remarkably fresh. I wonder if it meets your standards. The sage of the Xiao clan examined the magic core with great care before turning to Xiao Ding beside him. This should suffice. Xiao Yanzi mentioned that an overly powerful magic core is unnecessary. One that has just entered the 8th tier would be ideal. Xiao Ding spoke softly. That is reassuring. The elder nodded slightly, and then casually tossed out a magic core along with a jade vial. Everything you need is contained within here. The Scorpion Dragon clan leader merely glanced over it, immediately discerning that the two had not deceived him, and a flattering smile reappeared on his face. Thank you, esteemed elder. Haha, you just claimed that your elder's magic core was not for sale. It seems you are not so exceptional after all. Upon hearing this, a hint of mockery appeared on the sage's face. My elder's magic core indeed cannot be sold. However, this belongs to my cousin. How could it be referred to as an elder's? The Scorpion Dragon clan leader replied earnestly. Both the sage and Xiao Ding remained speechless until they vanished from the Scorpion Dragon clan's territory. Only then did the clan leader cast a fervent glance at the jade vial in his hand. The ancient poison dragon's essence, while not as effective for him as that of the primordial void dragon, was nonetheless a highly precious treasure. With this essence, he might refine his bloodline and possibly advance further. To facilitate transportation, Shaolin had deliberately opened a spatial passage before leaving the Jamadi Imperial City, with the location leading directly to Zhongzhou. 3 days later, in the office of the Mitre family patriarch, Yafei, having just engaged in dual cultivation, leaned against Xiao Yan, her skin glistening with perspiration. Since your departure, my cultivation has progressed at an incredibly slow pace, Yafei lamented. All your other beautiful acquaintances possess remarkable potential. They could maintain their youth for centuries, but I am different. 100 years will pass, and even with medicinal support, I fear I shall grow old and lose my beauty. She gazed at Xiao Yan with worried eyes. By then, you may grow weary of me. That will not happen. Xiao Yan chuckled. Once I acquire the inheritance of the Tua, ancient emperor, I shall shower you with Dou Emperor essence daily, allowing you to relish the joy of soaring strength. Yet, these were merely his thoughts, as he had yet to realize them. He merely embraced Yafei once more, preparing to assist her in enhancing her cultivation. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of a peak Dou Zong suddenly manifested within the imperial capital. A joyful expression blossomed on Xiao Yan's face. My elder brother has arrived. Chapter 203. No, your arrival is perfectly timed. Your elder brother has arrived? Yafei was momentarily taken aback before hastily dismounting from him to adjust her attire. You need not go. My brother is merely here to deliver some items. I can greet him myself, Xiao Yan stated, pulling up his trousers and vanishing from the room. A formidable aura of Dozong has manifested in the capital of the Jiama Empire, though the powerful beings within the city have grown accustomed to it. One by one, they merely lifted their heads before returning to their respective tasks, for since the emergence of Xiao Yan, an influx of adept individuals has graced the capital. Upon sensing the presence of Xiao Ding, both Xiao Yan and Xiao Li promptly made their appearances. Elder brother, elder brother. The two exclaimed upon spotting the composed and serene Xiao Ding, whose demeanor reflected his name, steadfast and tranquil. Now, at not yet 30, he stands only a step away from Dou Zun, possessing commendable talent and character, and is being groomed as the next patriarch of the family. Ah, Xiao Yan, you have unexpectedly reached the level of 5-star Dozong. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's arrival, a look of astonishment crossed Xiao Ding's face. It had been barely over a year since Xiao Yan left the Xiao clan. Yet he had ascended to 5-star Dozong, a pace surpassing even Xiao Ding's own earlier progress within the clan. After all, upon entering the realm of Dozong, the energy required for each subsequent star level is immense. I am the reincarnation of a Dou Emperor. Such minor accomplishments are trivial, Xiao Yan proclaimed unabashedly. Hee. Even having become a Dozong, you still haven't shed your penchant for boasting, Xiao Ding replied with a chuckle. Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but smile in return. I have brought you the items you requested, but there are matters within the clan demanding my attention. So I shan't linger with you too, Xiao Ding said, tossing a spatial ring to Xiao Yan. Are you not staying for a drink? Xiao Yan asked, casting a regretful glance at Xiao Ding. Not this time. At your current rate of cultivation, you will likely reach the realm of Dozun in no more than 3 years. However, I have already encountered a bottleneck. We shall see which of US brothers can attain Dozun first, Xiao Ding said with a slight smile before vanishing at the entrance of the spatial tunnel. As they watched Xiao Ding depart, both Xiao Li and Xiao Yan revealed a trace of regret on their faces. Xiao Ding, as the future heir to the family, bears significant responsibilities, and he is currently managing many affairs of the Shaolin branch. Xiao Yan, it seems that both you and elder brother will surpass me in reaching Dozun, Xiao Li sighed helplessly. Now an 8-star Dozong, he found himself at a loss in the face of Xiao Yan's astonishing rate of progress. When Xiao Yan left the clan, Xiao Li had just stepped into the 8-star realm, yet by the time he reached its pinnacle, Xiao Yan had already attained 5-star Dozong. If elder brother were to compete with him to see who reaches Dozun first, Xiao Li mused that he would only be racing to see who achieves 9-star Dozong first. Nonetheless, the thought that Xiao Yan is his younger brother brought a unique smile to Xiao Li's face. When Xiao Yan eventually becomes a 9-star Dou Saint, he could proudly declare to anyone in the Xiao clan, my brother is Xiao Yan. In that moment, even those Dou Saints would have to pay their respects. After Xiao Li departed, Xiao Yan glanced at the spatial ring in his hand. A sweep of his spiritual power revealed a satisfied expression. Within this ring, alongside a magic core from a scorpion poison dragon, lay numerous other precious herbs essential for his upcoming alchemical endeavors. Second brother, please inform our family's young ones that in 3 days, I shall commence alchemy. This time, I intend to concoct multiple 7th grade elixirs. Those interested can come and observe. Xiao Yan remarked to Xiao Li with a smile. Having reached the pinnacle of the 7th grade upon attaining the Dozong realm, and now possessing 3 unique flames, he pondered whether he could indeed produce elixirs of such caliber. In fact, he was already contemplating advancing towards the 8th grade. Should the elders of the Alchemist Tower become aware of this, they would likely be astounded. Yet, despite this burgeoning confidence, Xiao Yan felt uncertain about the 8th grade. Although the necessary resources appeared to be at hand, his proficiency in alchemy did not match. The most advanced elixirs he had previously crafted were merely at the early 7th grade. This time, he aimed to attempt the creation of high-grade 7th grade elixirs. In the stillness of the night, the main hall of the Yunlan sect was bathed in the silvery glow of the autumn moon. The temperature had dropped significantly, compelling many disciples to don thick robes while they practiced their cultivation at night. However, the interior of the main hall remained ablaze with warmth. The burning incense candles cast a golden light, projecting the movements of 2 figures onto the wall, resembling an ancient mural of human artistry. With a suppressed cry, the 2 figures concluded their skirmish. Is it truly possible to resurrect our ancestor? Yun, having changed into a fresh set of clothing, still exuded an air of noble elegance, now enhanced with a hint of alluring maturity. Such a demeanor, combined with her innate grace and beauty, invariably captivated the hearts of men. After adorning herself, she diligently assisted Xiao Yan in adjusting his attire, her enchanting presence nearly rekindling the flames of desire within him. Despite her lofty status as the sect master, Yun possessed a fundamentally traditional femininity. Once she had chosen someone, she would become tender and submissive. Indeed, I shall be conducting alchemy in the Imperial City Square tomorrow and the day after. If any alchemists from the Yunlan sect wish to observe, invite them all. After all, aside from arduous practice, the best way to refine one's alchemical skills is to learn from the experiences of others. Understood, Yun replied with a gentle smile. Observing her demure demeanor, a playful grin suddenly appeared on Xiao Yan's lips. Hee, if Gu He were to see you like this, it would likely distress him more than death itself. You are insufferable, she retorted. Yun cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Yan before speaking. In truth, Gu He is quite a commendable individual. Over the years, he has made significant contributions to our Yunlan sect. With a serious gaze, she looked at Xiao Yan again and added, however, I have drawn a clear boundary with him. From now on, we shall only discuss matters related to work. And nothing more. Rest assured, I am not so petty. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly. If Gu He were indeed an uncontrollable variable, he would have vanished from this world long ago. Even if Xiao Yan held him in disdain for the grand plans of the Yunlan sect, Yun Shan would undoubtedly take swift action to ensure his demise. Ever since Yun and Xiao Yan had confirmed their relationship, a joyful smile had become a permanent fixture on Yun Shan's aged face. With such a formidable ally, the rise of the Yunlan sect was inevitable. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Teacher, are you inside? Came the voice of Nalan Yinran. Alarmed, Yun's expression shifted, as if she wished to find a place to hide. Yet Xiao Yan firmly grasped her slender waist, unwilling to let go. This day was bound to arrive. For the sake of their shared culinary endeavors, he could not relinquish his hold. What are you afraid of? Xiao Yan teased. Oh dear, if Yinran sees me in this state, where would I hide my face as a teacher? Yun replied, her cheeks flushed. Since her return from the Monster Beast mountain range, this matter had become known to both Yun Shan and Nalan Yinran. The former was nearly ecstatic, while the latter merely smiled knowingly upon learning the news. Throughout this period, the master and disciple had tacitly maintained their awkward relationship, silently acknowledging the reality of their situation. However, Xiao Yan's return shattered this tranquility. Yinran, come in. Your teacher is here, Xiao Yan's voice rang out, and his powerful spiritual presence caused Nalan Yinran's form to momentarily hesitate. How can I face anyone like this? Yun's complexion deepened in hue. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a graceful figure stepping into the room. The young lady possessed a slender physique and a youthful visage that was increasingly maturing, transforming from a beautiful girl into a stunning woman. Who else but Nalan Yinran could it be? Observing her former fiancé and her teacher embracing, a complex expression flickered across Nalan Yinran's delicate features. Yinran, Yun struggled to explain, only to find the situation growing more awkward. Am I interrupting something? Nalan Yinran's face tinged with a light blush, her gaze downcast. Although the master and disciple had mutually acknowledged their relationship, neither had ventured to disrupt this tacit understanding. Little did they know, Xiao Yan's sudden return had shattered this delicate equilibrium, leaving both parties ensnared in an unusual embarrassment. However, Xiao Yan did not share this sentiment. He was determined that their cherished meals together should not be divided. Thus, he slowly extended his hand in an inviting gesture. No, your arrival is indeed timely. Chapter 204, Forging Elixirs. Observing Xiao Yan's shameless demeanor, Yun couldn't help but let out a soft sigh in her heart, pondering what transgressions her master and she must have committed to attract the attention of this scoundrel. Conversely, upon seeing Xiao Yan extend his hand, Nalan Yinran approached the pair with a flushed face and settled beside him. You rascal, are you secretly bullying the teacher again? Nalan Yinran's enchanting visage bore a slight tension, seemingly concealing her embarrassment and nervousness. However, Xiao Yan, being the seasoned rogue he is, was unfazed. He casually wrapped his arm around the slender waist of the young girl. In an instant, both master and disciple found themselves embraced, and this sensation bestowed upon the esteemed gentleman an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Indeed, quite splendid. I must apologize for my fickleness. After all, how could I resist when both of you are so stunning? Xiao Yan's audacity knew no bounds, as he remained oblivious to the awkwardness of his words, while both Yun and her disciple flushed with color. Thus, the two lovely ladies leaned against Xiao Yan's shoulder, their cheeks aglow as they gazed at their former teacher, disciple, ultimately concluding this awkward moment amidst the shared smiles of the master and pupil. Regrettably, had Nalan Yinran been older, the esteemed gentleman might have indulged in a delightful repast today. 3 days later, in the capital of the Jiama Empire, the Alchemy Square. This location was originally designated for the mid to low-tier alchemists of the Alchemist Guild. However, today it served as the venue for Xiao Yan's alchemical endeavors. This session aimed not only to enhance Xiao Yan's own alchemical skills, but also to elevate the understanding of the struggling alchemists in the Jiama capital. A 7th-tier alchemist is a rare breed in the northwestern continent, and the spectacle of forging 7th-tier elixirs is exceedingly rare. Upon hearing that Xiao Yan was to refine another 7th-tier elixir, the individuals from the Yunlan sect's medicine peak were the first to arrive in eager anticipation. After all, these individuals had witnessed Xiao Yan's formidable alchemical prowess during their time at the Yunlan sect, although that battle resulted in Gu He's dismal defeat. Many mid-tier alchemists experienced a moment of inspiration and achieved breakthroughs after observing him. Within the ranks of the Yunlan sect, Yun and her disciple occupied a prominent position among the esteemed guests, one exuding elegance and the other youthful beauty, creating a striking tableau. Yet, keen observers noted that both their gazes were fixed upon Xiao Yan, which cast a pall over many in the imperial capital. Among the most despondent was Gu He and his disciple. Alas, Gu He sighed, watching Yun from a distance as she gazed at Xiao Yan with a tender smile. Witnessing his teacher's melancholy, the disciple Lu Ling also felt a sense of helplessness, casting a sympathetic glance at Nalan Yinran. Alas, in the grand hall of the Yunlan sect, two infatuated souls lingered, while Yun-san, seated at the center of the distinguished guests, held the spirit tablet of Yun Patian, shaking his head in resignation. Above him, Yun Patian gazed at Xiao Yan with an expression brimming with anticipation, for it was rumored that the elixir Xiao Yan was about to concoct was tied to his resurrection. Aside from Yun and her disciples, several breathtakingly beautiful women were fixated on Xiao Yan, their eyes unblinking. This scene evoked a sense of melancholy among the onlookers from the imperial capital. Is he the brother-in-law who visited the palace for you last night? A playful little girl, curious and lively, stood beside Yao Yi, her eyes wide with intrigue. Indeed, Yuer, he is a perilous man. You must exercise caution around him. Yao Yi replied with a gentle smile, ruffling the girl's hair. Absolutely. Sister's voice was so mournful last night. It must have been this dangerous man who bullied her. Yao Yu nodded earnestly, only to have her ear playfully twisted by Yao Yi. You cheeky little girl. Now you dare to jest about me? Ouch, ouch, that hurts. Yao Yu grimaced, pleading for mercy. Knowing your limits is wise, Yao Yi said, satisfied, as she observed her sister's flustered yet beautiful visage. Yao Yu refrained from teasing any further, her large eyes fixated on Xiao Yan. She was perplexed. At not even 15, she had already become a 2nd-tier alchemist, a prodigy in the capital. Yet, the young man in the distance, only a couple of years her senior, was capable of refining 7th-tier elixirs. How could such a marvel exist in this world? Meanwhile, the little medicine saint, clutching Qing Lin, and Ye Fei, holding Han Xian, were seated among the middle family's gathering, their eyes also on Xiao Yan. Will the 7th-tier elixirs crafted by our master taste good? Han Xian turned, curiosity shining in his eyes as he looked at Ye Fei. Those are not for you to consume. You should stick to candies. Ye Fei replied with a resigned shake of her head. All right, Han Xian responded nonchalantly, pulling out a dark chicken leg from his pocket and offering it to the little medicine saint. Sister, would you like some chicken leg? Thank you, but I shall pass. The little medicine saint replied, a polite yet awkward smile gracing her face. Who is this youth, who at such a tender age has become a 7th-tier alchemist, surrounded by so many beautiful companions? Among the crowd were not only individuals from the Jiamu Empire, but also numerous formidable figures hailing from other nations. Shu, are you courting death by discussing this esteemed individual? Two Douwang experts whispered, one nudging the other. Do you recall the recent turmoil in the Tegel Desert? The turmoil in the Tegel Desert? A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the other Douwang. Are you suggesting this young man is the one? Indeed, he is the one who, with his peak Douhuang prowess, effortlessly subdued a host of Dou zone in the vicinity of the Tegel Desert. Merely the prowess he possesses is remarkable, but the strength of his two guardians is utterly terrifying. It is said that the leader of the Lianming sect, Shitian, is a Dou Zun powerhouse, yet he was effortlessly slain by one of his protectors, akin to a chicken being dispatched. Two Douwang exchanged whispers, and the faces of several foreign powerhouses in the vicinity revealed traces of astonishment upon hearing this. Amidst the bustling atmosphere of the Alchemy Square, a tremendous aura suddenly manifested within the capital of the Jiamar Empire, causing a stir among the strong present, as they recognized it emanated from a Dou Zun expert. A rotund figure appeared in the sky, flashing into existence before Xiao Yan. It was the esteemed Master Fu Ding, one of the most well-connected powerhouses in the Northwest continent. Heavens! Even Master Fu Ding has graced this alchemical gathering with his presence? Those with discerning eyes displayed expressions of awe. Conversely, Master Fu Ding maintained an air of calmness, offering Xiao Yan a slight smile and a respectful bow, stating, Young master, I have come as per your instructions. However, when his spiritual sense swept over Xiao Yan once more, astonishment overtook his previously placid visage. The young master has already attained the rank of 5-star Dozong. In just over 2 months of absence, Xiao Yan not only broke through to Dozong, but also reached the level of 5-star Dozong. With such terrifying fortune, could it be that, given another year, he would surpass even me? The very thought sent shivers down Master Fu Ding's spine. This youth is truly formidable. Oh, so it is Master Fu Ding who has arrived. What do you think of the matters I mentioned? Xiao Yan inquired, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the rotund figure before him. I have always preferred a life of leisure, but since the young master has spoken, I can certainly take on the role of a pill hall leader, Master Fu Ding replied with a grin. Although he was not fond of a constrained existence, the conditions Xiao Yan had offered were simply irresistible. With the revered pill master, Yao Chun himself guiding him towards achieving the 8th grade. Such an opportunity was one he could not refuse. Then please, Master Fu Ding, take a seat. Xiao Yan gestured towards the VIP section prepared for him among the audience. Once Master Fu Ding was seated, Xiao Yan did not delay further. The time had come for him to commence his endeavors. With a flick of his fingers, an ancient alchemical cauldron materialized before him. As the cauldron appeared, Xiao Yan exhaled deeply, and a resplendent, multicolored fire lotus emerged within it, perfectly sized to fit. At the heart of the lotus, 2 fish, one yin and one yang, swam gracefully. Is this exotic fire? How can such extraordinary fire exist in this world? A chorus of astonished voices arose from the audience, yet at that moment, Xiao Yan paid them no heed. With a deft flick of his finger, a row of medicinal herbs materialized before him. The first elixir, the primordial bone-shaping pill, commenced. Chapter 205, the Yin-Yang Marrow Cleansing Pill. In the square, countless spectators gazed in astonishment at the kaleidoscopic flames rising from Xiao Yan's cauldron, their eyes filled with curiosity. Most among them had never witnessed a strange fire before. But even those few who had were utterly captivated. The peculiar nature of the fire in Xiao Yan's possession was unlike anything they had ever encountered, as it could autonomously assume form upon manifestation. Particularly, the venerable Fu Ding, who had just taken his seat among the esteemed guests, stood once more, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Yan with an expression akin to that of a creature witnessing a marvel. As a Dou Zun expert, his knowledge surpassed that of all present. Yet he had never beheld such an extraordinary flame. Merely sensing the terrifying heat emanating from the fire, Fu Ding recognized that this strange fire possessed formidable power. At this moment, Xiao Yan had entirely focused his mind on alchemy. With another flick of his finger, a selection of herbs appeared before him. Most of these ingredients had been procured by Yao Yi for him, as the materials provided by the Xiao Ding were meant for concocting 7th-tier pills. The primordial bone-shaping pill was a premier remedy for healing the injuries of magical beasts, classified as a 6th-tier elixir, with its primary ingredient being the bone of a 7th-tier magical beast. Xiao Yan gently pointed to a beast bone the size of a grinding stone within the pile, and it gracefully descended into the cauldron. As the bone made contact, the multicolored flames surged forth, while the bone emitted a faint, glimmering light to resist the oppressive heat, though it appeared it would not endure for long. With the emergence of 2 yin-yang fish from the vibrant flames, the process of refining the beast bone accelerated significantly. The 2 fish circled around the bone, and with each revolution, the luminescence of the bone diminished. Soon, glistening streams of liquid, akin to white jade, were extracted from the beast bone. This was the marrow of the 7th-tier magical beast. The potency of this new fire was indeed impressive, and a satisfied smile graced Xiao Yan's face. With such a powerful, strange fire assisting him, his alchemical efficiency would undoubtedly soar. After a brief trial of the new fire's capabilities, Xiao Yan wasted no time. With a gentle wave of his hand, all the materials required for concocting the primordial bone-shaping pill floated above the cauldron, except for a few crucial and difficult to refine ingredients. The rest were enveloped in the strange fire while suspended in midair. In an instant, dozens of vibrant, multicolored flames erupted above the cauldron, radiating not only astonishing heat, but also an exquisite beauty, resembling a myriad of 7-colored flowers blooming in the void. This scene elicited gasps of wonder from the multitude gathered. The simultaneous refinement of all the medicinal herbs for a 6th-grade elixir is, for those acquainted with the art of alchemy, an exceptionally rare spectacle. Below these herbs, resplendent flames reminiscent of lotus blossoms dance, adding an exquisite aesthetic to this alchemical endeavor. Remarkable. This young man is truly extraordinary. Once Fu Ding Zuns rose from his seat, he found it impossible to sit again, for Xiao Yan's technique was nothing short of breathtaking. Such skill, even he, at the pinnacle of 7th-grade alchemy, might struggle to execute with such fluidity. Yet, Xiao Yan not only accomplished it, but did so with flair and elegance. The disparity between them lies not only in innate talent and the extraordinary flames, but also in the invaluable experience passed down through generations. Xiao Yan's mastery of fire is a treasure accumulated over millennia by the Xiao clan's alchemical lineage and the Dan Tower's centuries of relentless innovation. Even a mere hint of it could bring a tear to the eyes of an ordinary alchemist. In contrast, Fuding Zuns, despite his cultivation as a Dozuan, had access to far too little precious experience. Beyond the astonishment etched on Fuding Zun's face, many ordinary alchemists from various regions were now in tears, for this scene was as precious to them as a pilgrimage. It represented the pinnacle of their lifelong pursuit. Truly, Xiao Yan is a prodigy. I wonder if, at my advanced age, I could still become his disciple, mused the president of the Dou Empire Alchemist Guild, Pharma, gazing at Xiao Yan with admiration. Meanwhile, Gu He from the Yunlan sect, witnessing this scene, felt an even greater sense of despair. In just a few months of absence, Xiao Yan had not only significantly enhanced his cultivation, but had also made remarkable strides in alchemy. In contrast, his own progress in both areas had been negligible. Glancing at the bright-eyed Yun beside him, Gu He felt a weight settle in his heart. Alas, such a young man. What woman would not be enamored? At that moment, the Dan King suddenly came to a realization. With such immense soul power and the support of extraordinary flames, Xiao Yan found the refinement of the Hunyuan bone transformation pill remarkably effortless. Within just 2 hours, the fragrant aroma of the pill wafted from the cauldron. Moments later, with a flick of his finger, a jade vial soared toward Jaxing Tian. The Hunyuan bone transformation pill was successfully refined. Without pausing, Xiao Yan continued his alchemical work. Lingering spirit pill, revitalizing purple spirit pill, purifying soul pill, breaking sect pill. From dawn till dusk, 5 6th grade elixirs were perfected without a single misstep, all forged in one attempt. The gazes of the alchemists in the vicinity towards Xiao Yan transcended mere admiration. Many women looked at him with eyes that sparkled brighter and burned hotter than the extraordinary flames themselves. A young man of talent, strikingly handsome, wielding such beautiful and captivating flames. His allure to women was nearly as potent as an aphrodisiac, especially the few women around Xiao Yan. Their gazes towards him were filled with pride and emotion. No woman would ever disdain her man for being too exceptional, just as no man would scorn his woman for her beauty. The vibrant, multicolored flames burned brightly from day into night, illuminating the entire alchemy square with a dazzling array of colors. At that moment, half of the imperial city seemed enshrouded in a kaleidoscope of light. Even the gentle glow of the moonlight was overshadowed by this layer of colorful dreams. After successfully refining 5 6th grade pills, Xiao Yan gently exhaled, closing his eyes for a brief moment of respite. For him, even the continuous crafting of 5 6th grade pills resulted in only a slight weariness. This endeavor not only provided the alchemists present with an opportunity to learn, but also served as a warm-up for him to familiarize himself with the unique methods of alchemy using his new flames. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the imperial city, Xiao Yan opened his eyes once more after a brief rest. In the next moment, the colorful flames surged again, obscuring the dawn sunlight. Having completed a day of warm-up, Xiao Yan was finally ready to begin refining 7th grade pills. With a flick of his fingers, over 100 medicinal herbs flew out from his storage ring. This time, he intended to concoct a pill known as the Yin-Yang Cleansing Marrow Pill. Chapter 206, The Colorful Bud. The Yin-Yang Cleansing Marrow Pill was an unexpected creation of the alchemist, Master Yao, during his research on the Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Pill. Its primary ingredients were quite similar to those of the Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Pill, with the core components capable of bringing the dead back to life, replaced by spiritual herbs that cleanse marrow and bones. Such a mere alteration resulted in effects that were nothing short of transformative, exemplifying the profound mysteries of alchemy. If a child were to consume the Yin-Yang Cleansing Marrow Pill, they could completely cleanse their marrow and bones, even altering their innate talents, transforming from an ordinary individual into a prodigy. For adults, although the effects would not be as astonishing, the benefits for cultivation remained significant. This particular Yin-Yang Cleansing Marrow Pill was specifically refined by Xiao Yan for Yafei, and he intended to craft one for each of his other consorts once his alchemical skills became more proficient. After all, in Xiao Yan's eyes, the so-called talents of Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran could only be deemed average. The reason why the younger generation of the Xiao clan, who had come to the Jiama Imperial City, possessed such formidable strength at a young age was not only due to their bloodline of the Dou Emperor, but also significantly influenced by their familial environment. Unlike Xiao Yan and his peers, who were descendants of the Dou Saint and Dou Zun, having consumed 7th grade foundational pills from a young age as if they were mere candies. Even those with less prestigious backgrounds had access to 5th and 6th grade pills for marrow cleansing. With such abundant resources for cultivation, even a pig could be transformed into a 5th-tier magical beast, let alone these young individuals who inherently possessed exceptional talents. Boom. The vibrant multicolored fire lotus once again ignited within the medicinal cauldron. However, this time, Xiao Yan's expression bore a hint of gravity. After all, the Yin-Yang Cleansing Pill was classified as a high-tier 7th grade elixir. It marked his inaugural attempt at concocting such a formidable potion. With a flick of his finger, he introduced two 6th-grade magical beast cores, one of water and one of fire, into the cauldron. This spectacle caused many formidable figures from the Jiama Empire to blink in astonishment, for a single 6th-grade magical beast core was already deemed an exceedingly precious item. Particularly, the Amethyst Wing Lion King, who had allied with the Flame Alliance, was taken aback. Had Xiao Yan been more ruthless in the past, the Fire Attribute 6th-grade magical beast core, now floating in the cauldron, could very well have belonged to him. Upon the insertion of the two magical cores, Xiao Yan refrained from refining other herbs for the time being, focusing instead on roasting these cores with his extraordinary fire. Although the 6th-grade magical cores possessed considerable power, they paled in comparison to Xiao Yan's otherworldly flames. Within merely half an hour, signs of melting began to manifest on the cores, and after 2 hours, they were transmuted into two spheres of pure energy, one red and the other blue, both translucent and radiant. Once the refinement of the magical cores was complete, Xiao Yan waved his hand lightly, causing the refined cores to descend into two small fire lotuses. At the heart of each lotus burned a flame, one black and one white, Yang Fire nurturing the fire attribute core, and Yin Fire nurturing the water attribute core. Only after refining the two cores did Xiao Yan feel secure enough to cast the remaining primary herbs into the cauldron. The 1,000-year-old cleansing flower, Jade Bone Golden Branch, and Yin Yang Foundation Building Grass. These primary herbs were introduced into the cauldron, and Xiao Yan maintained a serious demeanor, for the refinement of these herbs was far more challenging than that of the 6th-grade magical cores. Even with his current prowess, he dared not be careless. 3 hours later, the essence of the primary herbs was finally extracted. Xiao Yan poured this essence into several jade vials, and, with a sweeping motion, cast the remaining herbs into the cauldron. In that instant, the scene of 100 vibrant fire lotuses emerging reappeared. Although these auxiliary herbs were not as critical, they required a longer time for nurturing and refinement. After a full day's passage, Xiao Yan successfully completed the extraction of all herbs. With no further hesitation, he waved his hand, and all the herbal materials cascaded into the cauldron as if in an orderly procession. A pellet of medicinal essence, roughly the size of a basketball, materialized within the cauldron. At this moment, the extraordinary fire transformed into a colossal multicolored fire lotus, roasting the embryonic form of the elixir at its center. In an ephemeral moment, the fire lotus spun slowly, its center graced by two yin-yang fish gracefully gliding, exuding an aura of natural harmony that brewed in the eyes of the onlookers. Another day has passed, and the originally basketball-sized pill prototype has been refined to the size of a fist. Fortunately, the individuals present possess considerable cultivation levels, enabling them to sustain their focus on Xiao Yan's alchemical process. At a certain moment, as the budding pill began to burn slowly, a glimmer of brilliance emanated from Xiao Yan's eyes. He deftly manipulated various hand seals, causing the fiery lotus that had occupied the entire alchemical cauldron to gradually shrink, ultimately enveloping the budding pill. After encasing the pill, the fiery lotus transformed into a slowly rotating flower bud. The resplendent, multicolored bud spun within the cauldron, yet none dared to underestimate its significance. Anyone with even a modicum of perceptiveness could sense the terrifying energy contained within it. Thus, the 7-colored flower bud continued to rotate for approximately half an hour, its speed progressively diminishing. Just as the bud appeared on the verge of cessation, the sun that had just risen over the imperial capital was once again shrouded by ominous clouds. The Dan Thunder. It is indeed Dan Thunder. My heavens, this individual has truly managed to refine a 7th-grade pill once more. The numerous powerful figures seated in the VIP section rose to their feet, particularly the alchemists who were most exhilarated. The alchemists from the Yunlan sect had at least witnessed Xiao Yan refining 7th-grade pills before. Many alchemists within the Alchemist Guild might see the birth of a 7th-grade pill only once in their entire lifetime. Since Xiao Yan commenced his alchemical endeavors, the esteemed elder Fuding had remained standing, his face adorned with astonishment. When he first encountered Xiao Yan, he had already deemed the youth's talent as extraordinary, fostering a sense of admiration. However, in such a short span, Xiao Yan's ability to refine pills had nearly matched his own. Yet, considering his age, the boy was merely 16. Such a prodigy, even when surveying the entirety of the Dou-Chi continent's millennium-long history, could be regarded as unparalleled. The dense, dark clouds obscured the entire imperial capital, intermittently crackling with silver lightning, the brewing power sufficient to instill fear in many formidable beings. As these clouds congregated, the now still 7-colored flower bud trembled slightly, before gradually unfurling before the awestruck gazes of the crowd. With a resounding boom, as the 7-colored fiery lotus blossomed, a towering pillar of vibrant flames erupted, interspersed with black and white hues, soaring towards the heavens. Accompanying the ascent of this fire pillar was a colossal bolt of lightning that illuminated the entire imperial capital. Chapter 207, Xiao Li faces the thunder. Confronted with this seemingly terrifying thunderbolt, Xiao Yan chose not to allow the pill to withstand the force on its own. Although the energy from the fire pillar was substantial, it still struggled against the Dan Thunder of the tribulation. After all, the Dan Thunder generated by a 7th-tier high-grade pill could rival the full-force strike of a 7 or 8-star Dou Zone. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's strength had now progressed to an extraordinarily formidable level. With a single step, he appeared above the Yin-Yang Washing Essence pill. Faced with the formidable pill lightning that made most powerful beings in the imperial city turn pale, Xiao Yan's gaze remained unwavering. A faint glow emanated from his back, obscured by the black fur, as the 5 flames etched into his skin began to flicker to life. Without any embellishment, he launched a punch directly at the descending pill lightning. Heavens! This youth intends to withstand the pill lightning with his bare hands. A crowd of onlookers gasped in disbelief. Many Dou Huang and Dou Zong experts involuntarily narrowed their pupils. Those below the Dou Huang level could not truly comprehend the might of this pill lightning. However, these seasoned warriors understood the terrifying nature of such power. Among all present, aside from Xiao Li and the esteemed Fu Ding, it seemed no one could endure a strike from this pill lightning. Even Yun Shan, who had ascended to the Dou Zong realm, would find himself almost certain to perish if struck by such a bolt. Yet, when Xiao Yan's fist collided forcefully with the pill lightning, expressions of astonishment spread across the crowd once more. Instead of a thunderous explosion, the space fell into a brief silence before a terrifying wave of energy radiated outward. The formidable lightning transformed into countless shards of silver light. Crack! The once serene space fractured like a spider's web, soon shattering into myriad fragments. In the spot where Xiao Yan stood, a black hole nearly 10 zhang in diameter materialized, annihilating the surrounding space. Hiss! A cacophony of gasps filled the air as many powerful figures stared blankly at the scene. A pill lightning equivalent to the full force of 7 or 8-star Dou Zong had been shattered by this youth's single punch. This boy is truly terrifying. Has Xiao Yan grown to such an extent? Xiao Li gazed at his brother, who stood proudly in the sky, somewhat speechless. He had initially thought Xiao Yan's return would see him ascend to 5-star Dou Zong, which would have been astonishing enough. Yet he had not anticipated the sheer terror of his brother's physical prowess now. Xiao Li pondered that if he were to battle Xiao Yan now, the outcome was uncertain. It was vital to note that he was not comparable to the run-of-the-mill Dou Zong outside, equipped with the Xiao clan's top-tier secret arts and clan patterns, alongside an arsenal of powerful Dou techniques. Though Xiao Li was an 8-star Dou Zong, the opponents he encountered at this level were exceedingly rare. In just a year away from home, his younger brother had reached a level that rendered him unnecessary in combat. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Li's emotions grew complex. As for the others, they were equally astounded. Yun Shan's aged eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. If several months prior Xiao Yan had believed he could still hold his own against the Yunlan sect, the current Xiao Yan could effortlessly obliterate him. The term genius hardly sufficed to describe this extraordinary individual. Yun Shan contemplated silently, casting a glance at the nearby Yun Yun and her disciples, his astonishment swiftly transforming into delight. The more formidable and extraordinary Xiao Yan became, the greater his joy, for his disciples and grand-disciples had all joined Xiao Yan's harem. Though this young man was known for his flirtatious nature, it was evident he treated his women well. Perhaps, in time, he too would bask in the glow of his students' successes. What Yun Shan did not realize was that when Yun Yun returned from the Beast Mountain range and revealed their relationship, his aged face nearly betrayed his overwhelming emotion. Teetering on the brink of tears, it felt akin to a country gentleman discovering that his daughter had entered the imperial palace and become a consort. Behind Nalan Yunran lay the responsibilities of the Nalan family, while behind Yun Yun stood her esteemed teacher. As Xiao Yan unleashed a punch that shattered the Danlei, the fragmented space gradually began to mend itself. Xiao Yan returned to the ground, a black and white pill of yin and yang appearing in his hand. With the enhancement of the sacred flames of yin and yang, the creation of this dual attribute pill was evidently augmented. Thus, during his inaugural attempt at concocting the yin-yang cleansing pill, the quality achieved was remarkably commendable. After placing this pill into a jade vial, Xiao Yan did not cease his endeavors, but instead seated himself in a meditative posture, entering a phase of recovery. Beside him, Yafei, who had been quietly observing, could not help but feel her beautiful eyes redden. She understood that this pill was crafted specifically for her. In her past, who would have imagined that someone would be willing to forge a 7th-grade pill on her behalf? After all, in earlier times, such a pill could incite a tempest of bloodshed throughout the entire Gamma Empire and even the surrounding realms. Although the yin-yang cleansing pill was classified as a high 7th grade pill, it still fell short of Xiao Yan's true aspirations. His ambition was to concoct a pinnacle 7th grade pill, as only such an achievement would validate his alchemical prowess to his own satisfaction. This particular pill was essential for resurrecting Yun Patian, known as the yin-yang life soul pill. While sharing the same fundamental concept of yin and yang, the rank of the yin-yang life soul pill surpassed that of the yin-yang cleansing pill. The origins of this pill's creator remain shrouded in mystery. However, it is known that its tier is equivalent to that of the yin-yang profound dragon pill devised by Yao Lao. One assists the near-death in transcending their limits, while the other has the power to bring the deceased back from the brink of oblivion. After resting for a complete hour, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. Ensuring that he had returned to his peak condition, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. With a flick of his hand, vibrant flames of 7 colors emerged and danced anew within the alchemy cauldron. With another gesture, various medicinal herbs began to flow continuously from his spatial ring, ultimately hovering in midair. In his mind, Xiao Yan meticulously filtered through the formula for the yin-yang fate soul pill, ensuring that no discrepancies existed. And only then did he truly feel at ease. With a subtle gesture, a vividly colored flower was plucked, its entire being radiated brilliance and peculiarly. At its core lay a human visage, with eyes, nose, and mouth rendered in lifelike detail, evoking an unsettling sensation. This was one of the primary ingredients for crafting the yin-yang fate soul pill, known as the ghost face flower. The conditions for this flower's emergence were extraordinarily stringent, requiring it to bloom atop the remains of a powerful warrior in a place of profound darkness. The birth of each ghost face flower signified the complete obliteration of a warrior's soul from existence. Only under such tragic circumstances could this herb possess the power to reverse life and death. Its worth was nearly on par with the rarity of the netherworld demon lotus that blossomed from the remains of the netherworld demon serpent. Merely this singular primary herb held a value not less than a breaking sect pill. As soon as the ghost face flower descended into the cauldron, it emitted a piercing wail, reminiscent of an infant's cries. This sound resonated through the cauldron into the outside world, while Xiao Yan remained unaffected. Many of the less experienced cultivators turned pale, as if confronted by some dreadful apparition, their expressions filled with terror. Regardless of how bizarre you may be, yield to me. Xiao Yan scoffed coldly, his hand clenched. The flames within the cauldron surged dramatically, swiftly engulfing the ghost face flower, drowning out even its haunting cries under the weight of his soul's power. As the temperature of the flames escalated fiercely, the black mist emanating from the ghost face flower rapidly dissipated. Eventually, without the protection of the dark vapor, the flower wilted swiftly, the human face within it drooped gradually. And after approximately 10 minutes, it finally burst apart, transforming into a cloud of inky powder. Gazing at the dark powder, Xiao Yan waved his hand, conjuring a miniature multicolored fire lotus to envelop and nurture the residue. After extracting the essence of the ghost face flower, he did not pause, promptly tossing all the primary ingredients for the yin-yang fate soul pill into the cauldron. The reviving demon fruit, the life and death grass, and various other herbs were meticulously refined until all primary materials were processed. Only then did Xiao Yan commence the extensive refinement of the auxiliary herbs. After all, the value of these primary ingredients was considerable. Although the Xiao clan possessed ample wealth, it would be unwise to squander it recklessly. The alchemical process continued unabated. And as night fell once more, the alchemical square was once again enveloped in a kaleidoscope of brilliance. After 3 days and nights of pill crafting, many of the less seasoned cultivators began to feel drowsy. After such an extended period without sleep, it weighed heavily upon them. However, despite their fatigue, they remained spirited, their eyes fixed on the youthful figure at the center of the alchemical square. They all understood that this scene might present a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them, especially among certain alchemists. Despite the faint traces of bloodshot in their eyes, an exhilarating fervor intensified within them. Following this grand alchemical banquet, many of those well-versed in the craft might very well achieve a breakthrough in their level of expertise. Even for those who do not succeed in this endeavor, they would possess ample bragging rights when encountering alchemists of equal standing in the future. The yin-yang soul-commanding pill ranks among the pinnacle of 7th-tier elixirs. Even though Xiao Yan possesses a flame that, once fused, rivals the top 10 on the process of concocting this elixir persisted for 5 days and nights. During this span, many of the less experienced practitioners could no longer endure the strain and resorted to sitting on the ground to meditate, seeking to restore their mental fortitude through cultivation. Upon awakening, their first instinct was to cast their gaze towards the distant cauldron. In stark contrast, the multitude of alchemists remained utterly fixated, some of the less skilled even resorting to consuming invigorating pills to stave off drowsiness. all while maintaining their unwavering attention on the central furnace. For 5 days and nights, a vibrant spectrum of colors enveloped the alchemical square until the 5th night, when the resplendent 7-colored fire lotus finally began to close. As this radiant fire lotus folded in upon itself, a wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd, akin to a surge of adrenaline. Those who had previously witnessed Xiao Yan's prowess understood that yet another 7th-tier elixir was on the verge of emergence. With the appearance of another 7-colored bud, the night sky above the imperial capital was once again shrouded in ominous clouds. Compared to the thunderclouds that accompanied the Yin-Yang cleansing pill, this new thunder seemed even more formidable, perhaps due to the cloak of night or some other reason. Xiao Yan, however, was acutely aware that this thunder was indeed more terrifying than the last. After all, the Yin-Yang soul-commanding pill resides at the apex of the 7th tier, and the accompanying thunder would be akin to a full-force strike from a peak dozong expert. Such a thunderbolt would pose a considerable challenge for Xiao Yan, even without resorting to any hidden trump cards. Just as he prepared to rise once more to confront the impending thunder, a figure abruptly materialized above the cauldron. "Xiao Yan, relinquish this thunder to me," came the voice of Xiao Li. "Brother, do you truly believe you can withstand such a thunderbolt?" Xiao Yan teased, observing Xiao Li's demeanor. "Haha, have you forgotten that your second brother has trained in lightning attribute Dou Qi?" Xiao Li turned, chuckling mischievously. "To others, this thunder may be daunting, but for me, it is a boon." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback before nodding in acquiescence. "If that is the case, I shall yield this opportunity to you, brother." As he spoke, the seal in his palm subtly shifted, causing the 7-colored fire lotus bud to bloom once more. With this blossoming, a captivating fragrance of the elixir rapidly permeated the entire alchemical square, sending a tremor of excitement through all present. The once drowsy alchemists, upon inhaling this aroma, felt their bloodshot eyes instantly rejuvenated, revealing a fervent enthusiasm. Another 7th-grade elixir had emerged. As the fire lotus bud began to unfurl, the ominous clouds overhead trembled violently, followed by a more fearsome thunderbolt descending from the heavens. Compared to the previous day's alchemical thunder of the Yin-Yang cleansing pill, this thunderbolt appeared even more terrifying, illuminating the entire imperial capital in a blinding radiance. Excellent. Gazing at the dreadful lightning, Xiao Li not only felt fear, but instead exhibited a fervent battle spirit in his eyes. With a firm grasp of his right hand, a silver spear, nearly a zhang in length, materialized in his grip. "I shall see whose thunder is truly mightier." Xiao Li laughed heartily, and at that moment, terrifying lightning-attributed battle energy surged from within him, coalescing into a massive silver spear nearly 100 zhang long. "Thunderslayer spear," he exclaimed, as the colossal silver spear surged skyward to meet the silver lightning. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the nearly 100 zhang long silver spear collided fiercely with the equally daunting silver thunder in the air. This was followed by an explosion of blinding white light accompanied by a deafening roar that illuminated the entire imperial capital. In an instant, the city was awash in a dazzling silver brilliance, even brighter than daylight. The white light came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Within moments, the world returned to normal. Yet, the onlookers still squinted at the radiant figure standing amidst the tattered garments and disheveled hair in the sky. They had not anticipated such a formidable expert residing within the imperial capital, and this expert was a brother to Xiao Yan. Who exactly were they that they possessed such terrifying power? "Second brother, you seem a bit disheveled," Xiao Yan remarked, observing the singed spots and flickering electricity coursing across Xiao Li's form. "Ah, you do not comprehend," Xiao Li chuckled, showcasing the even more luminous silver spear in his hand. Xiao Yan was rendered speechless, realizing that his second brother was refining his weapon with the alchemical thunder, and it seemed his aura had grown even more potent. Seeing Xiao Li in such a state, Xiao Yan smiled slightly, extending his palm to summon forth a black and red marbled pill that appeared in his hand. Chapter 208, The Establishment of the Flame Alliance. This pill was approximately the size of a longan, its surface exuding a lustrous sheen. One side cool to the touch while the other radiated warmth, providing an exceptionally pleasant sensation. Gazing at the pill in his hand, Xiao Yan's eyes reflected a glimmer of satisfaction. The ability to refine this Yin-Yang soul pill indicated that his alchemical skills had truly reached the pinnacle of the 7th grade. Naturally, even among 7th grade alchemists, the disparity could sometimes be vast. After all, while some individuals can concoct a pill with merely 2 portions of medicinal herbs, others require as many as 4 or even 5. This disparity delineates a clear hierarchy. The reason Xiao Yan is currently able to refine a pinnacle 7th grade pill is primarily due to the assistance of the. Without it, he might encounter significant failure rates even when attempting to produce a high-grade 7th grade pill. However, now that all necessary resources are at his disposal. He merely needs to craft a few more pills to swiftly stabilize at this level. Once his alchemical skills are fully matured, he will be poised to challenge the 8th grade. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan placed the red-black pill into a jade vial. In the distance, Yun Petion, who hovered at his spiritual position, was utterly mesmerized by this scene. This was the key to his resurrection. As Xiao Yan stowed away the yin-yang soul pill, the thunderclouds above had long dissipated. At that very moment, a ray of dawn sunlight pierced through the silence of the deep night. Having completed his alchemical endeavor, Xiao Yan surveyed the audience, finally fixing his gaze upon their faces. Esteemed guests, he smiled slightly and began to speak. I trust you have all heard of my vision for the Flame Alliance. I hereby declare that from this day forth, the Flame Alliance shall no longer remain a mere figment of imagination, but will be transformed into reality. Upon hearing this proclamation, many drowsy individuals abruptly widened their eyes. Everyone was acutely aware of the recent movements of the Gamma Empire, yet none of the other imperial powers dared to act rashly. Fully cognizant of the formidable strength that lay behind the Gamma Empire, the tale of the Thunder Sound Emperor being reduced to ashes in the middle family still circulated among the major empires. Disregarding the astonished gazes, Xiao Yan continued, cheerfully stating, "Do not be surprised. I must inform you in advance that the Flame Alliance now boasts 3 Douzun powerhouses serving as venerable elders. These 3 are the current leader of the Pill Hall, the respected Fu Ding, the Lord of the Sky Serpent Manor, and the founding ancestor of the Yunlan sect." Yun Petion. As his words fell, they caused a commotion akin to a boulder splashing into a pond. Fu Ding, the Lord of the Sky Serpent Manor, and Yun Petion, strong individuals from surrounding nations, wore expressions of bewilderment, only grasping the significance of Xiao Yan's statements moments later. 3 Douzun powerhouses? It is well known that any force on the northwestern continent possessing even a single Douzun powerhouse ranks among the elite, while the Flame Alliance, with its trio of Douzun powerhouses, could now be regarded as a colossal force. Everyone, remain calm. Xiao Yan's voice remained composed as he slowly smiled and spoke. The 3 Douzun experts are merely the original stock of our Flame Alliance. With the subsequent expansion, more Douzun experts will undoubtedly emerge within our ranks. From this day forth, the Flame Alliance shall begin to recruit talent. Any strong individual who joins the Flame Alliance will be able to exchange a substantial number of medicinal pills, techniques, and combat skills after accumulating a certain number of contribution points. Upon hearing these words, many powerful figures could hardly contain their excitement. Many of them held prominent positions within their respective empires, yet acquiring the desired medicinal pills and techniques was no simple task. The conditions proposed by Xiao Yan were undeniably alluring. Moreover, possessing 3 Douzun experts as a formidable backing made the Flame Alliance an immense pillar of support. Once they joined, they would become part of a great power. Observing the stir among the crowd, Xiao Yan smiled slightly and continued. In the initial stages of establishing the Flame Alliance, we require a substantial number of alchemists for support. Therefore, I promise that any alchemist who joins the Flame Alliance will receive a beast fire corresponding to their alchemist level, along with a recipe of the same grade. As his words resonated, the alchemists present began to breathe more rapidly. The conditions Xiao Yan offered struck a chord deep within them. The mid to low-tier alchemists of the northwest continent possessed limited resources, with many low-tier alchemists lacking even a beast fire. Securing a beast fire would undoubtedly enhance their alchemical prowess significantly. Furthermore, recipes were incredibly precious. No alchemist would ever disdain having an abundance of recipes. Seeing the emotions he had stirred among the crowd, Xiao Yan nodded slightly in his heart. In this manner, the benefits of the Flame Alliance would be disseminated widely among these individuals. With 3 Douzun experts as its banner and an array of generous benefits, it would not be long before countless strong individuals flocked toward the Flame Alliance. Everyone, let us conclude for today. Please return and rest well, Xiao Yan said with a gentle smile before vanishing into the sky. Just before his disappearance, he had already conveyed a message through his soul to several key figures within his faction. Upon receiving Xiao Yan's transmission, the leaders of the factions centered around Xiao Yan began to exit the venue, leaving the remaining guests brimming with excitement. Thud, thud. At that moment, many lower-tier alchemists collapsed to the ground, succumbing to sleep right there. After 8 days and nights of intense concentration observing Xiao Yan's alchemical techniques, they could no longer contain their mental fatigue following his departure and simply fell asleep. Despite their exhaustion, smiles lingered on their faces. For them, this alchemical convention represented a significant opportunity. Perhaps within a mere 6 months, these alchemists may achieve a breakthrough. The remaining powerful figures exchanged glances, each leading their fallen alchemists away from the scene. However, with their departure, a tempest of information began to sweep across the entire northwestern continent. A young Douzun had emerged within the Gamma Empire, possessing not only the formidable strength of a Dou Zun at such a tender age, but also the ability to concoct pinnacle 7th-grade elixirs. As if that were not enough, this youth established a vast organization named the Flame Alliance, which, upon its inception, boasted the presence of 3 Dou Zun experts. Furthermore, a Dou Huang who had previously encountered Xiao Yan on 2 occasions finally revealed the identity of this young prodigy. He was the one who had, during the contest for treasures, vanquished over 20 Dou Zong experts with his peak Dou Huang prowess. This revelation sent shockwaves through countless powerful figures, who then found themselves at ease. After all, Xiao Yan's demonstrated strength during the pursuit of the 7-colored demon saint's legacy had already spread among nearly half of the forces on the northwestern continent. Not only did this individual possess remarkable strength, but the power behind him had also reached an utterly despairing level. Many were aware that the 2 guardians behind this youth possessed unfathomable cultivation, and even Xiao Yan, the leader of the Lion Soul sect, was no match for them, easily losing his head in their presence. The allegiance of Elder Fu Ding and the Lord of the Heavenly Serpent Manor to the Flame Alliance was witnessed by numerous experts. However, only those with deeper cultivation, reaching the realm of Dou Zun or even higher, understood that the entire northwestern continent had recently been swept by many Douxing experts, all of whom hailed from this formidable clan, the Xiao clan. Achieving the Dou Zun level, even in the central state, would mark one as a significant figure, and few were unaware that a powerful clan remained hidden within this continent, rarely revealing itself. Now, however, this long-dormant, yet immensely powerful force seemed poised to unveil a glimpse of its formidable presence. Merely this glimpse was enough to send tremors through countless powerful figures. In an instant, many experts found their thoughts tangled, filled with various speculations. The names Xiao Clan and Xiao Yan began to resonate throughout the northwestern continent. Yet, the orchestrator of all these events had now arrived at the Cloud Mist sect. Chapter 209, The Resurrection of Yun Pation. In a valley shrouded in mist on the rear mountain of the Cloud Mist sect, the 4 most pivotal figures of the sect stood solemnly. They were Yinshan, Yun Pation, Yun Yun, and Nalan Yunran. At this moment, the 4 stood before Xiao Yan as if representing 4 generations, with the venerable ancestor Yun Pation gazing at Xiao Yan with utmost anticipation. "Hey, you 2 old geezers, could you refrain from looking at me like that?" Xiao Yan felt uncomfortable under the intense scrutiny of the 2 elderly men. Ahem. Is resurrection truly at hand? It is indeed a rare occasion for me to feel such excitement, having known Xiao Yan for quite some time. Even Yun Pation has adopted the cultural ethos of the Xiao clan. This old fellow. Xiao Yan shivered and leaned closer to Yun Yun. "Xiao Yan, you ought not to tease the ancestors so," she said, a slight blush coloring her cheeks as she gazed at him, casting a playful glare. With their elder present, this rascal had the audacity to flirt with her. While Yun Yun felt a touch of embarrassment, Nalan Yunran, standing aside, huffed in annoyance, turning her head away. This scoundrel always jested with the teacher, yet he had recently ceased to direct his antics towards her. Noticing Nalan Yunran's sulking demeanor, Xiao Yan decided to cease his playful banter, especially with 2 elder figures observing him intently. He adopted a serious expression and, with a flick of his wrist, a black and red elixir materialized in his palm. Upon witnessing the Yin Yang Life Soul Pill in Xiao Yan's grasp, Yun Pation's aged visage displayed a glimmer of excitement. This signified that his resurrection plan was about to commence. "Please lend me a fragment of your soul's energy," Xiao Yan stated calmly. "Certainly." Yun Pation promptly offered a sliver of his soul's essence to Xiao Yan. Seeing this essence, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer. He grasped the fragment and infused it into the Yin Yang Life Soul Pill. As the essence merged with the pill, it emitted a brief, radiant glow. "Now, consume this pill," Xiao Yan instructed, tossing the elixir towards Yun Pation as if it were a sweet. Following this, he snapped his fingers, summoning a robust, towering corpse before him. The lifeless body bore a line of blood along its neck, meticulously stitched with celestial silk. This corpse belonged to Xiao Yan, a formidable Dou Zun warrior, and was perfectly suited for resurrecting Yun Pation. "Ha, this body is indeed remarkable," Yun Pation exclaimed, excitement illuminating his aged face. If Xiao Yan were not aware of his intentions, he might have mistaken this old fellow for a pervert. Once again, a radiant light flickered from his spatial ring, and a large jade vial appeared above the corpse. "You 3, step back," Xiao Yan commanded, clearing the space around Yun Yun and the others. A surge of Dou Qi shot towards the jade vial, causing it to shatter explosively. In the wake of the explosion, torrents of crimson blood rained down from above. This blood appeared crystalline and translucent, yet it harbored a terrifying, volatile energy, accompanied by the oppressive aura of high-tier magical beasts, causing all present to change countenance. This is the essence of a 9th-tier magical beast. Yun Pation's soul trembled as he spoke. Even he, a Dozun warrior, was profoundly astonished by this spectacle. The ninth-tier magical beast symbolizes the pinnacle of combat saints, a realm occupied by the most formidable of warriors. Such beings stand atop the celestial realm. And even during their prime, encounters with them are rare. The essence of a combat saint is an exceedingly precious treasure in itself. What is even more chilling to contemplate is how Xiao Yan acquired the blood of this ninth-tier magical beast. Could it truly be that his kin were responsible for its demise? At this thought, Yun Patian suddenly recalled the two combat saint presences that had recently swept through the Gamma Empire, including the one who had once visited the Nalan family. That esteemed guest was, in fact, Xiao Yan's grandfather, and the other two appeared to be his kin as well. Thus, it seemed that a ninth-tier magical beast had indeed fallen prey to the Xiao clan behind this young man. The mere notion caused even Yun Patian to swallow hard. With 3 combat saints in action, and a ninth-tier magical beast having perished at their hands, Yun Patian had already deemed the Xiao clan formidable. Yet the true extent of their prowess remained astonishing. Who could have anticipated that a being capable of standing at the apex of this realm could meet such an untimely end? In truth, Yun Patian had not fully grasped that Xiao Yan had once summoned 12 combat saints. After all, even as a combat venerable, witnessing such a spectacle was beyond his wildest imagination. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yun Potion's exclamation, Yun and the others displayed expressions of intrigue, as if to say, "Why the commotion? This old man clearly lacks worldly experience." Xiao Yan merely smirked, thinking to himself, is the blood of a ninth-tier magical beast truly that rare? Well, it was indeed quite precious to me before I ascended to the status of an emperor. As he pondered, the crimson blood had already descended upon the corpse of Shirtian. The moment the blood of the purple sky demon python touched Shirtian's remains, the overwhelming nature of the ninth-tier beast's blood became apparent. Though this blood was merely a rudimentary extraction and not the true essence, it still wielded tremendous destructive power against the corpse of a combat venerable. Upon contact, the blood created multiple openings in Shirtian's body, revealing its inability to withstand the blood's ferocity. Witnessing this spectacle, Yun Potion's expression shifted. "Calm down, quickly take the medicine. Just follow my instructions from here on out," Xiao Yan said, casting a nonchalant glance at him before exhaling a plume of multicolored flames to envelop the corpse. As the temperature of the 7-colored yin-yang flames surged, the entire valley became significantly warmer, especially in proximity to Xiao Yan as he refined the body, where the heat was nearly unbearable. At this moment, Nalan Yinran, the most vulnerable among them in terms of combat prowess, found her face flushed from the residual heat, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "My dear, the temperature here is too high. You should head back to rest," he suggested gently. Xiao Yan turned to glance at Nalan Yinran's delicate face, smiling playfully. Upon hearing such an affectionate call from Xiao Yan, a hint of shyness flickered in Nalan Yinran's eyes. Yet, she obediently cast a glance at him before hastily departing amidst Yun's peculiar laughter. Once Nalan Yinran had left, Xiao Yan smiled at Yun before resuming the process of refining the physical body with the flames at hand. Another strand of soul. Xiao Yan extended his hand. Yun Patian, without a trace of hesitation, released a strand of soul from his brow, which once again fell into Xiao Yan's palm. Xiao Yan swiftly employed to infuse this strand of soul into the corpse. Under the intense heat of the blood that had already begun to decay within the body strangely started to merge with it. The once pallid skin and muscles began to regain vitality through the infusion of that essence. At this moment, Xiao Yan suddenly opened a jade vial, pouring a purplish liquid onto the severed neck. As the liquid cascaded down, the previously severed neck of Shirtian rapidly healed, soon rendering the original wound unnoticeable. Xiao Yan continued with the refining process. While flesh could be easily melded, the broken bones posed a significant challenge. He suddenly regretted allowing Xiao Wu to sever Shirtian's neck so decisively, as reconnecting it proved to be an arduous task, due to the high quality of the corpse, which utilized the blood of a ninth-tier magical beast, coupled with the complexities of reconnecting bones. Xiao Yan spent a full 2 hours before the corpse took on a semblance of form. With the preliminary success of refining this new physical body, Shirtian's previously tightly shut eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing a flicker of life within their once hollowed depths. An observer might mistakenly believe this individual had returned from the dead. Only Xiao Yan, maintaining a calm demeanor, glanced at Yun Patian and urged, "It's time. Hurry and enter." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yun Patian's face flushed with excitement, and his soul transformed into a shadowy figure, diving into Shirtian's corpse. At the moment his soul made contact with the body, an eerie black-red ripple emanated from his essence. In the next instant, his soul fully merged with the corpse. This was the profound mystery of the yin-yang soul rebirth pill, capable of bridging the realms of life and death. Is it successful? Yun, witnessing this scene, revealed a look of surprise on her delicate face. Not yet, Xiao Yan replied with a slight shake of his head, his expression growing serious. Old man, you must hold on. Don't let yourself be consumed by the flames. He cautioned Yun Pation's soul before adding more fire. Only by withstanding the intense heat of the could Yun Pation truly integrate with the corpse, thereby achieving true resurrection. Should one falter, not only would the corpse be rendered useless, but even the soul of Yun Pation would suffer irreparable harm. A wretched howl escaped his lips, echoing in the inferno. Yet, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "Do not worry, my young friend. I shall endure." Endure? What nonsense! Xiao Yan's expression darkened. Fortunately, his voice was but a whisper, otherwise, the entire Yunlan sect would have heard him. The mournful cries of Yun Pation reverberated through the sea of flames, prompting Xiao Yan to encase him within a colossal flower bud formed from the seven-colored yin-yang fire, silencing the cacophony. The bud radiated a terrifying heat in the void, and Xiao Yan paid it no further mind, one hand continuing to unleash while the other encircled the delicate waist of Yun. As for the bothersome Yun Shan, he had long since been dismissed. Every hour, Xiao Yan would unveil the flower bud to assess the fusion progress. However, with one hand controlling he found it impossible to engage in any untoward actions with the beautiful sect leader. 3 days passed, and by the afternoon of the first day, Yun Potion's cries had ceased. He lay serenely within the fire lotus, resembling a true corpse, somewhat numbed by the ordeal. Yet, a sweep of spiritual energy would reveal that his essence was beginning to rejuvenate, a vast aura slowly brewing within the lifeless form. On the night of the third day, just as Xiao Yan's hand neared completion, a magnificent surge of energy erupted from the flower bud. 2 disheveled figures hastily donned their garments, avoiding any potential embarrassment. Soon, the fire lotus blossomed, and a silhouette slowly emerged from its center. Chapter 210, The Return of Hai Buodo. As this figure stood, a magnificent presence surged forth, swiftly permeating the Yunlan sect and radiating throughout the entirety of the Jamadi capital. All beings slumbering within the capital gradually opened their eyes. A superpower emerges today, another tomorrow. How are we to find rest? Grumbled some of the elder citizens. These powerful beings had no need for work and often reveled in their might. While the common folk harbored such thoughts, the members of the Yunlan sect were in a state of ecstatic fervor. Upon feeling that formidable aura, Yun Shan immediately led all elders and disciples to the valley, gazing at the imposing figure standing proudly in the sky. Many elders of the Yunlan sect were moved to tears. First, the old sect master broke through to the Dou zone, followed by the miraculous resurrection of the ancestor. The Yunlan sect had truly risen to prominence. After all, with the Dou Zun powerhouse presiding over the Yunlan sect, it can undoubtedly be regarded as one of the foremost forces on the northwestern continent. We welcome the resurrection of our ancestor. We welcome the resurrection of our ancestor. Under the leadership of Yun Shan, numerous elders and disciples of the Yunlan sect knelt in reverence. The prospect of Yun Pation's revival brought immense joy to Yun Shan, for although he had aligned himself with the formidable Xiao Yan, it was primarily due to his disciple's influence that he received assistance. In contrast, Yun Pation's resurrection held profound significance. The Yunlan sect was the culmination of his efforts. With his return, all disciples of the Yunlan sect would be blessed by their ancestor, and under his direct guidance, a plethora of formidable warriors would soon emerge from the sect. The grandeur of this old fellow's revival was quite remarkable. Observing the fervent kneeling of so many disciples, Xiao Yan found himself momentarily speechless. However, he soon realized that the sudden emergence of a Dou Zun-level expert in a small sect like the Yunlan sect was akin to the unexpected appearance of a Dou Di in the Starfall Pavilion. This indeed represented a golden opportunity for countless individuals to transcend their current status. "All right, children, rise," Yun Pation said graciously, waving his sleeve gently, causing the multitude of disciples to stand. "During my years of absence, you have all endured much hardship. From today onward, I shall employ the finest methods to cultivate you, ensuring that our Yunlan sect swiftly produces more powerful individuals." His light-hearted laughter ignited a fervor in the hearts of countless disciples. "Now disperse," Yun Pation said with a gentle wave of his hand. Yun Shan led the throngs away, yet throughout the departure, an undeniable exhilaration coursed through everyone's veins. Once the members of the Yunlan sect had departed, Yun Pation allowed his demeanor to shift from serene to earnest as he approached Xiao Yan, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, young friend Xiao Yan, for your life-saving grace." Even if Xiao Yan were not a notable figure of the Xiao clan, Yun Pation would still extend such profound respect, for this was indeed a matter of life and death. There is no need for such formality. You are aware of my intentions behind your revival, Xiao Yan replied, still holding Yun Yun's hand, a smile adorning his face. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yun Petion was momentarily taken aback, then turned to glance at Yun Yun with a smile, saying, I must indeed thank my two descendants. At this, a faint blush appeared on Yun Yun's fair visage. Shortly after Yun Petion's resurrection, the master of the Tianxi Manor arrived at the Flame Alliance. With his inclusion, the Tianxi Manor effectively acknowledged its status as a subordinate force of the Flame Alliance. Coupled with the presence of the esteemed Fu Ding from the Pill Hall and the recently resurrected Yun Petion, the newly established Flame Alliance now boasted 3 Dou Zun powerhouses. These formidable individuals were not idle, having chosen to align with Xiao Yan. They were expected to contribute significantly to their collective cause. Thus, upon the emergence of these 3 formidable beings, a transformation of cataclysmic proportions unfolded in the city of Jamadi within the span of merely 3 days. The prowess of the Dou Zun experts summoned forth a convergence of energy from the surroundings, resulting in a daily intensification of the energy within the imperial city. With the illustrious reputation of the 3 Dou Zun masters and the renown of Xiao Yan, within these 3 days, dozens of individuals surpassing the rank of Dou Wang and a multitude of alchemists joined the ranks of the Flame Alliance. This nascent faction began to reveal the glimmers of dominance over the northwestern continent, with each day birthing new developments. 3 days later, an elder, adorned with crystalline ice wings, finally returned from the distant Tegel Desert. Goodness, has the city of Jamadi undergone such a radical transformation in just over a decade? The elder with ice wings flashed into the skies above the imperial city and, without hesitation, unleashed his Dou Huang aura, cackling. The empire of Jamadi, Hebadong, have returned, Hebadong declared, a smile illuminating his face as he hovered in the air. After concealing himself in the desert for years, he had finally regained his strength. Those old relics must have thought him dead by now. Yet, they could never have anticipated the return of the former Ice Emperor. However, as Hebadong's aura enveloped the entire imperial city, formidable presences began to emerge from various corners. First, 7 or 8 unfamiliar Dou Huang and over 20 unknown Dou Wang experts materialized from different parts of the city, their expressions hostile as they regarded Hebadong. Shortly after, 2 Dou Zone auras appeared, gliding past Hebadong with an air of mockery. Then, Hebadong sensed 3 auras that sent shivers through his very soul. Faced with each of these auras, he felt as though he were confronting a dragon. How audacious! A mere Dou Huang dares to act so brazenly at the headquarters of the Flame Alliance. Who are you? The more than 20 Dou Huang and Dou Wang experts encircled Hebadong. Fortunately, one of the Dou Wang recognized him, Tell Tingshan. Everyone wait, Tingshan called out. This man is one of our own in the Flame Alliance. He quickly flew to the forefront, nodding amicably to the gathered experts. Upon seeing Hebadong, Tingshan's eyes welled up with tears. Elder Hai, you have finally returned, Tingshan exclaimed, his gaze misty as he looked at his former elder brother, leaving Hebadong feeling both uneasy and touched. However, he was eager to resolve the confusion before him. Tingshan, could you enlighten me on what has transpired during my absence from the Jamadi Empire over the past decade? The sudden appearance of so many formidable experts in the imperial city has left me quite unmoored. If it were merely the presence of the Dou Wang and Dou Huang, that would be one thing, but what of those even more formidable auras? Particularly, the 2 Dou Zone presences stirred an inexplicable familiarity within him. When did the capital of the Jia Ma Empire transform into this unfamiliar headquarters of the Flame Alliance? As he contemplated this, the distant space suddenly rippled, and he beheld 2 elderly figures traversing the fabric of reality towards him. Chapter 211. Oh no, I have become a serpent demon. You too. Hai Buodong was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by an expression of disbelief as he gazed at the 2 individuals before him. How is it possible that you 2 old geezers have both advanced to Dou Zone? Before him stood none other than Jiaxing Tian and Yun Shan. What? Are you surprised? The 2 old men smiled knowingly at Hai Buodong, their faces beaming with pride as they observed his incredulous demeanor. Ah, Yun Lao Jia Lao. You really shouldn't tease Hai Lao like that. Tung Shan interjected, eager to alleviate Hai Buodong's apparent helplessness. Hee, Yun Shan and Jiaxing Tian chuckled softly, old fellow. Times have changed. The Jiama Empire has undergone a dramatic transformation. I suggest you return to your miter family and take a good look around. With a wave of his hand, Jiaxing Tian continued, everyone disperse. The changes in our homeland are vast, and this old fellow seems a bit overwhelmed. Please, everyone, go about your business. The newly inducted Dou Huangs of the Flame Alliance, upon hearing this, wore expressions filled with regret. Had this old man been an outsider seeking trouble, it would have provided them with an opportunity to prove themselves. Yet, It turned out he was merely an old local returning home. Tung Shan, what on earth has happened? Once the crowd had dispersed, Hai Buodong gazed at Mitre Tung Shan with bewilderment. Noticing Hai Buodong's perplexed expression, Tung Shan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Then said to Hai Buodong with a smile, "Hai Lao, follow me. I shall introduce you to the new head of the Mitre family." The new head of the Mitre family? Hai Buodong was taken aback initially, but then suddenly recalled something and asked, "Is this new head named Yufei?" "Ah, Hai Lao. I didn't expect you to know of Yufei," Tung Shan replied, casting a surprised glance at Yufei. "Hee, it seems I have stumbled upon some clues." Hai Buodong remarked with a subtle smile, his mind swirling with numerous speculations. Perhaps it was that mysterious Dozong lad who caused all this commotion. However, he still could not fathom when the capital of the Jiama Empire had begun to exude the presence of 3 Dozun powerhouses. The sheer pressure emanating from these 3 auras was undeniably formidable, indicating they had reached the realm of Dozun. As these thoughts swirled within him, the two descended into the small courtyard of the Mitre family. It has been over a decade. It appears the Mitre family has not changed significantly. Gazing at the familiar manor before him, Hai Buodong suddenly sighed. In a year or so, the middle family will commence its reconstruction. Tung Shan offered a faint smile. Responding, Elder Hai, under the guidance of the new clan leader, the middle family is destined to ascend to unprecedented glory. Oh, a hint of surprise flickered across Hai Buodong's face upon hearing this. Observing his astonishment, Tung Shan felt reassured and continued to lead Hai Buodong forward. It seemed that Elder Hai was still unaware of the recent events in the imperial capital. Were he to grasp the changes that had transpired, his astonishment would surely deepen. Tung Shan mused. Yafei's courtyard remained tranquil, yet its owner now found herself perched upon someone's lap. "Don't touch me. You still carry the scent of another." Yafei glared at Xiao Yan. It was understandable that this fellow had visited Yunlan sect to resurrect Yun Patian and spend a night there. However, 3 days and nights away was rather excessive. Was the sect leader of Yun truly that captivating? What irritated her most was that upon his return, he intended to pursue her again, despite still reeking of another woman's fragrance. Did he think her so easily swayed? Xiao Yan cast a discontented glance at Yafei's alluring visage, which bore traces of irritation. "I merely wish to assist you in enhancing your prowess." Yafei attempted to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words, settling for a resigned glare at Xiao Yan. "What are you upset about?" Xiao Yan chuckled, suddenly producing a jade vial. "Take this Yin-Yang cleansing pill. It should significantly enhance your talent. While it may not rival true geniuses, you will certainly rise to a commendable status." Upon seeing the small jade vial in Xiao Yan's hand, Yafei momentarily froze, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Consume it. This way, I won't have to assist you in cultivating every day," he insisted seriously, placing the Yin-Yang cleansing pill into her embrace. "I refuse." Yafei, with reddened eyes, returned the pill to Xiao Yan. "Hey, woman, don't be ungrateful," Xiao Yan exclaimed, his eyes widening. This pill was the fruit of his labor. How could she dismiss it so easily? He intended to reprimand her, but was interrupted when her rosy lips approached him. "What are you doing? I could accuse you of harassment." Xiao Yan feigned resistance, his hand slipping in. "I don't want the Yin-Yang cleansing pill. I want you to assist me in cultivating daily." After a brief tussle, the alluring glimmer in Yafei's elongated eyes revealed a mix of charm and desire. "This is troublesome. I have become a serpent demon," Xiao Yan inwardly lamented. After all, he was meant to save the beauties of the entire continent. How could he focus solely on one? That would be improper, indeed. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Yafei ceased to regard the hesitation of the young master and took the initiative to advance toward Xiao Yan. "Wait," Xiao Yan suddenly interjected. Upon hearing his words, Yafei was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly adjusted her attire. Moments later, a knock echoed through the air. "Elder, are you there? Our ancient patriarch of the middle family has returned." Tung Shan's voice resonated from outside. At this moment, Yafei had tidied her garments and, after smoothing a disheveled lock of hair from her forehead, softly called, "Elder, please come in." With a creak, the gate of the small courtyard swung open, revealing middle Tung Shan, who, upon spotting Xiao Yan, wore a mysterious and ambiguous smile. Following him was an elderly man with a scarred visage. The old man appeared momentarily stunned upon seeing Yafei, but, upon noticing Xiao Yan seated beside her, his expression shifted to one of relief, followed by an exclamation. "It is indeed you." Observing the astonished gaze of Hai Buodong, Xiao Yan beamed with a grin. "Old man, we meet again." "Hi, Elder, do you know Lord Xiao Yan?" Tung Shan inquired, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. "Of course, I recognize him. My return is largely due to this young friend's assistance," Hai Buodong replied, a smile illuminating his face as he clasped his hands in gratitude towards Xiao Yan. "You're welcome," Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, then turned to Tung Shan. "Elder Tung Shan, Since High Elder has just returned to the Jiamat Empire, do you not intend to introduce him to the current state of the imperial capital? Tung Shan was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the smile on Xiao Yan's face, he felt reassured. High Elder, it seems the Patriarch has matters to discuss with Lord Xiao Yan. We should take our leave. It is also an opportune moment for me to provide you with a comprehensive overview of the imperial capital situation. Very well, High Buodong, wise and perceptive, quickly grasped Tung Shan's intent. After nodding to Yafei, he followed Tung Shan out. Once the two had departed, Yafei turned to Xiao Yan, her expression puzzled. Is that Elder High the most formidable patriarch of our middle family? Indeed, Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile. He is the one I rescued from the Tegel Desert to assist you. Upon hearing this, Yafei's already captivated gaze towards Xiao Yan grew increasingly entranced, and she instinctively drew closer to him. Ah, women, is my presence truly so enticing? Xiao Yan sighed helplessly as he lifted Yafei into his arms. Well then, tonight I shall assist you in refining the Yin-Yang Cleansing Essence Pill. Chapter 212. The Queen's Provocation. What did you say? In Tung Shan's chamber, High Buodong stared blankly at his former subordinate. The information recently divulged by Tung Shan was overwhelmingly vast, leaving his mind struggling to comprehend it. That lad named Xiao Yan is not yet 18 this year? A Dou Zong expert capable of concocting pinnacle 7th grade pills? The two guardians behind him appeared to be the legendary semi-saint powerhouses. Previously, they had harnessed the strength of a peak Dou Emperor to defeat over 20 Dou Zong and had subdued 3 Dou Zun strongmen to establish a force known as the Flame Alliance. His background was unfathomably profound. His grandfather was a genuine Dou saint. Yun Petion had been resurrected by this young man. A myriad of astonishing revelations reached High Buodong's ears, causing his expression to transition from shock to bewilderment, and finally to numbness. It was only now that he began to comprehend the extent of Xiao Yan's formidable strength and the current state of affairs in the Gamma Empire. Old High, don't just drink. Eat something. Tung Shan chuckled as he served High Buodong a couple of peanuts, feeling a secret delight within. Ever since he had associated with High Buodong, he had seldom witnessed him in such a dazed state. After a prolonged silence, High Buodong finally revealed a faint smile. Despite the shocking nature of these events, he felt a sense of joy. Indeed, this was a pivotal moment for the rise of the Maitel family. His demeanor returned to calm as he clinked glasses with Tung Shan, saying, "Let us drink. Cheers." Tung Shan laughed heartily, attempting to cover up the actions of his former elder brother. The creaking of the small bed echoed throughout the night. The following morning, Xiao Yan emerged calmly from Yafei's chamber. Do you believe you can maintain control if I assist you with your cultivation? He waved his sleeve, leaving not a trace behind. Eventually, he found a room where neither Yafei nor the little healing fairy would intrude, quietly extracting the colorful little serpent from his sleeve. The serpent lay languidly in his palm, its body slightly cold, as if it were lifeless. Awaken, my queen. Wake up. Xiao Yan gently poked the serpent's body with his finger. There was no response. It sleeps so deeply, he mused with a smile, flicking a drop of the purple sky demon python's essence onto his fingertip. Upon the appearance of this essence, the little serpent stirred slightly before opening its tightly shut eyes. Its alluring purple pupils gazed longingly at Xiao Yan's finger, its tail wrapping around his pinky and rubbing against it in a playful manner. Go, awaken the woman within you, and I shall provide you with sustenance. Xiao Yan gently tapped its small head. Hearing his words, the colorful serpent cast a reproachful glance at him before reluctantly closing its enchanting purple eyes. Moments later, a radiant spectrum of colors blossomed in Xiao Yan's hand, followed by a heavy softness appearing in his palm. What business do you seek with this king? Medusa calmly materialized a 7-colored veil to conceal her alluring figure, lest someone be stirred again. Xiao Yan, with an earnest expression, replied, Why the haste to dress? Even a gentleman like me must be guarded against? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Medusa was momentarily taken aback, only to then reveal a breathtakingly enchanting smile upon her exquisite visage. If you are a gentleman, then I must be a sage dedicated to healing the world. While you may not be able to save the world, you can certainly save me. Xiao Yan mused silently, flicking his finger to produce a glowing purple pill that appeared in the palm of his hand. The moment the pill emerged, a fragrant aroma filled the air, wafting towards the queen's delicate nose. Upon inhaling the scent, Medusa's body shivered slightly, and a glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes. What kind of pill is this? A 6th-grade pill, the soul-melding pill, Xiao Yan replied cheerfully. This pill will aid you in swiftly merging with the soul of the sky-devouring serpent, allowing you to regain your strength post-haste. As he spoke, he gently wrapped an arm around her remarkably slender waist, bringing the soul-melding pill to her lips with a playful grin. I shall feed you. Heh, you are the first man brave enough to speak to me in such a manner, Medusa remarked with a cold smile, yet, under Xiao Yan's astonished gaze, She parted her crimson lips and swallowed the soul-melding pill. The mere brush of her soft lips sent a gentle tremor through Xiao Yan's heart. Do not be beguiled by this woman's beauty, he admonished himself internally, though soon found his head spinning with confusion. Heh! Observing his flustered demeanor, Medusa's lips curled into a cold yet tantalizing smile that ignited a yearning within men. The ancestor once told me that, to be frank, following you is indeed a splendid choice. However, I reiterate my point. Medusa extended a slender, jade-like finger to lightly lift Xiao Yan's chin, gazing down at him with an air of superiority. Her voice, imbued with a tantalizing allure, echoed softly. To become my man, you must possess the strength to conquer me. Wow, this woman is truly captivating. Provoked by the queen's words, countless memories of past lives flashed through Xiao Yan's mind, secret encounters with female superiors. The other side of a domineering beauty. With these thoughts swirling, he suddenly grasped the slender hand that held his chin, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Your Majesty, are you serious? As he spoke, the aura of a five-star Dou zone began to emanate from him gradually. Upon sensing this formidable presence, a look of astonishment and shock crossed Medusa's face. How long have I been asleep? How have you already reached the five-star Dou zone level? She stared incredulously at Xiao Yan, realizing that while she had yet to complete her own merging, he had already attained such a level. If I were to complete my merging, what level would he achieve? The pinnacle of Dou zone? Seeing the queen in a state of shock, a satisfied smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. Dare to provoke me, and you shall witness my true prowess. As he contemplated such thoughts, his hand, which had encircled her waist, suddenly exerted pressure, resulting in a meeting with the queen's vibrant red lips. Quite delightful. While Xiao Yan mused on this, he was suddenly dazzled by a burst of colorful light, and in the next moment, he felt a sharp sting on his lips. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a small, multicolored snake biting his lip, its purple pupils glimmering with a hint of mockery. How dare it provoke me so? Xiao Yan snorted coldly and attempted to grasp the serpent, intending to shove it into his trousers. However, the snake was exceedingly smooth, ultimately transforming into a radiant flash and slipping back into the sleeve of his robe. Just you wait, I shall certainly become your master one day, Xiao Yan declared fiercely. Chapter 213, The Method of Poison Pill. She is unharmed. Observing the flustered expression of the little medicine fairy, Xiao Yan disregarded the unconscious disciple on the ground, rising to gently pat the speck of dirt on her skirt. Who wears a white dress while farming? Mind your own business. The little medicine fairy shot him a gentle glare, then turned her concern towards Huanxin, asking, Is she really all right? Yes, fine. She merely consumed too much poison, Xiao Yan replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Upon hearing this, the guilt on the little medicine fairy's face deepened. It was entirely her fault for forgetting to secure that vial of poison, which led to Huanxin's condition. Observing her self-reproach, Xiao Yan softly patted her shoulder, reassuring her, just be more careful next time. However, if it weren't for this gluttonous girl sneaking the poison, I wouldn't have discovered her peculiar constitution. Initially, I had merely felt that her talents were quite remarkable. Indeed, the little medicine fairy nodded, her eyes reddening. Let us go. Xiao Yan gently took her delicate hand, stating, I have gathered all the materials. It is time to help you control that troublesome poison body. Control the troublesome poison body? The little medicine fairy was momentarily taken aback, her clear eyes now fixed intently on Xiao Yan. Is it truly possible to control the troublesome poison body? Indeed, Xiao Yan replied, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Let us proceed to your chamber. At his words, the little medicine fairy's previously flushed eyes turned even redder, and she followed Xiao Yan with a sense of reassurance, leaving behind a gluttonous, dazed figure sprawled on the ground. Let us remove our garments. In the tranquil room, Xiao Yan casually set up a barrier, isolating them from the outside world, and gazed at the blushing visage of the little medicine fairy. We are practically an old married couple. Why still shy away? Seeing her flustered demeanor, Xiao Yan could not resist teasing her once more. You are insufferable, she retorted with a gentle glare, her delicate hands beginning to unfasten her dress, which then slid down her smooth, porcelain-like skin. A body, as exquisite as jade, was thus revealed to Xiao Yan's gaze. Beholding this masterpiece of creation, even having been candid multiple times, he remained in awe of the creator's craftsmanship. Please, lie down on the bed. Xiao Yan reined in his restless thoughts and earnestly advised the little medical fairy. Now, relax your body and allow the toxic energy from your cursed body to dissipate naturally. I understand. The little medical fairy obediently lay on the bed, gently closing her eyes, ultimately releasing the toxic energy within her. As these toxins began to escape, a pained expression finally graced her delicate features. These toxins, usually lurking within a specific meridian, were not overly conspicuous, but once they surged forth, even she could not help but feel the agony. I am about to begin. Observing her condition, Xiao Yan's countenance gradually turned serious. Although he possessed the so-called method of the poison pill, it was, after all, his first attempt, and he had to ensure no accidents occurred. Should anything go awry, the little medical fairy would face a tragic demise, and he would then be left to toil endlessly in search of a way to resurrect her. Awaken, my beloved. To avert such a calamity, Xiao Yan concentrated fully, even more so than during his alchemical endeavors. With a gentle wave of his hand, 2 jade boxes crafted from cold jade materialized in his palm. One box contained the magical core of an 8th-tier scorpion poison dragon beast, while the other held the legendary Bodhi transformation essence. Given the rarity of this item, even within the Xiao clan, its stock was exceedingly limited. Fortunately, as few individuals in the clan required it, Xiao Yan's authority enabled him to procure a portion with relative ease. After retrieving these 2 items, Xiao Yan exhaled, and the 7-colored yin-yang fire transformed into a colossal fire lotus, enveloping the little medical fairy's delicate form. The bed upon which she lay was instantly reduced to ashes. Upon witnessing the terrifying heat emanating from the fire lotus, the little medical fairy's countenance paled in fear. Do not be afraid. I will control this strange fire. Xiao Yan's soothing voice reassured her, instantly calming her nerves. It may hurt a little. Bear with it, he continued gently. The little medical fairy resolutely nodded in response. Seeing her determination, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer, channeling his soul power to envelop her entirely in the otherworldly flames. Sizzle. As the flames first engulfed the little medical fairy, the dense gray toxins on her skin reacted violently, emitting a series of hissing sounds as they retreated rapidly, ultimately vanishing into her body. Ah! She cried out in pain, her body shuddering as her eyes transformed into a strange gray hue, radiating an aura of impending death. However, Xiao Yan had anticipated this moment. As her body trembled, he swiftly formed a hand seal. Congeal, he commanded, his voice firm. In the next moment, the vibrant flames transformed into countless tiny sparks, penetrating the delicate skin of the little medicine fairy. They slowly spread within her body, enveloping every corner of her being. For Xiao Yan, the most significant advantage at this juncture was that the little medicine fairy's calamity poison body had not yet fully developed. Her current strength as a great fighter rendered the poisonous Dou Qi within her almost negligible, easily manipulated at his will. Under the relentless drive of these myriad sparks, the gray toxic miasma within the little medicine fairy began to dissipate rapidly, coalescing into a gentle stream that flowed towards her lower abdomen. Ultimately, all the Dou Qi was restrained under Xiao Yan's control, confined within the little medicine fairy's lower belly. Should one peer inward, they would discover a diminutive 7-colored fire lotus slowly unfurling within her cyclone. This singular lotus rendered the venomous Dou Qi utterly helpless, causing it to tremble within its heart. As the toxic essence gathered, drawn from the magic core and transformed through the Bodhi essence, Xiao Yan inhaled deeply. With his right hand, he placed the magic core of the celestial poison scorpion dragon beast, which had been briefly nurtured by thee and refined through secret techniques, upon the smooth expanse of the little medicine fairy's abdomen. Upon contact, the crystal core emitted an unusual glow, gradually merging into her being. Ultimately, enveloped by Xiao Yan's consciousness, it descended into the vortex of toxic energy bound by the fire lotus, settling at its center. With the successful infusion of the magic core, Xiao Yan's expression grew increasingly solemn as he turned his gaze towards the Bodhi essence contained within the jade box, for the next step was of utmost significance. Chapter 214, The Anomaly of Soul Essence. Once the 7-colored serpent burrowed into his sleeve, Xiao Yan finally calmed his mind to contemplate the tasks ahead. The Flame Alliance had taken its initial shape, and the situation in the Northwest continent would now develop steadily and smoothly. However, the Alliance still lacked a truly formidable leader. While the Lord of the Heavenly Serpent Manor and Yun Petion possessed their own methods for managing great powers, appointing these individuals as the second-in-command of the Flame Alliance would undermine the very purpose of its establishment. After all, the primary aim of forming the Flame Alliance was to safeguard his own expansive harem in the Northwest. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Yan redirected his focus to the 7-colored swallowing serpent nestled within his sleeve. Although Yun was powerful, she was not adept at management. Yafei excelled in administration. Yet her reputation and strength had yet to reach a commanding level. Yao Yi exhibited a hint of imperial majesty, but her strength too fell short. Ultimately, the upper echelons of the Flame Alliance would consist of Dou Zun experts. The little medicine fairy, having mastered the calamity poison body, possessed the requisite strength. Yet her serene disposition would likely lead her to toil in the fields of medicinal cultivation. Only the Queen Medusa, once she fused with the bloodline of the 7-colored swallowing serpent, would possess both the power and authority to serve as the second-in-command of the Flame Alliance. Certainly, Whether Medusa is willing to assume the role of the second-in-command of the Flame Alliance is of little concern to Xiao Yan. What truly matters to him is that this queen possesses the means to suppress the 6 palaces. Only upon her ascension will his harem in the northwest continent be genuinely established. The position of the main consort is not one that just anyone can occupy. It requires exceptional strength, skill, and beauty, all of which must surpass the ordinary and possess an overwhelming allure. Once Medusa ascends, he will be free to seek out new at the Canaan Academy without worry. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Yan's figure shifted and appeared in the courtyard of the Little Medicine Fairy. The courtyard remained elegantly simple, and as Xiao Yan's spiritual power swept through, he discovered she was not in her room, but rather tending to a small spiritual field in the yard. Why does this girl have such a fondness for farming? Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to approach her for a surprise, he unexpectedly noticed a small figure darting about in her room. Who could it be? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly, soon realizing who it was. Gently pushing open the door to the pharmacy, he found a diminutive figure, barely reaching his waist, crouched beside a medicinal cauldron like a sneaky little mouse. Xiao Yan quietly stood behind her, casting a shadow over her form. However, the little one seemed completely unaware, holding a small jade vial and indulging in a secret feast. What are you sneaking a bite of? Xiao Yan's voice reached her ears. Nothing, I'm not eating, she replied, smacking her lips. If you're not eating, then why are you hiding here so sneakily? Xiao Yan gently patted her little head. It was only then that she slowly turned around, leaving Xiao Yan astonished. Her round little face was now adorned with bizarre, multicolored hues. Even her lips bore the same shades. Master, it's you, she exclaimed with a smile. Then dipped her finger into the white powder from the jade vial and offered it to Xiao Yan. You should try this. It's the sugar powder that Sister Little Medicine Fairy hid, and it's delicious. Is it really tasty? Xiao Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Yes. I often see Sister Little Medicine Fairy sneaking some, but whenever I ask her for some, she refuses, saying it's poisonous. How could I not know if it's poisonous? She pouted. This Little Medicine Fairy was the stingiest among all the masters she knew, hoarding such colorful sugar powders without sharing. As for the claim of poison, when someone else asked for a treat, she would certainly say it was poisonous, lest the deliciousness be shared. Is it possible that this really is poisonous? Xiao Yan rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Impossible. I've used that excuse too many times. She giggled, suddenly swaying on her feet. Alas, having indulged in too much powdered sugar, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and with a roll of her eyes, she collapsed to the ground with a thud, observing his ungrateful disciple, who was now frothing at the mouth. Xiao Yan could only shake his head in exasperation. He quickly grasped her slender arm and infused her body with his unique flame energy, hoping to counteract the poison within her. Goodness, the toxicity is rather potent. As he sensed the venom coursing through Hun Xian's body, Xiao Yan's expression shifted in alarm. This vial of poison must have been a staple for the little medical sage, for even a mere drop could spell doom for a Grand Dou Master. The quantity that Hun Xian had ingested could very well be lethal to a Dou spirit. Regret washed over him for having boasted alongside the girl, should she perish. Resurrection would be a formidable challenge. Xiao Yan hastened to intensify the infusion of his flame, striving to expel the toxins from Hun Xian's system at the swiftest pace possible. This girl was not even a fighter. Should she die, her spirit would surely dissipate on the spot, even if Xiao Yan managed to retain her soul. Reviving her would be nearly impossible. The fragility of her spirit rendered the notion of reincarnation utterly implausible. However, just as Xiao Yan's unique flame enveloped Hun Xian's entire being, a terrifying force of suction emanated from within her. This formidable pull was so intense that even Xiao Yan felt a flicker of trepidation. Suddenly, the force erupted, and in an instant, all the toxins and unique flames within Hun Xian were completely devoured. The residual force of absorption began to creep along Hun Xian's skin, seeking out Xiao Yan's Dou Qi. Sensing this overwhelming power, Xiao Yan hesitated momentarily, yet he did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he adjusted his Dou Qi to a defensive posture. The dreadful force soon directed its terrifying suction towards his energy. Fortunately, given Xiao Yan's profound cultivation, he managed to withstand the struggle, ultimately forcing the suction to retreat. This force had the capacity to drain anyone beneath the rank of Dou Wang. And even a Dou Wang, if not swift to sever the connection, would find it difficult to endure for long. Xiao Yan regarded Hun Xian with a mix of astonishment. The girl's extraordinary essence was beyond his comprehension. Neither he nor the ever-watchful Wan and Wu could discern the source of such an incredible power within her. In their exchange, even the erudite Xiao Wu found himself at a loss to elucidate the origins of this force. Yet, it appeared to possess a protective instinct towards its master. As Xiao Wan remarked, "Indeed, when we return to the Xiao clan, I shall take her to see the clan leader," Xiao Yan mused. suddenly feeling reassured that he had not erred in accepting her as a disciple. From the moment Xiao uttered the phrase 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, Xiao Yan had sensed that this girl was extraordinary. Could it be that she is the reincarnation of some formidable being? Various narratives from past tales flitted through Xiao Yan's mind, though he lacked concrete clues for the time being. A gasp suddenly pierced the air around him. Before him stood the small medical sage, adorned in a flowing gown of pristine white, her fair legs exposed, gleaming like jade and evoking in Xiao Yan a desire to caress them. Her delicate feet, encased in simple grass sandals, bore traces of earth. What troubled her? The small medical sage gazed anxiously at the little jade vial beside Xiao. In Chapter 215, titled They Are Fighting, Part 1, Xiao Yan waved his hand, causing the cold jade box to spring open, revealing a crystal-clear emerald liquid that fell into his grasp. His expression grew solemn as he cast the Bodhi transformation essence into the fire lotus of Dao, suddenly enveloped by the Bodhi transformation essence stirred slightly before it began to churn violently, as if struggling to escape the flames. In light of this situation, the esteemed prince would not permit such defiance. With a mere thought, he intensified the temperature of the seven-colored yin-yang fire that encased the essence. Faced with such a terrifying heat, even this extraordinary creation of nature, the Bodhi transformation essence, succumbed after mere minutes, losing its will to resist. As Xiao Yan continued to refine it, emerald green dust began to settle from the bottom of the essence, ultimately coalescing into a sphere the size of a thumb. At the moment the emerald orb took shape, the Bodhi transformation essence quivered slightly, and the orb detached, falling into Xiao Yan's eager grasp. The texture of the emerald sphere was not smooth. Rather, it felt somewhat coarse, yet in his palm, it radiated a vibrant vitality. To his astonishment, the Bodhi transformation essence had indeed yielded a Bodhi seed. Gazing at the verdant orb in his hand, even Xiao Yan felt a warmth in his heart. This object bore significance tied to the legendary Bodhi heart, a true treasure for the Xiao clan. After all, possessing the Bodhi heart equated to obtaining an entry pass to the realm of Dousheng. While the Xiao clan boasted several Dousheng powerhouses, each was a precious asset from ancient lineages. If he were to acquire the mythical Bodhi heart, he could potentially circumvent over a decade of arduous training and step into the Dousheng tier ahead of time. Contemplating the Bodhi seed within his palm, Xiao Yan's heart quickened. Even with a lineage that could be deemed extraordinarily rare within the Xiao clan and bolstered by the burning art, achieving the Dousheng level before the age of 30 remained a formidable challenge. After all, entering this realm would firmly establish one as a peak powerhouse on the Douqi continent. Yet, he pondered, would he still have the opportunity to enter the space of the ancient Bodhi tree? With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Yan carefully placed the Bodhi seed back into the cold jade box, securing it within his storage ring. After securing the Bodhi seed, Xiao Yan cast a glance at the petite healer, whose beautiful eyes were tightly shut and body gently trembling. He then retrieved the Bodhi transformative essence from the flames and delicately placed it upon her abdomen. Upon contact with her skin, the essence swiftly permeated her body through her pores. As it penetrated, a vibrant emerald hue surged forth from her lower abdomen, rapidly enveloping her entire being within mere breaths. A crystalline green luminescence emanated from her form, and the once ailing body now radiated renewed vitality. This substance truly lived up to its reputation. Observing the resurgence of life within the healer, a faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips, clearly indicating that the Bodhi essence had not disappointed. Now, it was time to dispel the malevolent poison. Xiao Yan's expression grew serious once more. With a flicker of his consciousness, the colorful fire lotus that had been swirling within the healer's abdomen slowly opened a passage, drawing in the Bodhi transformative essence. As the essence entered, the previously lethargic malevolent poison writhed violently, as if confronted by a formidable foe. However, given the healer's current cultivation level, the poison stood no chance against Xiao Yan. Firmly restrained and compelled to accept the purification of the Bodhi essence. My dear, channel your fighting spirit and compress the poison into a toxic pill. Sensing the peculiar aura of the malevolent poison dissipating, Xiao Yan's voice resonated deep within the healer's soul. At his call, she trembled slightly, awakening from her stupor and promptly began to circulate her poison attribute fighting spirit, compressing it towards the magic core of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast. Yet, upon contact with the core, her toxic energy failed to penetrate. It merely illuminated the core with a faint glow, repelling her poison back to the exterior. Xiao Yan paused momentarily, his expression shifting to one of mild displeasure. In his eagerness to provide the best for the healer, he had overlooked her current low cultivation level. Although the potency of the malevolent poison warranted caution even from Dou Kings, it proved utterly ineffective against the core of an 8th-tier magical beast. Should the healer attempt this on her own, it might take her decades to fully erode the core. Do you think you possess the strength to compete with me? Xiao Yan. With a cold snort, he enveloped the magic core in a fire lotus. If this were a living 8th-tier, heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast, it would be a challenge to refine it with his extraordinary flame, even if it offered no resistance. However, this was merely a magic core, and for someone of Xiao Yan's current strength, boasting the prowess of a 5-star Dou zone, it posed no formidable challenge. However, considering that the refinement was taking place within the body of the petite healer, Xiao Yan exercised a degree of caution. The resplendent 7-colored fire lotus enveloped the magic core tightly, preventing even a trace of its tumultuous energy from escaping. Due to the intricate nature of this refinement, Xiao Yan devoted a full 2 hours to wash away the violent energy contained within the magic core. Although the core had been tamed, the noxious gases finally entered it as desired. As the toxic vapors infiltrated, the magic core gradually transformed, taking on the hue of the malevolent poison, exuding a grayish luster. Yet, even when all the noxious gas had been infused into the core, there were no signs of it being filled to capacity. Nevertheless, within the petite healer's body, order had been restored. The malevolent poison that once threatened her existence had now become a formidable ally in her hands. With the successful implementation of the poison pill technique, Xiao Yan exhaled softly, finding the endeavor not particularly exhausting, primarily preoccupied with the safety of the petite healer throughout the process. At that moment, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes, her once pallid skin now radiating a healthy, rosy glow. "Thank you," she said, tilting her head, her clear eyes filled with gratitude and affection. No matter how one looked at it, in that moment, Xiao Yan felt as though he had captured her heart entirely. Such a sense of security and reliance could render a woman utterly devoted. As she spoke, Xiao Yan gently stroked her head, but the next moment, her expression changed. "What is wrong?" Xiao Yan initially paused, but then his expression shifted as well. He could distinctly sense the powerful energy within her body gradually spreading forth. "What is happening?" Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. The energy emanating from the petite healer's body was immense. Even he found it difficult to refine in one go. If he allowed it to continue spreading within her body, which was only at the great fighter level, his delicate little wife could very well explode. Thus, disregarding her slight embarrassment, he placed his palm upon her abdomen. Peering inward with his spiritual power, he saw that the magic core of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast was now slowly releasing vast amounts of energy, intermingled with the essence of Bodhi fluid. "So, it is like this." A look of realization crossed Xiao Yan's face, swiftly followed by a peculiar smile. "What is happening?" The petite healer curled up slightly, obediently leaning against Xiao Yan's shoulder, her clear eyes betraying a hint of unease. The overwhelming energy had entered her meridians, causing her to feel a subtle pain from the burden. "Do not worry. The intensity of the malevolent poison within you is currently too low to achieve a balance with the other energies, which has led to their escape." Xiao Yan flashed a faint smile, only to be swiftly overtaken by a serious expression. "However, the sheer magnitude of this energy was overwhelming, given your current cultivation. It is likely that you would perish from it in no time." Upon hearing this, the delicate face of the little doctor turned pale. "Xiao Yan, if I were to die, I hope you will not forget that I existed in your life." The little doctor offered a sorrowful smile, leaning weakly against Xiao Yan's shoulder. "Though you are lecherous and fickle, you are a good man. I am grateful to have encountered you in this lifetime." "Are you speaking nonsense?" Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, then gently patted her on the backside, saying, "I never claimed this situation was beyond remedy." The little doctor's initially sorrowful expression faltered, leaving her at a loss for words. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. What should she do? She could only helplessly change the topic to evade the awkwardness that loomed before them. "What now?" Xiao Yan's demeanor remained grave, causing the little doctor to feel a twinge of anxiety. Since knowing Xiao Yan, she had rarely encountered anything that could render him so serious. "There is an excessive amount of energy. Your constitution cannot endure it. The only solution is to expel most of this energy and then refine what remains." "What should we do?" The little doctor gently bit her crimson lip, her eyes betraying her unease. To achieve this, there was but one course of action. Xiao Yan, still serious, leaned in and whispered 3 words into her ear. "Dual cultivation." The little doctor stiffened, her ears flushing a bright hue. When she turned her gaze back to Xiao Yan, his previous grave expression had vanished, replaced by his familiar, mischievous grin. "You only know how to tease me." The little doctor huffed, feeling a warm hand resting on her waist. It was then she recalled that she had been unclothed all along. "We should not delay. We must commence at once, or even I will be unable to save you." As Xiao Yan spoke, he began to shed his garments. Meanwhile, Hun Exine gradually stirred from her slumber. In her daze, She seemed to have dreamt of a vast, dark void that swallowed a vibrant flame and a gray mist. With her disposition, her concern was solely whether those elements were delectable, without a thought about the nature of the black hole itself. "Where's my powdered sugar?" Xiao Yan exclaimed, sitting up abruptly and scuttling about the room with her short legs, yet she could not find her precious little jade bottle. It must have been taken by the little doctor. Xiao Yan pouted, then waddled out of the room. She intended to confront the little doctor and demand an explanation as to why she was deprived of her sweet treat. With this thought, she made her way to the little doctor's medicinal field, only to discover that she was not there. At this moment, she cast her gaze towards the firmly closed door of the little healer's room and hurriedly dashed to the entrance, knocking forcefully. There was no response from within. Is she not there? Huanqin's little face stiffened for a moment, only to brighten with a spark of mischief. If the little healer was absent, perhaps she could sneak into her room and discover some delightful treats. With this thought in mind, Huanqin pushed against the door with all her might. Yet, it remained stubbornly shut. Despite her utmost efforts, the door would not budge. Was it locked? Furrowing her brow, Huanqin pressed her eyes against the crack of the door. However, as her gaze penetrated the narrow opening, her expression shifted dramatically. She pounded on the door with renewed vigor, shouting, "Master, you must not harm Sister Healer." A voice, cold and disdainful, emerged from within. "You ungrateful disciple, should you dare to bully Sister Healer again, I shall not hold back," Huanqin exclaimed. Although the little healer was rather frugal, she treated Huanqin with great kindness. "If you keep shouting, I shall punish you with 3 days of no food," came the icy retort from inside. Huanqin's face fell. Clearly, she dared not continue her outcry. However, being a clever child, she soon realized that confronting her master was futile and swiftly scampered towards Yafei's courtyard. Yafei, something terrible has happened," Huanqin cried out. "What is it?" Yafei had just stepped out of her room after finishing a lengthy account, her mind still swirling with the financial matters of the nascent Flame Alliance, which she predominantly oversaw. At that moment, she spotted Huanqin racing towards her in a frenzy. "I saw it. I saw Master hitting Sister Healer." Huanqin gasped for breath. "Master is hitting Sister Healer?" Yafei paused, momentarily taken aback. She had a general understanding of both their temperaments. While Xiao Yan could be mischievous, he was unlikely to resort to violence against a woman, especially not against someone as gentle as the little healer. "Slow down. Tell me how your master is harming Sister Healer." Yafei gently patted Huanqin's head. "With a stick," Huanqin exclaimed, catching her breath. They were fighting without even their clothes on, and Sister Healer was no match for Master. Her bottom was all red. Upon hearing Huanqin's words, Yafei's expression stiffened, and a faint blush crept onto her enchanting face. "What nonsense is this child speaking?" she thought. "I see, it's just a typical couple's quarrel," Yafei sighed, shaking her head. "Go and play for now." "What? Are you going to stand by and do nothing?" Huanqin's eyes widened in disbelief, and she retorted indignantly. "Don't you understand the principle of mutual dependence? If you do not assist Sister Healer today, it will be you who faces the consequences tomorrow. If I go to help, we shall both be punished," Yafei replied. With a sense of helplessness, Yafei gently rubbed her forehead and said, "There is braised pork in the kitchen. You should go and eat first. I will resolve this matter." "All right," Huanqin replied, his eyes lighting up as he hurried towards the kitchen. 7 days later, the door to the small medical fairy's room opened. At this moment, Yafei had already taken her place in a small pavilion outside, waiting. Initially, when Huanqin had come to discuss this matter, she had paid little attention, fully aware of Xiao Yan's notorious flirtations. However, as time passed, an unsettling feeling crept in, suggesting that the situation was far from simple. Thus, on the 4th day, she decided to visit the small medical fairy, judging her visit based on her own stamina. If the small medical fairy was at a level similar to hers, she ought to have fainted by now. Yet, upon peering through the crack of the door and witnessing the two entangled individuals inside, Yafei was momentarily taken aback, followed by a resigned retreat. On the 5th and 6th days, the two still did not emerge, causing Yafei to worry whether the small medical fairy might have suddenly perished. Consequently, she made it a point to check in daily, until today, when at last, the two finally stepped outside. Upon seeing the two vibrant individuals, Yafei momentarily froze. Xiao Yan appeared as spirited as ever, but why did the small medical fairy also radiate such vitality? At that moment, the small medical fairy exuded even greater life force. Her fair skin glowed with health, almost resembling jade in its luster. You have broken through to the doling stage?" Yafei exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the increasingly mature, small medical fairy. When the small medical fairy first arrived in the imperial capital, she had only just entered the Great Dome Master level. Although her unique constitution allowed for rapid cultivation, such progress seemed implausible. Yafei was nearly certain that the small medical fairy had, within these few days, ascended from the initial stage of the Great Dou Master to the Douling stage. Noticing Yafei's astonished expression, the small medical fairy's cheeks flushed, and she gently nodded, saying, "Yes. Thank you for your concern over the past few days, Yafei sister." Xiao Yan had informed the small medical fairy of Yafei's observations while they were cultivating together. But at that time, the small medical fairy, though shy, was constrained by circumstances. Thus, Yafei was fully aware of what had transpired during those days. It is only proper. But it seems my sister has endured quite a bit these past few days, Yafei said with a slight smile, then shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yan. It was truly remarkable how this fellow had managed to last a full 7 days. It was more beastly than any beast could be. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Yan's expression remained unaffected, radiating righteousness as if he had performed a noble deed. During this week, he had genuinely assisted the small medical fairy in refining the energy that had dissipated. Of course, the energy contained within the core of an 8th-tier magical beast was overwhelmingly vast, and thus, most of it had been assimilated into Xiao Yan's own body through their dual cultivation. This propelled his cultivation directly from the initial stage of 5-star Dou Zong to the latter stage, while Xiao Yixian, having refined only a small portion, nonetheless harnessed enough energy to leap from the early stage of Grand Dou Shi to the initial stage of Dou Ling. After a brief discussion among the trio, Xiao Yixian hastily urged Xiao Yan to leave. Deep down, she understood that having spent a full 7 days with this fellow, if she continued to monopolize his time, Yafei might grow discontented. These women, all remarkably astute, shared an unspoken understanding, aware that the last thing Xiao Yan wished to witness was discord among them. Thus, Xiao Yan became akin to a shared bicycle, utilized back and forth by the group of women. The so-called Xiao clan's young master was nothing more than a communal means of transport for a handful of women. What did you say? Yafei's beautiful eyes widened as she fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yan. I said, I wish to rest for a bit, Xiao Yan declared, puffing out his chest. So love will vanish, will it? A glimmer of tears sparkled in Yafei's eyes. I have no objections to your 7-day dual cultivation with Xiao Yixian, but is it too much to ask for you to spend just one night with me? I only wish for a single night's respite. Allow me a moment to recuperate. Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head in resignation. This young master aspires to be a great stallion, not a mere donkey in a production team. Even a devil of lust would surely achieve enlightenment after 7 days. His body was free from any issues, yet he felt a slight fatigue in his spirit due to the allure of beauty. Though this weariness would swiftly dissipate, it would inevitably exist for a brief moment. Very well, Yafei nodded gently, a hint of cunning gleaming in her eyes. That evening, Yafei invited Xiao Yan to dine with her, and he did not refuse. Amidst the rigors of cultivation, indulging in fine cuisine was a welcome reprieve. However, after the meal, Xiao Yan sensed something was amiss. What have you fed me? He inquired. Oh, nothing of concern, Yafei replied with a playful smile, lifting his chin with her delicate hand. It's merely a jar of fire spirit goji berries that our family recently acquired, said to be a treasure preserved for over a century. I thought it would replenish my father's vitality. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wry smile. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your whims. With that, he reclined on the bed, allowing Yafei to indulge her desires. The following morning, Yafei, adorned in an expensive fox fur, languidly leaned against an armchair, her enchanting visage glowing with a nourished radiance. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had risen early, making his way to the pavilion to fish. It was now the early winter season, and a thin layer of ice had formed upon the small lake, with the fish below appearing rather lethargic. Observing this, Xiao Yan focused his thoughts, conjuring a flicker of flame that descended to the lake's bottom, subsequently warming a small patch of water under his command. As the water temperature in this area began to rise, numerous fish began to gradually gather here. After a while, the fish developed an appetite and started to bite the bait. Hooked, Xiao Yan chuckled to himself, finding no interest in women. The joy of fishing was unparalleled. However, just as he was about to reel in the fish, the sound of light footsteps reached his ears. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, a melodious young voice chimed, and a girl dressed in an alchemist's robe entered with a beaming smile. My sister said to invite you to the palace to discuss tactics. With her large, bright eyes, Yao Yu cheerfully relayed the message. What tactics? I don't have time right now, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head wearily, his mind solely focused on fishing. Sister said she would wear the dragon robe to discuss tactics with you. If you don't go, you might regret it. At her words, Xiao Yan finally felt a flicker of energy. Though I am somewhat fatigued, I can still manage. He stood up and, accompanied by Yao Yu, flew toward the palace. Brother-in-law, I didn't expect you not only to excel in alchemy, but also to understand tactics. Yao Yu looked at Xiao Yan with admiration. A mere trifle, not worth mentioning. Xiao Yan replied with a faint smile. Sister and the ancestor both said I should wait until I grow a bit older before learning alchemy from you. but I feel that I can learn now. Yao Yu's sparkling eyes were filled with enthusiasm as she gazed at Xiao Yan, who had garnered her utmost admiration for his alchemical skills. They are right. You should indeed be older before learning alchemy from me, Xiao Yan said with a serious expression. Why not? Yao Yu asked earnestly, tilting her head to look at him. Isn't it better to learn alchemy as early as possible? No, my alchemy is extraordinary. You must wait until you are 18 before you can learn. Xiao Yan stifled a laugh that threatened to escape. All right, Yao Yu said, somewhat dejected, lowering her head. As an alchemist, who wouldn't he wish to enhance their skills? Soon, Xiao Yan found himself in the palace, where he met Yao Yi. At this moment, she was on the brink of becoming the empress of the Gamma Empire, with her coronation ceremony approaching. She was already waiting in her new palace, seated upon a splendid throne crafted entirely of gold. You've arrived, Yao Yi said, her red lips curling into a seductive smile as she watched Xiao Yan approach. Draped in a dragon robe, her hair was elegantly restrained by a magnificent dragon crown, her tall figure exuding an air of regal grace. The enchanting beauty of her face held a hint of noble authority. If such a presence and attire were donned by a handsome man, it would surely captivate countless young women. Yet, Yao Yi's allure possessed a unique charm that invoked both admiration and a suppressed desire for conquest within men. Xiao Yan, though devoid of reverence in his heart, found his desires subtly ignited. Such a dragon robe was a temptation few men could resist. I, Minister Xiao Yan, pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress, he said with a smile, bowing slightly towards Yao Yi. Rise. Yao Yi's voice was calm, yet imbued with an air of authority, perfectly embodying the persona of an empress. The atmosphere instantly reminded Xiao Yan of his past life's experiences with a female superior. However, in comparison to the dragon robe, she seemed rather insignificant. Minister Xiao, my cultivation has stagnated today, and I require your assistance in sacrificing your purity to aid my practice. Might you be willing? Yao Yi rose gracefully, her steps delicate and enchanting, causing Xiao Yan to swiftly emerge from his sage-like demeanor. It appeared that the empress was truly immersed in her role. Feeling a surge of excitement, Xiao Yan respectfully replied, to alleviate your majesty's burdens is my duty. Excellent. A hint of satisfaction graced Yao Yi's face. With a gentle snap of her fingers, the bright lights in the room dimmed significantly, leaving only 2 flickering candles casting a warm, ambiguous glow. With a mischievous smile, Xiao Yan lifted the empress's curvaceous form and entered the inner chamber. Text omitted for brevity. A day later, having concluded his encounter with the dragon robe, Xiao Yan emerged from the palace, his mind still lingering on the thrill of the previous night. The empress truly had a flair for the dramatic. He smiled contentedly, but recognized the need to rest, for he could not continue down this path. However, as he stepped outside the palace, he spotted Nalan Yinran standing charmingly at the entrance. Xiao Yanji, do you remember the cave? Nalan Yinran's cheeks flushed slightly, yet a smile danced at the corners of her lips. Xiao Yan's previously cheerful expression stiffened momentarily. Another day passed, and he found himself in a secluded cave within the Yunlan sect, diligently practicing. I must not be swayed by beauty, he resolved, determination gleaming in his eyes. Only through relentless cultivation could one attain true strength. Genuine power is not merely external, but must also stem from inner fortitude. 3 days later, Xiao Yan found his way to Yun Yun's chamber. It was not that he despised the solitude of rigorous training, but rather that the dual cultivation offered swifter progress. He vowed that his intentions were solely for the sake of cultivation, not for the allure of beauty. In the remaining month, Xiao Yan's days were filled with purpose. During the day, he devoted himself to refining his alchemical skills, resulting in the emergence of over 10 lightning strikes in the Gamma Empire during this period. At night, he assisted various beauties in enhancing their cultivation, which in turn also elevated his own prowess. Additionally, he intermittently nourished the 7-colored sky-devouring python, sensing that Queen Medusa's fusion was nearing its final stages. With the passing of the year, it would soon be time to journey to the Serpent People's tribe to assist the queen in refining her bloodline. Time has swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the year-end has arrived on the Duki continent. Although the New Year celebrations on the Duki continent do not mirror the vivid memories of Xiao Yan's past life, the general customs remain quite similar. At this time, most mortals across the continent return home to spend a few leisurely days with their families, indulging in sumptuous feasts. The depths of winter are nearing their end, and the Gamma Empire is enveloped in a biting chill. Yet, alongside this cold, a heavy snowfall descends like goose feathers. For 3 consecutive days, the pristine snowflakes blanketed the entire Gamma Empire in a shimmering expanse of silver. The 3rd day marks the New Year celebration in the Gamma Empire. The star-gazing tower, towering 72 stories high, stands as the tallest edifice in the imperial city. It is said that a powerful practitioner of starry Duki from the Empire's history invested a fortune to construct this marvel. Atop this tower resides a peculiar force that allows one to perceive the night sky with remarkable clarity and feel the essence of the stars. Though the once mighty practitioner has long since passed, the star-gazing tower has become a renowned attraction in the Imperial City. However, today, the summit of the tower has been reserved. In the crystal chamber atop the tower, a bronze pot hangs in the air, beneath which a delicate 7-colored fire lotus burns gently. As the fire lotus flickers, the crimson oil within the pot bubbles vigorously. Xiao Yan sits at the top of the bronze pot, accompanied by the carefully selected meat of a third-tier magical beast, the Ling Shanqing Yang. Surrounding him are a circle of enchanting beauties, the graceful Yun Yun, the voluptuous Yafei resembling a ripe peach, the alluring and noble Yao Yi, the pure and gentle Xiao Yixian, the blossoming Na Lan Yan Ran, who is approaching her teacher's beauty, and the youthful Qing Lin. Additionally, there is a small, neglected figure, little Dou Ding, who gazes hungrily at the large pot, drooling. Each of these exquisite women could be regarded as rare gems, and their collective presence is indeed a sight to behold. If an ordinary man were to witness this spectacle, he would undoubtedly be left in awe, unable to forget it for a long while. Yet, this fortunate bounty is to be savored by only one. Looking at the array of beautiful faces before him, even Xiao Yan can't help but smile. After all the effort he put into establishing the Yin alliance in the Northwest continent, was it truly for some trivial power? Once one reaches the level of Dou Sheng, such matters become mere clouds. What truly matters is the group of enchanting companions before him. After this new year, I shall depart from the Jiamai Empire, Xiao Yan suddenly spoke. Hearing this, the women were momentarily taken aback, and then a hint of reluctance appeared on their faces. What are you planning to do? Na Lan Yan Ran was the first to inquire. I intend to step out to enhance my cultivation while attending to some matters. With a smile, Xiao Yan flicked his fingers, causing countless strands of fighting spirit to transform into sharp lines that sliced through the body of a sheep. Subsequently, the sheep was reduced to countless thin slices, swept away by Xiao Yan's fighting spirit into several silver plates. It's not as if I am seeking out a woman for the purpose of improving my cultivation, is it? After all, Nalan Yanran is still quite young and speaks rather straightforwardly, casting a doubtful glance at Xiao Yan. Oh, how could that be? Am I the type to neglect my duties? Xiao Yan's expression stiffened momentarily before returning to normal, as he spoke earnestly. That's a relief. Nalan Yanran huffed lightly, indicating her belief in Xiao Yan's words. However, the other women who had already experienced the ways of the world were not convinced in the slightest. They exchanged glances and simultaneously rolled their eyes at Xiao Yan. Heh, let's enjoy hot pot. Xiao Yan chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand as the plates of thinly sliced lamb fell into the bubbling hot pot. The women were already accustomed to his nature, merely letting out a few huffs before continuing to gaze at the peculiar copper pot before them. The boiling water within the pot had transformed into a fragrant crimson hue under Xiao Yan's careful manipulation, and the delicately sliced lamb appeared translucent. Within moments of being submerged, it released a tantalizing meaty aroma that wafted upwards. Observing this spectacle, even Yun Yun, who had long surpassed the need for sustenance, couldn't help but swallow lightly. Meanwhile, Huan Xian's saliva was already dripping onto the ground. Come, Xiao Yan gently waved his hand, causing the lamb to morph into a stream of fresh meat that automatically fell into several prepared dipping sauces. Taste my culinary skills. Smiling, Xiao Yan offered the steaming dipping sauces to the various beauties before him, while Huan Xian had already cradled her bowl in her hands. The little one, upon seeing the delicacies, transformed into a little pig, munching hungrily on the lamb in the dipping sauce. Xian, slow down. Yafei gently patted Huan Xian's little head. But Huan Xian remained unresponsive, continuing to feast like a little pig. Observing her demeanor, the group of women covered their mouths, stifling their laughter. They then curiously examined the vibrant dipping sauces in their hands, eventually picking up chopsticks to delicately place a few slices of lamb coated in red oil into their mouths. As the lamb touched their tongues, the initial curiosity on their faces faded, replaced by expressions of astonishment. At that moment, the aroma of the dipping sauce mingled with the savory, spicy essence of the lamb, eliciting an uncontrollable flow of saliva. This was merely the beginning. As their teeth gradually crushed the lamb, the meat's rich flavor fused with the sauce's fragrance, ultimately leaving an unforgettable taste lingering between their lips and teeth. As the teeth chewed back and forth, the savory juices were repeatedly extracted, ultimately swallowed along with the flavors of the spices. How delightful! The little healer and Nalan Yunyan were the first to have their eyes light up, soon followed by the other women, who displayed a hint of lingering taste in their beautiful gazes. Savoring this delicacy is not merely about its flavor. One must also immerse oneself in the ambience fostered by the hot pot. Xiao Yan smiled gently. Ambience. The women were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, outside the world was frigid. Yet within, it was as warm as spring, with the fiery essence and exquisite tastes simmering in the small hot pot. Surely, this creates a memory that can be deeply etched in one's mind? Xiao Yan chuckled softly. Even with his cultivation, he would remain enscathed in the depths of a millennium-old ice cave. However, today he deliberately donned a layer of fur, shedding the protection of his fighting spirit to quietly experience the chill of winter. Only in this cold could one truly appreciate the atmosphere brewing within the copper pot. A sip of the cold, sweet, and spicy imperial brew washed away the greasiness on his tongue, ultimately cascading down his throat like a torrent of warmth, igniting a fiery sensation within his core. Observing Xiao Yan in such a state of bliss, even Yun Yun felt a twinge of envy for his immersed, carefree demeanor. Consequently, she led the others to imitate Xiao Yan, each downing a cup of fine wine. At this moment, Xiao Yan was draped in a luxurious sheepskin coat, his dark hair elegantly crowned with a magnificent jade diadem, though a few unruly strands fell across his forehead, exuding an ineffable sense of carefree nonchalance. This scene captivated the eyes of the women present, who gazed at him with a certain longing. Yet curiously, he bore an unusual hint of melancholy this night. The outside world was blanketed in snow, the night sky resembling a vast black satin drape enveloping the heavens, adorned with countless tiny jewels. Moreover, the bright moon, akin to a luminous pearl, accentuated the twinkling stars, casting a shimmering silver glow over the snowy night of the imperial city. The earth lay cloaked in a silvery expanse, starkly contrasting with the dark sky, while the human dwellings amidst this white expanse flickered with bright flames, introducing a touch of warmth to the otherwise tranquil and desolate landscape. Green ants in the newly brewed wine, Xiao Yan began to softly recite. For reasons unknown, the radiance of the moon bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his past life, stirring within him, after 16 years in this world, an unusual sense of homesickness. In the solitude of one's protracted existence, there inevitably arise moments that unexpectedly trigger memories. A small red clay stove. The eyes of several beautiful women brightened slightly. The night and the pristine earth converged at the distant horizon, imbued with a sense of mysterious solitude. The evening is approaching, and snow is expected. Xiao Yan downed another cup of fine wine, then raised another cup towards his enchanting companions with a smile, asking, "Will you indulge in a drink?" At that moment, the ladies nearly forgot the delectable food in their hands, becoming immersed in the profound atmosphere of Xiao Yan's poetic expression. Hey, are you all so indifferent to your man?" Xiao Yan adjusted his wine cup. It was only then that the ladies snapped back from the poetic reverie, clinking glasses with him and downing their drinks. As the fiery liquid coursed down their throats, a warmth blossomed within, allowing them to better appreciate the essence of Xiao Yan's verses. To their astonishment, their lord possessed such remarkable talent in poetry. After a few cups, Yafei's charming face flushed a deeper shade of pink as she looked at Xiao Yan with a bewitching smile. This young master is knowledgeable in celestial phenomena and earthly geography, mastering both alchemy and martial arts, Xiao Yan said with a grin, the previous air of solitude vanishing in an instant. "You're quite the braggart," Nalan Yinran scoffed, though her eyes sparkled with intrigue. The other women regarded Xiao Yan similarly. Regardless, his accomplishments in combat and alchemy were undeniably impressive. "Ladies, since we have feasted and drunk on this chilly night, why not embrace one another for warmth?" Xiao Yan suddenly wore a mischievous smirk. "Go away. Just go away." Several playful protests arose in unison, with the beautiful maidens regarding Xiao Yan with disdain. "Oh, I knew it," Xiao Yan sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Every time he suggested a gathering, the lovely ladies steadfastly refused. No funny business. Xiao Yan was already accustomed to their reactions, treating his remarks as mere jest. However, he ultimately found himself comfortably resting on Yun Yun's lap. While Yafei and Yao Yi massaged his legs, the little medical fairy kneaded his shoulders, and Nalan Yinran sweetly fed him delicacies. In this moment of joy, he was lost in bliss. Meanwhile, the youthful Qing Lin kept an eye on the even younger Han Xian. The moon hung high, like a jade plate in the sky, illuminating the cold, snowy night. In the warm room, where vapor rose, the prince was once again lost amidst the flowers. In contrast to the bustling capital of Gamma, profound changes had quietly unfolded within the Serpent People tribe. With the return of the trio, a stir erupted among the higher-ups of the Serpent People. For along with their return, a massive ancient sand serpent, stretching 100 feet, followed them. The mere aura emanating from this colossal serpent sent shivers through the elders of the Serpent People. "What? You say the queen has been taken by humans?" The elders' eyes widened, nearly igniting with fury. "What are you all so anxious about? For our serpent clan, this is an event rarely witnessed in a millennium." The elder who accompanied Yu Mei and the flower serpent struck her cane forcefully. Are you on the verge of a breakthrough? The other three were initially stunned by the aura of the old woman, but soon their faces revealed expressions of astonishment. This individual had, in such a brief span, already taken a substantial step into the realm of Douzong. Upon sensing that Yu Mei and the flower serpent had ascended to the rank of Dou Huang, it became evident to them that the trio had likely reaped immense benefits from their inheritance. Do not be anxious. Gather all the high-ranking members of our serpent clan immediately. I have significant matters to discuss, the elderly woman said with a smile. Soon, a multitude of individuals who had attained the rank of Dou Huang and above arrived for the meeting, these being the true leaders of the serpent clan. Observing the assembly before her, a smile graced the elder's features. Esteemed members, the era of our serpent clans rises nigh, she declared, arms spread wide in announcement. Thus commenced a meeting that would send ripples throughout the upper echelons of the serpent clan. This is the situation. I trust you all understand your roles. The elder said after recounting her experiences, her gaze warmly fixed on the assembly. Silence enveloped the room as the high-ranking members of the serpent clan fell into a brief stupor. The news brought back by the elder was profoundly shocking, leaving those present momentarily bewildered. Initially, when they learned that the serpent clan descended from the seven-colored devouring python, excitement rippled through the gathering. Upon discovering that the clan's progenitor was a semi-holy being, their faces shone with unparalleled enthusiasm. However, with the emergence of Xiao Yan's information, their expressions morphed into sheer incredulity. A Douzong expert under 20 years of age? They initially believed they had misheard. Yet, this was merely the beginning. When they learned that the young man was accompanied by two semi-holy beings of equal prowess to their progenitor, astonishment gripped them. Following that, the appearance of the purple sky demon python caused many hearts to tighten with apprehension. Yet, the ultimate revelation left them once more in disbelief. You mean to say that the 12 powerful individuals summoned by Lord Xiao Yan are all Dosheng level experts? One elder swallowed hard. Having transitioned from referring to Xiao Yan as a mere boy to addressing him as Lord Xiao Yan, another elder spoke slowly. So, that 9th-tier magical beast, a Dosheng expert, has perished just like that? The magnitude of this information was overwhelming. In their lifetimes, encountering even a few Douzun experts was considered a significant experience. Who could have imagined that 12 Dosheng level experts, almost impossible to find in the Northwest continent, could be summoned all at once? A formidable 9th-tier magical beast, comparable to the pinnacle of Dosheng, met its demise due to the ire of a mere youth. Indeed, my potential to ascend to the Douzong realm is attributed to the generous bestowal of a drop of 9th-tier magical beast's essence blood by the esteemed Lord Xiao Yan. The elderly woman spoke slowly. Furthermore, the 8th-tier dust sand ancient serpent has now pledged allegiance to Lord Xiao Yan. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fervor ignited in the eyes of all the serpent people's warriors. The gains from the triumvirate's return were undeniably evident. Not to mention that Yu Mei and Hua Shir had already attained the rank of Dou Huang. The elderly woman herself harbored hopes of reaching Douzong. This was of paramount significance for the tranquil populace, whose cultivation had long been stymied by the limitations of their serpent people bloodline. Regardless of personal ambition or the collective future of the serpent people, the arrival of Xiao Yan was met with overwhelming enthusiasm. After all, this development was nearly devoid of drawbacks for them. Yet, dissenting voices were not entirely absent. Elder, I perceive substantial risks in this matter, a faint voice emerged. As a fierce serpent man adorned with striking tattoos gradually rose to his feet. I contend that while Xiao Yan possesses formidable strength and a robust background, one must question why such a figure would exert himself to aid our serpent people. MOBAS, I am aware of your long-standing infatuation with the Queen. Yet this matter pertains to the grand strategy of our serpent people and cannot permit your insolence. The elderly woman narrowed her eyes, fixing a cold gaze upon the serpent man elder. I too am a member of the serpent people, and I shall not be swayed by the interests of humans. MOBAS retorted with a snort. Furthermore, must the happiness of the Queen be sacrificed for the so-called future of our kin? I shall stand firm until the very end. With that, he vanished from the conference room. However, as he departed, the expressions of the four serpent people elders turned icy. Return now and deliberate on this matter carefully. However, I must remind you that the choice made in this moment will determine the course of your lives. The elderly woman waved her hand gently, prompting the high-ranking Dou Huang members of the serpent people to disperse, including Yu Mei and Hua Shir. Once the assembly had exited, the four elders exchanged glances. Though MOBAS is reckless, he has contributed significantly to the serpent people, one elder spoke slowly. Countless Dou Huang warriors have achieved merits in our history. Yet only one possesses the potential to elevate us to the heights of our ancestors. Thus, the leading elder remarked, in light of our clan's millennia-long ambitions, this individual pales in comparison. I hope he recognizes the value of his situation. Otherwise, he must not blame me for lacking compassion. 3 days after the new year, Xiao Yan, accompanied by the 7-colored sky-devouring python, finally set forth on the journey to the Serpent People's holy city. Chapter 221. My lord, has his mind been struck by lightning? With Xiao Yan's current prowess, the distance between the Gamma Empire and the sacred city of the Serpent People is not particularly far. In just a short hour, he appeared outside the sacred city. Within a lavish mansion in the sacred city, MOBAS, his face still contorted with rage, shattered a delicate porcelain piece seized from the humans. MOBAS, you remain so impulsive, remarked another imposing Serpent People Dou Wang, observing him silently with an expression still as placid as ever. Yanci, I shall ask you one final time. Are you willing to join me in expelling Xiao Yan? MOBAS glared at Yanci, his face twisted in a grimace. Deep down, I know you harbor affections for the queen. If this Xiao Yan truly gains the support of the entire Serpent People, the queen may one day fall into this man's hands. Can you truly bear to witness the woman you admire succumb to a human male? At MOBAS's words, Yanci's expression did not reflect the expected camaraderie against a common foe. Instead, a hint of derision graced his lips. You and I? MOBAS, you overestimate yourself. He continued, I offer you one last piece of advice. Do not allow desire and fury to blind your judgment. And if you seek death, do not involve me. With that, Yanci turned away, disregarding MOBAS's dissatisfaction. What a fool, thinking he can drag me down with him. Yanci scoffed as he exited MOBAS's mansion. Unlike MOBAS, although a flicker of longing for the queen lingered in his heart, he was not consumed by obsession. To him, the queen was merely a more noble and beautiful woman, a rarity he did not lack. As for the imminent arrival of Xiao Yan, he possessed immense power. Setting aside the benefits he could offer to every member of the Serpent People, even without any advantages, Yanci would not oppose such a formidable individual. He would never engage in a foolhardy endeavor of standing against the tide, let alone expelling Lord Xiao Yan. With a glance at the towering yellow mountains outside the city, which loomed even higher than the city walls, those were the ridges of the dusty ancient serpent, a terrifying 8th-tier magical beast capable of erasing the sacred city with a mere flick of its tail. And this formidable creature was merely a pet of that man. The great python, born amidst the heavens and earth, ought to strive for achievements and ascend to great heights, rather than be fettered by mere beauty. The immediate priority should be to curry favor with Lord Xiao Yan. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yanci suddenly noticed a streak of light in the sky beyond the sacred city. Soon after, he witnessed the yellow mountains surge, the dusty ancient serpent fixating on the figure in the sky like an eager hound. As the aura of the young man spread, a look of astonishment crossed Yanci's face. He had not anticipated that this youth was indeed a Dou Zone powerhouse. At this moment, Yanci had completely embraced the words spoken by Yu Mei and the others. Sensing the gradual resurgence of formidable energies within the Serpent Man holy city, Yanci's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly appeared atop the city walls. Gazing upon the young human before him, he adorned his face with a warm smile. Serpent Man Yanci, at your service, Lord Xiao Yan. You knew I was coming? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected enthusiasm of the Serpent Man King before him. I was uncertain when Lord Xiao Yan would arrive. Yet I have been waiting nearby. The Serpent Man tribe is filled with anticipation for your arrival. You shall be our protector, a great one. Before Yanci could finish his words, Xiao Yan interrupted him. Enough. I have already sensed the warmth of the Serpent Man tribe from you. With a flick of his finger, a droplet of blood the size of a soybean appeared before Yanci. This is a reward for you. Thank you, Lord Xiao Yan. Feeling the terrifying energy emanating from the blood, which even caused his own bloodline to quiver, Yanci gratefully accepted the offering. Lord Xiao Yan is truly a generous and magnificent individual. His flattery flowed seamlessly, much to Xiao Yan's enjoyment. It is indeed a great fortune for the Serpent Man tribe to have such discerning pillars of support like you. As the praise continued, Xiao Yan felt a hint of embarrassment. Not at all. Compared to the grandeur of Lord Xiao Yan, I am but a firefly vying for brilliance with the bright moon. A look of honor graced Yanci's face. It was only when other powerful figures of the Serpent Man tribe arrived that he stowed away his almost genuine admiration for Xiao Yan. Lord Xiao Yan, you have finally come to our Serpent Man tribe. An elderly matriarch among the tribe's elders spoke first upon seeing him. Indeed, Lord Xiao Yan. We have been waiting for you for a long time, the others chimed in, their faces adorned with enthusiastic smiles. Yet, for some reason, their words fell short compared to Yanci's flattering tones. Whether these individuals truly anticipated Xiao Yan's arrival remained uncertain, but he could sense that Yu Mei and Huashi heir were indeed eager. Do you truly intend to allow a human to become the leader of our Serpent Man tribe? A cold, unyielding voice pierced the air. causing Xiao Yan to furrow his brow. He had not expected such ungratefulness from the Serpent Man tribe. Mobosi, Lord Xiao Yan is a distinguished guest of our clan, destined to aid in our true rise. Should you show any further disrespect towards Lord Xiao Yan, do not blame us for invoking the authority of the elders to expel you from the Serpent Man tribe. Another elder huffed coldly. Elder, I believe our fate should not be governed by an outsider. Mobosi stubbornly maintained his icy gaze on Xiao Yan, unabashedly exuding hostility and malice towards him. Boldly, what are you barking about here? Several elders revealed expressions of unease and discontent, their eyes coldly fixed on Mobosi. Come, restrain this madman. They feared that this scoundrel would provoke Xiao Yan, and in doing so, the entire Serpent clan would forfeit an unprecedented opportunity. Two Dou kings swiftly moved to subdue Mebas. Release me. I, Mebas, shall never be a mere pawn for humans. Mebas broke free from the grasp of the two formidable figures and unleashed a burst of energy, transforming it into a spear that shot toward Xiao Yan. What audacity, daring to strike at me. Xiao Yan initially had no intention of engaging with this insignificant adversary, but Mebas insisted on challenging him. Consequently, with a casual wave, Xiao Yan shattered the spear with a stream of energy, sending it crashing into Mebas's chest and propelling him backwards. Next time, I shall take your life, Xiao Yan stated coolly. Before Mebas could retort, the two Dou kings firmly restrained him, one of whom cleverly produced a sphere from his storage ring and forced it into Mebas's mouth. Mebas emitted a muffled protest. My apologies, Lord Xiao Yan. This fellow's mind is not quite right, having been struck by lightning, one of the esteemed elders said apologetically. No matter. Xiao Yan replied with a smile, casually flicking his hand, causing droplets of crimson blood, the size of soybeans, to appear before the Serpent clan's powerful figures. Chapter 222. Praise for Lord Xiao Yan. The Serpent clan warriors gazed at the droplet of blood, their faces alight with excitement. They could sense the immense energy and bloodline power contained within it, and having witnessed the benefits gained by Yume and her companions, they understood how monumental this droplet would be for them. Each of you shall receive a drop. Only Mebas, with his mouth restrained and body bound, was left out, watching as those around him were presented with a life-altering droplet of blood. Mebas paused for a moment, yet his gaze towards Xiao Yan remained defiant. Lord Xiao Yan is truly a divine being sent to aid our Serpent clan, Yan Ci observed, momentarily taken aback by the reappearance of the blood. Before being the first to express his gratitude, praise Lord Xiao Yan. His words acted as a catalyst, instantly igniting a fervor among all present. Praise Lord Xiao Yan. Praise Lord Xiao Yan. One after another, the Serpent clan warriors bestowed their utmost respect upon Xiao Yan, particularly the four esteemed elders, who were even more exhilarated. With such a droplet of blood, they could potentially break through their stagnation at the pinnacle of Dou Huang, which had persisted for decades. As this bottleneck loosened, they harbored hopes of finally entering the long-desired realm of Dou Zone. Notably, the elderly woman, who had consumed a droplet of blood previously, now stood a chance of breaking through to Dou Zone within the year with another. In addition, Yume and Hua Shi gazed at Xiao Yan with fervent admiration. His impressive prowess only intensified their reverence for him, as they eagerly anticipated the day when they could serve alongside the queen. Likewise, Yan Ci's eyes burned with fervor as he regarded Xiao Yan, fully aware that, aside from the trio of Yume who had first tasted the sweet fruits of success, he was likely the only one to receive additional rewards. The reason for his fortune? Simply put, it was his unwavering loyalty. This conviction solidified his resolve to ardently support Xiao Yan. From this day forth, the affairs of Lord Xiao Yan shall be my own. If Lord Xiao Yan were to so much as exhale, I, Yan Ci, would blush. My Lord Xiao Yan, please do take a seat in the sacred hall of our Serpent clan. The elders of the Serpent clan wore smiles reminiscent of blooming flowers, and Xiao Yan graciously followed them into the grand hall. Only Mobosi, having been subdued by the other two Dou Wang powerhouses, remained on the sidelines. The hall was adorned with the illustrious histories of past queens, while adjacent displays showcased the remarkable achievements of distinguished figures within the Serpent clan. The elders enthusiastically introduced the rich history of their people, noting that the Serpent clan once boasted Dou Zun powerhouses in its early days. Regrettably, as their bloodline strength declined over time, successive queens became ensnared at the pinnacle of Dou Huang. Nevertheless, there were a few queens who managed to break free from their constraints and ascend to the ranks of Dou Zong or even Dou Zun. Each emergence of such a powerhouse marked a renaissance for the Serpent clan. Alas, the two Dou Zun queens who arose in those times ultimately perished in battles against their foes. Had they survived, the longevity of Dou Zun powerhouses would have allowed the Serpent clan to ascend to the ranks of the foremost forces on the northwestern continent. After a brief introduction to their surroundings, the Serpent clan prepared a lavish feast for Xiao Yan, presenting him with their finest delicacies. Indeed, the flavors were exquisite. And Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction as he savored the unique tastes. Esteemed guests, have you heard any recent news from the Gamma Empire? Once the atmosphere had been set, Xiao Yan spoke with a smile. The Gamma Empire? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Serpent Clan's high-ranking officials shifted, and they murmured softly, to be candid. My lord Xiao Yan, the Gamma Empire has indeed been making significant movements lately. It is said that they have established a flame alliance, which is guarded by several Dou Zun powerhouses. At this juncture, an elder renowned for his wisdom slowly interjected. It is rumored that this flame alliance was initiated by none other than you, my lord Xiao Yan. The Serpent Clan shares a border with the Gamma Empire, and skirmishes, or even small-scale wars frequently erupt between the two factions, marked by an enduring enmity. Xiao Yan's reputation has spread across nearly half of the northwestern continent. Everyone is aware that an exceptionally formidable young Dou Zong has emerged in these lands, not only possessing terrifying combat prowess, but also boasting an immensely powerful background. At this moment, the elder of the Serpent Clan was engulfed in profound concern. If Xiao Yan were to align himself with the Gamma Empire, the Serpent Clan would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, observing Xiao Yan's current disposition towards the Serpent Clan, it seemed he bore no ill intentions. Indeed, the Flame Alliance was established under my auspices, and the formidable warriors within were personally recruited by me, Xiao Yan remarked with a smile. Presently, the Flame Alliance boasted the presence of a Dou Zun powerhouse and a myriad of advantageous conditions set forth by Xiao Yan, attracting numerous strong individuals seeking refuge daily. Even the Beast Sovereign from the Beast Mountain range had voluntarily pledged allegiance to Xiao Yan, albeit temporarily remaining within the confines of the mountains. Nonetheless, the ample beast fire required by the numerous alchemists within the Flame Alliance was provided by them. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the faces of the Serpent Clan's warriors displayed expressions of vigilance, complexity, and deep contemplation. What could be the current thoughts of Lord Xiao Yan? The elder pondered. In response, Xiao Yan slightly spoke. I wish to invite the Serpent Clan to join the Flame Alliance. As his words fell, many warriors' expressions shifted dramatically. My lord, there are numerous strong individuals within the Serpent Clan who harbor animosity towards humans, one warrior gradually articulated. If we were to force them into the human camp, it could incite vehement resistance. This male serpent bore considerable prejudice against humans. In reply, Xiao Yan merely chuckled and shook his head. My friends, what is the true conflict between the Serpent Clan and humans, especially with the Gamma Empire? Upon hearing this, the assembly of warriors was momentarily taken aback. Save for the elder, whose eyes reflected profound contemplation. It is about interests, about land, the elder eventually replied. Precisely, Xiao Yan gently nodded. After joining the Flame Alliance, the warriors of the Serpent Clan will receive substantial assistance from a plethora of alchemists. The once precious elixirs for the Serpent Clan will henceforth become commonplace commodities. The Serpent Clan will gain access to the same channels for obtaining elixirs as humans. As his words settled, the previously dissenting warriors of the Serpent Clan fell into a contemplative silence. Clearly, with the aid of elixirs, the Serpent Clan would grow exponentially stronger, increasing the likelihood of producing formidable warriors. Observing the silence among the warriors, Xiao Yan smiled slightly and continued. Furthermore, I can allocate land specifically for the Serpent Clan within the Flame Alliance. In no more than 10 years, the territory of the Serpent Clan will expand to 3 times its current size, if not more. At this declaration, the previously silent Serpent Clan warriors lifted their heads. As prominent leaders of their respective tribes, they were naturally highly invested in the welfare of their clans. This singular proposition alone reignited their interest. Moreover, Xiao Yan gazed at the assembly of serpents and declared, upon joining the Flame Alliance, I shall ensure that the Serpent Clan births 10 Dou Zong within 3 years. Chapter 223, Slaying MOBAS. As the words fell, a brief silence enveloped the entire gathering of the Serpent Clan. Is what Lord Xiao Yan said truly accurate? An elder of the Serpent Clan could not help but inquire. Do you believe this young master would have any reason to deceive you? Xiao Yan cast an unsatisfied glance at the elder. No. How could Lord Xiao Yan possibly mislead us? The elder chuckled awkwardly. Let us not speak of others. Merely you 4, after obtaining that essence of blood, now have the opportunity to ascend to the Dou Zong level, correct? Xiao Yan gently glanced at the 4 esteemed elders. Indeed, we must express our gratitude to Lord Xiao Yan for this. The elders of the Serpent Clan instantly beamed with smiles. Your clan's innate talent is not lacking. It is merely the constraints of bloodline and inheritance that have hindered the emergence of superlative powers among you. Now, with the return of the first-generation Medusa, the legacy of the Serpent Clan has also been restored. As for the issue of bloodline strength, I still possess a considerable amount of essence from 9th-tier magical beasts. With just these 2 factors, it is likely that half of those present among you will have hope of reaching the Dou Zong level. Xiao Yan said with a cheerful smile. What you say is true. We owe everything to your assistance, Lord. Without you, when would our serpent clan have such an opportunity? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yan Ci quickly followed with flattery, which earned him an appreciative glance from Xiao Yan. For someone so exceptional, if he does not break through to Dou's zone, who else could? In addition to these two elements, after joining the Flame Alliance, the Serpent Clan will also gain access to abundant resources and exchanges with powerful individuals. Xiao Yan slowly continued. If that is the case, do you still believe there is animosity between us and the Gamma Empire and humanity? What animosity? The Gamma Empire has always been a good neighbor to our Serpent Clan. The Flame Alliance is indeed a fortuitous opportunity for our tribe's growth, a Serpent Elder smiled and remarked, with most others gradually agreeing. Only a small number of tribal leaders, who had previously engaged in wars with humanity, still bore expressions of concern. Lord, there are still many warriors in our tribe who harbor irreconcilable hatred towards humanity. Noticing his remark, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly. You must convey the benefits of joining the Flame Alliance to them. If they remain obstinate, they may choose not to join. However, should they pursue that path, I can only hope they refrain from taking advantage of the benefits while secretly engaging in nefarious deeds. At this point, a hint of cold severity finally appeared on Xiao Yan's face. This matter pertains to the lower echelons of your Serpent Clan. I trust you can handle it appropriately? Xiao Yan sneered. Do not allow me to perceive the higher echelons of your Serpent Clan as mere drunkards and gluttons. As these words fell, a shiver coursed through the ranks of the Serpent Folk warriors. It dawned upon them that Xiao Yan possessed not only the power to elevate the Serpent Folk, but also the capacity to annihilate them effortlessly. I was merely jesting. I trust that handling such trivial matters is not beyond your capabilities, is it? A smile returned to Xiao Yan's face, as consistent as ever. Indeed, indeed. The assembly of Serpent Folk warriors nodded in unison, each raising their cups in a toast to Xiao Yan. Once the banquet concluded, the four esteemed elders signaled for Huaxi to escort Xiao Yan to the queen's chambers. Satisfied, Xiao Yan nodded and departed with Huaxi. Once Xiao Yan had left, a solemn expression settled upon the faces of the four elders. Surely, you have grasped the implications of Lord Xiao Yan's words? They regarded the gathering of tribal leaders below. Having allied ourselves with such a formidable force, we must fulfill our obligations. The wisest elders spoke slowly. From this day forth, upon your return to the tribes, you are to implement this initiative, actively fostering a restoration of amicable relations with humanity. For those among you who harbor enmity towards humans, make every effort to entice them with benefits. I believe that, faced with sufficient incentives, most will not refuse. But elder, what if there are those who remain obstinate? Inquired a tribal chief. Obstinate individuals? A cold smile graced the elder's face. Any individual who jeopardizes the grand scheme of our Serpent Folk's resurgence must be eliminated. His expression hardened further. Transformations often come with their share of bloodshed. However, when weighed against the future of our entire kin, the loss of a few lives is inconsequential. If necessary, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my own life. These words cut through the hearts of the leaders like a razor's edge. While the other three elders shared a remarkable consensus, their purpose was to ensure the prosperity of the Serpent Folk. All who obstructed this goal would be deemed adversaries. Yes, we understand, the leaders nodded in agreement. After their departure, the four elders exchanged glances before vanishing from sight, soon reappearing in a forbidding dungeon. This was the highest security prison of the Serpent Folk, where even a king of fighters would find escape nearly impossible. MOBAS, we shall ask you one final time. Will you renounce your infatuation with the queen and obediently submit to Lord Xiao Yan? The elder regarded the shackled MOBAS with a detached gaze. Impossible. I shall never forsake the queen, Mo-Ba replied defiantly, his hands bound by chains. Yet his triangular eyes remained fiercely menacing. As long as I, MOBS, draw breath, I shall never yield to that wretched human. Jealousy brewed within his eyes. The four esteemed elders exchanged glances, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Macabas, you are a distinguished warrior of our Serpent Clan, having achieved remarkable feats for our people. One elder stepped forward and unshackled Macabas' chains. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer sparked in Macabas' eyes. Elders, do you now concur with my perspective? Just as he finished speaking, a sharp spike pierced through his chest, accompanied by a cascade of crimson blood. Macabas widened his eyes, letting out a feeble growl from the corner of his mouth. Your achievements will be immortalized in the annals of the Serpent Clan's temple, and your tribe shall receive due care. The elder forcefully withdrew the spike, extracting it from Macabas' chest along with a significant portion of his life essence. It is unfortunate that you remain so obstinate. Do not blame us for our ruthlessness. The elder sighed softly, yet his actions were devoid of mercy. Delivering a decisive strike to Macabas' crown, utterly obliterating his vitality, and leaving no remnant of his soul. After completing this, the four esteemed elders exchanged resolute glances, each recognizing the unwavering determination in the other's eyes. Any force obstructing the rise of the Serpent clan must be eradicated. Lord Xiao Yan, we have arrived at the Queen's chamber. Chapter 224, Confronting the Queen. Before a magnificent palace bearing the distinct style of the Serpent clan, Huaxi gazed respectfully at Xiao Yan. Yet her eyes flickered with a hint of electricity. Do not look at me like that. Your gaze makes it seem as if you wish to devour me. Xiao Yan remarked, casting a glance at Huaxi. Is that so? Then how would you like me to be consumed, Lord Xiao Yan? Huaxi blushed slightly as she gazed at him, her cheeks flushed, yet she displayed no sign of embarrassment, instead stealing a few glances at him. If the Queen were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly punish you for your treachery. Xiao Yan playfully smacked her serpent tail. He had thought Yu Mei was already passionate, only to discover that this head maid was equally fervent. After being smacked, Huaxi's face reddened even further. Yet she remained unfazed by any sense of shyness. The women of the Serpent clan are indeed fiery and uninhibited when they encounter someone who stirs their hearts. They tend to disregard such matters, even offering themselves willingly. However, upon hearing the name Medusa, a look of almost reverent devotion appeared on Huaxi's face. Though her eyes still sparkled with allure towards Xiao Yan, her expression became considerably more serious. Lord Xiao Yan is to be the future consort of the Queen. As the head maid, I shall not overstep my bounds. However, should you desire my company in your bedchamber, I would respond eagerly. Huaxi chuckled softly. You are truly devoted to the Queen, Xiao Yan remarked, giving her a satisfied nod. Hee, please follow me, my lord. The Serpent maiden chuckled softly, pushing open the grand door and leading Xiao Yan into the palace. Inside, the air was infused with a subtle fragrance, adorned with exquisite artifacts reflecting the style of the Serpent people. The Serpent maiden dutifully introduced Xiao Yan to the origins of these treasures, each a pinnacle of artistry from the Serpent clan, bestowing immense aesthetic value upon the palace itself. As they entered the bedroom, a grand bed, approximately 10 feet in diameter and carved from amethyst, rested quietly behind a drapery. This was the Queen's sanctuary for her nightly repose. Through the bedroom window, a pristine artificial lake came into view, its surface frozen solid in the heart of winter, blanketed by a thick layer of silvery snow. Opposite the lake, peculiar serpent-like edifices dotted the landscape. My lord Xiao Yan, the Serpent maiden spoke softly. If you so desire, you may reside here henceforth. She added with a playful tone. Of course, should the Queen awaken with discontent towards you, that would rest upon your capabilities. The Queen possesses a formidable sense of distance. With a hint of mischief, she cast a glance at Xiao Yan. Fear not. I am determined to win over your Queen quickly so that I may enjoy your company sooner. Xiao Yan replied with a grin. Do you truly believe your Queen can rival me? The Serpent maiden nodded and then shook her head, her gaze towards Xiao Yan igniting with fervor. The Queen is drawn to men stronger than herself. Only the worthy can earn her affection. May you conquer her soon. Indeed. Xiao Yan responded cheerfully, nodding eagerly. Suddenly, a sharp sting radiated from his sleeve. With a flick, a resplendent little serpent was ejected, swirling gracefully in the air before coming to a halt. A burst of vibrant light emanated from its form, and in the next moment, a figure, exuding an intoxicating allure that could drive countless men to madness, appeared before Xiao Yan and the Serpent maiden. Gazing upon the enchanting figure, whose every smile and frown could leave men parched with desire, Xiao Yan could not help but swallow hard, eagerly awaiting. Observing his reaction, Medusa let out a cold snort, subsequently cloaking her flawless form in a garment woven from multicolored energy. Serpent maiden, your audacity grows bolder. How dare you discuss me in the presence of a human? Medusa's elongated, enchanting eyes swept over the Serpent maiden, causing her to tremble slightly, her complexion paling. My queen, I merely wish to explain, the Serpent maiden began. But Medusa lightly waved her hand, interrupting, know where your loyalties lie. Do not misplace your allegiances. Yes, my queen. The Serpent maiden's face reflected unwavering loyalty. At that moment, Xiao Yan spoke up slowly. Has your soul fusion been completed? At his words, a rare smile graced Medusa's typically icy countenance, a sight seldom witnessed. I must express my gratitude for your soul fusion elixir. I have truly begun to merge with the devouring serpent. That's splendid. Xiao Yan suddenly grinned, rubbing his hands together, and then exclaimed, shall we proceed to the bridal chamber? Upon hearing this, Medusa's previously smiling visage momentarily stiffened, only to turn icy once more. The chilling aura emanating from her made even the nearby flower serpent tremble with trepidation. However, Xiao Yan was not one to be easily daunted by Medusa's frigid demeanor. He spoke with conviction, do not misunderstand me. I am not a lascivious man. However, Your ancestor must have informed you that only with my assistance can you expedite the refinement of the devouring serpent's bloodline within you. Moreover, if you wish to swiftly acquire the power of the seven-colored demon sage and ascend to the realm of Dou Zun, mutual cultivation is essential. Upon hearing this, the coldness on Medusa's face began to dissipate considerably. It seemed she recalled something, and suddenly remarked, I have stated before that to become my man, you must first conquer me. Conquer you? How can one so weak possess such confidence? Xiao Yan silently scoffed, yet a glimmer of understanding dawned upon him. It appeared that this queen was seeking a way to save face. With this thought in mind, he glanced below Medusa's waist, where the alluring purple serpent tail had vanished, replaced by a pair of long, jade-like legs. Just the glimpse of her delicate, fair calf peeking from beneath her skirt was enough for Xiao Yan to envision the perfection of those legs. Has your strength been restored? Xiao Yan inquired cautiously. Although she had not yet refined all the bloodline of the devouring serpent, she had firmly stabilized at the Dou Zone level. Medusa's narrowed, beautiful eyes fixated on Xiao Yan, from which he sensed a strong fighting spirit. It seemed that Her Majesty was eager to test her newfound strength. With this in mind, a smile crept onto his face. In that case, shall we engage in a duel? Very well, Medusa replied decisively, though a peculiar light flickered in her eyes. Chapter 225, Seven-Colored Sky Splitter. As their banter continued, a brilliant beam of light shot up into the sky from the queen's palace. In the next moment, two immense auras enveloped the entire serpent people's holy city. Countless inhabitants, feeling the overwhelming presence, emerged from their homes, gazing in awe at the two figures in the sky. The male figure was handsome and exuded a rare elegance. Who else could it be but Xiao Yan? The female figure was enchanting, with a face of exquisite beauty, capable of captivating all. It is the queen. The queen has returned. Countless serpent people displayed fervent expressions upon their faces. In their hearts, the queen is regarded as the most formidable among the serpent people. With her return, the serpent people shall once again attain a state of tranquility. However, when they beheld Medusa's serpentine tail transformed into a resplendent rainbow-hued gown, a glimmer of curiosity and perplexity flickered across their faces. Only a select few, those who had reached the realm of Douling and beyond, comprehended the significance of this moment. The queen had transcended her previous limitations, achieving a higher echelon of existence. As they gazed upon the dark-clad youth standing opposite the queen, an array of speculations arose within their minds. Could this be the one referred to as the divine savior by the upper echelons of the serpent people, Xiao Yan? Many of the serpent people regarded the tall youth in the sky with skeptical eyes. Since the return of Yu Mei and her companions, they had extolled Xiao Yan's prowess and remarkable deeds throughout the serpent people. Yet most of the lower-ranking serpent folk refused to acknowledge that a mere human could emerge as their savior. Nonetheless, following Xiao Yan's arrival and the overwhelming aura he exuded, many serpent people began to concede to his strength. Yet, in their hearts, they believed he could not possibly rival the queen. Below lay all the subjects within the royal city, should they witness your defeat. Your future standing among the serpent people would surely diminish. High above, Xiao Yan smiled amiably at Medusa before suggesting, if you fear that losing to me here might tarnish your reputation, perhaps we should relocate for our battle. Medusa responded with a faint, icy smile, there is no need. This king does not believe I cannot best a mere boy. Medusa's scornful retort elicited a hint of malice from Xiao Yan's youthful visage. Such audacity, to mock my youth. Soon, you shall learn how I conquer. With this thought, a subtle, cold smile graced his lips. Very well then, make your move. Let me witness the true might of your so-called rainbow-devouring python bloodline. Even though Medusa had begun to integrate the full essence of the devouring python and had attained a cultivation level of 2 or even 3 stars in Dou Zone, before Xiao Yan, there seemed little to boast about. However, since her breakthrough, Medusa had remained dormant in Xiao Yan's sleeve and was likely unaware of the myriad events unfolding outside. Otherwise, she would not so readily engage in combat with him. With her elongated, exquisite eyes narrowing slightly, her crimson lips parted ever so lightly as she cautioned, you should be careful. To which Xiao Yan thought, I believe it is you who should be cautious. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he observed Medusa's figure gradually fading into the shadows. Regrettably, faced with his nearing mastery of an 8th-grade alchemist, Medusa's position stood out like a conspicuous target on a radar, unmistakably scanned. Bestowed with the inheritance of the 7-colored demon sage, Medusa possessed an array of advanced combat techniques and even profound arts. Although her aura seemed insufficient to reach the 3-star Dou Zone level, Xiao Yan estimated that she could contend with ordinary 4-star Dou Zone practitioners. Unfortunately, his prowess had advanced to a point where he encountered few rivals beneath the Dou Zun rank. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan, who had remained silent and motionless, suddenly turned, his hand extending in a peculiar manner, piercing through the fabric of space to grasp the delicate hand of a woman resembling jade. Upon being seized, Medusa's expression shifted, though she scarcely had time to react before Xiao Yan effortlessly pulled her from the spatial rift into his embrace. Despite her strength, comparable to a 3-star Dou zone, she was rendered utterly powerless against Xiao Yan's formidable might, landing squarely in his arms. "Your Majesty, how do you fare?" Xiao Yan inquired with a mischievous grin, gazing at the alluring woman radiating enchantment. "How could your strength be so formidable?" Medusa's enchanting visage betrayed a hint of disbelief. Initially, she had presumed that Xiao Yan's prowess was somewhat exaggerated. Achieving 5-star Dou zone at such a young age seemed utterly astonishing. Surely, such an accomplishment must have been aided by his family's influence. Yet, the solidity of his Dou Qi and the steadiness of his power stirred an involuntary tremor within her. This youth appeared to possess a strength that far surpassed her own. "Well, did you not claim that if I could defeat you, I would become your man?" Xiao Yan chuckled playfully, only to be gently rebuffed. "That was merely a momentary lapse," Medusa responded coolly, her beautiful face maintaining its icy demeanor as she spoke to Xiao Yan. Yet, as she continued, a faint blush crept upon her porcelain cheeks. As one of the former top powerhouses of the Tegel Desert, she was well aware that if such a strike could be deemed a lapse, she would have perished countless times over. Unfazed by the queen's stubborn retort, Xiao Yan merely smiled. "If you remain unconvinced, then I shall compel you to submit." He released her delicate hand, stating with calm assurance, "Feel free to strike. Today, I shall ensure your complete surrender." Upon hearing his declaration, Medusa's blush faded, and she resumed her array of cunning strategies and intricate combat techniques. Alas, in the face of overwhelming strength, none of her efforts seemed to bear fruit. Each of her attacks was anticipated and deftly neutralized by Xiao Yan, who seized the opportunity to gain the upper hand. "This will be the final strike. Should you withstand this blow, I shall acknowledge your strength," she proclaimed. After being graciously spared by Xiao Yan 5 times, even Medusa, with her regal demeanor, felt a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, she had come to realize that the young man before her possessed strength that far surpassed her own. The only reason for her hesitation was a flicker of shyness within her. "If I could defeat you this time, would that mean we could consummate our union?" Hearing Medusa's words, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Unabashed, Medusa suddenly found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Could such matters be openly discussed? Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, she began to methodically form an array of peculiar hand seals. Earth-level advanced combat technique, 7-colored sky splitter. As her voice resonated, a colossal, multicolored serpent tail materialized in the sky, its presence accompanied by a power that made the very space tremble as it lashed towards Xiao Yan. Chapter 226. I require your assistance in cultivation. The instant the 7-colored serpent tail emerged, numerous members of the Serpent Tribe could not help but tremble. In the face of this gigantic tail, a deep reverence for their ancestral bloodline surged within their hearts. Even the esteemed elders who had flown out from the underground palace to observe displayed expressions of awe. In the present day, most of the Serpent Tribe bore remnants of the bloodline of the 7-colored heavenly python. Although time had diluted this lineage considerably, they still found themselves shivering before the magnificent serpent tail in the sky. The 7-colored serpent tail was imbued with terrifying energy, leaving a dark streak across the space it traversed. Such an assault would require caution even from a 5-star Dou zone. Unfortunately, the target of Medusa's strike was no ordinary 5-star Dou zone. Despite facing this formidable 7-colored serpent tail, Xiao Yan retained a serene smile. In the face of an Earth-level advanced combat technique capable of gravely injuring a 4-star Dou zone and demanding respect from a 5-star Dou zone, Xiao Yan did not even resort to physical techniques. The sheer might of the Dou Qi within him was sufficient to counter the impending attack. With a graceful gesture, 2 enormous hands, each spanning several dozen feet in diameter, materialized from thin air and firmly grasped the serpent tail that was swinging through the air. As Medusa's serpent tail struggled against Xiao Yan's powerful grip, it found itself utterly incapable of breaking free. What unfolded before the onlookers was a contest of strength between Queen Medusa and Xiao Yan. However, it was abundantly clear that the victor of this struggle would ultimately be Xiao Yan. With a powerful squeeze of his hands, the 7-colored serpent tail began to show signs of yielding. "Will you submit?" Xiao Yan's voice resonated through the grip of his hands, reaching Medusa's ears. Impossible for this king to yield. Medusa remained defiant. Yet as Xiao Yan's fighting spirit surged once more, a resounding crack echoed through the air, and the colossal, multi-hued serpent tail shattered into fragments. With the sound of the tail's destruction, a figure emerged, breaking through the confinement of the serpent's energy, none other than Xiao Yan himself. Within the remnants of the serpent's tail, the once resolute Queen Medusa now bore a pale visage, gazing helplessly at Xiao Yan. Through her eyes, he discerned a glimmer of resignation amidst her slender, enchanting gaze. As Medusa relinquished her resistance, the vibrant serpent tail transformed into a wisp of energy, gradually dissipating into the heavens. Medusa, weak and barefoot, stood suspended in the air, while Xiao Yan reappeared before her. In a moment of collective attention, he encircled her alluring waist. This time, Medusa offered no further opposition, allowing Xiao Yan to draw her into his embrace. After several encounters, she had come to fully comprehend his prowess. Her current strength was indeed no match for this youthful adversary. Observing the queen's half-hearted demeanor, a hint of mischievous satisfaction graced Xiao Yan's features. He then, under the gaze of many, extended his arms to lift the queen's delicate form. Once in his arms, Medusa displayed no sign of resistance, gently closing her captivating eyes, surrendering herself to his will. With a sinister grin, Xiao Yan, pleased with the sight of the queen's compliance, vanished into the sky, cradling her form. As they disappeared, the serpent people, initially struck dumb by the battle, erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. My heavens, this youth has truly vanquished the queen. Indeed, it appeared that she was inclined to submit to him. Many male serpent folk bore expressions of profound sorrow. How could our beloved queen align herself with a mere human? In their hearts, the queen represented not only the mightiest force of the serpent tribe, but also its most exquisite beauty. Yet, the notion of her marrying a human had long been disseminated among the higher echelons of the serpent clan. As this scene unfolded in the skies of the sacred city, most, particularly the male serpent folk, wore faces etched with anguish, while only a few strong individuals expressed admiration. So, how do you propose we integrate our serpent tribe? In the tranquil and elegant chamber, perfumed with subtle fragrances, Medusa reclined in a sizable bathing pool, while opposite her, Xiao Yan indulged in his own bath. Let the serpent tribe join the Flame Alliance and become a part of it, leveraging the alliance's formidable strength and resources to foster our development, Xiao Yan articulated with confidence. Have the elders and tribal leaders within our clan consented to this? Medusa cast a lingering glance at Xiao Yan, her elongated, beautiful eyes betraying a hint of inscrutable satisfaction. Xiao Yan, wearing a broad smile, remarked, each of them now possesses a drop of blood from a 9th-tier magical beast. Would they dare to dissent? I never anticipated that you had managed to sway even them. Furthermore, I have resolved to cultivate more than 10 Dou Zone powerhouses within the Serpent Clan over the next 3 years. By the time you ascend to Dou Zone, the Serpent Clan will truly stand at the pinnacle of the Northwest continent. As Xiao Yan traversed the bath, he approached the queen, navigating through the mist that enveloped the pool. The exquisite allure of her sculpted form and her stunningly beautiful visage re-emerged before him. Upon hearing his words, Medusa's previously rigid form softened. Xiao Yan lifted her water-slicked body from the bath and gently carried her to the purple jade bed that belonged solely to the queen. Surely your ancestor has spoken to you about this? Sensing the subtle tension of the enchanting beauty in his arms, Xiao Yan sought ways to captivate her attention. What do you mean? Medusa feigned confusion. To swiftly refine the bloodline of the devouring sky python within you, it would be best to employ the beast spirit flame for assistance, Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, then added with a serious tone, coincidentally. I possess a secret method that utilizes dual cultivation with to enhance strength, which can maximize the efficacy of the beast spirit flame in refining your bloodline. So, my queen, are you prepared? Not at all. In response to Xiao Yan's words, Medusa gently shook her head. Then, to his astonishment, she seized his collar, pushing him down onto the jade bed. Human Xiao Yan. Medusa's long, graceful legs draped over him, her stunningly beautiful face adorned with a haughty smile that exuded superiority. I require your assistance in my cultivation. Chapter 227. Our serpent clan shall rise. As he lay beneath the breathtaking beauty upon him, Xiao Yan complied, realizing that the queen sought to seize the initiative even in this realm. A sleepless night passed, and at dawn, Yu Mei and Hua Shir waited outside the chamber. The sounds emanating from within left the two women blushing, yet a glance exchanged between them revealed a flicker of shared fervor in their eyes. Throughout the night, the queen's aura surged rapidly in their perception, the 7-colored devouring sky python bloodline undergoing thorough refinement, a process inextricably linked to Xiao Yan's dual cultivation with the. It was not until dawn that the blush-inducing sounds finally ceased. Inside the chamber, Xiao Yan stood tall, gazing at the queen entering the bath to cleanse herself. The allure of her figure was beyond description, compelling Xiao Yan to transform into a diligent workhorse. As the sound of water faded away, a flawless figure, adorned with glistening droplets, gracefully emerged. Her strikingly beautiful face, exuding an air of aloofness, bore a captivating smile directed at Xiao Yan. From this day forth, you shall be mine, she declared. With a flicker of vibrant energy, she evaporated the moisture from her skin and donned an opulent purple gown. clad in her elegant attire. The queen displayed a different kind of beauty, one of regal authority and grandeur. Before this woman, who had long occupied a position of power, Yao Ye's majesty seemed somewhat lacking. While Ye Fei's allure appeared diminished, and even Yun Yun's grace lacked that touch of unparalleled nobility. What do you intend to do? Xiao Yan asked, observing the queen as she strode towards the exit in her splendid purple dress, her long, delicate legs on display. It has been ages since I returned to the Serpent clan. Naturally, I must pay a visit to the clan's leaders and ascertain what has transpired during my absence. And what shall I do in your absence? Xiao Yan inquired, a hint of displeasure evident in his gaze as he watched the queen's enchanting figure retreat. How could this woman so easily forget him? You? Medusa's elongated, mesmerizing eyes playfully swept over Xiao Yan. Yu Mei and Hua Shi'er shall attend to you. Her voice carried a teasing undertone that sent a thrill coursing through Xiao Yan. Taken aback momentarily, Xiao Yan quickly composed himself and replied, very well. You may attend your meeting. I shall await your return. With a soft chuckle, the queen pushed open the door, leaving Xiao Yan with a lingering glimpse of her back. This woman is indeed rather domineering, he mused, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Just as his smile lingered, two equally enchanting figures swayed towards him, their alluring serpentine tails captivating his attention. My lord Xiao Yan, they addressed him, gazing intently at his well-defined physique, clad only in shorts. Clearing his throat, Xiao Yan felt somewhat uncomfortable under their ardent stares and sought an excuse. The queen mentioned I should assist you both in refining your essence, in hopes of helping you both advance to the Dou Zone level. We have long anticipated this, Yu Mei replied, a playful smile illuminating her wild and enchanting features. In that case, we shall rely on you, Lord Xiao Yan. With that, the two women moved closer to him. Take it easy, I can hardly breathe, came Xiao Yan's muffled voice from within the chamber, as if struggling for air. Meanwhile, in the Serpent Holy City, Medusa regarded the assembly of elders seated before her in the council hall. A satisfied smile graced her exquisite face as she noted the subtle signs of their cultivation rapidly advancing towards greater heights. Particularly, the elder who had accompanied her in the quest for the inheritance seemed on the verge of breaking through to the Dou Zone level. Xiao Yan's words had proven true. The Serpent clan was indeed capable of producing a multitude of Dou Zone powerhouses in a remarkably short span of time. Reflecting on the recent past, the Serpent Tribe had not a single Dou Zone strongman among them. Even with her profound mindset, she felt a tinge of disorientation. Everything before her was a result of that man's influence. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she recalled the wildness of the previous night, and her heart quietly warmed to the young man. Upon seeing Medusa, a group of powerful Serpent Tribe warriors could hardly contain their excitement. Especially when they sensed the formidable aura emanating from her, their faces ignited with fervor. Indeed, the queen had truly transcended the Dou Zone realm. This reinforced their belief in Xiao Yan's earlier words. Perhaps within the next 3 years, the Serpent Tribe could genuinely witness the emergence of 10 or more Dou Zone strongmen. Such an astonishing rate of ascendance was beyond their previous imaginings. Are you all aware of the matters concerning the Flame Alliance? Medusa inquired, her slender jade finger gently tapping on the table as she regarded the elders. We are aware, they replied in unison, nodding fervently. This is an opportune moment for the Serpent Tribe to rise. We must not let it slip away. A hint of surprise crossed Medusa's face, quickly supplanted by a faint smile. I did not expect that Xiao Yan managed to sway you all so easily. I had intended to persuade you, but it seems my efforts would have been in vain. Your Majesty, spoke Yin Ci, seated just below the four esteemed elders. Lord Xiao Yan has offered far too much for any of us to refuse. At this, smiles spread across the faces of the warriors. Indeed. Lord Xiao Yan has provided us with immense benefits. For them, the advantages brought by Xiao Yan were nearly all gain and no loss. The only discord arose from a few individuals within the Serpent Tribe who might obstruct the integration into the Flame Alliance. To address this, tribal leaders swiftly enacted generous measures to appease those individuals. Should that prove insufficient, they would have no choice but to eliminate those hindrances to the greater good. After all, in the face of the Serpent Tribe's interests, even a Dou Wang like Mobas could be sacrificed if necessary. Once their brief reminiscence concluded, the tribal leaders departed, leaving behind a group of Serpent Tribe elders who gazed at Medusa with eager anticipation. Your Majesty, did you and Xiao Yan, the four esteemed elders, fixed their hopeful gazes upon Medusa's enchanting visage. Under their intense scrutiny, the smile on Medusa's face abruptly faded. Must I report such matters to you, esteemed elders? Her elongated eyes swept over them, causing the elders' hearts to tremble, and they hastily replied, We dare not. We dare not. Witnessing this, a subtle softness returned to Medusa's features as she stated lightly, There is no need for you to concern yourselves with Xiao Yan. He will undoubtedly stand with our Serpent Tribe. As her words lingered in the air, her figure vanished with a ripple of spatial disturbance. As Medusa vanished, the previously silent four supreme elders lifted their heads and exchanged knowing glances. In the next moment, their aged faces revealed an eerie smile reminiscent of a chrysanthemum. Hee. It is accomplished. How could a mere youth withstand the queen's allure? Hee. From this point onward, the rise of our serpent clan shall remain unimpeded. Chapter 228. Tonight, I shall decide. Merely achieving this was insufficient. Just as the other elders displayed smiles of scheming success, the elder renowned for his wisdom slowly spoke up. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the situation may still change? The elders regarded him. He was the most learned among them. Thus the foremost strategist of the Serpent Clan Council. No, that is not my implication. The elder shook his head gently. The queen's relationship with Lord Xiao Yan has only just begun. Consider this. If the queen were to bear Lord Xiao Yan's child, what a scene that would be. Upon hearing this, all the elders were momentarily taken aback, their breaths quickening. The elder, on the verge of breakthrough to the Dou Zone realm, remarked, the queen has now completely awakened the bloodline of the seven-colored sky-devouring python, and Lord Xiao Yan, from an ancient lineage, possesses the bloodline of a Dou Emperor. The more she spoke, the more fervent her excitement grew. Lord Xiao Yan's prominence within his clan indicates a profound Dou Emperor bloodline, should he unite with the queen and produce an offspring. At this juncture, a blazing light shone in her eyes. The child, upon birth, would inherit both the bloodline of the sky-devouring python and that of the Dou Emperor clan. Nay, the vision is too narrow. The wise elder gently shook his head. Beyond that, the child shall possess the finest conditions for growth in the history of the Serpent Clan. From the womb, this child will have access to the best cultivation elixirs from our clan's secret arts. Furthermore, upon birth, thanks to Lord Xiao Yan's resources, she will receive foundational support that will leave us in awe. In addition, this child will have the legacy of the seven-colored sky-devouring python to cultivate from a young age. As he spoke, a hint of fervor gleamed in his eyes. The future accomplishments of this child will far surpass those of past Medusas, perhaps even eclipsing that of our progenitor. He or she might achieve the Dou Zone realm before the age of 20, or at the very least, attain the Dou Huang rank. At that time, our Serpent Clan shall once again give birth to a superlative powerhouse. As he concluded, the other elders wore smiles that stretched from ear to ear. Should that come to pass, he, truly, as expected of a scholar, so many schemes in mind. Starting tomorrow, we must keep a vigilant eye, striving to ensure the queen bears such an offspring at the earliest opportunity. In the dimly lit hall, the eerie laughter of the four esteemed elders echoed ominously. Beyond the opulent palace, a meticulously crafted artificial lake lay blanketed in snow, where the figure of Medusa re-emerged by the lakeside. At this moment, her flowing dark hair cascaded casually to her waist, her captivating silhouette standing gracefully amidst the icy expanse. Merely by her presence, she became the most resplendent sight in the realm, the surrounding snowy landscape enhanced by the striking hue of her purple form. A few snowflakes drifted from the sky, settling on the queen's shoulder, with one delicately landing upon her exquisitely sculpted nose. Medusa's profound, watery eyes gazed contemplatively at her palace. Through the window, she caught a glimpse of Yume entwined around Xiao Yan. An inexplicable thread of dissatisfaction suddenly stirred within her heart. This emotion felt akin to the loss of a cherished possession from her childhood. Medusa's finely arched brows furrowed slightly, a trace of agitation flickering in her gaze. Damn it! Have I truly developed feelings for this fellow? She gently closed her eyes, her mind involuntarily wandering back to the events that transpired after her journey to the legacy of the seven-colored sky-devouring python. Throughout the ordeal, Xiao Yan was an indispensable part of her experience. From their initial encounter, where he displayed a frivolous demeanor, to the moment she found herself vulnerable in his grasp. And later, the ancestral words that subtly entwined her fate with Xiao Yan. Yet, from the beginning, her sentiments had merely been those of a transactional nature. However, as their interactions deepened, it became impossible for her to remain entirely devoid of emotion. Moreover, while Xiao Yan's initial intentions may have been driven by his desire for her beauty, his actions undeniably brought immense benefits to both her and the entire Serpent Clan. Contemplating this, Medusa's heart experienced a renewed sense of bewilderment. Ever since ascending to the throne of the Serpent Clan, she had borne an overwhelming burden. Others recognized her as the esteemed queen, yet few comprehended the magnitude of the responsibilities she shouldered. It was only with Xiao Yan's arrival that a semblance of relief had graced her shoulders. Despite his notorious lechery, Medusa could sense that Xiao Yan genuinely cared for her. After all, with his status and power, he had no obligation to invest considerable resources in nurturing the strength of the Serpent Clan. Regardless, The entire clan owed this individual an immense debt of gratitude. Lost in thought, her mind inevitably wandered back to the wildness of the previous night. Thus, the queen remained adrift in her thoughts, standing from morning until afternoon, until the last dim light of day illuminated her shoulders and hair, dusted lightly with snow, prompting her to slowly lift her head once more. The scoundrel, is this not yet concluded? The queen let out a cold snort, her delicate foot stepping forward. And in the next moment, she appeared in the chamber, her gaze icy as it fell upon the three shameless individuals before her. Your Majesty. Upon witnessing the figure of Medusa, Yu Mei and Hua Xier shuddered, hastily and cautiously dismounting from Xiao Yan, obediently regarding Medusa. For reasons unknown, they perceived a hint of jealousy in the queen's eyes. Didn't you ask me to assist in refining their bloodlines? The harmonious atmosphere was abruptly interrupted, and Xiao Yan, sensing the queen's dissatisfaction, rose calmly. Medusa cast a fleeting glance at the towering Xiao Yan, then turned her attention to Yu Mei and Hua Xier, observing that their recently attained Dou Emperor aura had fully stabilized. She then slightly nodded and instructed, "You two, tidy up the room. Xier, go and make preparations for the evening feast." "Yes, Your Majesty." Hua Xier nodded, albeit reluctantly, and left with a grimace. Her obedience to the queen's commands was unwavering. Once Hua Xier departed, Medusa regarded Xiao Yan with indifference and said, "Go freshen up. We shall dine together tonight." At this, Xiao Yan could no longer contain himself, standing tall as he gazed at the queen and declared, "What do you take me for? A mere beast of burden? Use me when you wish, and discard me when you do not." As he spoke, he vanished like a specter, appearing behind the queen in an instant, swiftly grasping her porcelain wrist with lightning speed. "What do you intend to do?" Medusa's face revealed a flicker of alarm. In that moment, she realized that Xiao Yan's true strength far exceeded her expectations. "What do you mean?" Xiao Yan, dissatisfied, pressed her wrist together, stating, "Last night, I showed restraint. Tonight, I am in charge." With that, amidst Yu Mei's astonished gaze, he swept the queen off her feet. Chapter 229. The Ancient Clan, Gu Sun 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Medusa embraced a life of seclusion. Aside from occasionally convening in the sacred city of the Serpent People, she spent most of her time in the chamber with Xiao Yan, engaging in dual cultivation. The queen's perspective was that it was not merely for the comfort of dual cultivation. It was all aimed at swiftly refining the bloodline of the devouring python within her for the future of the Serpent People. Throughout her excursions, Xiao Yan was often seen by the queen's side, provoking many male Serpent People to lament and envy. Although the queen maintained her aloof and distinguished demeanor, many could discern a subtle hint of a married woman's allure gracing her countenance. Despite her persistent coldness toward Xiao Yan, her occasional glances filled with curiosity towards him did not go unnoticed. The queen has evidently succumbed to that wretched human, albeit only partially. Despite the inner turmoil and disdain harbored by many male serpent folk toward Xiao Yan, their faces remained adorned with forced smiles of admiration. Such was the undeniable benefit this individual had conferred upon the serpent race. 3 days prior, Xiao Yan had cast the well-preserved head of the purple sky demon python just outside the serpent folk holy city. Although the majority of its precious substances had been meticulously extracted by him, the residual essence and faint traces of energy emanating from the skull still proved immensely beneficial to many serpent folk. Now, adjacent to the serpent folk holy city, a colossal skull of a serpent-like beast, measuring several dozen yards in diameter, stood resolutely. Surrounding this formidable head were numerous serpent folk warriors engaged in cultivation. Harnessing the aura of the purple sky demon python's head, their powers often surged rapidly. More importantly, the lingering essence facilitated the evolution of their bloodlines. Additionally, with the arrival of a jade slip sent to the capital of the Jamma Empire, the burgeoning Flame Alliance had extended its welcoming embrace to the serpent folk. Within a mere few days, the powerful beings within the holy city began to reap the rewards of this alliance. Not only did trade with humans become exceedingly convenient, but the Flame Alliance also provided numerous rare resources that had previously been difficult for the serpent folk to acquire. The Lord of the Celestial Serpent House even prioritized the admission of talented serpent folk as disciples. Such transformations rendered it impossible for them to harbor any animosity towards Xiao Yan. After all, this human was not only extraordinarily powerful, but also exceptionally generous, remarkably generous. On the dawn of the 7th day, Yu Mei and Hua Xier continued to stand vigil at the entrance of the queen's chamber. Their auras had stabilized completely, yet their faces bore an expression of eager anticipation as they listened intently to the movements within, awaiting their turn for soup once the queen had finished her meat. However, it seemed the queen was taking an unusually long time to indulge in her meal. Although neither dared voice their impatience, subtle hints of restlessness flickered in their brows. As the two exchanged glances, a sudden, piercing scream from the queen shattered the stillness. What could be the cause? They exchanged a puzzled look, their eyes reflecting confusion. Yet, before they could ponder further, a powerful aura began to emanate from the chamber, swiftly enveloping the entire Serpent Folk holy city and causing countless individuals to look up in astonishment. To their surprise, the aura belonging to the queen was not only potent but seemed to be ascending further, as if she were breaking through another barrier. The queen had achieved a breakthrough. They shared a glance, both revealing the delight in their eyes. However, before this aura could dissipate, an even more formidable presence began to emanate from within the room. Compared to the aura of Medusa, this presence was even more domineering and profound. Even Yu Mei and Hua Shi'er, upon sensing this aura, could not help but slow their breathing, let alone the ordinary serpent warriors within the city. In that moment, many serpents found themselves uncontrollably prostrating on the ground. Could this formidable aura belong to Lord Xiao Yan? It was only after some truly experienced the might of Xiao Yan that they understood how terrifying this young human truly was. The two powerful auras spiraled within the Serpent Man holy city for a whole incense stick's duration before gradually returning to the royal chamber. As the two presences finally receded into the chamber, Yu Mei and her companion heard a curious popping sound, akin to a wine cork being pulled. Following this, a brief sound of flowing water was heard, and the doors slowly opened. Before them stood Medusa, her enchanting visage adorned with a lingering blush. Yet her aura had grown even stronger. After a period of arduous cultivation, she had completely mastered the bloodline of the seven-colored sky-devouring serpent, her strength having ascended to the level of a 3-star Dou zone. Behind her, Xiao Yan maintained a composed demeanor, yet his power had already reached the 6-star Dou zone level, cultivating alongside Medusa in a dual training that undoubtedly accelerated his progress compared to the past. Of course, this was also related to their initial encounter. With Xiao Yan now possessing the advantage of 3 types of, the enhancements brought by dual cultivation had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, Lord DZ remained steadfast in his frugality, embodying the virtue of helping others, reveling in the joy of assisting those in need. You two prepare yourselves. Shortly, we shall proceed to the inheritance site of the seven-colored clan, Medusa said lightly, glancing at Yu Mei and Hua Shi'er at the entrance. The two were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances at Xiao Yan behind Medusa. What do you mean? Medusa furrowed her delicate brows and stated calmly. If you two are unwilling to accept the inheritance of the seven-colored clan, I can easily replace you with others. Why yes. Seeing the displeasure upon the queen's countenance, the two hastily nodded and departed, though they exchanged looks filled with mutual grievance. That queen seems to have had her fill, while her sisters have yet to taste a drop of soup. After they left, Medusa finally relaxed her brow, turning back to Xiao Yan and softly saying, Next, we must head to the inheritance site of the seven-colored clan. I fear I will need your assistance in refining the energy within that blood lake. Such words. Xiao Yan replied with a smile, pulling her into an embrace. I take great pleasure in helping others. Medusa let out a cold chuckle, yet did not retort, resting her head against his shoulder. In the heart of the central state, an ancient city stood quietly, occasionally exuding the mottled aura left behind by millennia. Those who traverse this ancient city, even if they are semi-saints, must harbor a modicum of reverence. This reverence stems not only from the ancient aura left behind by the city itself, but also from the profound legacy of the ancient race that has endured for millennia. The ancient clan, a formidable power second only to the Xiao clan among the 7 ancient tribes, resides here. Nestled deep within the ancient clan's domain, a serene and elegant bamboo pavilion is constructed between the peaks, harmoniously set against the backdrop of mountains and water. Within this bamboo edifice sits a girl of ethereal beauty. As graceful as a lotus flower, she is the jewel of the ancient clan, Dou Venerate. Beside the bamboo pavilion cascades a silver waterfall, reminiscent of the Milky Way, tumbling down from the mountain's peak. The waterfall crashes with tremendous force into the deep pool below, sending countless sprays of water soaring into the air. The mist envelopes the forest, enhancing the already lush greenery to a vibrant, dripping emerald hue. In this ethereal mist, the girl's figure radiates vitality and spirit. Clad in a flowing green robe, she stands tall and elegant. At just 15, her silhouette already boasts alluring curves that captivate countless artists, as if she were a breathtaking spectacle of nature. Yet, if one were to part the inky tendrils of her hair and behold her face, even the most enchanting landscapes would pale in comparison, though her delicate visage retains a hint of youthful innocence. It possesses a beauty that could drive countless young suitors to madness. Dou Venerate stands silently atop the bamboo pavilion, absorbing the essence of the world around her. The moisture-laden air within the mist brings her immense comfort, while the thunderous roar of the waterfall, softened by several layers of formations, resonates with an unusual frequency. At that moment, a shadow, ghostly in nature, suddenly slinked behind her, transforming into an elderly woman cloaked in black. "Miss," the old crone addressed the green-clad maiden with reverence. "This girl is not only the jewel of the ancient clan, but also its future. Ling Lao, is there something you wish to discuss?" Gu Suner inquired without turning. Still immersed in the symphony of the cascading water, Ling Ying paused briefly, her aged voice breaking the tranquility. "It concerns the imperial heir of the Xiao clan." Upon hearing this, the girl's body trembled slightly, and a face capable of captivating the very heavens emerged before Ling Ying, her delicate brows knitting together. "Is it that Xiao Yan?" "Indeed," Ling Ying affirmed with a slight nod, producing a jade slip in her hand. The sight of the jade slip caused Gu Suner's frown to deepen. Ever since her last visit to the Xiao clan with her father, a union between the ancient clan and the Xiao clan had been established, with her as the betrothed to the young imperial heir of the Xiao clan. Despite harboring some dissatisfaction with the decisions made by her father and the clan elders, Gu Suner refrained from openly opposing them. Born into such a prestigious family, she inherently possessed a remarkable lineage, a prodigious gift that ordinary individuals could only aspire to attain through lifetimes of effort. The almost limitless resources available to her could elevate her to the rank of Dou Saint, a privilege that many could scarcely imagine. However, this extraordinary advantage also entailed immense responsibilities from the moment of her birth. The rise and fall of her clan weighed heavily upon her shoulders. Deep within her heart, she grappled with a profound aversion towards the unfamiliar man she was to marry, for no one desires to wed a stranger. Furthermore, shortly after the announcement of this union, she had come to learn of many unfavorable traits associated with Xiao Yan from Ling Ying. First, he had entangled himself with 2 female alchemists at the Dan Tower. And then he had a dalliance with the saintess of the medicine clan, Yao Ling. His notorious flirtations were indeed rare among the talented individuals of ancient races. While having multiple wives is not considered particularly outrageous for a strong individual, it is contingent upon the strength of both parties involved. For a young woman aspiring to reach the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Huang, or even the legendary Emperor realm, it was intolerable to contemplate a future with such a notorious philanderer. After a moment of hesitation, the girl delicately grasped a jade slip in her hand. However, as the information within it coursed through her mind, her previously tranquil countenance darkened. This man was nothing short of a stallion driven by his lower instincts. Gu Suner scoffed disdainfully. Most of the information recorded in the jade slip pertained to Xiao Yan's romantic escapades, characterizing him as a reckless scion, an idler within the ancient clan. The term stallion aptly described such individuals. Yet, as the details of Xiao Yan's strength and achievements unfolded in her mind, a flicker of astonishment crossed her beautiful face. According to the records, during the 6 months following his departure from the Xiao clan, he had remained at the Dou Huang level, but recently, he had defeated over 20 Dou Zong experts with his peak Dou Huang prowess. Such terrifying combat capabilities were beyond what Gu Suner herself dared to claim. At present, she had just stepped into the realm of 9-star Dou Huang, not far behind the Xiao Yan of yore. However, if faced with more than 20 Dou Zong experts, she was uncertain of her ability to prevail. The subsequent information left her even more astounded. To her surprise, in the subsequent 6 months, Xiao Yan's cultivation advanced at a meteoric pace, almost as if propelled by a rocket, achieving a star level increase nearly every month. It is worth noting that, upon reaching the Dou Zone level, even among the many exceptional youths of the ancient clan, achieving a star level increase within a 6-month period was an extraordinary feat. However, this individual astonishingly ascended to the level of a 5-star Dou Zone within a mere 6 months. Beyond this formidable cultivation, his alchemical skills have remarkably reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank. If a 16-year-old 5-star Dou Zone can be regarded as one of the foremost figures in the nearly 1,000-year history of the ancient 7 clans, then a 16-year-old peak 7th rank alchemist is truly a rarity unmatched in a millennium. Although this person possesses a vile character, one cannot deny that his talent is indeed extraordinary. It is no wonder he was designated as the young master of the Xiao clan even before achieving sainthood. After swiftly perusing the information on the jade slip, Gu Suner's exquisite face revealed a hint of gravity. Yet, she immediately crushed the jade slip in her hand. "Xiao Yan, regardless of how exceptional your talent may be, I shall personally defeat you in the near future. I will prove to my father and the elders that even without the assistance of the Xiao clan, my Gu clan will thrive. I refuse to resign myself to marrying a dandy like you. If I cannot rival you even upon reaching Dou Shang, then I shall strive for Dou Di." True strength does not rely on the bloodline and resources of one's ancestors, but rather on the heart of a true champion. By the roaring waterfall, the young woman clenched her fair fist tightly. Meanwhile, in the distant northwest continent, within the ancestral grounds of the 7-colored clan, Xiao Yan and his companions had begun preparing for their subsequent training. It appears you have all chosen to follow this lad. In the seven-colored space, the first generation smiled warmly at Medusa and her two attendants. Upon hearing this, a faint blush appeared on Medusa's face. Very well, I shan't tease you further. The first generation smiled, then gestured toward a nearby blood lake, softly saying, "Go ahead, refine the energies and peculiar substances within this blood lake, and your strength shall soar rapidly." At this moment, Medusa looked over at Xiao Yan. "Let us go?" Xiao Yan smiled and shrugged his shoulders. It was time for him to immerse himself in diligent labor. Chapter 231, Eldest Sister. Time in the mountains lacks the passage of seasons, and within the cave, time is rendered irrelevant. The arduous months of cultivation have swiftly elapsed, and 3 months have transitioned from the depths of winter into the entirety of spring. The ice and snow have long since melted, and the trees have sprouted fresh green leaves, imbuing the world with a vibrant hue of life. Yet, within that enchanting little realm, tranquility still reigned, accompanied only by the gentle ripples of water echoing in the confined space. Unbeknownst to how long this resonance persisted, 2 formidable auras suddenly erupted from the small blood lake. With the emergence of these 2 energies, 2 female serpent beings who had been quietly observing from the lakeside gazed in astonishment at the figures slowly rising from the water. In just 3 short months, have they already attained the level of 9-star Dou Zone? Against the backdrop of the 7-colored world's horizon, an elderly figure smiled warmly as he beheld the enchanting silhouette of Medusa before him. In the span of these 3 months, the queen devoted herself wholeheartedly to her cultivation, achieving the remarkable feat of advancing 6 stars in her prowess within such a brief period. Of course, this accomplishment could not have been realized without the assistance of the young figure by her side. Had it not been for Xiao Yan, even with this near-enlightening method of enhancement, it would have taken at least a year to attain such progress. However, with the aid of the extraordinary flame in Xiao Yan's possession and the dual cultivation secret technique, Medusa found the process of refining the energy of the sky-devouring python within the blood lake considerably less arduous, resulting in a rapid elevation of her strength. Indeed, the laughter of the first generation echoed from the heavens, prompting everyone to look up. It was truly unexpected that, with the help of this lad, your strength could ascend so swiftly. The first generation gazed at Medusa with a smile and remarked, "Truly commendable, my child. This first phase of your inheritance shall conclude here, for your progress has been astonishingly rapid. You still require some refinement. Once you have reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Zone through your own efforts, returning here to break through to Dou Zone will yield even greater results." Medusa's fair countenance flushed slightly as she glanced at Xiao Yan, her coldly enchanting features softened by a touch of warmth. Meanwhile, the first generation continued, addressing Yu Mei and Hua Xir. "As for both of you, such boundary-crossing endeavors cannot rely solely on the assistance of others. Otherwise, when you ascend to greater heights in the future, the conveniences of today may very well become obstacles." Yu Mei and Hua Xir exchanged light laughter, nodding in agreement, yet their expressions bore no semblance of surprise. Over the course of these 3 months, even their strengths had surged, swiftly reaching the level of 9-star Dou Huang. This was not only due to Xiao Yan's diligence, but also significantly influenced by the energy contained within the blood lake. The blood lake, formed from the essence of a 5-star Dou Sheng, like the rainbow demon saint, harbored an energy so pure that even Dou Zun experts would covet it. At that moment, the first generation's gaze shifted to Xiao Yan. "You, my boy, have truly worked hard during this time." Under the scrutiny of the first generation, the diligent Xiao Yan wore an expression of noble humility. Not at all. Throughout these 3 months, I could not have been in a constant state of exertion. The dual cultivation secret technique recorded within the Yin-Yang Holy Canon does not rely solely on such endeavors. A blood lake formed from the essence of a 5-star Dou Sheng is a treasure of considerable rank, even within the Xiao clan. In the process of helping Medusa refine the energy therein, Xiao Yan's cultivation also experienced substantial advancement, although it did not match the speed of devouring extraordinary flames. He progressed from the early stages of 6-star Dou Zone to the late stages of 7-star Dou Zone. It must be noted that at the late stage of Dou Zone, even with his innate talent, it would typically require 6 months or longer to advance a single star without the aid of any external environment. With the aid of the blood lake and the dual cultivation secret methods, the pace of advancement remained remarkably swift. Throughout this process, Xiao Yan exerted considerable effort but reaped abundant rewards. After enduring such arduous training for an extended period, it was indeed time to depart. The first generation cast another glance at the 4 individuals before him and smiled. "Go forth, refine your skills in the outside world, consolidate your strength, and return to break through to Dou Zun." With a gentle wave of his hand, the vibrant space before them shimmered. and a powerful suction force swiftly drew the four out. "Young man, I hope that when we meet again, you will have attained Dou Zun." The voice of the first generation resonated softly in Xiao Yan's ears just before he exited the space. "Rest assured," Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile. "Is this the might of the nine-star Dou Zun?" Upon leaving the colorful space, Medusa extended a hand, as translucent and exquisite as jade, and gently pressed towards the distant void. With a crack, a sound of shattering echoed, and fissures in space radiated from the point of her delicate touch. Sensing the formidable power, a flicker of astonishment crossed Medusa's charming face, quickly replaced by a rare, satisfied smile. "Kailin, let us return to the city of Gamma," she declared. At that moment, Xiao Yan's voice resonated in her ear. Over the past 3 months, Xiao Yan had already altered his address for her, and Medusa had no objections. Return to the city of Gamma? Medusa's previously smiling countenance paused slightly, and a glint of danger appeared in her elongated, beautiful eyes. "What is the matter? Are you so eager for me to subdue your harem?" Her mature, teasing tone carried a hint of chill. "What do you mean by subduing the harem?" Xiao Yan chuckled as he tidied her disheveled hair. "In a few days, I must temporarily leave for a while. The future of the Yin Alliance requires a capable and formidable consort to oversee matters." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Kailin rolled her eyes slightly. She was well aware of his true intentions, despite his whimsical talk. Nonetheless, the way he spoke was charming, and even the queen could not resist his sweet words. Contemplating this, she nodded gently. "Very well, I shall accompany you to take a look." She maintained her aloof and proud demeanor, yet Xiao Yan remained unperturbed, for she did not behave in such a manner in private. After a brief return to the Serpent People's holy city to issue a few instructions and drop off Yu Mei and Huaxi, they swiftly soared towards the city of Gamma. Along the journey, the scenes below captivated their attention. The caravans on the ground blossomed like vibrant green leaves in this season, brimming with life. Even amidst the desolate desert, one could occasionally spot figures belonging to the Yin Alliance. Before long, a magnificent city, transformed almost beyond recognition, appeared before the two. Chapter 232, Sister? Part 2. Gazing at this grand metropolis, which was barely recognizable, even Xiao Yan, the instigator of these events, could not help but pause in astonishment. The rapid development of Jiamar Holy City within a mere 3 months had exceeded his expectations. Beside him, Medusa, upon beholding the magnificent city, involuntarily gasped in awe. She had visited Jiamar Holy City over a decade ago. Yet the contrast between the city of that time and the present was akin to heaven and earth. Today, Jiamar Holy City indeed bore the initial semblance of a supercity, fortified by several Dou Zun powerhouses. Judging by its nascent form, the future Jiamar Holy City might rank among the largest in the entire northwestern continent. Furthermore, Kailin's spiritual perception swept through the city, revealing 4 formidable presences even more potent than her own. In addition to these 4 Dou Zun level auras, there were dozens of Dou Zong energies, while the ranks of Dou Huang and Dou Wang likely exceeded 1,000. As her spiritual force scanned the surroundings, numerous other spiritual energies began to probe in return, only to realize, thanks to Xiao Yan's spiritual force that shot back, that these were allies brought by the leader. A few newcomers, unfamiliar with Xiao Yan, considered inquiring further, but were quickly silenced by the other 4 elders. Meanwhile, in an ancient chamber of the middle family, Hai Buodong was enjoying crabs with Yunshan. Who would have thought? Although your middle family lacks strength, your business acumen is exceptional, especially that Yufei of yours. Despite her mediocre cultivation talent, her management skills far surpass those of my Yuner. In the current climate, she had seemingly managed to gain subtle control over the entire Flame Alliance's economy. Yunshan, after spitting out a crab shell, cast a disdainful glance at Hai Buodong. Your middle family must be incredibly fortunate. Even you have regained your strength because of this. In the present circumstances, Yun Yun's Dou Huang cultivation holds little weight, while Yufei's commercial prowess has consistently propelled the Flame Alliance's economy upward. You old codger, how dare you speak like that? Hai Buodong retorted sharply, glaring at Yunshan. If it weren't for your disciples and descendants, you'd have long since been dead, let alone breaking through to Dou Zong. You wouldn't even have the chance to sit here and eat crabs. With that, he snatched a crab from Yunshan's plate. You old fool, if you can't speak properly, you won't get any crabs. If you don't give me any, I'll just take them. Yunshan reached out, and the two began to tussle over the crabs. Just then, a tremendous wave of spiritual power suddenly swept across Jiamar Holy City. Upon sensing the ethereal presence of the soul, Hai Buodong suddenly trembled, and in an instant, transformed into a shadow that swiftly scurried beneath the table. What are you hiding under there for? Yunshan exclaimed, startled by Hai Buodong's sudden display of cowardice. Nonetheless, he too sensed the immense spiritual aura, which for some inexplicable reason felt oddly familiar, yet he could not recall its origin. Medusa is here. Hai Bodong's expression resembled that of a mouse encountering a cat, fear evident on his face as memories of the fear instilled by the queen resurfaced. However, he soon realized he was amidst the formidable ranks of the Flame Alliance, safe and sound, and quickly emerged from his hiding place. Medusa? Upon hearing this, Yun Shan's expression shifted slightly, finally recalling the source of the aura. Yet, what caused his complexion to pale further was the realization of how remarkably powerful Medusa had become. As a fellow Dozong, he understood that her strength had likely ascended to a high-level Dozong. At that moment, Xiao Yan and Medusa paid no heed to the two bewildered old men as they descended into the Yunlan sect. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yan's entourage arrived at the Yunlan sect. In the main hall, a lineup of exquisite beauties stood alertly, their gazes fixed warily on the enchanting Kai Lin beside Xiao Yan. Unlike their previous encounters, this time, the women wore expressions of imminent peril. There was no denying it. The coldly elegant beauty beside Xiao Yan, her lips curled in a hint of a smile, exuded an overwhelming presence. In terms of grace, she surpassed Yun Yun, and compared to the newly ascended Yao Ya, she was far more distinguished. Even in terms of allure, Yafei paled in her presence. As for the other aspects, Xiao Yixian and Nailin Yanran exchanged glances, their eyes scanning each other's flawless figures, revealing the self-doubt reflected in their gazes. In the face of the queen's formidable aura, the women found themselves instinctively banding together. At that moment, the strongest and eldest among them, Yun Yun, stepped forward. Her usually composed visage bore a hint of seriousness as she fixed her gaze upon the unparalleled beauty before her. Speaking with a steady tone, Queen Medusa? At her words, the other women turned pale. For those who had grown up in the Gamma Empire, no one was unaware of the queen's reputation. Her fearsome name was even more daunting than her beauty. To their astonishment, the queen they had heard tales of since childhood now stood before them. The striking beauty of this woman rendered them somewhat disheartened. Observing Yun Yun's reaction, Kai Lin did not deny it. Instead, she pressed her lips together, a chilling yet captivating smile gracing her face, and replied, indeed, with merely a smile. The most inexperienced Nailin Yanran felt as if she was on the verge of being ousted. Despair flickered in her gaze as she cast a glance at Xiao Yan. The little medical fairy, though slightly more mature than Nailin Yanran, remained rather innocent and tranquil in her thoughts. The remaining two were Yafei and Yao Yi. Although their cultivation levels were not particularly high, they were adept at navigating social interactions, even outmatching Yun Yun. Thus, they finally spoke. But their words were directed not towards Medusa, but rather towards Xiao Yan. Master, how did you bring Her Majesty the Queen back with you? Upon witnessing the two women's pitiable expressions, a sheepish smile crept onto Xiao Yan's lips as he replied, Did I not say I would find you an elder sister? The moment his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the group. All the women ceased their chatter, casting him resentful glances that made Xiao Yan feel a twinge of pressure. Just as he contemplated invoking the name of Sun Heir, who was far away in the central plains, the alluring Kai Lin spoke again. What? It appears that my dear sisters do not seem very welcoming towards me. As she uttered these words, her captivating countenance bore a smile. Yet an unspoken aura exerted immense pressure upon the gathered women. Initially, these women, each with their own unique virtues, coexisted harmoniously without any absolute superiority among them. However, today, an individual emerged who subtly overshadowed them in all aspects, and more critically, her personality was both strong and domineering. It was akin to a mighty shark suddenly invading a previously tranquil marine ecosystem. Regardless of the type of fish present, the shark would show no mercy. Undoubtedly, this woman possessed the demeanor befitting a sovereign of a harem, yet no woman relished the idea of having another encroach upon her autonomy. In such a struggle, it fell upon Yafei and Yao Yi to uphold their ground. Yafei paused momentarily before addressing Kai Lin with a gentle, yet resolute demeanor. It is not that we are unwilling to welcome you, dear sister. It is simply that we have grown accustomed to our free and unrestrained lives and truly wish to avoid any form of constraint. A person as forceful as you, dear sister, in the position of the harem's matriarch, would likely render our days quite difficult. Her words were delivered with utmost delicacy. Yet the intent to refuse was unmistakable. Observing the women's resistance, even Xiao Yan found himself taken aback by the unfolding scene. However, just as he prepared to speak, Kai Lin preemptively interjected, Fear not, I merely seek a title. I shall not interfere excessively in your affairs. At her words, the naive Nailin Yanran and the little medical fairy began to breathe a sigh of relief, while Yafei and Yao Ye's expressions darkened further. They were well aware of the implications of such empty reassurances. At this moment, the formidable Yun Yun suddenly stepped forward. I disagree, she stated slowly. The matters within our Jiama Empire should be resolved by ourselves. Your Majesty should focus on managing your serpent clan. As these words left her lips, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Kai Lin narrowed her elegant eyes slightly and remarked, "It seems that the leader of the Yun clan does not acquiesce." Yun chose not to respond further, yet her stance was unmistakable. "Shall we spar?" Kai Lin suggested languidly. "Very well," Yun replied, unperturbed. Moments later, the two appeared in the skies above the Cloud Sect. Xiao Yan opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated the intense aversion the women harbored towards Kai Lin. Faced with this formidable adversary, they all seemed restless. It appeared he would need to resort to his next strategy. While contemplating this, the two women had already engaged in combat, and the outcome was all too predictable. How could Yun, who had yet to reach the pinnacle of the Dou Huang, possibly contend with Kai Lin? As the aura of Kai Lin, a 9-star Dou Zone, emanated, the expressions of the women shifted dramatically. Even within the current Yin alliance, there were scarcely any who could rival Kai Lin without the intervention of a Dou Zone expert. In but a single exchange, Kai Lin's slender hand seized Yun's graceful neck. A look of astonishment crossed Yun's exquisite features. In her recollection, this Medusa queen seemed to possess only the strength of a Dou Huang at its peak. She had believed that even if Kai Lin had broken through to Dou Zone, she could still hold her own. Yet, the power displayed by her opponent far exceeded her expectations. "I have stated before, I will not interfere with your affairs. You would do well to contemplate this carefully," Kai Lin said coolly, her gaze sweeping over the gathered women before finally resting on Xiao Yan. "Were it not for this fellow, I would have little interest in the so-called role of a harem master." Witnessing Yun's swift defeat, the women's expressions became complex. Yet Xiao Yan could still sense their lingering reluctance. Nevertheless, this did not deter him. He had another plan in mind. In the evening, after ensuring Kai Lin was settled, Xiao Yan made his way to the residence of the Xiao clan members and eventually found Xiao Mei. "Mayor, my dear cousin," Xiao Yan said with a smile as he approached her. Upon seeing him take the initiative to seek her out, Xiao Mei's eyes brightened. But she quickly turned her head away in a huff. "Humph, brother Xiao Yan, you haven't come to find Mayor in such a long time. You must have been lost in the company of those enchanting vixens." Observing her brother's demeanor, she concluded he had come for a specific reason. "Humph, you only think of me when it pleases you. I must not hold as much significance in your heart as your wives." Ah, the familiar aroma of tea. A wave of refreshment washed over Xiao Yan. With early summer upon them, indulging in such strong green tea could easily lead to discomfort. However, lost in his own thoughts, he affectionately ruffled Xiao Mei's hair and said, "How could that be? Your brother has always been thinking of you, Mayor." "Really?" Xiao Mei's eyes sparkled with a seductive gleam as she gazed at Xiao Yan. Indeed, Xiao Yan regarded Xiao Mei with a serious expression before suddenly stating, "Mayor, your brother has recently encountered significant troubles and requires your assistance." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei's mood instantly soured. "Oof, you're so mean. This tea is too strong." Ignoring her playful protest, Xiao Yan divulged his predicament to Xiao Mei, who shook her head vehemently upon hearing it. "Impossible. You want me to discuss such matters with that group of vixens? Not a chance. Aren't you worried? Your cousin once crafted a thunder body refinement pill for you and has forgotten to give it to you." Xiao Yan placed a small jade vial into Xiao Mei's bosom. Soon, her figure appeared in the quarters of Xiao Yan's harem. "I heard you have become adversaries with the Medusa Queen in Yufei's chamber." Xiao Mei remarked with a hint of disdain, "Sister truly lacks foresight, missing out on such a powerful ally." "What do you mean by that?" Although Yufei did not hold Xiao Mei in high regard, she could not help but inquire. "What do I mean? Hasn't Xiao Yan mentioned that he has an unmarried fiancée in Zhongzhou?" Xiao Mei's words caused Nailin Yinran's expression to change, a look of desolation crossing her delicate features. The rightful position of the main consort should have been hers. Your brother's fiancée is the prized jewel of an ancient clan. The power behind her clan is second only to our Xiao clan, with numerous Douzong experts and Dousheng not being rare. And she herself is the belle of her clan. Xiao Mei then proceeded to visit Yun's room. "Not that I look down on all of you sisters, but even if you banded together, you wouldn't be able to match even a finger of hers." Under Xiao Mei's persuasion, the formidable strength and background of Sun'er emerged in the minds of the women. They realized that this was an opponent they could not resist. Even the most powerful Kai Lin would not stand a chance against this woman. Even more deadly was the fact that she held official engagements with two superpowers. A harem destined by fate, unmatched by any. Faced with such a formidable adversary, even Kai Lin felt a strong sense of pressure. The woman named Gu Sun'er quickly became the catalyst for uniting the other women. "All you sisters care only for your own safety and do not think to share your brother's burdens." In the courtyard, Xiao Mei looked at Xiao Yan with genuine concern and remarked, "Sisters are truly cruel. Unlike me, I only feel pity." Indeed. Xiao Yan nodded seriously, a smile tugging at his lips. With Xiao Mei's meddling and Sun'er's overwhelming presence, the harem faction led by Kai Lin from the northwest continent was truly formed. After completing this task, he could set off with peace of mind to seek the new ethereal flames at Canaan Academy. Chapter 234. The Diary of the Alliance Leader. On the third day of the 5th month in the year 48916 of the continental calendar, I have spent 16 years in this world, and indeed, it is time for me to commence my diary. The reason for my previous reticence was my adherence to propriety. Alas, it is all the fault of that wretched Yin-Yang evil sage, who insisted on imparting the Yin-Yang sacred text to me. The old fool, failing to better himself, seeks to lead astray the blossoming flowers of this continent. To speak candidly, his Yin-Yang sacred fire is indeed remarkable, yet it is not without its drawbacks. I now find myself nearly devoid of opportunities for solitary cultivation, transforming nightly into a diligent workhorse. However, I have no choice, for my grand aspiration is to dedicate my affection to every beautiful woman. With the assistance of the little green tea, heir, my companions have demonstrated unprecedented unity. External pressures often serve as a formidable catalyst for internal cohesion. How could I dismiss my heir in such a manner? Such an empathetic sister is exceedingly rare. On the 4th of May, today, Yafei took me and Kai Lin on a tour of the current layout of the Flame Alliance. I must say, she is a woman of remarkable capability, and under her leadership, the economy of the Flame Alliance has become remarkably organized. To express my appreciation for her diligent efforts, I promptly rewarded her with a token of orderliness, and it was evident that she was quite pleased. In the evening, I had initially intended to accompany the queen, as a guest must. However, the little physician suddenly informed me that her cursed toxic body exhibited signs of relapse. Reluctantly, I had no choice but to attempt the antidote once more. To my surprise, the little physician had also learned to deceive. She was not poisoned at all, merely wishing to trick me into acupuncture. On the 5th of May, the Heavenly Knight summoned me into the palace for an audience. I had a foreboding sense of her intentions, and indeed, she urged me to charge into battle once more. Alas, the duty of a knight is to charge forth. On the 6th of May, today, Yanran came seeking me again. She vaguely expressed her admiration for me and wished to discuss the secrets of youth. I resolutely declined, stating that we were still children and must prioritize our cultivation. Such matters should not be entertained until she matures. She appeared rather dejected. To console her, I offered my first kiss, which brought her joy, yet I felt a sense of disorientation. At that moment, her teacher entered, expressing a desire to reminisce about the tales of the cave. Alas, who could resist a lover of stories? Thus, I readily agreed to accompany her in moon-gazing, drifting into the clouds. On the 7th of May, witnessing my continuous occupation for 3 days, the queen finally expressed her dissatisfaction. When she made her move, it was the pinnacle of her prowess. Truly, she is the matriarch of my chosen harem, her authority palpable. In the stillness of night, she inquired if I wished to engage in the art of serpent play. Intrigued by her words, I acquiesced, and I must confess, the vibrant, all-consuming python proved to be quite exhilarating. Yet, I was taken aback by the innovative application of the 7-colored devouring technique. She is indeed a woman of remarkable creativity, and my affection for her has deepened. On the 8th of May, we indulged in serpent play. On the 9th, we explored the realm of toxins. On the 10th, we ascended to the clouds. By the 11th, I felt the urge to depart. My elder brother, Han Feng, must be awaiting me in the Black Corner domain. I have longed to reunite with Xiao Yan. No, I mean my esteemed elder brother. However, these women were reluctant to let me go. Today, within the Flame Alliance, a title of Golden Empress was bestowed upon Yafei, who solicited my opinion. I remarked that it was quite splendid. She insisted that a Golden Empress ought to possess the cultivation of a battle emperor and urged me to assist her in attaining such prowess, which left me perplexed. Yafei then proposed that I bestow upon her a reward in gold. What reward? I had only heard of bounty hunters before. On the 12th of May, I mused that being a bounty hunter might not be a bad profession after all, yet I truly ought to take my leave. On the 13th, I lamented, Xiao Yan. Oh Xiao Yan, how have you fallen so low? Can you continue in this manner? Have you forgotten your goals and ideals? On the 14th, we played with serpents once more. On the 15th, today the esteemed elder Fu Ding ventured to Zhongzhou for study. I hope that the medicine elder can cultivate him into an 8th rank alchemist. The little girl, Qing Lin, has been accepted as a direct disciple by the Lord of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, and the old fellow grew quite excited upon seeing her azure eyes with 3 floral patterns. Humph, I suspect this girl will soon surpass that old codger. In the evening, the little medical fairy fell victim to poison again. Alas, I know this is merely a pretext, yet I can never bring myself to deny her. Oh, little medical fairy, how can you treat me so? On the 16th of May, several high-ranking members of the Flame Alliance approached me, expressing that our title lacked grandeur. They asserted that we aimed to dominate the northwestern continent and should adopt a more imposing name. Gazing at the comical expressions of those old fellows, I felt an urge to slap them. At that moment, Kai Lin, who has now become the vice leader, suggested the name Flame Hall. I must admit, my wife possesses quite the imagination. That name is rather fitting. Yet, I pondered why it seemed somewhat familiar. On the 17th, although the name Flame Hall is indeed formidable, it feels premature to adopt it. I believe we should wait until this organization truly matures and establishes a sound system and regulations before renaming it. Kai Lin shared my sentiment, while Yun Petion appeared somewhat impatient. Even that old beast master was unexpectedly keen on power, and I dealt them each a light reprimand. On the 18th, the 7-color devouring technique proved to be fearsome once more. Today, I encountered my dear disciple again. To my astonishment, she had begun to recognize characters, albeit merely names of dishes. Nonetheless, this indicates that the child is not without wit. I realized that although she has yet to cultivate her fighting energy, her physical prowess rivals that of an ordinary fighter. Up to this point, the little girl has aroused the most suspicion within me. I suspect she may be a villain. This is evident from the moment she pilfered the poison from the little medical sage to treat me. In recognition of my devoted disciple's filial piety, I rewarded her with a leather hammer. That night, I once again traversed the misty realms, enchanted by the ethereal sensation of drifting, as if transcending this world and ascending to immortality. The embrace of the clouds was intoxicating. On May 29th, O Xiao Yan, a month has slipped by in a haze of procrastination. Why do you languish in such despair? Night falls, and it is time to play with serpents. On May 30th, that dream resurfaced. This time, there were fewer familiar faces meeting their demise, yet the ground was still strewn with corpses and the dark. Demonic beings swarmed like a pitch-black ocean. I dreamt of a colossal world fracturing, a massive shard cascading away. How familiar this fragment feels. Could it be the Duki continent? Cursed be it. I have only perused Dou Pa and Wudong, but have not ventured beyond. Regardless, I must take my leave. I sense an impending catastrophe lurking in the near future, and I must cultivate my strength. Even a Dou Emperor may not be able to safeguard themselves amidst such tribulation. With this, I close my diary once more. On June 1st, under the watchful gazes of numerous high-ranking members of the Flame Alliance, Kai Lin, Yun Yun, the little medical sage, Ye Fei, Yao Yi, Nalin Yinran, and Qing Lin, Xiao Yan smiled and waved, then turned, vanishing into the fabric of space, leaving behind a ray of sunlight that enveloped the Flame Alliance in a golden hue. Let me take a moment to express my gratitude to all the esteemed readers. Having reached this point, the colorful volume is complete. I acknowledge that many have expressed dissatisfaction with the frequency of the harem elements, a sentiment I share. For there are times when even I find writing it burdensome. However, I cannot bear to part with these female characters. It has been a decade since I first encountered Dou Pa in middle school, yet the female figures within it still hold a place in my memory. Thus, I cannot relinquish them, and many readers feel the same. If I have erred, it can only be said that my romantic narratives may indeed require refinement. The forthcoming Academy arc will introduce a new female lead, though certainly not in such abundance. I shall devote careful thought to this chapter, striving to craft a more exhilarating tale. Additionally, I am uncertain if the final chapter will face censorship. If it does, today may be my last. If not, I might take a day off tomorrow, contingent upon how well I refine the new plot. Therefore, I welcome any suggestions. Feel free to share. The more audacious, the better. I relish spirited readers. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all who have accompanied me thus far. I bow to the patrons who support my paid readings. I will take a day off, as I have yet to fully conceive my ideas. Chapter 235, Release Those Girls. The Blackhorn Domain. An ancient plain nearly 100,000 miles distant from the Gamma Empire, is not only rich in resources, but also steeped in bloodshed and malevolence. This region stands apart, enveloped by various formidable powers, existing almost as a lawless territory, a veritable haven of chaos. Here, the concepts of law and morality are non-existent. Only the strong prevail, while countless lives quietly ebb away each day. Yet, amidst this turmoil, there are tales of lowly figures rising to prominence as leaders. Remarkably, within this exceedingly disordered realm lies the foremost academy of the Northwest continent, renowned even throughout the entire Dou-Chi continent, the Canaan Academy. A prestigious institution that has birthed numerous powerful individuals, is said to have produced students of exceptional caliber, now in pursuit of the opportunity to attain saintly status. It serves as a sanctuary for talented individuals of humble origins, a stark contrast to the predatory nature of the Dou-Chi continent. Many have ascended rapidly, surmounting multiple tiers, thus enriching the academy with a profound humanistic essence. As one gazes upon the vast expanse of the plain, the monotonous black stretches endlessly beneath a slightly dim sky. A mere glance can evoke feelings of gloom and agitation, explaining the chaotic order that thrives in such a locale. Above the tranquil plain, A shadowy figure materializes in the sky, rippling through the fabric of space. Observing the boundless black expanse below, even Xiao Yan cannot help but furrow his brow. The ambience is indeed unsettling, yet for him, it is merely a familiar discomfort, having previously navigated through a gray ocean in his past life. For a businessman, if one cannot engage in speculation, it is best to withdraw from the shadowy depths of the marketplace. Assuming all goes as anticipated, Han Feng is likely lurking in some corner of the Black Horn domain, secretly observing the fall of the Canaan Academy's fallen heart flame. As he strides across vast distances, myriad thoughts swirl in Xiao Yan's mind. Given the strength of the Canaan Academy, it is nearly impossible for Han Feng to forcibly seize anything. However, he would undoubtedly not relent upon discovering the whereabouts of the fallen heart flame. Over a month ago, Xiao Yan dispatched several Dou Zong experts to gather intelligence on Han Feng within the Black Horn domain, all the while concealing their own identities. Although the Flame Alliance has begun to rise, it has yet to expand significantly. While some within the Black Horn domain may have heard of the Flame Alliance, few are aware that the leader is named Xiao Yan. For Xiao Yan, it was imperative not to alert Han Feng, for should this fellow uncover his intentions, he might flee back to Zhongzhou to seek refuge with Yao Lao. Xiao Yan would feel quite embarrassed to eliminate this senior brother in front of Yao Lao. Thus, he had consistently exercised restraint, endeavoring to minimize the transmission of information regarding the Flame Alliance to the Black Corner region. After all, if Han Feng, a Dou Zong powerhouse, truly wished to conceal himself, even the combined efforts of the martial and literary saints would find it an arduous task to uncover him. To summon the 12 golden saints for assistance, as he had done previously, was utterly ludicrous. To request 12 Douxing experts to apprehend a mere Dou Zong? Such a notion would surely provoke derision. Therefore, Xiao Yan could only quietly infiltrate the Black Corner region in search of news about Han Feng. Although Han Feng seemed to be adept at hiding, as long as he harbored thoughts of the fallen heart flame, it was only a matter of time before he fell into Xiao Yan's grasp. At that juncture, he might have to attribute both his life and that to the esteemed young master. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a certain unnamed young master emitted a sinister chuckle. With each step forward, a faint outline of a city emerged on the distant, darkened terrain. At last, he had located a city. A smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as he beheld the city not far ahead. However, just as he intended to stride forward, his keen spiritual sense detected a scene from several dozen miles away. Upon perceiving this image, he halted his steps and swiftly advanced towards a nearby earthen mound. Upon reaching the mound, he witnessed two factions locked in a standoff, accompanied by a few onlookers. One faction donned identical crimson robes, their faces adorned with villainous grins. The opposing group was clad in exquisite uniforms, each emblazoned with a beautifully crafted architectural motif. This emblem represented Xiao Yan's target, the Jia Yan Academy. In the midst of the crimson-robed faction, a gaunt young man observed the leading blue-clad woman from Jia Yan Academy with a sly smile, his pallid visage betraying a lecherous demeanor. "Ah, beautiful lady, I advise you to surrender without resistance. Comply with this young master, and I may yet spare your lives." Under the threat posed by this young man in crimson, the faces of Jia Yan Academy's students and instructors turned ashen. Indeed, these individuals were unfortunate to have crossed paths with the Blood Sect's young master. Two spectators whispered amongst themselves nearby. Although the Blood Sect was not the most formidable force within the Black Corner region, it was certainly not weak. The sect master Fan Lao and his son, the young master Fan Ling, were both notorious figures, their reputations steeped in bloodshed. It was no exaggeration to say that they were merciless killers. Not only were they bloodthirsty, but they also had a notorious reputation for their lasciviousness. Any woman who fell into the hands of the Blood Sect often met a tragic fate. Had the team from Canaan Academy comprised solely of males, they might have evaded calamity. However, the presence of numerous female students, particularly the alluring female mentor at the forefront, has drawn the attention of the Blood Sect's young master, making their fate seem inescapable. Fan Ling, do you dare to lay a hand on those from Canaan Academy? Are you not afraid of retribution from our institution? The blue-clad woman at the helm could not restrain herself from exclaiming fiercely in response to Fan Ling's arrogance. Retribution? Surely it requires evidence, Fan Ling retorted, unperturbed by her outburst, instead finding exhilaration in the sight of his prey's desperate struggle. If you do not submit to our young master now, you shall be ruthlessly ravaged and subsequently reduced to blood slaves, so I advise you to surrender quietly. It may afford you a modicum of comfort. One of Fan Ling's sycophants was the first to voice this threat. Upon hearing their ominous exchange, a pallor washed over the faces of the Canaan Academy disciples. They were all too aware of the Blood Sect's malevolence. Should the adversary strike, the male disciples would likely be slain on the spot. The female students, however, would face a far grimmer fate. Those who fell into the blood sect's clutches seldom emerged alive. Just as the group prepared for a desperate fight, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the thicket behind the hill. Stop! Release those girls. Chapter 236. What level do you dare to mock? The unexpected proclamation cast a brief stillness over the scene. The blue-clad woman's stunningly mature visage momentarily froze. A glimmer of hope illuminating her pallid features, mirrored by the expressions of the Canaan Academy disciples behind her. Conversely, the blood sect's ranks exhibited a fleeting tension. Canaan Academy boasted several formidable experts, some of whom had thrived in the black market over the years. Should they have encountered a savior, they risked returning empty-handed and incurring further enmity with Canaan Academy. Though their thoughts diverged, both factions turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. As a remarkably youthful face emerged into view, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence once more. A black-clad youth, scarcely 16 or 17 years old, approached with an expression reminiscent of a hero come to rescue a damsel in distress. Witnessing this scene, the hope that had illuminated the faces of the Canaan Academy members extinguished into despair, their complexions growing even more ashen. Meanwhile, the blood sect's ranks erupted into chaos, laughter echoing through their ranks. What divine being is this? Merely a fool. Fan Ling could no longer contain his mirth at the sight of Xiao Yan's heroic demeanor. Once he had finished laughing, he cast a cold glance at Xiao Yan. Boy, considering you have amused this young master, I might spare your life. Depart now, and you shall have a chance to live. Depart? Xiao Yan shook his head with a smile and said, I have already told you, let go of those girls. As he spoke, his steps drew closer to the two groups until he reached the team of Jian Academy. He first cast a glance at the female students and then, with a hint of disappointment, shook his head. Although their appearances were decent, they fell significantly short of being top-tier beauties. Even the leading mature woman in blue, who could be considered somewhat alluring, was still far from the exquisite Yafei. While the young master yearned to spread love to every woman, it was evidently an unattainable endeavor. His experiences in the Yen Alliance had made him aware that winning the hearts of numerous maidens was no simple feat. Thus, he had no choice but to raise his standards for salvation. The mature woman in blue was oblivious to Xiao Yan's thoughts. She merely observed the foolish young man in black drawing nearer, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips. Young man, you should leave quickly. You are no match for these ruffians. Woolen was nearly overwhelmed with despair, hoping only that this kind-hearted youth would not be ensnared by her group. To her surprise, the young man in black merely chuckled and shook his head, then, with a mischievous grin, leered at the group of women, saying, if you drive them away, you will belong to me. Upon hearing this, Woolen's originally beautiful face stiffened, and the surrounding female students were momentarily stunned. Under normal circumstances, they would have given this scoundrel a solid punch, but with danger looming, they found no inclination to retaliate against Xiao Yan's jest. Meanwhile, the blood sect's group, upon hearing his words, erupted in laughter. Brothers, how has such a fool survived in the Black Corner region until today? Ha ha ha, it's too amusing. Even the leader, Fan Ling, couldn't help but laugh. How interesting, truly interesting. I wouldn't dare toss a simpleton like you into the blood sect's blood pool. If everyone trained with your blood, their minds would surely be muddled. In the face of their mockery, Xiao Yan maintained a calm smile. You should leave now. This is your final opportunity, or you will have no chance left. After hearing his words, Fan Ling slowly reined in his laughter. A fool like you is a burden to this world. Thus, let me enlighten you today. With a sinister grin, he added, watch as I throw you into a swarm of blood ants to gnaw at you and awaken your senses. Before he could finish speaking, a fierce wind swept past him, stinging Fan Ling's face. Yet, before he could regain his bearings, a massive hand flashed before his eyes. The next moment, darkness enveloped him as his figure crashed violently to the ground. At this moment, the sharp sound of a slap finally reached everyone's ears. As they looked around, they beheld two figures amidst the heavens and earth. One firmly planted a foot upon Fan Ling's face, while the other stood, ethereal, before Ruo Lin. A residual shadow. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Only then did they comprehend that this youth was no fool, but rather a genuine master. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the faces of the members from Canaan Academy transformed into expressions of relief and excitement. However, recalling the mischievous smile that had graced the youth's face moments prior, their expressions soured once more. I warned you. That was your final chance, Xiao Yan remarked with a playful smile, gazing down at the thoroughly subdued Fan Ling. You squandered your opportunity. You bastard. I will kill you. This was the first time Fan Ling had been so humiliated, and he attempted to struggle in defiance. But it was futile. My father is the leader of the blood sect. If you dare to kill me, you will surely perish. In desperation, he invoked his father's authority. Yet Xiao Yan appeared utterly unfazed. With a sound reminiscent of brewing something profound, Xiao Yan spat forth not phlegm, but a vibrant, multicolored flame. The instant Fan Ling beheld this flame, his previously furious expression morphed into one of sheer terror. No, that's... Before he could finish his words, the radiant flame effortlessly pierced through his body, igniting him in a blaze of color. The flames consumed him for but a fleeting moment before vanishing, leaving behind only the ashes of Fan Ling, the young lord of the Blood Sect, who had not even the opportunity to scream in agony. What was even more chilling was that this youth's method of execution had been a mere spit. At that juncture, the atmosphere was once again enveloped in silence. What audacity to employ such a taunt! After effortlessly dispatching Fan Ling, Xiao Yan slowly raised his head, a smile playing upon his lips as he surveyed the gathered members of the Blood Sect. Do not blame me. Blame yourselves for aligning with the wrong person. As he spoke, a small serpent of vibrant flames flickered at his fingertips. Help! Help! At that moment, Xiao Yan's smile appeared devilish to the members of the Blood Sect, causing them to scatter in terror. With a flick of his finger, the fiery serpent slithered through the bodies of the Blood Sect disciples. The ensuing muffled sounds of flames igniting filled the air, and before the horrified gazes of the onlookers, one disciple after another was reduced to mere ashes. Their cries cut short. Finally, Xiao Yan turned to face the many disciples of Canaan Academy, as the chapter titled News of Han Feng began to unfold. Before the radiant smile of the youth before them, an inexplicable chill surged from the depths of the hearts of all present. The formidable faction of the Blood Sect, even if faced with a Dou Wang-level adversary, would surely find themselves in considerable trouble. Yet, all of them had been reduced to ashes by the peculiar seven-colored flames wielded by the boy, without even a single cry of despair escaping their lips. The death of Fan Ling was particularly tragic. A Dou Ling expert, he had been incinerated to cinders by a mere sputum. This circumstance reveals the terrifying prowess of this youth, who must at the very least be a Dou Wang-level powerhouse. Should it be that he had intentionally utilized elixirs or secret arts to appear so youthful, the mindset of this group might have been more accepting. However, if this visage represents the boy's true age, it is indeed a chilling thought. What currently weighs heavily on their minds is whether any of them can leave this place alive. Even onlookers dared not stir, fearing that should Xiao Yan take a fancy to them, they too would meet a fiery demise. What are you still doing here? Do you wish to see me perform some lewd spectacle? Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the bystanders. Upon hearing this, they were momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the implication and vanished from the mound in an instant. Such swiftness likely showcased their finest agility techniques. After their departure, Xiao Yan's attention returned to the group from the Jianan Academy, lingering particularly on the alluring figure of a woman clad in blue, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. Haha, they have been dealt with. Now you belong to me. Witnessing Xiao Yan's demeanor, despair enveloped the hearts of the remaining individuals once more, realizing they had barely escaped one peril only to fall into another. Senior, we are all from the Jianan Academy. Might I implore you, in the name of our academy, to spare us? If you do, the Jianan Academy will surely remember your great kindness. Ruo Lin, facing Xiao Yan's malicious grin, reluctantly resorted to her last plea for mercy. She sensed that such words would bear little weight before him, yet without even this glimmer of hope, they might find themselves bereft of the chance to end their own lives. In the face of Fan Ling and his entourage, they at least had the opportunity to resist or choose death, but before this youth, it seemed even that option was stripped away, deepening Ruo Lin's despair. Ah, delightful. A soft laughter echoed in the ears of the group, leaving them momentarily dazed. Their gazes then fixated intently on Xiao Yan. Why do you all stare at me so? Do I truly appear to be a villain? Xiao Yan expressed his dissatisfaction with a glance at the assembly. Though they remained silent, they finally grasped his intent. It appeared that this youth was inclined to grant them a reprieve. At that moment, Ruo Lin, the leader, finally regained her composure and bowed deeply to Xiao Yan. Thank you, senior. At this moment, the multitude of disciples behind her also reacted, hastily bowing in gratitude towards Xiao Yan. Thank you, esteemed elder. In response to their address, Xiao Yan did not object, but silently accepted it. After all, one of his age possessing such remarkable cultivation was indeed astonishing, likely to incite suspicion. Do not be so polite. I have long heard that the Jianan Academy is a refreshing current on the northwestern continent, a pure lotus blooming untainted in the chaotic Black Corner region. As a righteous person, it is only natural for me to extend my assistance to such a force, Xiao Yan proclaimed with conviction. At that moment, a ray of sunlight pierced through the perpetually dark skies of the Black Corner region, shining directly upon Xiao Yan. In that instant, many disciples of Jianan Academy felt as though their eyes were momentarily blinded by the brilliance. Light. Such blinding light. This is not mere illumination. This is the radiance of righteousness. Thus, Xiao Yan's voice once again reached their ears. Now, you shall lead me to the Jianan Academy. This declaration left everyone momentarily stunned. Elder, you wish to accompany us back to the academy? Ruo Lin inquired, astonished. What is the matter? You were just speaking of repaying me, yet now you are unwilling to invite me for a cup of tea? Xiao Yan cast a sidelong glance at the mature woman before him. No, we would be delighted if the esteemed elder wishes to accompany us back to Jianan Academy. Ruo Lin quickly smiled, eager to appease. With such a formidable guardian escorting them, the journey back would be largely devoid of danger. As for the notion of inviting trouble, Ruo Lin had never entertained such thoughts. She was unaware that the one she was bringing back to the academy was not a mere wolf, but a mighty dragon. After a brief period of rest, the group resumed their journey homeward. Esteemed elder, may I inquire your name? Ruo Lin cautiously asked as she followed closely behind Xiao Yan. Just call me Yin Xiao, came his calm reply. Very well, Yin Xiao. Although the name is somewhat peculiar, Ruo Lin dared not comment further, understanding that it is not uncommon for powerful individuals to adopt unusual titles. And you? What is your name? Xiao Yan inquired. Just call me Ruo Lin. She replied with a gentle smile, not anticipating that Xiao Yan would suddenly halt in his tracks. You are Ruo Lin. Startled by his demeanor, she timidly asked. Is there a problem? No, it is a pleasure to meet you. Xiao Yan exclaimed with a smile, shaking her hand. He had not expected that upon encountering the group from Jianan Academy, he would meet a familiar figure from the original narrative. Adhering to his principle of assisting characters from the tale, he promptly retrieved a small jade vial from his storage ring and presented it to Ruo Lin. It is our first meeting. Please accept this small gift. Gazing at the jade vial in Xiao Yan's hand, Ruo Lin momentarily froze, then shyly turned to him and remarked. Senior, you have already saved our Jianan Academy once. How could I possibly accept your gift? Do not fret, take it. It is rightfully yours. If gratitude is to be expressed, let it be directed towards fate, he replied, producing another small jade bottle. Casually crushing it to release a shimmering azure liquid that manifested in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, droplets of this liquid fell into the bodies of all the students present. To each their share, Xiao Yan said with a cheerful smile. Upon receiving the droplets, the students felt their fatigue and injuries vanish instantaneously, and even their cultivation levels experienced a momentary enhancement. The respect in their gazes towards Xiao Yan multiplied significantly. Thank you, Senior Yin Xiao, they expressed gratefully. No need for formality, Xiao Yan responded with a wave of his hand. At that moment, Ruo Lin opened her own jade vial, and a rich surge of water attribute energy accelerated her Dou Qi. A 5th grade pill, the water spirit pill, Ruo Lin exclaimed, astonished as she looked at Xiao Yan. Just as she was about to decline such a generous gift, she noticed the profound meaning in Xiao Yan's gaze as he inquired, Teacher Ruo Lin, are you familiar with someone named Han Feng? Han Feng. Ruo Lin initially shook her head in confusion, but then her expression transformed into one of shock as she regarded Xiao Yan. Are you referring to the one who conspired with the Jin and Yin elders to severely injure the Grand Elder? Chapter 238, Black Mark City. The one who conspired with the Jin and Yin elders to injure Grand Elder Su Qian? Even with Xiao Yan's composure, he couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback upon hearing those words. Indeed, Ruo Lin continued, not concealing her astonishment. Last year, Han Feng arrived at our Jianan Academy. Initially, we believed him to be a blessing for the academy, a Dozong expert and a 7th grade alchemist. He was quite a figure in both our academy and the entire northwestern continent. The academy welcomed him warmly, even inviting him to be the head elder of the internal alchemy department. However, as time passed, some elders began to suspect that Han Feng was not genuinely interested in teaching at the academy. Since his arrival, he had been fixated on the academy's treasure, the heaven-burning Qi refining tower, scarcely dedicating time to mentor students. Eventually, the elders uncovered his hidden motives and sought to expel him from the academy. To our shock, Han Feng directly enlisted the Jin and Yin elders to assault the heaven-burning Qi refining tower. Fortunately, Grand Elder Su Qian intervened in time to stop the three. At this point, Ruo Lin's face reflected a hint of terror as she recounted, together, these three were a formidable force. The Grand Elder would have stood no chance had it not been for the timely intervention of the guardians within the academy. Upon hearing Roland's remarks, Xiao Yan's heart finally began to comprehend the situation. It appeared that Han Feng had indeed caught wind of his whereabouts and had genuinely arrived at the Jianan Academy. This young man had stealthily lingered within the academy for half a year, only to be discovered by Su Qian during his attempt to pilfer the fallen heart flame. Consequently, he sought to ally with the elders Jin and Yin to eliminate Su Qian, but was ultimately repelled by the guardians of the academy. However, it seemed that Su Qian had sustained significant injuries in that confrontation. Xiao Yan glanced at Roland and inquired whether there were any updates regarding Han Feng. Perhaps not. Roland replied after a brief pause, shaking her head in resignation. I am merely a teacher from the outer academy. My strength and status often fall short of even some students from the inner academy. Matters of a higher order are beyond my purview. Acknowledging her words with a nod, Xiao Yan realized that to ascertain Han Feng's precise whereabouts, his best course of action would be to seek out Su Qian at the Jianan Academy. Contemplating this, he could only manage a faint smile and said, "Let us continue our journey." "Very well," Roland agreed, gently nodding her head before urging the students behind her to stay close. Along the way, she couldn't help but examine the small jade vial in her hand with renewed curiosity. This young man had been exceedingly generous. He had handed her a 5th-tier elixir. And particularly, the water spirit pill was an invaluable treasure for those attuned to the water element. Yet, observing Xiao Yan's nonchalant demeanor, it seemed to him that this water spirit pill was no more significant than a mere pebble. Roland had initially assumed that Xiao Yan harbored some interest in her beauty. Yet, much to her disappointment, although he occasionally cast glances her way, his gaze sometimes reminiscent of a man admiring a woman, he never displayed any overt interest in her. This demeanor only heightened her curiosity regarding Xiao Yan's true prowess and identity. As the group progressed, a distant black gradually came into clearer view, expanding until a massive obsidian fortress loomed before them. This citadel was constructed entirely of dark stones, with throngs of people flowing towards the gates like a swarm of ants. As they approached, 3 bold characters emerged prominently above the entrance. Gazing at the inscription, a flicker of confusion crossed Xiao Yan's face. The name Heiyin City sounded strikingly familiar. A spark of realization illuminated his mind as he recalled that this was indeed the very location where he had clashed with Fan Ling in the original narrative. And it was here that he had obtained the fragment of the map to the pure Lotus Demon Fire. Although in this lifetime the pure Lotus Demon Fire had long been captured by Xiao Xian and forced into labor within the Xiao clan, and the fragments of the Demon Fire map seemingly lost their significance, for reasons unknown, Xiao Yan felt that these remnants still concealed other mysteries. Indistinctly, he resolved to gather the complete map of the Demon Saint. As their party drew closer to Black Seal City, the sky grew increasingly dim. "Senior Yin Xiao, why not rest here for the night?" Ruo Lin suggested, glancing at the darkening heavens. "Very well, I shall heed your advice," Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's agreement, Ruo Lin felt a sense of relief. Given Xiao Yan's prowess, even a journey of 10 days or half a month would not tire him. However, the students trailing behind her possessed only the strength of fighters. A group of fighters, no matter how energetic, would inevitably feel weary after a day of toil. More critically, after passing through Black Seal City, it would likely take several more days to reach the next city. Once they crossed the checkpoint of Black Seal City, Xiao Yan sensed that the atmosphere within the city had become even more vibrant. As they entered, a new piece of news reached their ears, and with its dissemination, many students displayed looks of eager anticipation. "What? There will be an auction in Black Seal City tomorrow?" Upon hearing this news, even Ruo Lin's face lit up with enthusiasm. Although Black Seal City was not the pinnacle of power in the Black Corner region, it was still a notch above the Blood Sect, with its city lord ranking among the top 10 experts on the blacklist. Thus, Black Seal City could be considered a significant city within the Black Corner region. And the auctions held there often featured Earth-tier combat skills and 7th-grade medicinal pills, which greatly intrigued the young aspirants eager to broaden their horizons. In response, Ruo Lin expressed a hint of expectation towards Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan neither agreed nor declined. He merely smiled faintly and said, "Let us first find a place to stay." Observing Xiao Yan's demeanor, the group revealed a trace of disappointment, yet they understood the gravity of the situation. For a top-tier powerhouse like Xiao Yan to protect them along the way was indeed a tremendous blessing. They dared not impose upon him to linger. Xiao Yan paid little heed to the students' despondency. He found no interest in an auction of this caliber, not to mention the Xiao clan's pill tower. Even a casual auction held within the Flame Alliance would likely far surpass the finest auction of Black Seal City. His thoughts were still fixated on the remnants of the pure Lotus Demon Fire map. "Master Wen, Master Wu, have you made any discoveries?" As night fell, Xiao Yan's voice reverberated through the space behind him. "Young master, it appears that this place holds no trace of the so-called Demon Saint map." The voices of the 2 sages, Wen and Wu, echoed from behind Xiao Yan. In this regard, Xiao Yan paid little heed. For according to the narrative of the original text, the remnants of the demonic fire map would not grace the city of Black Seal until 2 years hence. Consequently, he was compelled to resort to an alternate method. With a wave of his ethereal soul force, he swept invisibly across the entirety of the city, ultimately locating a figure within a grand hall. This individual, at that moment, was engaged in primal activities upon a bed, yet upon the brush of Xiao Yan's soul vibrations, his body stiffened. "Who goes there?" The Lord of Black Seal hastily drew his spear, just as a gentle ripple traversed the room, and a youth clad in black emerged from the ether. "You are the Lord of Black Seal?" Chapter 239, Encountering an Iron Wall. As this voice resonated, the crowd turned to behold a young man with an overly polished appearance, now standing before Ruo Lin and Xiao Yan. Despite his pallid complexion, tainted by indulgence, he radiated the authentic aura of a grandmaster. Achieving such a status at merely 20-something years of age indeed reflected a measure of talent. This young man, without so much as a glance at Xiao Yan, fixated his gaze upon Ruo Lin, his eyes, tinged with faint veins, roving over her voluptuous form, the heat and avarice within them nearly impossible to conceal. Esteemed miss, I am Zhong Niliang of the Zhong family. Might I have the honor of knowing your name? As his words fell, the indigenous residents of Black Seal began to murmur amongst themselves. So it is Zhong Niliang. No wonder he appears somewhat greasy. Speak not so, unless you wish to court disaster. The Zhong family ranks among the top 3 families in Black Seal, boasting 3 or 4 Dou Wang powerhouses. The current head of the Zhong family is none other than Zhong Niliang's father, a formidable Dou Wang in his own right, and he dotes on his son excessively. Indeed, it is a pity. Such a radiant beauty seems destined to fall prey to this scoundrel. A nearby individual lamented softly. This fellow is notorious for being a scoundrel in our city. Yet who can resist the allure of the Zhong family's young master, especially with his lavish displays? Indeed, while young master Zhong may soon cast aside his conquests, he is undeniably generous in his pursuits. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Zhong Niliang, rather than growing incensed, appeared to revel in the attention. In times past, many women in Black Seal would eagerly approach him upon learning of his lineage. Although he would quickly grow weary of them, the parting gifts were often substantial, thus solidifying his reputation within the city's romantic circles. However, to his disappointment, the enchanting beauty before him merely shook her head lightly and replied, I'm sorry, I have not heard of you, nor do I wish to make your acquaintance. With that, Ruo Lin followed closely behind Xiao Yan, continuing on her way. Wait, Zhong Niliang called out again, causing Ruo Lin to furrow her brow slightly. On this occasion, Zhong Niliang swiftly retrieved a lustrous silver necklace from his spatial ring, intricately adorned with a beautifully carved aquamarine magic core. My lady, your beauty astounds me. Although you have chosen not to disclose your name, I believe this necklace compliments you splendidly. Though fate may not favor us, I hope you will accept this token. The exquisite necklace did not captivate Ruo Lin. Rather, it stirred the hearts of several female classmates and numerous women on the street. It was evident to all that the necklace's worth was estimated to be in the tens of thousands of gold coins, a substantial sum for a fighter, and even considerable for a combat master. In fact, Zhong Niliang possessed 2 more such necklaces in his spatial ring, remnants of his past romantic pursuits. Many women, despite their aloof demeanor, faltered under the allure of wealth and sweet words. Unfortunately for him, Ruo Lin merely paused for a moment before shaking her head with a gentle smile. Seemingly recalling something, she glanced at Xiao Yan with a smile, then turned to Zhong Niliang, saying, if this is the extent of your intentions, it would be best to take it back. I am quite aware of your little schemes. With a playful smile, Ruo Lin added, should you manage to produce a water spirit pill, I might be inclined to spend a night with you. Upon hearing her words, the once cheerful countenance of Zhong Niliang gradually darkened. It appeared the lady was unwilling to indulge him. Young Master Zhong, if you cannot afford to play, then do not attempt to engage. You lack the means to procure what I desire. What right do you have to toy with me? Although Ruo Lin appeared to be a gentle and graceful elder sister, her words could be quite biting when she chose to strike back. With that, she followed Xiao Yan and departed. Witnessing her dismissive demeanor, Zhong Niliang's expression grew increasingly grim, and he hurriedly approached them once more, declaring, you would do well to reconsider. Offending the Zhong family in Blackmark City is not a wise choice. However, before he could finish his sentence, a fist struck him squarely in the face. In the next moment, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the notorious playboy of Blackmark City was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a stone wall and spitting out blood. I will end you, Xiao Yan remarked impatiently, casting a glance at him before turning to leave. If this fellow merely spent money on women, Xiao Yan would not have minded too much, for it was a consensual exchange. However, coercive tactics were decidedly unpalatable. Zhong Niliang, watching Xiao Yan's retreating figure in silence, felt the sting of defeat, his jaw shattered by the blow, yet his eyes burned with resentment. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Yan and his companions finally arrived at a sprawling auction house. As they beheld the grand auction venue, Ruo Lin and the disciples from the Canaan Academy wore expressions of awe, while Xiao Yan remained inscrutably indifferent. The newly established Mitre auction house by the Flame Alliance spans an area tenfold that of the one before them. As the crowd prepared to enter the auction house, a formidable aura suddenly swept through the entire street. Above in the sky, a middle-aged man, brandishing wings of fighting spirit, cast a cold gaze upon Xiao Yan and his companions. In his grasp was none other than Zhong Niliang. The head of the Zhong family had come to exact vengeance, and misfortune loomed over this group. A wave of unrest surged among the crowd, while Ruo Lin and several disciples from the Canaan Academy displayed pallor upon their faces. The figure in the sky was a bona fide Dou Wang powerhouse. Although they had witnessed Xiao Yan effortlessly slay Fan Ling, doubts lingered regarding his capability to confront a genuine Dou Wang. You dare to injure my son? Today, you shall pay with your life. The head of the Zhong family slowly descended, fixing an icy stare upon Xiao Yan. This is troublesome. Xiao Yan sighed in resignation upon seeing the Zhong family patriarch. Then a vibrant flame of 7 colors gently flickered from his fingertips. Just as he prepared to unleash this fiery spark, a voice resonated from the entrance of the auction house. Ah, Lord Yan Xiao, you have finally arrived. I have been awaiting your presence for quite some time. This voice caused both Xiao Yan and the Zhong family patriarch to momentarily pause, though their expressions were markedly different. A tall man clad in black hurried forward, his demeanor exuding eagerness as he regarded Xiao Yan warmly, before casting a furtive, icy glance at the Zhong family patriarch. Under the penetrating gaze of the Lord of Heiyin City, the Zhong patriarch was drenched in cold sweat, bewildered by the sight of his superior, the Lord, treating Xiao Yan with such deference. Confusion enveloped him. The Lord of Heiyin City was a top-tier powerhouse ranked among the top 10 on the blacklist. Who was this youth that commanded such respect, and even flattery from the Lord? A chill coursed through him as he realized that the Zhong family had seemingly encountered an extraordinarily formidable adversary. Chapter 240, Poison Fire Crystal. Disregarding the Zhong patriarch's trepidation, Xiao Yan and his companions, under the guidance of the Lord of Heiyin City, made their way towards the most lavish VIP lounge. The throng of people momentarily dazed Ruo Lin and many students. However, with the Lord leading the introductions, the students quickly acclimated to the auction house's ambience. This screen is crafted from spirit-linking crystals, and this single piece is valued at nearly 100,000 gold coins, the Lord of Heiyin City explained, gesturing towards the massive screen hanging in the distance, which displayed a plethora of items up for auction, though Xiao Yan regarded them as mere trinkets. They captivated the attention of the Canaan Academy students, filled with novelty and excitement. Gradually, it became apparent to the onlookers that the numerous formidable figures in the auction hall exhibited an unusual degree of courtesy towards the middle-aged man. Reflecting upon the formidable aura that had previously rendered the head of the Zhong family hesitant to act, they speculated that this individual undoubtedly held a significant status within the Black Seal City. The esteemed elder Yan Xiao was the first to inquire about the identity of the master of Black Seal City, with Roland leading the charge. The master, somewhat displeased by the notion of guiding a group of renowned fighters, cleared his throat, ready to reveal his identity. I am, he began, but before he could continue, Xiao Yan interjected. He is the head of the Black Seal auction house, my friend. The master of Black Seal City could not suppress a couple of coughs, then offered Roland a faintly friendly smile. Yes, you may call me Xiao He. Faced with such excessive friendliness from the master, Roland hesitated to respond, merely offering a polite greeting, "Good day, Mr. He." Before long, they entered the opulent VIP hall, which sparkled with brilliant lights. Lord Yan Xiao, please feel free to command me should you require anything, the master of Black Seal City said with a smile to Xiao Yan, then leaned in closer, whispering, "My lord, how shall we deal with the Zhong family? Let them receive a proper punishment, and I no longer wish to see that greasy little fellow," Xiao Yan replied with nonchalance. Understood. The master of Black Seal City nodded slightly, then once again turned to the group from the Jianan Academy, displaying a benevolent smile. Enjoy yourselves, and do not hesitate to ask should you need anything. Within this auction house, my word is law. With that, he departed with a smile. The students from Jianan Academy were keenly aware of the master's excessive politeness. They understood that his friendliness was not genuinely directed at them, but rather at the esteemed Lord Yan Xiao, which instilled a sense of reverence towards Xiao Yan among them. Meanwhile, upon exiting the VIP hall, the amiable smile of the master of Black Seal City vanished, replaced by a countenance of icy authority. Striding purposefully out of the auction house, he turned his gaze towards the head of the Zhong family, who stood at the entrance. Master, I was about to speak, the head of the Zhong family began. But the master of Black Seal City swiftly unleashed a torrent of fighting spirit with a mere wave of his hand. The mighty Dou Wang was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. The head of the Zhong family gazed at the master in terror, having not witnessed the latter's punitive actions in a long time. Little did he expect to be on the receiving end of such retribution today. I ask you, what is the disparity in strength between us? The master of Black Seal City regarded him coldly. After a brief moment of astonishment, the head of the Zhong family respectfully responded, I am no match for the master. Hearing this, a more pronounced sneer appeared on the master's face. Let me inform you that the gap in strength between myself and that young powerhouse from earlier is even greater than the one between us. Upon hearing these words, the head of the Zhong family turned ashen. How could this be? The city lord is indeed a top-tier expert, ranking among the top 10 on the blacklist. Even the foremost among them would find it impossible to defeat the city lord with a mere flick of the wrist. Upon hearing this, the lord of Black Mark City let out a cold laugh once more. Do you truly believe that the blacklist holds any real power? The reason we have ascended to such heights is simply that those ancient monsters disdain to compete for such notoriety. With that said, he paid no further heed to the anxious expressions of the Zhong family and continued. That esteemed individual has expressed a strong disfavor towards your son and has no desire to encounter him again. I trust you understand what you must do. Upon hearing these words, the head of the Zhong family turned pale. The city lord, however, showed no signs of compassion, leaving behind a chilling remark as he departed. You should be well aware of the survival rules in the Black Angle domain. Should I discover that you have failed to rectify matters and that I have suffered as a result, it will not be just one person who disappears, but rather the entirety of the Zhong family. After uttering this ominous statement, his figure vanished from sight. Once the lord of Black Mark City had left, the head of the Zhong family remained rooted to the spot, his mind swirling with the implications of the city lord's words. Did this imply that he or the Zhong family were expected to eliminate Zhong Naoyang themselves? The head's complexion grew even more ashen. Yet the overwhelming dominance displayed by the city lord left him utterly despondent. In the chaotic realm of the Black Angle domain, no rules existed. Today the Zhong family might wield their substantial influence to oppress others, but tomorrow they could just as easily be obliterated by a more formidable power or individual. This is the essence of the Black Angle domain, a world where the strong reign supreme. The thoughts of the Zhong family were of little concern to Xiao Yan. He was acutely aware that the individual named Zhong Naoyang was unlikely to see another day. Had he merely been squandering money on frivolous pursuits, Xiao Yan would have been indifferent, perhaps meting out a minor reprimand, for even the son of an emperor could be deemed a rogue in such matters. The distinction lay in the fact that Xiao Yan did not abandon the game once it became unfavorable. However, this individual resorted to coercive tactics, which incited Xiao Yan's disdain. Those who bully others must be prepared to be bullied in turn. Xiao Yan had come to this realization in his past life, yet in this current incarnation, he had been fortunate enough to avoid anyone daring to oppress him thus far. Through the crystal glass of the VIP lounge, numerous students from the Jialan Academy, along with Roland, watched the auction items with palpable excitement. Although even Roland found it difficult to afford even the cheapest item, this did not diminish their exhilaration. The thrill of witnessing such a spectacle was intoxicating. As Xiao Yan idly observed the items being auctioned below, he could not suppress a few yawns. This auction was a rather ordinary first-tier event in Black Mark City, lacking even Earth-tier techniques or skills, rendering it quite mundane for Xiao Yan. However, when a grayish-purple crystal appeared on the auction stage, his previously indifferent gaze sharpened ever so slightly. The next item up for bid is the Poison Fire Crystal. The voice of the enchanting female auctioneer gracefully reverberated through the hall. Chapter 241, Southwestern Alchemists. As her voice echoed, Xiao Yan's gaze finally fixed upon the violet crystal held by the woman. The crystal, resplendent and translucent, seemed to harbor a purplish-gray flame burning slowly within its depths. Through this crystalline layer, Xiao Yan could perceive the presence of a unique fire. It was unexpected that the aura of such extraordinary flames could once again manifest within the Black Seal City. Indeed, as Xiao Yan completed his sensing, the alluring auctioneer smiled gently and spoke. The poison fire crystal, once infused with fighting spirit, can give rise to a strand of venomous flame. Should one come into contact with this toxic fire, they would be instantly poisoned. Affected by this dread toxin, any warrior below the great fighter rank would perish in an instant, and even those at the king level would find it nearly impossible to dispel. Of course, this toxin does not pose a significant threat to the lives of those at the king rank. The auctioneer remarked with a hint of a smile as she surveyed the audience. This is indeed a rather peculiar weapon. With a starting bid of 100,000 gold coins, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 10,000 gold coins. With that, she gently struck the auction hammer. However, the allure of the poison fire crystal seemed to be rather limited for many, as numerous attendees appeared indifferent to the auction of this item. After all, the drawbacks of the poison fire crystal were quite apparent. Firstly, its attacks do not distinguish between friend and foe, meaning that allies could also fall victim to the toxic flames, rendering the poison fire crystal a considerably perilous weapon. Secondly, its power is not particularly substantial. While it poses lethal danger to those below the great fighter rank, its price is already at a level that strains many great fighters. As for those at the spirit and king ranks, they are hardly concerned with such a meager level of attack. The only bidders showing interest in this item were predominantly alchemists with a bit of spare change. 200,000, 250,000, 300,000. The price rose somewhat slowly, though there were fluctuations. 1 million. A languid voice echoed from a high-end VIP room, abruptly plunging the previously lackluster auction hall into silence. As this voice rang out, the once dull audience began to murmur amongst themselves. Starting at 1 million? Has this person lost their mind? Indeed. That individual must be a bit deranged. Judging by the current trend, this item might barely reach 60 or 70,000 gold coins at best. Who would willingly squander an additional 30,000? While a crowd cursed Xiao Yan as a fool, they also lamented the apparent wealth of the individual. Within the opulent VIP lounge where Xiao Yan resided, numerous female students gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration. This young man before them possessed not only formidable strength, but also astonishing wealth, which made him an object of envy for many. They found themselves captivated by his financial prowess, though they wondered if beneath that youthful and handsome visage lay the heart of an old man. Nevertheless, even if he were indeed an old soul, it was likely that someone would still be willing to pursue a romantic encounter with him. However, upon observing that even Minter Ruolin showed no interest in Xiao Yan, their enthusiasm began to wane. Conversely, the male students looked at Xiao Yan with a sense of reverence, their eyes filled with aspiration. His current might, status, and affluence epitomized the very ideals they yearned to attain. 110,000. Just when everyone believed the matter was settled, another voice rose above the rest. This utterance incited a flurry of chatter among the crowd. To their astonishment, there was yet another bold contender. Many spectators wore expressions of confusion and discontent, their grumbling stemming purely from jealousy at the other's immense wealth. How could such a trivial crystal command such a lofty price? In the VIP lounge, Xiao Yan's gaze momentarily froze before he casually declared, 200,000. Instantly, his calm voice silenced the room, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Their eyes fixed on the amethyst on the auction stage, faces reflecting their astonishment. The audacity of his bidding approach was astonishingly straightforward. 100,000 gold coins seemed to roll off his tongue as casually as if he were discarding refuse. Was this what they referred to as treating wealth with disdain? 210,000. This new voice, tinged with barely suppressed excitement, echoed from a distance, igniting a fervor among the auction attendees. Who was this wealthy contender? Did the seemingly worthless crystal conceal some profound secret? If not for the already inflated price of the toxic fire crystal, many powerful factions would likely be tempted to acquire it themselves for further investigation. Faced with this new bid, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. His concern was not for the money. After all, 100,000 gold coins held little difference to him when compared to 10 million. However, he was not one to enjoy being taken advantage of. Thus, his spirit subtly swept through the auction house, discerning the essence of every individual present with remarkable clarity, all without their awareness of his probing gaze. Before long, his attention settled upon a hidden alchemist within a private booth. This individual donned a splendid alchemical robe, prominently adorned with the insignia of a fifth-grade alchemist. In his grasp, he excitedly clutched a crystal identical to the one on the auction stage, the very toxic fire crystal in question. 300,000. Xiao Yan's voice remained remarkably calm, yet the atmosphere around him had become utterly electrified. Ignoring the fervor of the crowd, Xiao Yan's spiritual power continued to envelop the alchemist before him. To his surprise, the man's appearance did not resemble that of a typical inhabitant from the northwestern continent. Rather, he bore a closer resemblance to someone from the southwestern continent. As Xiao Yan uttered this observation, a fleeting hesitation flickered across the alchemist's face, only to be swiftly replaced by fervent determination. 3,100,000, he declared. His complexion slightly flushed and his breath quickened, revealing his palpable excitement. For a fifth-tier alchemist, such a sum was no trifling matter. This amount was sufficient to procure a common sixth-tier elixir. Observing the alchemist's animated demeanor, Xiao Yan quickly grasped his intentions. It appeared that this individual had orchestrated the inflated price of the poison fire crystal to profit from the situation. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Xiao Yan's lips as he contemplated the scene. 4 million, he stated casually. Yet, the alchemist's expression transformed, revealing an almost fanatical gleam in his eyes as he eagerly raised his bid to 4,100,000. I wonder if 5 million can secure the attention of a fifth-tier alchemist, Xiao Yan mused inwardly, and with a calm demeanor, he announced a staggering figure, 5 million. In that instant, the entire auction house erupted into chaos. 5 million gold coins was a sum that even a Dou Huang expert would struggle to muster. Upon hearing this price, even the alchemist hesitated momentarily, his earlier excitement now faltering. However, driven by an irrational fervor, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. 5,100,000. Upon hearing this bid, Xiao Yan's light laughter resonated throughout the auction house. You have won. I shall withdraw. Chapter 242, The Abyssal Poison Fire. As Xiao Yan's words fell, the previously ecstatic expression of the southwestern alchemist froze, morphing through various shades of emotion in mere seconds, ultimately settling into a visage of confusion and despair. Oh no, I was far too impulsive. The alchemist's face drained of color, realizing the gravity of the situation. According to the auction house's rules, once a price was called out, the bidder was obligated to pay that amount after the auction. Failure to do so would incur compensation for the auction house's losses. If unable to pay, one could be left to serve as a tool for the auction house's affiliated powers, or worse, captured as a slave or even executed. Liao Du believed he would not be killed, but the sheer terror of the 5 million gold coins weighed heavily on his heart. Even as a fifth-tier alchemist, 5 million gold coins was not a sum he could easily procure. Even if he relinquished all his possessions, they would barely amount to 3 million gold coins. As for the remainder, he feared he might end up as a mere tool to repay his debts. 2 million gold coins. Even with the earning capacity of a fifth-tier alchemist, it would require a year or two of relentless toil without sustenance to concoct such an amount of elixirs. At this thought, Liao Du suddenly felt a profound sense of regret. How splendid it would have been had he ceased his greed when the sum reached 4 million gold coins, merely due to a fleeting moment of avarice. He had transformed his fortune into ruin. Life often unfolds in such a manner. A seemingly trivial choice can irrevocably alter one's destiny. However, Xiao Yan remained indifferent to Liao Du's current musings, as his spiritual power had already reached the domain of the Black Seal City Lord. Soon he instructed, "Capture that alchemist who made the bid. He could prove useful to me." "Understood, Lord Yan Xiao." The Black Seal City Lord nodded lightly, a smile gracing his lips. Such treachery was commonplace in the Black Corner domain. A fifth-tier alchemist had unwittingly handed over his leverage, and now he would be plucked bare. Following the conclusion of a farcical exchange between the wealthy, many spectators, though initially astonished by the outrageous prices, quickly refocused their attention on the new auction items. Yet, for Xiao Yan, nothing that followed piqued his interest, prompting him to refrain from further bidding. His seemingly nonchalant demeanor only intensified the fervor of those from the Xiao Yan Academy behind him. Xiao Yan's effortless bid increase of 1 million had been utterly captivating. Such composure in raising the stakes required a formidable confidence. If he so desired, few among the female students would dare to refuse him. As the auction drew to a close, the fifth-tier alchemist soon stealthily maneuvered through the exhibition hall, attempting to slip out through the back door. He had resolved that the poisonous fire crystal was not worth the risk. Should the Black Seal City officials discover he could not produce the requisite funds, his predicament would be dire. With this in mind, he quickened his pace, and after passing through the final small door, a wave of relief washed over him. Surely, by now, the auction attendees had not noticed his absence. By the time they realized he was gone, he would have long since departed from Black Seal City. "Mr. Liao Du, where might you be heading?" A soft voice interrupted, causing Liao Du's heart to leap once more. Turning around, he found it was a representative from the Black Seal auction house. This individual possessed merely the strength of a spirit fighter. If he truly wished to escape, there was no way this man could impede him. However, such an action would inevitably cause a commotion. As Liao Du pondered how to mislead this individual, the representative spoke first. "Mr. Liao Du, it is indeed amusing that you would spend 5 million gold coins to purchase your own item. Since it is my own possession, surely I have the right to set whatever price I desire." Upon realizing his exposure, Liao Du had no choice but to bluff his way through. Of course, if this were not in our auction house, claiming this item is worth 500 billion would pose no issue. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that we are indeed within the confines of our auction house. "Your actions are tantamount to slapping our establishment in the face," the person in charge remarked with a smile. "Huh, I assure you, I shall not act this way again," Liao Du retorted, attempting to leave but was halted by the imposing figure of the Black Seal City Lord, who regarded him with an amused expression. "Mr. Liao Du, do not be in such haste to depart," he said, his lips curling into a smile. "Mr. Xiao Yan, shall we not resume our journey?" Ruoying questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Xiao Yan. "The day is nearly at its end. Perhaps we should rest another night. You students have seldom ventured out, and it would be wise to take some time to unwind." Xiao Yan casually tossed a piece of lean beast meat into his mouth. Thanks to the arrangements made by the Black Seal City Lord, the group was accommodated in the most opulent quarters of the city, a stark contrast to their previous lodging. A group of students now gazed in awe at the resplendent palace. For an ordinary person, spending a night here would require hundreds of gold coins for a modest room. Yet the Black Seal City Lord had reserved the entire palace for Xiao Yan, complete with a feast of the finest delicacies. A single banquet could easily amount to thousands of gold coins. Such lavish treatment was a rarity even for Roin, let alone for a group of inexperienced students who, at this moment, held Xiao Yan in even greater admiration and longing. "My lord, the person has been brought," echoed the Black Seal City Lord's voice in Xiao Yan's ear. At this, Xiao Yan paused slightly before turning to the students with a smile. "I have matters to attend to. Please enjoy your meal." With that, he vanished from sight. My lord, he truly is a person of immense influence, commanding such deference even from those in Black Seal City. The students felt a sense of pride in having worked alongside such a figure for the first time. In Xiao Yan's chamber, the Black Seal City Lord looked on with a grin at the alchemist Liao Dou, bound and gagged before him. Liao Dou's face was a mask of terror as he regarded the Black Seal City Lord. Just then, Xiao Yan emerged from the void. "Loosen his mouth," Xiao Yan said, casting a casual glance at Liao Dou. "Yes, my lord." The Black Seal City Lord replied respectfully, promptly removing the round iron ball from Liao Dou's mouth. Who is this person that he commands such respect from the Black Seal City Lord? It was only at this moment that Liao Dou realized he had attracted the attention of a formidable figure. Ignoring the fear reflected in Liao Dou's eyes, Xiao Yan cheerfully tossed the toxic fire crystal in his hand and remarked, "Now, tell me, where did this item originate?" At the sight of the toxic fire crystal, a flicker of horror crossed Liao Dou's face. "It's you. Is this truly so surprising?" Xiao Yan delicately toyed with the poison fire crystal before inquiring. "If I am not mistaken, the essence sealed within this crystal must be a wisp of netherworld poison fire, correct? Pray tell, from whence did you acquire this artifact?" Chapter 243, Double Joys. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Liao Dou's initially fearful countenance morphed into one of sheer terror. How do you know this is netherworld poison fire?" he stammered. "Because it is documented in the strange fire rankings," came the calm reply. A resplendent, multi-hued flame ignited at Xiao Yan's fingertips, emanating an unsettlingly intense heat. "Is this strange fire truly so rare?" The disdainful tone echoed in Liao Dou's ears, causing his expression to shift once more. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself devoid of any further terror to display. "I offer you a chance. Divulge what you know about the netherworld poison fire, and I may spare your life." Xiao Yan's voice was cool, penetrating Liao Dou's thoughts. I am unaware," Liao Dou protested, an innocent expression gracing his features. "This crystal was merely something I stumbled upon." Xiao Yan regarded his demeanor with a degree of admiration for his audacity. Even at this critical juncture, he dared to wager his life. Subsequently, he effortlessly summoned the spatial ring from Liao Dou's finger, unleashing a torrent of immense spiritual force that obliterated the original soul imprint within the ring. As the soul imprint faded, a pallor washed over Liao Dou's face. Xiao Yan gently shook the ring, and over 100 poison fire crystals accumulated on the ground like a small mountain. "Is this what you casually picked up, just a single piece?" Noticing Liao Dou's increasingly despondent expression, Xiao Yan's impatience finally surfaced. "If you do not reveal the truth, do not blame me for resorting to torture. Are you aware of the torment of having your soul scorched by strange fire, or the agony of being subjected to soul extraction?" Xiao Yan's words plunged Liao Dou into a hellish nightmare. Both methods were among the most excruciating tortures known to man, their pain surpassing that of 100-fold execution. I will speak. Liao Dou finally relented. These poison fire crystals were all acquired from the Poison Sage's ruins. The Poison Sage's ruins? At this revelation, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened with intrigue. He had not anticipated that the knowledge of the netherworld poison fire would be intertwined with the Dou Saint. He pondered whether this Dou Saint had cultivated his strange fire to a higher echelon, akin to the Yin-Yang evil saint. At the level of a Dou Saint, one possesses the potential to influence such extraordinary entities as strange fires. Yet, it should be noted that this influence is typically limited to those ranked lower on the strange fire list, while the top 5 strange fires are the most formidable flames born of nature itself, with the sole exception of the artificially cultivated Golden Emperor blazing flame of the ancient clan. However, this is a flame cultivated by a Dou Emperor, and among the current powerful figures of the Duki continent, only Xiao Xian possesses the capability to cultivate a flame comparable to the top 5. Please continue. Share all the information you know, Xiao Yan urged. At this moment, Liao Dou had resigned himself to his fate and obediently divulged everything he knew. The poisonous fire crystals I obtained were sourced from the ruins of the Nether Poison Saint. This Dou Saint was quite renowned in the southwestern continent in days of yore. By a fortunate twist of fate, I managed to unlock a portion of the passageway within the Poison Saint's ruins, where an abundance of such crystals can be found. I initially aimed to venture deeper, hoping to acquire some legacy or greater fortune from the Poison Saint's remains. However, the toxicity increases exponentially in the depths, rendering me incapable of proceeding further. Thus, I extracted a few poisonous fire crystals, intending to return when my strength had increased. Regrettably, as I was departing the ruins, I was discovered by a Dou Huang. At that time, I possessed a considerable number of the poisonous fire crystals, which enabled me to slay the Dou Huang. However, as a consequence, I became a target for the forces behind him. Although this faction remains inconspicuous in the southwestern continent, their power is formidable, and their techniques even counter the soul strength of alchemists. Offending them has left me without a foothold in the southwestern continent, and ultimately, I had no choice but to seek refuge in the northwestern continent. Upon hearing Liao Dou's words, Xiao Yan's expression shifted from comprehension to astonishment. Is this faction you speak of called the Soul Palace? How do you know? Liao Dou's face reflected surprise at Xiao Yan's inquiry. Ah, this is truly a double delight, Xiao Yan remarked, a smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, the Lord of Black Mark City began to breathe more rapidly. For a Dou Huang, the weight of the title Dou Saint is immensely significant. Disregarding the Lord of Black Mark City's agitation, Xiao Yan flicked his fingers, effortlessly severing the ropes binding Liao Dou. This is a treatise from a 7th grade alchemist. It may aid you in advancing to the 6th grade. Consider it a reward. For the next few years, you are to remain in Black Mark City and not wander elsewhere. Xiao Yan handed Liao Dou a jade slip. Upon seeing the jade slip, Liao Dou's breath quickened. Fully aware of its importance to an alchemist, Your Excellency truly excels in benevolence. Liao Dou stood, adjusting his attire, and bowed deeply to Xiao Yan. It seems you are quite perceptive. A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as he continued. When I eventually journey to the southwestern continent, I shall come to escort you in locating the relics of the Nether Poison Saint. I shall reward you handsomely, and may even assist you in becoming a grade 7 alchemist. Thank you, my lord, Liao Dou responded, thoroughly captivated by Xiao Yan's charismatic presence. After arranging matters for Liao Dou, Lord Black Seal cast a hesitant glance at Xiao Yan. Speak your mind, Xiao Yan urged with a sidelong glance. May I accompany you, my lord, when you visit the relics of the Poison Saint? The Black Seal City Lord nervously met Xiao Yan's gaze. Under normal circumstances, such a request might provoke disdain from a powerful figure, yet the allure of a Dou Saint's relic was undeniably potent. Very well, Xiao Yan replied with a calm nod. The allure of the Dou Saint's relics may be immense for others, but for him, it held little significance. His true interests were few and far between. Thank you, my lord. The Black Seal City Lord's face lit up with excitement upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. However, should unforeseen troubles arise within the Poison Saint's relics, I may not be able to protect you. Your life will be your own responsibility. Xiao Yan spoke with a detached demeanor. To be granted this opportunity by you is a tremendous favor. I would not dare to ask for more, the Black Seal City Lord said respectfully. That is satisfactory. Attend to the matters I entrust to you, and I shall ensure your passage, Xiao Yan declared before vanishing from sight. The powerful beings that emerged from the Blackhorn region possessed an inherent spirit of adventure. Faced with such a fortuitous opportunity, they would never retreat at the hint of danger. The following morning, amidst the Black Seal City Lord's tearful farewell, Xiao Yan set forth with his entourage toward the ancient academy. According to Xiao Yan's original pace, the journey from Black Seal City to the Jianan Academy should take merely a quarter of an hour. However, accompanying the team from Jianan Academy, it took a full 7 days. Throughout this week, they encountered a few troublemakers, but the strongest among them were merely at the Great Dome Master level. Xiao Yan had no desire to engage with such trivial opponents. Even the presence of Ruo Lin alone made these individuals aware of their own limitations. After consuming the Water Spirit Pill, Ruo Lin had become nearly unrivaled at the Great Dome Master level. Regarding the Water Spirit Pill, Ruo Lin could only express her gratitude toward Xiao Yan, initially thinking he might have ulterior motives. Yet, as they traveled together, Xiao Yan regarded her with the same gaze as any ordinary man, and Ruo Lin keenly sensed that he harbored no intentions of furthering their relationship. This realization brought a hint of disappointment to the usually proud Ruo Lin, as she came to understand that this individual was merely affluent. 7 days later, a rather ordinary small town emerged before Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan had transformed. He had evolved from a delicate youth into a mature and handsome young man. Under the influence of his spirit, the group around him remained oblivious to the change. After all, if a 16 or 17-year-old Dozong were to suddenly appear in the Black Corner region, Han Feng would likely deduce it was him with an overwhelming certainty. Should that be the case, Han Feng would probably flee back to Zhongzhou or seek refuge elsewhere. However, upon nearing this small town, Xiao Yan keenly sensed that the malevolent aura of the surrounding people had considerably diminished, clearly intimidated by the esteemed reputation of the Jianan Academy. Mr. Yan Xiao, this is the first town surrounding our Jianan Academy, Peace Town, Roland remarked, her face displaying a trace of relief as she gazed upon the exceedingly ordinary town. Once they returned to the territory of the Jianan Academy, even the presence of a Dou Huang would no longer instill fear. As he beheld the sign above him emblazoned with the words Peace Town, A smile finally graced Xiao Yan's face. From a distance, he could already sense the violent fire attribute energy deep within the ground. His gaze swept around, and he soon discovered a large tree not far to the left at the town's entrance. The tree was entirely black, its canopy extending ominously in all directions, exuding a chilling presence. However, the most conspicuous aspect was the numerous corpses hanging from its branches. As the breeze blew, the bodies swayed, resembling silent wind chimes. Yet the horror emanating from them was akin to the sound of death itself. Mr. Xiao Yan, this tree is our Jianan Academy's emblem, the necromancer tree, Roland said. Her expression tinged with awe as she regarded the sinister tree. The group of students behind her wore solemn expressions. I understand. I've heard that those hanging from its branches were once formidable figures of the Black Corner region, Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly. Indeed, the strongest among them had reached the Dou Huang level in life, Roland affirmed gravely. Yet, Xiao Yan remained unfazed. He had encountered such occurrences more than once. After all, he had done something similar in the sacred relic of the evil saint, and upon arriving in the northwest continent, he had even discarded the skull of a 9th-tier magical beast near the Serpent Man's sacred city. Were Roland to learn of this, she would likely refrain from further introducing the necromancer tree. Peace Town, along with several surrounding towns, constituted the territories surrounding the Jianan Academy. For outsiders wishing to enter, numerous troublesome procedures would be required. However, with Roland leading the way, their journey was significantly smoother. It was evident that Roland enjoyed a favorable reputation within the Jianan Academy, as many greeted her along the way. Soaring upon the majestic griffin, a vast expanse of primordial forest unfolded beneath, revealing an ancient and grand city before Xiao Yan. Gazing at the magnificent metropolis below, a flicker of astonishment graced his eyes. The area of this city of Canaan seemed to rival that of Black Ink City from his lofty vantage point. It would be a challenge to fully encompass this city within his sight. Clearly, the scale of Canaan City was indeed substantial. Please take me to see your esteemed elder Su Qian, Xiao Yan remarked to Ruo Lin as they walked. Ruo Lin's previously unceasing smile faltered abruptly upon returning to Canaan Academy. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Xiao Yan inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Mr. Yan, I am merely a humble yellow-tier mentor. I lack the qualifications to meet the elder directly, Ruo Lin replied, shaking her head with a touch of helplessness. Oh, I see. Xiao Yan's eyes conveyed newfound understanding. The mentors at Canaan Academy were indeed classified into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Above them were the elder-tier mentors. Attaining the status of elder at Canaan Academy required, at the very least, the cultivation of a Dou Wang. In terms of a university, in his previous life, Su Qian's position would be akin to that of a headmaster or secretary, while the status of an elder resembled that of a professor or associate professor, with Ruo Lin's role comparable to that of a teaching assistant or lecturer. Given her standing, she indeed lacked the credentials to meet Su Qian directly. How might I gain an audience with Su Qian? Xiao Yan continued to inquire. Ruo Lin furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before finally devising a solution. I can take you to see the Vice Dean of the Outer Academy, Hu Qian. If Vice Dean Hu consents, he may facilitate an introduction to the elder. Your academy is truly cumbersome, Xiao Yan lightly critiqued, then nodded in agreement. Very well, let us meet the Vice Dean first. After a moment's thought, Ruo Lin stated. In that case, I shall lead you there. She instructed several students to return to their respective duties and then guided Xiao Yan through the expansive campus. After half an hour, a stately and elegant building came into view. This is the office of the Outer Academy's dean, Ruo Lin cheerfully introduced. She then rapped on the door. Come in. A commanding voice resonated from the hall below, yet upon hearing this, Ruo Lin's expression suddenly darkened. What is the matter? Xiao Yan asked, his brow furrowed. Nothing. Ruo Lin forced a smile and shook her head, ultimately revealing a look of resignation to Xiao Yan. You may encounter a bit of trouble shortly. Trouble? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as they pushed open the grand door. A spacious and antiquated hall filled with the scent of parchment greeted Xiao Yan, where a middle-aged man of plump stature sat, his countenance stern. Directorly, upon seeing that individual, Roland forced a smile, one that lacked genuine warmth. It was Teacher Roland. Director Li's eyes lit up upon encountering her, and Xiao Yan discerned a familiar glint within his gaze, one often associated with lecherous old men. However, when Director Li's gaze shifted to Xiao Yan, who stood behind Roland, his brow furrowed slightly. And who might this be? He is Yin Xiao, a skilled individual we encountered on our journey. Without his intervention, our team would surely have been captured by the Blood Sect. Roland introduced Xiao Yan with a strained smile. Saved you on the road, did he? Director Li did not express gratitude towards Xiao Yan. Instead, he scrutinized Roland with a frown. I suspect the matter is not as simple as it appears. Is your friend truly of unblemished character? He wouldn't happen to be an undercover agent sent by the scoundrels from the Black Corner region, would he? His gaze swept over Roland several times before he remarked coolly, "The vice president has many affairs to attend to each day. I suggest you take your friend back. Otherwise, you may attract the attention of the enforcement team." Despite his words, a fervent glimmer lingered in his eyes, as if he wished to devour Roland whole. "Director Li, Mr. Yan Xiao has saved both me and my students. How can you speak of him in such a manner?" At his words, Roland's typically gentle countenance darkened. "Saved you? Has he? Do you possess any evidence? Even if you do, how can you prove he isn't an undercover agent from the Black Corner region?" Director Li maintained his amiable demeanor. "You seem rather protective of this young man. He isn't your lover, is he?" Roland was left momentarily speechless, anger rendering her unable to respond. At that moment, however, Xiao Yan made his move. The space around him shimmered, and a massive slap landed squarely on Director Li's plump face. "How dare you bark like a dog?" With that resounding slap, Director Li's rotund body was sent flying like a cannonball, ultimately embedding itself in a nearby wall. Witnessing this spectacle, Roland could not help but gape in astonishment. Even more shocked were the teachers on the first floor responsible for administration. Their gazes toward Xiao Yan resembled that of individuals who had encountered a terrorist, their faces etched with fear. Is he not out of his mind to cause such a ruckus at Canaan Academy? Those who dare to create disturbances here, even those at the Dou Emperor level, seldom manage to leave unscathed. "Mr. Yan Xiao, I advise you to take cover immediately. This is Canaan Academy. The individual you just struck, Director Li, is a heavenly tier mentor from the Outer Academy. Even if you are a Dou Wang level warrior, you would not stand a chance against the vice president if he chose to intervene." At this moment, Roland was certain of Xiao Yan's status as a Dou Wang level warrior. To effortlessly send an 8-star Dou Ling crashing into the wall, and to receive such deference from the head of the Black Corner region auction house indicated strength of at least that caliber. Heavenly tier mentor? Xiao Yan cast a disdainful glance at Ruo Lin and remarked, "Is this the caliber of the heavenly stage mentors at your academy? If this is the case, it seems that the educational standards of your Jianan Academy are quite lacking. What sort of students can such a mediocre institution produce?" His words caused Ruo Lin's face to flush and incited considerable indignation among several teachers. However, upon witnessing Xiao Yan's formidable strength, they dared not utter a word. "Young man, do not speak so arrogantly." At that moment, a calm voice resounded throughout the lobby on the first floor. Upon hearing this voice, the previously flustered mentors visibly relaxed. A gentle breeze swept through, and an elder appeared before Xiao Yan. Casting a glance at Director Li, who was pressed against the wall with blood trickling from his mouth, the elder furrowed his brow deeply, regarding Xiao Yan with a hint of hostility. "I am unaware of your intentions in visiting our Jianan Academy. If Xiao Li has offended you in any way, we shall ensure he apologizes. However, your unreasonable actions, are you declaring war on us?" As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, filling the entire office. Even with his deliberate restraint, several Huang stage mentors felt breathless under the pressure. "Director Hu Qian, there are reasons for this," Ruo Lin asserted, attempting to step forward in light of the elder's fierce demeanor. Just then, Xiao Yan placed his hand in front of her, unaffected by the immense pressure, and instead, he approached the elder with a smile, patting his shoulder. "You are Hu Qian?" At the moment Xiao Yan's hand touched his shoulder, Hu Qian felt a surge of anger rise within him. How dare a mere youth audaciously pat his shoulder? Even if this brat were a Dou Wang, it made no difference. However, as soon as Xiao Yan's hand made contact, Hu Qian's expression abruptly shifted. It was only at this moment that he truly sensed Xiao Yan's aura. Upon feeling that presence, Hu Qian's complexion turned pale, realizing just how formidable this young man was. The disparity between his own cultivation and Xiao Yan's was akin to that between a stream and a river, a pond and an ocean. Such terrifying prowess was something even Su Qian, the grand elder who had ascended to Dou Zone, had never encountered. Only the legendary elders he had once seen had instilled such a sense of pressure. "You are a Dou Zone." Before Hu Qian could utter another word, Xiao Yan continued with a smile. "Take me to your grand elder, Su Qian. Is there a problem with that, Director Hu Qian?" "No problem at all." A genial smile broke across Hu Qian's face. "Please, follow me." In that fleeting moment, a profound silence enveloped the outer office building, as many pondered the reason behind Hu Qian's unexpected courtesy towards this young man. "Director Hu Qian, this individual has caused a disturbance at our academy. How can you possibly indulge him?" At this moment, Director Li, having regained consciousness, uttered a vague sound, his gaze towards Hu Qian tinged with anxiety. Hu Qian, the vice president, was known for his protective nature, although aware of his own missteps. He would not allow an outsider to treat a teacher at the academy with such disrespect. "Silence." Hu Qian glared at him fiercely. He then spoke coldly. "Director Li has been remiss in hospitality and has spoken foolishly, violating the ethics of a teacher. Henceforth, he is demoted to a yellow-level mentor and is ordered to reflect in solitude for 3 months. A cold snort escaped Hu Qian's lips, though beads of sweat began to form on his back. He feared that Directorly would provoke Xiao Yan further, for this young man before him possessed the power to reduce the entire administrative building to ruins. With Xiao Yan's strength, he could undoubtedly devastate half of the Outer Academy before the Guardians of Canaan Academy, even since the upheaval. Thus, Hu Qian shot another frosty glance at Directorly and said flatly, "Moreover, his salary for these 3 months will be forfeited." He then extended a welcoming hand to Xiao Yan, smiling, "Please, follow me." With that, he led Xiao Yan out of the administrative building. As they departed, a group of teachers exchanged bewildered glances, their faces painted with confusion. Directorly, in particular, appeared pale, nearly fainting. Meanwhile, Ruo Lin's gaze brightened as she watched Xiao Yan leave. Initially, she had thought Xiao Yan would be subdued by Hu Qian, but witnessing Hu Qian's courteous demeanor, it seemed unlikely that he could overpower Xiao Yan. It turned out that Mr. Yin Xiao was not merely a Dou Wang, but a formidable Dou Huang. Ruo Lin's heart brimmed with speculation, further deepening her sense of Xiao Yan's enigmatic nature. Mr. Xiao Yan, the area ahead is the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy. In the skies above, Hu Qian unfurled his wings, while Xiao Yan remained suspended in midair, gazing down at the vast basin beneath them. The basin resembled a colossal meteor that had crashed down, creating a massive indentation in the earth. Indeed, the fallen heart flame must be concealed within this very place. As he contemplated the basin, Xiao Yan recalled the characteristics of the fallen heart flame, a meteor descending from the heavens, colliding with the forces of the earth, ultimately igniting a spark from the friction that, after millennia of refinement in the magma of the earth's core, would give birth to the fallen heart flame. Navigating through the layers of structures within the basin, Xiao Yan and Hu Qian finally arrived at an ancient, tranquil courtyard. "Elder, there is a distinguished guest who wishes to see you." Hu Qian gently knocked on the door. An initial silence enveloped the courtyard, soon followed by a wave of spiritual energy sweeping over Xiao Yan and Hu Qian. However, Xiao Yan distinctly sensed a ripple of astonishment emanating from that energy as it passed over him. "Hu Qian, please bring the esteemed guest in." A voice, frail yet imbued with wisdom, resonated from within the courtyard after a brief moment. As Hu Qian gently pushed open the door and stepped into the small courtyard, Xiao Yan soon spotted an elderly man with white hair and a white beard, clad in black, beside a quaint pavilion. "Greetings, my friend. I am Su Qian. May I inquire what brings you here?" The old man's laughter, tinged with a hint of trepidation, reached Xiao Yan's ears. Chapter 246, a minor dozun, not worth mentioning. The old man's gaze fell upon Xiao Yan, still carrying a trace of caution. Through the recent soul probe, he had discerned that Xiao Yan's strength was indeed formidable. Not only was Hu Qian no match for him, but even in his prime, he would likely find himself outmatched by this young man. Observing Su Qian's somewhat pallid countenance, Xiao Yan offered a gentle smile and remarked, "Elder Su Qian, your esteem seems to have been affected by that Han Feng, has it not?" At these words, Su Qian paused in surprise, while a faint glimmer of murderous intent flickered across Hu Qian's face. Han Feng had once nearly killed Su Qian at the base of the Tian Feng refining Qi Tower, and had it not been for the timely arrival of the two elders, the esteemed elder of the inner court would have met his demise. Thus, the mere mention of Han Feng's name naturally sparked Hu Qian's animosity. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's inquiry, Su Qian's brow furrowed slightly, and he could not help but ask, "Do you know Han Feng?" "Indeed, I do." Xiao Yan nodded slightly before uttering a statement that caused both men's expressions to shift dramatically. "He is my senior brother." At this revelation, Hu Qian instinctively retreated to the corner of the courtyard, his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yan, while Su Qian also immediately heightened his vigilance. Han Feng was already a formidable adversary. Little did they expect that his junior brother possessed even greater strength. Su Qian surmised that if they did not swiftly summon the two elders, Xiao Yan could potentially vanquish both him and Hu Qian in mere moments. Noticing their tense demeanor, Xiao Yan offered a slight smile and reassured them, "There is no need for alarm. Although we are brothers, our relationship is rather strained. I have come seeking Han Feng with the intent to slay him." His expression was earnest, yet confusion spread across Su Qian and Hu Qian's faces. "Are you not brothers? Why would a junior brother pursue the life of his senior?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Qian was the first to speak. "Han Feng harbors enmity towards our Jia Nen Academy. If you intend to take action, our academy may be of assistance." "That is precisely what I wish to hear." Xiao Yan replied with a faint smile. "In that case, we can collaborate." Upon hearing this, a look of relief washed over Su Qian's face. However, he could not restrain his curiosity and asked, "May I inquire what grudge exists between you and Han Feng? As brothers, why must you turn against one another?" There is no significant grievance, Xiao Yan replied with a subtle smile. Then, to the astonishment of both men, he added nonchalantly, I simply find my senior brother to be rather displeasing. Even for two men of their caliber, this rationale left them momentarily speechless. What sort of reasoning is this? Disregarding the astonishment of the other, Xiao Yan cast a fleeting glance at Su Qian before his gaze shifted towards a towering, ebony, ancient tower within the inner courtyard. Elder, that must be your inner courtyard's most precious Tianfeng refining qi tower, am I correct? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Su Qian's complexion altered slightly, and he could not restrain himself from inquiring, with your cultivation, it seems that this Tianfeng refining qi tower would hold little assistance for you. In response, a faint smile once again graced Xiao Yan's lips as he replied, Indeed, the Tianfeng refining qi tower offers me little aid. But the falling heart flame at the tower's base would be of considerable benefit to me. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's expression shifted once more, and he fixed a piercing gaze upon Xiao Yan, declaring, I was not mistaken. Your purpose aligns with that of Han Feng's, both of you seeking the falling heart flame. As he spoke, his demeanor grew increasingly frigid. The falling heart flame is the very foundation of our inner courtyard. Should it be lost, it would equate to dismantling our roots. If that is your intent, it would be wise to abandon such thoughts. When it comes to the foundation of the academy, the guardians would never allow you to seize the falling heart flame, and even with your high-ranking Dou zone cultivation, you would find it difficult to contend against many. In the face of Su Qian's vigilant demeanor, Xiao Yan remained unfazed, calmly smiling as he replied, Elder, there is no need for such agitation. Though my goal is akin to Han Feng's, I can offer conditions to the Canaan Academy that he could never provide. Even if you are a 7th-grade alchemist like him, you could not deliver a satisfactory answer to us. Su Qian shook his head decisively. If you are indeed an alchemist, you should comprehend the true value of the falling heart flame. Is that so? A peculiar smile suddenly graced Xiao Yan's lips. What if I could present the academy with a more docile and compliant falling heart flame? Upon hearing this, Su Qian's initial refusal froze on his face. Yet he soon shook his head once more. Impossible. The falling heart flame is exceedingly rare. Finding another would be immensely challenging. Chuckling at Su Qian's reaction, Xiao Yan shook his head with a smile, suggesting, how about this? Allow me to locate a new falling heart flame, and in return, I shall take away the existing one from your academy. Observing Xiao Yan's confident demeanor, Su Qian momentarily hesitated, then gently nodded, if you are inclined in this manner. I could consider it, but rest assured, I shall not take the old falling heart flame until a new one is secured for you. Xiao Yan assured with a subtle smile, elaborating, moreover, even if I wish to take it by force, do you truly believe your inner courtyard could withstand such an attempt? Arrogant. Su Qian's temper flared. Though you are formidable, you underestimate the depth of our inner courtyard's foundation. Furthermore, our Canaan Academy has a dean who is often away. Oh, you are referring to the esteemed Meng Tianqi, correct? Upon witnessing Su Qian's expression, Xiao Yan chuckled and shook his head. You actually know the dean's name. Su Qian's complexion shifted once more. Amir Dou Zun is hardly worthy of mention. Stunned by Xiao Yan's audacious tone, Su Qian took a moment to regain his composure. This fellow did not appear to be insane. Yet how could he utter such arrogant words? Ignoring Su Qian's astonishment, Xiao Yan continued, since our discussion has reached a conclusion, could the Grand Elder arrange a place for me? I wish to station a 7th-grade alchemist at the Jianan Academy. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Upon hearing these words, both Su Qian and Hu Qian displayed expressions of delight, but remembering that Han Feng was also a 7th-grade alchemist, they became cautious once more. You would do well to remember your promise. Otherwise, Jianan Academy is not to be trifled with. Su Qian concluded with a polite threat. No problem. Xiao Yan replied with a persistent smile. In that case, you shall temporarily serve as an elder of Jianan Academy starting today. At this, a smile emerged on Su Qian's face. The addition of a 7th-grade alchemist to Jianan Academy, even if only temporarily, would undoubtedly bring considerable benefits. Very well. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, then reminded, from today onwards, I am a 6th-grade alchemist named Yan Xiao, with no connection to Han Feng. Su Qian paused briefly before comprehending Xiao Yan's intent. He was concerned about revealing too much information that might attract Han Feng's attention. No problem. Starting today, Mr. Yan Xiao will be the elder of the alchemy department. Su Qian responded with a slight smile. Agreed. Chapter 247. Elder Yan Xiao teaches me. With Xiao Yan's agreement, the alchemy department of Jianan Academy welcomed a new 6th-grade alchemist. Mr. Yan Xiao, please follow me. Su Qian then led Xiao Yan to the alchemy department. The alchemy department was situated in the most prestigious area of the inner courtyard. After all, alchemists were among the most esteemed individuals of their rank. In front of an opulent complex of buildings, a bustling crowd hurried about. Upon entering, Xiao Yan was greeted by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. Young individuals clad in alchemist robes roamed the spacious hall, their expressions fraught with urgency, reminiscent of his time at the Dan Tower. However, compared to the senior alchemists at the Dan Tower, the skill level of those here was undoubtedly much lower. Many of the young alchemists bore insignias of the 2nd or 3rd grade, and an occasional 4th grade alchemist would garner respectful glances from their juniors, regardless of their rank. All faces filled with respect upon seeing Xiao Yan. The Grand Elder has arrived. Regardless of the esteemed identity of an alchemist, it is essential to exhibit the appropriate reverence when confronted by a formidable Dou Zone practitioner. With a gentle smile, Xiao Yan nodded slightly to a group of students before leading Xiao Yan into an elegant hall. Everyone, please set aside your current tasks. I would like to introduce someone. Xiao Yan's voice resonated through the hall, prompting several middle-aged individuals to cease their activities and direct their attention to Xiao Yan. This is Mr. Yan Xiao, our newly arrived 6th-tier alchemist. From this day forth, he shall be your new colleague in the alchemy department. Furthermore, Elder Yan Xiao will be tasked with overseeing the management of the Academy's medicinal herb repository. Xiao Yan's announcement caused a subtle shift in the expressions of the gathered elders. The revelation that Xiao Yan was a 6th-tier alchemist astonished them, particularly since the current head of the alchemy department was merely a 6th-tier alchemist himself. Presently, there were only 2 6th-tier alchemists within the entire Xiao Yan Academy. Moreover, the medicinal herb repository was considered a crucial area of the academy, housing invaluable treasures. Any theft would represent a significant loss. Additionally, the mischievous girl who often snuck in to pilfer herbs posed a headache, as her temperament might lead to conflicts with Xiao Yan. It remained uncertain if this new elder could contend with her, for she was a peculiar creature even feared by ordinary Dou Huang practitioners. Elder, is this truly appropriate? The elders exchanged reluctant glances. No worries. Xiao Yan replied with a dismissive wave. Mr. Yan Xiao can initially oversee the outer security of the repository as he acclimatizes to his new environment. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's reassurances, the elders ceased their objections. However, one elder could not help but voice his concern. Elder, what is Yan Xiao's temperament like? If he encounters that girl, we must ensure there is no conflict. Although the elders of the alchemy department were somewhat proud, they were nonetheless amiable, genuinely concerned for Xiao Yan's well-being. To their astonishment, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes upon hearing the girl's name. Rest assured, Xiao Yan remarked, a mysterious smile gracing his features. With Mr. Xiao Yan's prowess, that girl will pose no challenge to him. Though Xiao Yan refrained from disclosing Xiao Yan's true strength, his mere statement caused astonishment among the elders present. From this assertion alone, it was evident that the seemingly youthful elder Yan Xiao was not only a 6th-tier alchemist, but also a formidable Dou Huang practitioner. With these 2 attributes, Xiao Yan's standing could surpass that of all the elders in the alchemy department, rivaled only by the department head, who was currently sequestered in alchemical pursuits. Elder Yan Xiao's formidable prowess prompted one elder to jovially suggest that he showcase his skills for the brethren. A hint of disbelief crossed Xiao Yan's mind as he pondered whether the members of Canaan Academy were truly so obstinate and eager for conflict. However, upon witnessing the fervent expression of the elder, he discerned that the man was not seeking trouble, but rather genuinely wished to witness Xiao Yan's alchemical mastery. To assimilate into the alchemical realm, one must possess a fervent passion for the craft. Xiao Yan's voice gradually reached Xiao Yan's ears, imbued with a hint of curiosity. A 7th-tier alchemist is a rarity not only in the Black Corner region but throughout the entire northwestern continent. While the elders perceived Xiao Yan as merely a 6th-tier alchemist, Xiao Yan was aware of his true capabilities. Observing the expressions of those around him, Xiao Yan could only shake his head in resignation. He then flicked his fingers, causing dozens of medicinal herbs to materialize in midair. Wait. A collective look of alarm spread across the faces of the elders. Are you truly attempting to concoct potions in this administrative hall? Do you wish to incinerate the entire alchemical division? Just as they were about to voice their concerns, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded before their eyes. A radiant spectrum of colors flashed, and in an instant, a multitude of exquisite, multicolored fire lotuses erupted in the air. Goodness! What mastery of fire control! The elders' faces registered astonishment, but as the peculiarity of the flames washed over them, their expressions shifted. Strange fire. The hall echoed with gasps of disbelief, as their gazes towards Xiao Yan brimmed with envy and reverence. An alchemist wielding strange fire is the envy of countless practitioners. Upon witnessing the strange fire, Xiao Yan's countenance reflected contemplation. This individual, akin to Han Feng, also possessed strange fire. One could only wonder what kind of formidable mentor could nurture 2 such exceptional alchemists. As time elapsed, approximately an hour passed, and Xiao Yan extended his hand, grasping at the void. In an instant, countless multicolored fire lotuses coalesced and reformed into a singular fire lotus. Upon witnessing this, the elders' faces were painted with shock. Setting aside other considerations, the sheer artistry of his fire control was beyond their reach. In terms of fire manipulation, Elder Yanxiao had already surpassed the director. Indeed, with the presence of strange fire, I dare say Elder Yanxiao possesses a glimmer of possibility in refining 7th-tier elixirs, another elder marveled, subsequently adding. The director simply cannot be compared to Elder Yanxiao. One elder sighed, realizing that just as one Han Feng departed, another Elder Yanxiao arrived. However, he quickly sensed the inappropriateness of his remark and promptly sealed his lips. The victim, Su Qian, observed himself from the side, amidst the astonished gazes of numerous elders. After the passage of half an hour, Xiao Yan casually waved his hand, causing the resplendent 7-colored fire lotus to dissipate into the air, leaving only the intoxicating aroma of the medicinal pill lingering in the atmosphere. A 5th-grade elixir, the Windstride pill. A chorus of exclamations erupted from the elders, followed by their enthusiastic cheers of 666 directed at Xiao Yan. Elder Yanxiao, please impart your wisdom to me.